Saturday, July 27th. Today in Europe, new and intensified German air raids have been reported over England, Scotland, and Wales. Continued rumors are heard of new peace gestures by Adolf Hitler, forwarded through neutral countries. But Britain says that her answer is no peace with Hitler, and the British today are calling another 300,000 men to the colors. Now the news from Europe Direct. Here's the latest news from the Balkans. Today at Salzburg, Austria, important talks are to take place between German and Romanian officials. Romanian Premier Gigurtu and Foreign Minister Manolescu meet in a few hours with Nazi Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop. And later today, the Romanian pair are to see Adolf Hitler. Now the news from the British capital, reported by Edward R. Murrow. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We were told last night how the narrow reaches of the English Channel were crisscrossed. The smallest units in the German and British navies. A German squadron of torpedo boats attempted to sink a British convoy. The 9 Nazi speedboats encountered 2 British motorboats, aided by 2 destroyers. The engagement lasted 15 minutes, until the German motorboats threw up a smoke screen and fled to the French coast. These deadly little naval craft are designed to dart in, fire their torpedoes, and then speed away before the deck guns can be brought to bear on them. And the British motorboat resembles an ordinary speedboat. They're 70 feet long, mount 2 torpedoes and heavy machine guns. The crews are protected against heavy seas by padded ceilings and rubber-cushioned floors. They carry a crew of 9. The German torpedo boats are longer, about twice as heavy, and somewhat slower. Their top speed is about 44 miles an hour compared to the British 52. They resemble a slender tugboat and carry 17 men. They're probably more seaworthy than the British craft and are able to operate from the fjords of Norway. The British Isles got small attention from the German Air Force last night. A few bombs were dropped at isolated points. 1 raider was knocked down. Towns in southwest England and Wales were bombed this morning, but no details are available. Romania seems to be leading in the matter of seizing ships. According to latest reports, the British authorities at Port Said have seized 3 Romanian vessels, 1 freighter and 2 large tankers. But the Romanians have seized 20 British oil barges on the Danube. British correspondents in Bucharest predict that there will be further reprisals against British vessels on the Danube. Britain can do little to influence the outcome of the Balkans poker game now in progress. But it is believed here that the showdown is likely to occur in the immediate future. British correspondents report the most intensive Russian propaganda campaign in the Balkan countries for 20 years. The main question seems to be whether Moscow will limit its action to diplomatic pressure, propaganda, and intimidation. Some British correspondents in the Balkans are hopefully asserting that the Russian trade mission now on its way to Yugoslavia is in reality a military mission, trying to set up an alliance between Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union. While the war against Britain is confined to the air action, mainly against British convoys, interest in the war that seems far away, the war in the Middle East, is increasing. While it's generally agreed that the British Navy has lived up to its reputation in the Mediterranean, there is some concern about the land fighting. There has been no important change in the strategic position as a result of the action between British and Italian troops. But the Italians have the initiative, and it is felt that their local successes may influence the attitude of the native populations. Commander King Hall, in his weekly newsletter, deprecates the manner in which the British public was told of the capture of Kassala by the Italians. He says the news, as given out here, suggested that it was a mere outpost of no importance, and that its occupation by the Italians was part of the British plan. Kassala is a large and important town, the headquarters of a province, and the central market of an important agricultural district. It's on the railway between Port Sudan and the Blue Nile, and its capture by the Italians may have some important possibilities if the Italians decide to launch a concentric attack on the Nile Valley. The latest German achievement reported in London tells of their capture of another army leader, this time Colonel Mary Booth, chief of the Salvation Army in Belgium. She is reported to be interned at Constance, near the Swiss frontier. The House of Commons is scheduled to discuss foreign policy in a secret session on Tuesday. There is a feeling amongst many members that too many secret sessions are being held. The House guards jealously its right to question and criticize ministers and policies, and has no desire for the business of secret sessions to become a habit. Sir Kingsley Wood's new budget is still the target for criticism. This morning's Daily Express asks, where's all the money to come from to pay for the war? It's not coming out of this new budget. Lord Beaverbrook's paper then proposes two methods of increasing the government's revenue. The first is to levy more income tax on the people whose incomes range from $800 to $2,000 a year. And the second is a flat capital levy of 10% on all fortunes. And the British Red Cross raised a little money in an unusual way yesterday. A chicken was killed by machine gun bullets fired in a fight between German and British aircraft. The owner auctioned it off for $40 and gave the proceeds to the Red Cross. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. You've just heard the announcement, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Brown is unable to arrive at the studios this morning to bring you the latest news report from Rome. We have here a dispatch which says Italian planes violently bombed the British naval base at Malta during the night. This comes from a high command communique. Rome also reports that Italian planes bombarded Gibraltar last night for the second straight night. The bombardment was described as violent. And from Spain, it is reported that Italian airplanes which raided Gibraltar yesterday and last night killed 4 persons and injured 50. The planes attacked in the morning, but were driven off before they could drop their bombs. The planes returned in the evening, however, and dumped bombs on the fortress and harbor. Premier Mussolini, who celebrates his 57th birthday Monday, showed foreign correspondents today how he is keeping fit. Receiving 45 foreign correspondents at his riding ring at the Via Colonia, Mussolini went through early morning exercises during which he rode his horse over 19 hurdles, including one 5 feet 2 inches high. On the highest hurdle, one of 2 cavalrymen who followed Mussolini knocked down the top bar, but Mussolini cleared it easily. After completing the jump, Mussolini, wearing cavalry boots, riding breeches, and a sleeveless white jersey, which contrasted with his bare brown arms, rode up to the correspondents and, speaking in German, said, "Am I sick? Am I tired?" Then he smiled and galloped off. Before he took the jump, Mussolini, mounted on a German cavalry horse named Taina from Hanover, greeted the correspondents one by one as Press Minister Alessandro Popolini presented us. It was the first time in 3.5 years that Mussolini had received newspaper men. Colonel Camillo Rodolfi, who is riding master and fencing instructor, always accompanies Mussolini on such exercises, told me afterward, Il Duce does this every morning. Instead of coffee, he takes these early morning jumps. He likes plenty of exercise and very little to eat or drink. Being a vegetarian, he eats only soup and vegetables, mostly greens, and never touches meat. Official German news agency reported from Tallinn, Estonia today that the Minister of Commerce there had returned from a 2-week visit to Moscow and announced that in the future, all Estonian industry would obtain raw materials from Russia. Estonia and other Baltic countries recently applied to Russia for permission to become autonomous Soviet republics under the Russian Soviet. At the same time, the Tallinn newspaper, Rovelet, reported that 103 banks and almost 500 factories in various industries would be nationalized immediately. And with these Press Association dispatches, we bring to a close this morning's report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. This morning you heard William L. Shirer reporting from Berlin, Edward R. Murrow from London. Your announcer, Larry Elliott. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
America Looks Abroad, presented at this hour on Sunday afternoon by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, which is open to all who are interested, offers accurate information on current world events. The President's annual message to Congress, delivered in Washington, focuses attention on the impact of wars abroad, and the Foreign Policy Association today presents the director of its Washington bureau, William T. Stone, who speaks from the NBC studios in the nation's capital. Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon. Washington was a center of world interest this week as millions of Americans and peoples of many warring and neutral nations sought to discover in President Roosevelt's message to Congress the role which the United States will play in the critical times which lie ahead. Last week, the President's message was read almost as closely in London and Paris, in Rome and Tokyo, as it was in New York and San Francisco. It was broadcast on long and short waves and translated in 5 languages. If it could not be heard by the man on the street in Berlin or Moscow, it was nevertheless read and studied even there by diplomats and political commissars. For what the President had to report on the State of the Union could not be divorced from the state of the world. Mr. Roosevelt had much to say about the state of the world and our own relation to what is happening abroad. His message was first and foremost to report on foreign affairs. It was more restrained, less provocative, less specific than his message a year ago. Last year, you remember, he called for methods short of war, but stronger and more effective than mere words to bring home to aggressor governments the aggregate sentiments of our own people. That was 9 weeks before Germany's occupation of Czechoslovakia and 9 months before the outbreak of hostilities in Europe. Last week, with Europe at war, the President spoke in a subdued but serious tone. He voiced the hope of the vast majority of his fellow citizens that the United States will not become involved in military participation. But he did not retreat from the stand he took a year ago. He flatly rejected the idea that we can escape the shock of war by pretending, like ostriches, that what is happening abroad is none of our business. He insisted that it is our business, that our own domestic welfare, our destiny, and the destiny of our children is tied up with the future of Western civilization. Mr. Roosevelt found it unnecessary to name any country, but his meaning was perfectly clear. We need only look abroad, he said, to see the possibilities for our children if the rest of the world comes to be dominated by force alone. We must look ahead and see the effect on our future generations if world trade is controlled by any nation or group of nations which sets up that control through military force. To Congress, the President made only 2 specific requests. First, increased appropriations for national defense. Second, renewal of Secretary Hull's trade agreements program as an indispensable part of the foundation for any stable and enduring peace. Mr. Roosevelt did not try to define the terms of such a peace. He did not say when it might be possible to consider a peace settlement, and he made no attempt to give a direct answer to a host of questions which might be asked about the course of the United States in the period which lies immediately ahead. Some of these questions, however, have been raised by recent events both at home and abroad. For example, does the appointment of Myron C. Taylor as the President's personal representative at the Vatican mean that the administration expects a new peace offensive in the near future? Would the United States be prepared to join with the Pope or other neutral countries in making an offer of mediation now, before the war is intensified? If the time is not yet ripe, what are the conditions under which we might be prepared to act? Are we committed to an Allied victory, or do we see any prospect of a negotiated settlement on the basis of a military stalemate? Finally, what would be our policy if the war should spread to other fronts, or if Great Britain and France should seem to be in danger of defeat? While Mr. Roosevelt does not answer these questions directly, he gives a clear indication of his own outlook and the present attitude of the administration. He does not appear to think that the time is ripe for a successful peace move. He gives little encouragement to the small European neutrals who fear that if the war cannot be stopped before next summer, they will lose their independence and be swallowed up by their powerful neighbors. He gives no evidence that the administration would support the idea of Prime Minister de Valera of Ireland, who has urged the belligerents to hold a peace conference now rather than after a long war, which would end in an atmosphere of fury and resentment, of hate and fear. To most Washington observers and foreign diplomats, the President's message to Congress confirms the impression of earlier statements, namely, that the administration will not at this moment initiate any move looking toward negotiations with Hitler, that it will be cool toward peace feelers from Berlin, that it will not encourage other countries to approach the present German or Russian governments. Any of these moves, in the President's opinion, would merely play into the hands of those nations which seek to rule the world by force. It might lead to a temporary truce, but it would fail to provide a sound basis for a stable and lasting peace. If peace negotiations are not considered possible now, what, then, are the immediate prospects? Lord Lothian, the British ambassador to the United States, gave an important clue to British opinion on this question in a speech delivered in Chicago last Thursday. He said that the real key to the struggle between Germany and the Allies is not territory, but sea power. He believed that Germany would probably throw all of her forces into a terrific attack by land, sea, and air early in the spring, aimed primarily at British sea power. Explaining this thesis, the British ambassador said, I quote, "If Germany can defeat England, either by direct attack on her naval and sea communications, or on France through Belgium or the Maginot Line, and compel us to surrender our fleet, or a large part of it, and the naval bases whereby fleets may travel all over the globe, Germany will then be on top of the world. The opposition to her in Europe will disappear. Most of the other nations will hasten to get on her bandwagon, and she will be able to dictate the basis on which world politics will be conducted." I continue to quote, "We feel," Lord Lothian continued, "that the only foundation for a stable and liberal world will be the control of the seas on agreed principles by the democracies." This may be regarded in some quarters as British propaganda. However, it undoubtedly represents an accurate statement of informed British opinion today. It also represents a view which is shared by many, if not most, of President Roosevelt's foreign policy advisors here in Washington. For administration advisors believe that if British sea power should be destroyed, the United States would be exposed to many dangers in the Western Hemisphere. We would also be forced to assume greater responsibilities in the Far East, and perhaps to maintain a two-ocean navy and a greatly increased standing Army and Air Force. This was the real reason behind the demand for neutrality revision last fall. To avoid these threatened dangers and to protect our own interests, the President believes that we must support the Allies by all measures short of sending American armies to Europe or the Far East. But if the Allies should really appear to be in danger of defeat, the logic of this thesis would compel us to reconsider our position. Under such conditions, we would have to ask ourselves whether even military intervention would not be necessary. For the moment, this is an academic question, as there seems little prospect of an early German victory or an overwhelming Allied defeat. But the future of this war is unpredictable, and the question may someday demand an answer. That is why a few voices in Washington are still asking whether we should not hold the door open, more widely than we have, for a negotiated peace settlement. A peace conference, they argue, might be possible if moderate forces in Germany were given a chance to organize an effective opposition to Hitler and the Nazi regime. As a result of the Soviet-German pact, some observers find a growing revulsion among the masses of people in all countries, including Germany, against the extremes of both Nazism and communism, and a growing desire for a moderate, rational peace which might pave the way for a revival of democracy. But these trends are still nebulous. In considering our own course in world affairs, it is important to remember that Congress, as well as the President, has a share in American foreign policy. While the President has wide powers under the Constitution, Congress makes the laws and grants the appropriations under which the conduct of foreign relations is carried out by the executive. For several years, Congress has acted as a brake on the executive branch of the government. Last summer, before the outbreak of war, Congress refused to amend the Neutrality Act. In November, it lifted the arms embargo but insisted at the same time on mandatory cash and carry provisions designed to insulate us against some of the shocks of war. There were many in Congress who did not accept Mr. Roosevelt's thesis that our interests were directly linked with those of Great Britain and France, and who still sought to impose a brake on the President. It remains to be seen whether congressional minds have been changed by the Soviet invasion of Finland and the course of the war in Europe. This week, however, there seemed to be little open dissent from the President's statement of foreign policy, except on the request for renewal of the trade agreement program. The Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act expires next June 12, unless it is extended by Congress before that time. Under the present law, Secretary Hull has negotiated agreements with 21 countries, representing about 60% of our total foreign trade. But Mr. Hull and the administration face a determined opposition, which includes not only Republicans, but also a number of Democrats from the western farm states who claim that the agreements have injured American agriculture. Mr. Hull meets these claims with figures to show that our farmers have not been injured. He points out that most of the products which have been allowed to enter the country do not compete with the crops raised by our own farmers, but are commodities like coffee, rubber, bananas, and other tropical products. Only the other day, negotiations for a trade agreement with Argentina were suspended, partly because the State Department was unwilling to make concessions on Argentine farm products which might perhaps have injured our domestic farmers. But Mr. Hull's strongest argument is the need for retaining a liberal trade policy after the present war. In a recent Chicago speech, Mr. Hull declared that if there is anything certain in this world, it is that after the present hostilities have come to an end, there will be an even more desperate need for vigorous action designed to restore and promote healthy and mutually beneficial trade among nations. On national defense, the second definite request made by Mr. Roosevelt, Congress has already shown its readiness to appropriate such additional funds as may be necessary for adequate defense. But the question Congress will have to determine is what constitutes adequate defense. The budget estimate sent to Congress by Mr. Roosevelt on Thursday called for a staggering total of $2,248 million for the Army and Navy, an increase of about $460 million over the total voted by Congress last year. This new budget is to be divided into two parts, one classed as regular, the other emergency. The first is described as covering the normal defense preparations, while the latter covers increases in the Army and Navy begun last September because of the European war. Whether or not these funds are adequate depends on the answer which Congress gives to the larger question of national policy. If our foreign policy is limited to defense of our territory in the Western Hemisphere, then they are probably more than adequate. But if our policy is to call for armed intervention in Europe or the Far East, then they are probably not adequate. President Roosevelt did not mention American policy in the Far East, but some in Congress believe that Asia may be perhaps more important than Europe in the days which lie ahead. For it is there that we are seeking to maintain rights and interests which have been challenged by Japan's new order in Asia, and where our Navy has long served as an instrument of national policy.
You have been listening to Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, speaking in the America Looks Abroad series from the NBC studios in Washington. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. If you are interested in knowing the facts behind the headlines, send for a free copy of the weekly bulletin written by the people you hear on this program and carrying a special article by Mr. Stone. Address your letter or postcard to the Foreign Policy Association at 8 West 40th Street, New York City. Tune in to this station next Sunday at 3:15 to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad, presented at this hour on Sunday afternoon by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, which is open to all who are interested, offers accurate information on current world events. One outstanding aspect in the international scene, which we have not as yet treated in detail, is the position of the British Empire. Mr. James Frederick Green, the member of the research staff who follows British affairs, will discuss this today. Mr. Green.
Good afternoon. During the past week, Great Britain has been in the headlines even more than usual. German planes have launched new attacks against British shipping in the North Sea and have made reconnaissance flights along the English coast. For the first time in this war, a mine is reported to have sunk a ship in the Irish Sea. This is very important from the British point of view, because it means that their communications westward to Ireland and across the Atlantic are menaced by one weapon which they have not yet successfully controlled. Meanwhile, the British government has begun to ration food, and Prime Minister Chamberlain on Monday warned the British public that they would face grim sacrifices and a lower standard of living for the duration of the war. The first political crisis in Great Britain since the outbreak of war arose last week over the resignation of Leslie Horbelisha as Minister of War. We have no official explanations about his resignation, though presumably some will be forthcoming in Parliament on next Tuesday. So far, we have only the many different and often contradictory explanations offered by British newspapers. We know, for example, that Mr. Horbelisha enacted a number of far-reaching reforms throughout the British Army after he became War Minister in 1937. He reorganized the High Command and attempted to broaden the base of recruitment for officers in order to democratize an officer corps which traditionally had been restricted to the aristocracy and upper middle class. Perhaps these and other reforms, pushed very rapidly, aroused hostility in some military quarters. But these reforms were probably less important in the Horbelisha affair than certain basic questions of strategy. The War Minister frequently consulted Captain Liddell Hart, England's most famous military historian and critic. Liddell Hart has constantly urged that Great Britain should maintain a small mobile army for purely defense tactics on the Western Front and use its naval and air power, as well as expeditionary forces on other fronts, for offensive purposes. Now, this proposal, however sound in theory, raises many practical problems for responsible officers in the field. They very likely oppose any plan for diversion of their forces at this time, either to the Baltic or the Balkans. And finally, personal considerations certainly played their part in the cabinet shakeup. Mr. Horbelisha is known as a very dynamic, aggressive individual who often rides roughshod over other cabinet ministers and often forgets that teamwork is vital in any government, especially in wartime. There are reports that Mr. Chamberlain is considering a unification of all three defense departments under one minister, perhaps Winston Churchill, another very high-spirited gentleman. In that case, Mr. Horbelisha's resignation was possibly only a matter of time. But there is another important aspect to this episode. Many of Mr. Chamberlain's critics are more perturbed about certain other cabinet changes than they are over Mr. Horbelisha's resignation. To replace Mr. Horbelisha at the War Office, Mr. Chamberlain selected the Honorable Oliver Stanley, who is the son and heir of Lord Derby, one of Britain's largest landholders and wealthiest peers. Mr. Stanley had not shown any great distinction at the Board of Trade or in other offices. Back in 1934, he was actually supplanted at the Ministry of Transport by Mr. Horbelisha. And then, to replace Oliver Stanley at the Board of Trade, Mr. Chamberlain went outside of Parliament entirely and selected Sir Andrew Ray Duncan, a representative of big business. Mr. Chamberlain also chose a new Minister of Information, Sir John Reith, who is well known for his administrative ability, but happens to be equally well known for his dislike of publicity and lack of contact with the general public. A number of British newspapers and magazines are expressing alarm over Mr. Chamberlain's appointments of wartime controllers over shipping, food, raw materials, and other portions of the national economy. They point out that the Prime Minister is placing different sections of British industry and agriculture under their own representatives, rather than under civil servants who can speak for the public. It happens to be a tradition of British government that great departments and offices, even in wartime, should be under politicians with a broad knowledge of public needs, and that experts and special representatives should be subordinate to the politicians. It is this tendency to place the control of Great Britain's economic mobilization into the hands of men with vested interests which is arousing criticism. Some of these events have not enhanced the prestige of the Chamberlain cabinet in other countries. Mr. Chamberlain's government has been dominated by a rather small group of elder statesmen, the Prime Minister himself, Sir John Simon and Sir Samuel Hoare, and more recently, Lord Halifax and Winston Churchill. Very few members of this government have aroused great enthusiasm in Britain, even though the government still has public confidence, and certainly very little enthusiasm in the Dominions or neutral countries. At least two exceptions do stand out, however. The Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, and the British Ambassador at Washington, Lord Lothian, have both succeeded in presenting the British cause very effectively. Lord Lothian gave an especially forceful and persuasive address before the Chicago Council on Foreign Relations about 10 days ago. He declared that the ultimate issue between Germany and Britain is one of sea power, and that at the end of this war, sea power must be placed under the joint control of the democracies. Well, there's a catch to this, of course, for sea power under the joint control of the democracies means sea power under the joint control of the British Commonwealth and the United States. This would mean that we in America would virtually guarantee the present British Empire and would assume unprecedented responsibility in world affairs. Both Lord Lothian and Mr. Chamberlain have emphasized Britain's determination to promote some federation of Europe. Mr. Chamberlain declared that the present close cooperation between Britain and France might well serve as the basis for some future European or even world union. When Lord Lothian said that the real issue in this war is one of sea power, he hit the nail on the head. It is becoming more and more clear that the immediate aim of Germany is to destroy British naval power and to overthrow Britain's financial and political power throughout the world. The British, of course, realize this quite clearly and are equally determined to preserve both their empire and their navy. They are naturally perturbed only over any close collaboration between Germany and the Soviet Union because they fear that Stalin agrees with Hitler in dislike of British power. Thus far, thanks to the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact of last August, the British have not been faced with the active hostility of either Italy or Japan, who likewise have ambitions against the British Empire. We in the United States have tended, I think, to overlook the assistance which Great Britain is receiving from various parts of its vast empire. The great self-governing dominions have of their own free will declared war on Germany and have mobilized their resources in defense of the Commonwealth. The Dominion of Canada, for example, has already sent one division for training in the British Isles, even though it has decided not to enforce conscription. The French-Canadian province of Quebec, which strongly opposed conscription in the World War, has made it clear that it will participate in this conflict, but only on a voluntary basis. The British expect to buy in Canada not only wheat and wool, nickel, gold, copper, and other minerals, but manufactures of many kinds. Canada is now one of the world's most important industrial nations and is to become the arsenal of the empire. The Canadian War Supply Board, which is purchasing for the Canadian as well as the British and French governments, has spent an average of $54 million a week. Out on the western plains of Canada, many new airfields and air schools are being constructed, and there, young men from all over the empire will be trained for air fighting on the Western Front. This scheme, which is to run for over 3 years, will cost at least $600 million, divided between the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. Australia and New Zealand, too, are playing their part in a war which is far from their own shores. These two dominions in the South Pacific realize that their territory and their political independence are safe only so long as the British Navy exists, or in event of a British defeat, only if the United States should intervene to redress the balance of power in the Far East. Their only potential enemy is Japan, not Germany, but they know full well the consequences of a German victory in Europe. The British government has already agreed to purchase from Australia all its exportable surpluses of wool, wheat, sugar, canned and dried fruits, and meats. It has likewise agreed to take all of New Zealand's surplus wool and dairy products. Then there is the Union of South Africa, which declared war on Germany only after Prime Minister Herzog resigned and General Smuts took over the government. South Africa will probably not send an expeditionary force, at least at present, but it will patrol and defend its own coasts. South Africa has been alarmed in recent years by the spread of Nazi activities within its own borders and by Germany's demand for restoration of colonies lost in the World War, one of which South Africa holds as a mandate. Both the wool and the gold of South Africa will prove of great value to Great Britain in this war. Only one section of the British Commonwealth has remained neutral, ERA, or Ireland, which under its constitution is a sovereign and independent state. But Ireland may give Britain trouble, as it did in the last war, by widespread outbreaks of violence. The Irish government under Premier de Valera is now attempting to put down the Irish Republican Army, which demands immediate union of ERA and the 6 counties of Northern Ireland, which are still a part of the United Kingdom. Premier de Valera insists that this question of partition must be settled eventually, but only by peaceful means. All other outstanding issues between Great Britain and Ireland were settled by a treaty signed in 1938. Now, we should not forget that the British Empire stands or falls in this war not merely by effective use of its vast material resources, but by effective use of its great political skill, which traditionally has proved almost invulnerable. The British can gain great support, both in their empire and in neutral countries, if they can convince people that a British victory will contribute more than a German victory to a just peace. The British will be faced, of course, by a difficult political problem within their empire, the demand of India for self-government. The Congress Party in India demands that a constitutional assembly be convened immediately to decide the whole issue of India's government and relation to the empire. The British government, on the other hand, declines to discuss such complex issues until the war is ended, and argues that India, because of its class and religious divisions, is still not ready for complete self-government. The British government moved perhaps too hastily in declaring India a belligerent and in closing the door to any immediate constitutional changes. But it should not prove impossible to arrange some compromise solution which would give India dominion status and postpone any practical changes until the end of the war. It's of course too early to predict the outcome of this war or its ultimate effect upon the British Empire. The World War accelerated the trend toward nationalism and economic self-sufficiency within each dominion. Perhaps this conflict will reunite the dominions, both politically and economically. If so, the British Commonwealth might serve as one nucleus for some larger international organization. But it's also possible that economic nationalism might reappear in the different dominions, especially if they suffer another post-war depression. Whatever the outcome of this war, Great Britain will have to restore the freedom of investment and trade upon which its empire was built and maintained. All of these political and economic problems, however, await a military decision in Europe, which may be forthcoming this year.
You have been listening to Mr. James Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, speaking in the series America Looks Abroad. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs, and if you are interested in knowing the facts behind the headlines, send for a free copy of the weekly bulletin written by the people you hear on this program and carrying an article by Mr. Green. Address your letter or postcard to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company. America Looks Abroad, presented at this hour on Sunday afternoon by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, which is open to all who are interested, offers accurate information on current world events. On January the 26th, the Japanese-American Trade Treaty will be abrogated. Mr. A. Randall Elliott speaks this afternoon for Mr. T. A. Bisson, the member of the research staff who follows Far Eastern affairs. He will discuss the situation in the Far East as it may be affected by the expiration of this treaty. Mr. Elliott.
Good afternoon. This coming Friday, the Japanese-American Trade Treaty, which Secretary Hull officially terminated last July 26th, will expire. Many persons throughout the country are asking what this will mean in terms of our relations with Japan. What will happen after the treaty lapses? Will a new treaty be concluded with Japan in the near future? Will some temporary arrangement be made that will assure continuance of most favored nation treatment to Japan? Or will the United States take steps to halt the sale to Japan of scrap iron, aviation gasoline, and other materials essential for war purposes? It should be noted in the first place that expiration of the treaty does not carry with it any automatic penalties. For a period of several years not so long ago, this country had no trade treaty with France, but normal commercial relations were maintained under the ordinary provisions of domestic and international law. Abrogation of the Japanese-American trade treaty, therefore, does not mean that the United States has started economic discrimination against Japan. It will not automatically raise tariffs on imports from Japan. It will not automatically restrict the export of American goods to Japan. It will not cause any change in the treatment accorded Japanese subjects in the United States or Japanese ships coming into our ports. It does mean that the United States has taken an important preparatory step looking toward any or all of these actions. By abrogating the trade treaty, the United States has achieved a position under international law from which it can take measures designed to halt Japan's violation of American treaty rights. In order to institute such measures, however, affirmative action would have to be taken by President Roosevelt or Congress. From present indications, it does not seem likely that penalties will be imposed on Japan immediately after January 26th. Neither Congress nor the President is likely to take precipitate action. Senator Pittman indicated yesterday that passage of his embargo measure would depend on State Department approval. There is still time for calm deliberation as to the wisest course to follow under the existing circumstances. The national debate which has been proceeding over this question with growing intensity during the past year or so will undoubtedly continue. It should be carried on with an even keener sense of responsibility, owing to the fact that the time for a decision one way or another has moved appreciably closer. Before considering the issues involved in this debate, we might take a brief look at recent developments in the struggle between Japan and China. A week ago, the Japanese cabinet resigned. It had held office for only 4.5 months. What lay behind this change of government? The new Prime Minister, Admiral Yonai, is known as a moderate, and one of his chief aims is to adjust relations with the United States. But the former Premier, General Abe, was also a moderate and took office with the same announced purposes. The new cabinet, in fact, has not changed the foreign policies of the old government at all. Japan has given up none of its basic claims in China. Admiral Yonai officially declares that the national policy has been immutably fixed. Its goal, he says, is establishment of the new order in East Asia. From this standpoint, he will seek to readjust relations with foreign powers. Then why did General Abe's cabinet resign? The actual reasons are of an internal character. After 30 months of war, shortages of necessities and the rise in living costs began to present serious difficulties. Last fall, a crisis developed over a rice shortage caused by crop failure in Korea and reduced yields in Japan. Extensive hoarding of rice occurred, and black market selling above the official price went on. In its handling of this situation, the cabinet committed a blunder. It had stated that the official price would not be increased. Then, on November 6th, it suddenly raised the fixed price from 38 to 43 yen, or over 5 yen on the 5-bushel unit. Most of the farmers had already sold their crops, so the rice dealers pocketed the gain. Shortages have also developed in other mass consumption commodities, notably charcoal, the ordinary heating fuel in Japan. These economic grievances received political expression on December 27th, when a majority of the Diet members presented a non-confidence petition to General Abe. Even the army leaders were concerned. They advised General Abe to resign in order to avoid renewed popular agitation when the Diet reassembled on January 20th. It is generally expected that the new cabinet will seek means to lighten the irksome economic control restrictions and improve living conditions. How to do this without jeopardizing the war effort presents a dilemma. On the China fronts, the military campaign has marked time for nearly 15 months. Japan's one real triumph during this period was gained in South China. When Japan's forces occupied Nanning last November, they cut a Chinese supply road from French Indochina. From Nanning, they are also able to bomb the French railway into Yunnan province more easily. But this railway lies much farther inland and may possibly still be kept open. Japan's other routes to the outside world, the Burma-Yunnan highway and the overland route to Russia, are virtually unassailable. China, moreover, has itself won 2 important military victories in recent months. The first was at Changsha in October. The second has just been won in the south. 2 weeks ago, a strong Japanese offensive northward from Canton was routed. The Japanese forces engaged in this drive, including the Imperial Guards Division, have been steadily falling back on Canton before Chinese counterattacks. On the military side, Japan has no prospect of overcoming China's resistance in the near future. But time is important for Japan, which is facing economic difficulties. It is therefore making strenuous efforts on the political and diplomatic fronts. Plans for a new centralized Chinese government under Wang Jingwei, the one important Chinese leader who has deserted to Japan, have been approved. This new government may be inaugurated at Nanking early next month. It provides the thinnest screen for what is in fact Japanese control and domination. It could not exist for a week in China if the Japanese forces of occupation were withdrawn. But it serves a real purpose for Japan. It can be used to break down free China's will to resist, as shown by Wang Jingwei's peace appeal to Chiang Kai-shek last Wednesday. If the Japanese could make an arrangement with the Western powers, leading to tacit recognition of Wang Jingwei's new regime, the political effects at Chongqing might be very serious, for maintenance of national unity is vital to China. If Chiang Kai-shek loses out on this front, then the military struggle is also lost. Japan's current negotiations with the Western powers, in other words, may determine the outcome in China. Japan is mainly concerned over the issue of its trade relations with the United States. On October 19th, the American ambassador Joseph C. Grew warned the Japanese people that American public opinion strongly resents some of the things that Japan's armed forces are doing in China today. Since then, Japan has met some of the American claims for damages in China. It has promised to reopen the Yangtze River to Nanking under certain restrictions at some future time. But it has not given up its efforts to establish full military political control over China. What policy should America follow? 10 days ago, Colonel Henry L. Stimson, former Secretary of State, presented the case for firm action against Japan. He pointed out that for 3 years the resources of the United States had continuously supported Japanese aggression in China, and that since the start of the European War, which absorbs Europe's war materials, this country is more than ever the principal source of Japan's supplies. He believed that the fear of war with Japan had no credible foundation, as demonstrated by Japan's more instead of less conciliatory attitude after Secretary Hull's abrogation of the trade treaty and Ambassador Grew's speech. He warned that the United States should beware of offering its efforts to force a peace upon China. He made 2 specific proposals. First, that Secretary Hull extend the moral embargo against Japan to include scrap iron, aviation gasoline, and iron ore. And second, that Congress prohibit the export to Japan of arms, munitions, and the raw materials of which arms are made. 2 days later, Mr. Walter Lippmann, in his syndicated column Today and Tomorrow, took issue with Colonel Stimson. He believed that it was wiser at this time to postpone the crisis and seek a modus vivendi with Japan, at least until Britain's navy was no longer challenged in the Atlantic. He maintained that an arms embargo would induce Japan to commit new aggressions, which in turn might lead to war with the United States. A congressional embargo, he thought, would be an open defiance of Japan. It should be adopted, he maintained, only if the United States was prepared to go to war to support it. The United States, said Mr. Lippmann, could devise less challenging means of obstructing sales of war materials to Japan, and could play for time by getting along with Japan until the end of the European War, when a thoroughgoing Far Eastern settlement could be made. To some extent, the United States is already exerting pressure on Japan. More than a year ago, as a result of State Department representations, American aviation firms ceased exporting bombing planes to Japan. Just recently, this so-called moral embargo was extended to cover patents and plants for the manufacture of high-octane airplane gasoline, leading to the withdrawal of American engineers who were directing operation of large American-built cracking plants in Japan and in the Soviet Union. This country is still, however, selling large quantities of high-octane gasoline itself to Japan, a 2 million-gallon shipment having recently left San Pedro, California. Last Wednesday, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee decided to undertake a complete study of Japanese-American relations. Its chairman, Senator Pittman, has indicated that he might ask Secretary Hull and other State Department officials to attend the committee's first meeting after the trade treaty expires. At that meeting also, the committee will begin consideration of embargo proposals submitted during the regular congressional session last year. The measure sponsored by Senator Pittman himself rests the embargo on Japan's violation of the Nine-Power Treaty. It includes scrap iron and gasoline, as well as munitions. The embargo, it should be noted, may be applied under various conditions and in various ways. It can be a mandatory enactment by Congress, taking effect automatically, or it can be discretionary, enabling the President to apply it if he sees fit, thus increasing the State Department's bargaining power with Japan. Finally, the embargo, if it is so desired, can be limited to but one or two products. In regard to scrap iron, for example, a good case on conservation grounds can be made out for a general measure, restricting its exportation to all countries. In this case, the embargo enactment would not even need to discriminate against Japan. But the embargo involving some form of restriction on American exports to Japan constitutes but one field of action. It is primarily a field of congressional action. The executive, in this case mainly the Treasury Department, has also its special sphere, in which it can levy restrictions on Japanese imports coming into this country. Most economic experts are inclined to favor this type of restriction because it reduces Japan's purchasing power at the source. The main possibilities of this would be four in number. First, depriving Japan of the benefits in reduced tariffs which it now enjoys as a most favored nation. As few of the whole trade treaties have markedly affected important Japanese products, this penalty would not be severe. Second, countervailing duties. These can be justified by certain methods of Japanese trading, which amount to subsidies for export. Third, a revenue duty on raw silk, now on the American Free Trade List. A 50% ad valorem duty on Japanese silk would produce something like $50 million annually for the American Treasury. Fourth, as an extreme measure, the Tariff Act could be invoked to deal with certain existing cases of Japanese trade discrimination against this country. Under various provisions of the Tariff Act, the President could levy high punitive duties on Japanese goods and on all goods imported in Japanese vessels. During the next few months, both Congress and the President will be considering these important issues in our Far Eastern policy. The decision is not easy, for failure to act may well prove, in the end, to have entailed risks as great as those involved in positive measures of restraint. The problem is also one for the American people, on which they must render their judgment.
You have been listening to Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, who spoke for Mr. T.A. Bisson in the series America Looks Abroad. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. And if you are interested in knowing the facts behind the headlines, send for a free copy of the weekly bulletin, written by the people you hear on this program and carrying an article by Mr. Bisson. Address your letter or postcard to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. This is the National Broadcasting Company. America Looks Abroad, presented at this hour on Sunday afternoon by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, which is open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. Can America defend its neutral rights? Is the question which will be discussed today by Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Popper.
Good afternoon. During the last fortnight, the British Empire, like Germany, has been running into some rather heavy weather in its conduct of the war. It has taken a buffeting in the American press because of its treatment of American rights and interests, a point we shall consider in a moment. It is faced with a bitter political campaign in Canada. It has antagonized the Japanese by seizing Germans aboard Japanese vessels, just a few miles off the coast of Japan. Its bid for support from the European neutrals, made by Winston Churchill on January 20th, has backfired sharply. These events are by no means crucial, but they are significant. Our own difficulties with the Allies are to us much more important. we have kept the cables warm with a series of diplomatic protests to London over the violation of our neutral rights. The American notes deal with 4 distinct subjects. First, we have sent a communication on the Allied blockade of German exports, which was put into effect on December 4th. International law permits a nation at war to cut off shipments bound for an enemy country, if these are contraband, that is, if they are of use in war. It does not, however, permit a nation to cut off the exports of its enemy to a neutral country. We therefore have good legal grounds for questioning the British in this instance. Still, it is very doubtful that we will push our protest on this point to extremes. For in the last war, the Allies successfully carried out a similar economic blockade of Germany. We protested, but only for the record. And violations of international law, although they may be illegal at the time, soon tend to become precedents, which others feel free to follow. The second point on which we are making representations to the British is the practice of forcing American vessels to call at Allied ports in order to make sure that no contraband arrives in Germany. As our State Department has pointed out, the Allied contraband control bases are, many of them, situated within the combat area proclaimed by the President under the Neutrality Act. Under our law, this area is barred to American ships and American citizens, so that the Allies are actually forcing American vessels to violate our laws when our ships are diverted for examination into Allied ports. In our second communication on this question, published only last Monday, we vigorously demanded that the forceful diversion of American ships into Mediterranean ports should cease. We were particularly put out because the evidence showed that our ships were detained 3 times as long as Italian vessels in this area. Here again, the textbook rules of international law are on our side. They allow countries at war to stop our merchant ships on the high seas and examine ships' papers there. But these ships may not be forced into port for further search unless there is clear evidence that they are carrying contraband. But once more, World War practice by the British and the French now forms a precedent for their conduct today. So our prospects are not very bright for getting much satisfaction on either the blockade of German exports or interference with American shipping on the high seas. The British may, however, agree to search our ships in Canadian ports outside the combat zone. A third incident on the diplomatic battleground, the exchange of notes on the Pan-American neutrality zone, falls in a different category. This time, the Allies have the law on their side. As you remember, on October 3rd last, the foreign ministers of the 21 American republics met at Panama City and adopted the Declaration of Panama, stating the inherent right of the Americas to see that the waters around the American continents were not disturbed by the hostile acts of any belligerent. What we were trying to do, in other words, was to keep the war out of a broad band of ocean extending 300 miles or more off the American coast, from the Canadian-American border southward. This was a novel doctrine, because international law has always provided that outside the customary 3-mile limit, the seas are a free highway, open to all, for all the legitimate purposes of peace or war. Both belligerents in the European war soon made it plain that they were not going to honor this so-called inherent right of the American Republic. The Graf Spee affair indicated more clearly than any words could have done that to make the Declaration of Panama effective, we must either enforce it with our Navy or somehow induce the belligerents to accept it voluntarily. Both Britain and France have sent us notes laying down the terms on which they might possibly agree not to commit hostile acts within the safety belt. But those terms are so sweeping that they obviously are not going to be fulfilled in the near future. The British note, for example, said that British warships could not be expected to stay out of American waters unless German naval vessels and supply ships were prevented from using the area as a sanctuary where they could take refuge from Allied attack. They even proposed that German shipping plying up and down the American coast must be halted, and that all German shipping in American harbors must be laid up for the duration of the war. What this means is that the British government will not suspend its warlike activities in the Pan-American Safety Zone or anywhere else until the German flag has disappeared from the waters concerned. Such conditions are hardly of help to us, for under those circumstances, hostile activities in American waters would cease anyhow, declaration or no declaration. Legally, the Allies are in an ironclad position on this question, and there would seem to be very little we can do to make the safety zone a reality. A more acute controversy has arisen over Britain's removal of American mail from American or other neutral vessels and censorship of letters addressed to neutral countries. We are ready to admit that the British government may open private mails bound for the United Kingdom or normally passing through that country on their way to their final destination. But we do protest strongly against interference with American mails on the high seas and on ships which the British have forced into British-controlled ports. Here again, the law is on our side. In 1907, both Britain and the United States had signed a convention on the subject at The Hague, which provides that the postal correspondence of neutrals or belligerents, and I am quoting, whatever its official or private character may be, found on the high seas on board neutral or enemy ships, is inviolable. But again, the British have reverted to their position of 1914-1918, when exactly the same controversy arose. They argue today, as they argued then, that a nation at war has a right to open mail to find out whether it contains contraband, such as securities, checks, drafts, or industrial diamonds. The British say that there is an organized traffic between the United States and Germany in these financial papers. Far from admitting that their action is illegal, they ask us why we don't protest to the Germans, who sink ships by mine and torpedo without any regard for the safety of either mails or passengers. On strictly legal grounds, the British arguments really do not meet the point. It is, of course, true that some financial instruments, such as securities, may reach the Germans in first-class mail, but the amount involved seems not to be very large, and the Germans could cash in on these securities without necessarily shipping them to the Reich. International financial transactions can be carried on by cable and wireless as well as by mail. Yet our position, though strong, is far from perfect. In 1916, we covered the same ground in our dispute with the British. At that time, Secretary of State Lansing admitted that mail which contained securities and other financial instruments might be classed as merchandise and seized if it was contraband. Obviously, this was an entering wedge for the British, because it was clearly necessary to open mail to see whether it contained such financial instruments. In other words, we gave our case away at the start. And we did it intentionally, for Secretary Lansing says in his memoirs that our protest was made, quote, half-heartedly, as a matter of form, and with no intention to force the issue, end quote. That was done for two reasons: because of sympathy for the Allied cause, and because of a desire to retain freedom of action if we ever became a belligerent. As a matter of fact, after we entered the war, we ourselves censored all mails touching American ports, so that we cannot logically complain if the British, for example, stop American clipper planes on their way to Europe via Bermuda and search the mails there. Now, these squabbles over neutral rights are bound to create intense irritation against the states controlling the seas in time of war. We, too, are a world power with a first-class naval establishment, and it is not easy for Americans passively to suffer economic losses and personal inconvenience because of a war in which we are not directly involved. But the United States is obviously confronted with an insoluble dilemma. Many of us sympathize with the Allies and do not wish to bludgeon them into changing their war policies, which are for them a matter of life or death. Yet we have rights of our own to uphold. We have yielded many of these under the neutrality law and have done a great deal to facilitate the Allies' control of our overseas trade. If we suspect that in spite of this, Britain and France are unnecessarily interfering with our affairs, we tend to become irritated, and with good reason. What begins as a minor exchange of diplomatic notes may become a very serious controversy. This was exactly the situation into which we drifted in 1916. After 2 years of protest to both sides in the war, popular indignation against both the Allies and Germany rose toward the boiling point. In September 1916, we passed legislation which permitted the President to prohibit the importation of products from Britain and France into this country if they did not cease interfering unjustly with our exports and our mails. We also authorized the President to prevent vessels which discriminated against American goods or shippers from leaving American ports. We never used these retaliatory powers because our anger over the Allied moves was swallowed up in our vastly greater indignation over the German submarine campaign. But today, ironically enough, our neutrality law, by preventing American ships and citizens from entering the combat area in Western Europe, has saved us so far from difficulties of this type with the Germans. What shall we do this time if more and more Americans protest to the State Department against the Allied war policy? Now, it would not be fair to say that this has yet become an alarming problem. Protection of American neutral rights is only one small portion of our broad foreign policy, which strives to protect many other interests as well. There are those who believe that these interests can best be defended by a policy of strict aloofness from the warring portions of the world. They believe that since we have given up so many of our rights in the Neutrality Act, we ought not logically to fight for any others. We should realize, in other words, that this is a totalitarian war, to be waged by any and all means at the disposal of the belligerents, and we should not resist their measures. Others view the European struggle in a different light. They are convinced of the justice of the French and British cause, and would therefore like to see this country fall in with all measures which would aid the Allies against Germany, even at a considerable cost to ourselves. Eventually, one of these views may well prevail. But meanwhile, Americans are going to clamor for protection of their rights abroad, and especially in an election year, the administration is going to defend these rights on paper. In view of the fundamental sympathies of the American public and the Washington administration, however, we are not likely to do more than protest for the time being. But in the long run, it would perhaps be wisest for the Allies to convince this country that they are doing what they can to minimize the inconvenience and the loss to us. Then, with goodwill on both sides, it might be possible to reach agreement on specific questions. We recognize the need for war measures, but we should like to feel that they are no more stringent than necessary.
You have been listening to Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, speaking in the America Looks Abroad series. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affair. So if you are interested in knowing the facts behind the headlines, send for a free copy of the weekly bulletin written by the people you hear on this program and carrying an article by Mr. Popper. Address your letter or postcard to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. And tune into this station next Sunday at 3:15 to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. America Looks Abroad, presented at this hour on Sunday afternoon by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, which is open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. The Balkan Entente Conference closes in Belgrade this afternoon. Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, who follows affairs in Central and Southeastern Europe, will discuss the tug of war in the Balkans. Mr. DeWilde.
Good afternoon. For the past 2 days, the attention of Europe has been focused on Belgrade, the capital of Yugoslavia. There, the foreign ministers of 4 Balkan countries are convened in one of the periodic conferences of the Balkan Entente. Romania, Yugoslavia, Turkey, and Greece are represented. Their meeting in these troubled times has unusual significance. They are deliberating on ways and means to arrest the contagion of war, to preserve and strengthen their unity in the face of constant outside pressure. The task of these foreign ministers is difficult. Though not yet the scene of armed conflict, the Balkans have already become the object of intense diplomatic and economic warfare. The belligerents, Germany on one side and the Allies on the other, are struggling for political and economic control of this area. For Nazi Germany, access to the foodstuffs and raw materials of the Balkans is a matter of life or death. The Franco-British blockade has cut her off from over half of her normal sources of supply. The Balkans, or southeastern Europe, is one of the few regions of the world where she can still buy and sell. True, this area is comparatively poor and very densely populated. Yet it does produce a surplus of food: wheat, corn, barley, livestock, and fruit, in all of which Germany is deficient. And the German Reich needs even more urgently the copper and lead of Yugoslavia, the bauxite, or raw material of aluminum produced in Hungary, and, most important, the oil of Romania. Ever since the outbreak of war, Germany has been pressing the Balkan countries for ever larger deliveries. German trade delegations are making a steady round of the Balkan capitals. But the Germans have not been invariably successful. They've had to contend with serious transportation difficulties. There hasn't been enough railway rolling stock to bring supplies to Germany, and the Danube has been frozen. Above all, German trade missions have run into determined opposition from the French and British. Not that the Allies are particularly interested in obtaining the Balkan products for their own use. They can buy their supplies more cheaply in their far-flung empires and other countries overseas. But they do want to keep the raw materials and foodstuffs of the Balkans out of German hands. Their purchasing agents are busily at work. They are ready to outbid the Germans and buy up anything offered on the market. You might say that under these circumstances, the Balkan countries are in an enviable position. They have no difficulty in disposing of their surpluses and are getting fancy prices. Actually, no nation in southeastern Europe views the situation in such an optimistic light. All these countries are constantly under pressure, now from the Allies, now from Germany. If they sell too much to Germany, France and Britain complain and threaten reprisals. Again, if they yield to Allied pressure, the Germans become menacing. Just at present, for example, a bitter struggle is going on for the control of Romanian oil. Germany desperately needs oil for her planes, her tanks, and her motorized divisions. She produces some petroleum at home, but her own supplies are far from adequate. She must have Romanian oil. Last December, after prolonged negotiations, the Romanian government finally agreed to let Germany have more. Unfortunately for the Reich, however, French and British interests produce the bulk of Romania's output. The British alone control over 60% of the refining capacity of the oil industry. So far, these interests have declined, quite naturally, to sell Germany any part of their production. The Germans, however, refuse to be checkmated in this way. Under pressure from Berlin, the Romanian government recently set up a commission to control the output and sale of oil, presumably with the intention of compelling French and British companies to sell to Germany. This time the Allies countered with a strong protest, and Britain is reported to have threatened Romania with economic retaliation. We still don't know the outcome of this struggle, but you can imagine that the Romanians feel very uneasy. Perhaps the Balkans could resist pressure more easily if they were completely united. They suffer, however, from a legacy of hatred and conflict left by several wars. It is highly significant that two countries are absent from this Balkan parley taking place in Belgrade. They are Hungary and Bulgaria. Hungary is still smarting from the defeat inflicted on her in the World War. She has never become reconciled to the severe territorial losses which she sustained at that time. In particular, Hungarians have passionately demanded that Romania return the rich province of Transylvania and the adjoining districts. Bulgaria is the other country boycotting the Balkan Entente. The Bulgarians are also dissatisfied. They suffered two successive defeats, the first in the Balkan War of 1913, the second in the World War. They lost the Dobruja, a province on the Black Sea, to Romania, and were cut off by Greece from access to the Aegean Sea. Bulgaria is now the smallest nation in the Balkans and is waiting for some favorable opportunity to recover her losses. Recently, Bulgaria has alarmed the other Balkan countries by its flirtations with Soviet Russia. She has negotiated a trade treaty and established a direct airline with Moscow. Historically, there always has been a strong bond of sympathy between Russians and Bulgarians. Both are Slav peoples, and the Russians helped Bulgaria to obtain its independence in the 19th century. The Bulgarian people are still inclined to look upon the Russians as their big brothers. They feel somehow that Russia may help them get back the territory they lost. Obviously, Bulgaria's neighbors are anxious about this development. They fear that Russia may get a foothold in Bulgaria from which she might never be dislodged. Of all the Balkan countries, Romania is in the most precarious position, and not only because of her oil. She is surrounded on all sides by potential enemies. To the south is Bulgaria, to the west Hungary, and to the north towers the Soviet Union. Yes, Russia too covets Romanian land. Moscow has never forgiven Romania for taking advantage of the Bolshevik Revolution to seize Bessarabia, a broad band of territory lying between the two great rivers emptying into the Black Sea. But however much she is threatened, Romania has no intention of parting with any of her possessions. For one thing, she doesn't believe that any one of her neighbors has a just claim upon her. It is true that the situation in none of the disputed territory is clear-cut. In Transylvania, there are a large number of Germans, as well as Hungarians and Romanians, all intermingled. In Bessarabia, there is even a worse medley of Romanians, Russians, Ukrainians, Jews, Gypsies, Bulgarians, and Germans. Of course, the Romanian government might make a concession here or there, but it fears that such a concession would only be the beginning of a free-for-all in which the country would be completely dismembered. Under these circumstances, Romania fears for the future. She would like to get her partners in the Balkan Entente to conclude a straight alliance, whereby they would all agree to support unconditionally any member that might be attacked. But the other countries are not anxious to undertake such a commitment. Yugoslavia fears that it would antagonize Germany, which doesn't want the Balkans to become united. Turkey is afraid that such an alliance would embroil her with Soviet Russia. Last October, when Turkey concluded a defensive alliance with France and Britain, she clearly specified that the obligation to assist the Allies should not apply to a war with Russia. And Greece feels even less exposed than any of its partners in the Balkan Entente. You may conclude that the outlook for the Balkans is very dark indeed. Lying in the shadow of Germany and Russia, torn in this direction and that, divided among themselves, they seem to have almost no prospect of avoiding war. Yet the situation is not quite so desperate, even if the conference at Belgrade is unsuccessful in cementing Balkan unity. Nazi Germany will not lightheartedly march its armies into southeastern Europe. The conquest of this region would cost the Nazis a vast amount of men and material, which they are anxious to conserve. They must realize, too, that military operations would disrupt farming and mining in the Balkans, and that the Romanians would destroy their oil wells rather than allow them to fall into German hands. No, the Germans are not likely to risk an invasion of the Balkans unless they become really desperate. Such a development is probable only if the German lines of supply are seriously impeded. There remains, of course, the Russian danger. For the moment, it does not seem acute. Russia has not been conspicuously successful in Finland, and certainly has her hands too full to stage a diversion in the Balkans. The Romanians in particular, are breathing more easily. But the fear of communist Russia is strong and deep-seated. Many of the Balkan countries have a highly unstable economic and social structure. The peasants, who form the bulk of the population, are poor and debt-ridden. The workers in the infant industries of the Balkans are ill-paid and housed. And among the intellectuals, there is considerable unemployment. Almost everywhere, standards of living are extremely low. No wonder, then, that the Balkan governments fear the contagion of revolution, whether from communist Russia or Nazi Germany. This fear, however, has a compensating advantage. It has made these countries less eager to exploit their grievances against each other. Take Hungary, for example. No doubt she is anxious to recover her territory from Romania. But for the Hungarian government there may be a greater danger, the Soviet Union. Since the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, Hungary harbors within her borders several 100,000 Ruthenians or Ukrainians. These are the same people whom Russia claimed as blood brothers in Poland. Hungary also has more than 700,000 landless peasants who might fall victim to communist propaganda. The Hungarian government has always been afraid of communism. The regent, Admiral Horthy, who heads the country, was instrumental in crushing the communist revolution under Bela Kun, which broke over Hungary immediately after the last war. Under these circumstances, how can Hungary dare to push its quarrel with Romania to extremes, when war might easily lead to Russian intervention and the triumph of Bolshevism? For Bulgaria, on the other hand, this consideration is less important. Even here, however, the unquestioned sympathy for Russia must not be interpreted as a preference for communism. Moreover, Bulgaria, a small country wedged in by more powerful neighbors, is pursuing a cautious policy. It wants to know the real strength of the Soviet Union before putting its eggs in one basket. More recently, the tendency toward greater unity in the Balkans has been actively fostered by Italy. The Italian government is strongly anti-communist in character and bitterly opposed to Russia's reappearance in southeastern Europe. Like Germany, Italy regards the Balkans as her sphere of interest. By conquering Albania, she has driven a wedge into this area from which she exercises considerable influence. For the present, she is using that influence in favor of peace. Italy doesn't want the Balkan countries to quarrel among themselves, and thus give either Germany or Russia an opportunity for intervention. She is anxious to stay out of war herself, and doesn't want any fighting in her own backyard. There is enough tinder in the Balkans to light a major conflagration. But the peoples of this area on the whole cling to peace. They have felt the scourge of war too often. They are tired of being the victims of great power politics. Perhaps the European war will make the Balkans more conscious of their community of interest, rather than of their differences. In the face of outside pressure, they may learn in the end to stand together. In this way, the cornerstone may be laid for a great Danubian or Balkan Federation.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Mr. John C. DeWilde speaking for the Foreign Policy Association in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. America Looks Abroad, presented at this hour on Sunday afternoon by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, which is open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. In the light of Friday's peace moves, Mrs. Vera Michelis Dean, FPA Authority on European Affairs, will speak today in place of Mr. Howard J. Trueblood, Latin American expert originally scheduled for this time. Mrs. Dean's subject will be, is Europe ready for Roosevelt peace moves? Mrs. Dean.
Good afternoon. All the events of the past week are overshadowed by the news that President Roosevelt has launched his long-expected peace offensive. This peace offensive is being launched on three fronts. First, Mr. Sumner Welles, Under Secretary of State, is to sail next Saturday for Italy to gather information on conditions in Italy, Germany, France, and Britain. Second, Mr. Myron Taylor, who at Christmas had been appointed personal representative of the President to the Pope, is sailing on the same boat for his mission to the Vatican. And third, according to a statement made by Secretary Hull on Friday, negotiations are already in progress with European neutrals, whose object is to achieve a sound and lasting peace for all nations, restoration of a sound international economic system, and worldwide reduction in armaments. This peace offensive comes at a decisive moment in the European conflict. Germany and their allies are deadlocked on the Western Front. The Soviet Union has launched a new and determined attack on the Mannerheim Line and claims to have captured 13 forts, a claim vigorously denied by the Finns. In the Near East, the Allies, with the help of Turkey, are preparing for a possible drive either against Germany or Russia. It had long been expected in Washington that this spring, possibly as early as March, either the Allies or Germany or both would attempt to end the present stalemate by undertaking large-scale operations. Europe might then experience the kind of totalitarian war which it has so far been spared in the West, and the prospects of a negotiated peace would then be reduced to the vanishing point. For this reason, it has seemed to the President and to some of his advisers that the United States, as the most powerful neutral in the world, should take advantage of this breathing spell to sound out the belligerents regarding the possibility of a negotiated peace. President Roosevelt's move, whatever its ultimate success, is not inspired solely by the altruistic desire of seeing war brought to an end in Europe. As the war goes on, the United States, like other neutral countries, is beginning to realize the high cost of neutrality. Obviously, we are free from the anxieties suffered today by the Scandinavian countries, Holland, Belgium, and the Balkans. Free also from the military and economic burdens we would have to bear if we were actually at war. But in an effort to avoid incidents which might involve us in the European conflict, we have voluntarily surrendered many of our rights as an independent nation, notably the right to have our ships and citizens travel freely on the high seas. Our foreign trade has been disrupted by war, and the Allies who are barred from obtaining loans here are placing orders in this country only for goods they cannot buy elsewhere, such as airplanes and tools, so that the war boom anticipated by some Americans has failed to materialize. The United States also finds it increasingly hard to remain emotionally aloof from the European struggle. There is a saying that military strategists are always getting ready for the last war. We too have been getting ready for the last war by constantly worrying that British and French propaganda might again persuade us to join the Allies against Germany. Our neutrality legislation was designed to safeguard us against repetition of the events of 1914, 1917. Yet today, the American public is indignant, not about the wrongs inflicted by Germany on the Allies, but about the wrongs inflicted by the Soviet Union on Finland. Now, no one in Congress had probably even thought of the possibility of a Soviet war on Finland when the Neutrality Act was being considered. Yet if the United States should conceivably be drawn into the European war today, it will not be because of our sympathies for the French and British, who did not pay their debt, but because of our sympathy for Finland, which did pay its debt. Our desire to help the Finns is due in large part to genuine sympathy for them, but in many cases also to fear of communism and hatred of Moscow. The fact must also be faced that the Allies would not be displeased to have us help Finland with armaments. Speaking to the American Youth Congress yesterday, President Roosevelt denounced the Soviet Union as a dictatorship. He declared that 98% of the American people sympathized with Finland and said it was twaddle to think that American assistance to the Finns would involve us in war with Russia. But our dilemma in the case of Finland shows that the longer the war goes on, the more likely it is that the United States will become aroused over incidents we had not foreseen when our neutrality legislation was passed. It is therefore in the interest of the United States that the war should be brought to a close as soon as possible, and it would greatly increase President Roosevelt's prestige in this election year if he should successfully perform the role of peacemaker. It is also in the interest of the United States that the war should be brought to a close by a peace which would neither be a peace of utter exhaustion nor a peace of revenge. A peace of exhaustion would only further deplete Europe's economic resources and open the way to social upheavals, which could hardly contribute to restoration of a sound international economic system. A peace of revenge, whether imposed by the Allies or by Germany, would merely perpetuate existing hatred. It would force the victor to remain fully armed in order to hold down the vanquished, and this would hardly pave the way for reduction of armament. The only hope for a peace inspired by reason, not by force, is that the belligerents should find a workable compromise before the war has reached more disastrous proportions. But on what basis could peace be negotiated in Europe today? Even more important, should peace be discussed at all at this moment, or will peace negotiations merely improve Germany's striking position in the future? A majority of the French and British remain determined to continue the war until Hitlerism, not merely Hitler, has been crushed. I say a majority because there are still elements in France and Britain, as well as in the neutral countries, who support the policy of appeasement, and who think that if only Hitler were removed by some magic, a peace settlement could be arranged with other Nazis, for example, Goering. Such a pro-appeasement group is active in France. Yet, in spite of its activities, the Chamber of Deputies, at the close of a secret session regarding the conduct of the war, gave a unanimous vote of confidence to Monsieur Daladier yesterday. If this vote is an indication of French public opinion, then it would appear that France is not ready at this moment for another Munich. To understand this mood, you must remember that the French and British had come to the conclusion last September that the kind of peace Europe had known during the 6 years of Hitler's rule was even more nerve-wracking than war. They emphatically do not want to go back to that kind of peace, and they suspect that even if Hitler should resign and devote himself to painting, as he told the British ambassador last summer he would like to do, the evils of Nazism would remain and would continue to plague Europe. They want to destroy these evils root and branch, even if they have to endure a terrible war to achieve this purpose. The question, of course, is, how can these evils be destroyed? Can Nazism be crushed without also crushing the German people? And if the German people are crushed in the process, what hope is there of reconstructing Europe after the war? To this, the French and British say that Europe will know an even worse fate if the Nazis remain in power, and worst of all, if Germany should prove the victor. So they demand war to the finish, and many of them feel that the United States, by intervening at this time, is playing into Hitler's hands. At the same time, we have to realize that millions of Germans who oppose Hitler on every other ground are reluctant to accept a peace dictated by their allies because they fear that Germany might then be dismembered and humiliated. They believe that Hitler alone can preserve German unity, and the desire to achieve unity has dominated the German people for at least a century. The Nazis, like the Allies, want a fight to the finish to achieve that domination of Europe east of the Rhine, which has long been their first objective. The problem of the Allies, and also of the United States, now that we have launched a peace move, is to find within Germany a group of Germans who could succeed the Nazis if Hitler were overthrown and negotiate a compromise with the Allies. There is still danger that the Allies and the United States might seek to come to terms with the German monarchists and industrialists, men like Fritz Thyssen. These men never believed in democracy or liberty. They helped Hitler to power because they hoped he would crush communism and restore Germany's military prestige. Now they hate him because he has signed a pact with the Soviet Union. Should their allies in the United States lean on these men in their efforts to achieve peace, they might find themselves supporting the forces of reaction in Germany, not the forces which might eventually produce a democratic system. And it is difficult to believe that the French or British or American people really want to support reaction in Germany. It is into this vortex of conflicting forces that Mr. Wells and Mr. Taylor will be plunging next week. We can only hope, for the sake both of Europe and of the United States, that our peace move is not being lightly undertaken, that it will not be made a football of domestic politics, and that the Roosevelt administration, as well as the American people, will be fully aware of the responsibilities it implies. For obviously, by exploring the possibilities of peace in Europe, the United States is departing from the path of strict isolation. It is starting on a course which may necessitate some form of open intervention. When President Wilson, in 1915-16, sent Colonel House, his unofficial advisor, on a similar mission to the belligerent countries, he told France and Britain that if Germany did not accept the peace terms he had in mind, the United States would probably enter the war on their side. No one outside official circles in Washington knows today whether similar hints have been made to the Allies. No one knows what promises are being held out to the Nazis for good behavior. But one lesson drawn from our World War experience should be borne in mind. The intervention of the United States, first in the role of peacemaker, then in that of belligerent, profoundly altered the balance of power in Europe at that time and enabled their allies to win a military victory. This victory might have proved more fruitful if the United States, having shouldered the burdens of war, had remained to shoulder the burdens of peace. By withdrawing from Europe after the Paris Peace Conference, the United States, for the second time in 2 years, again profoundly altered the European balance of power. There is, of course, room for legitimate difference of opinion as to whether this country should or should not have entered the war in 1917. But one thing seems clear. If this country does not intend to bear a share of the responsibility for adjusting the far-reaching problems which precipitated the present conflict, then it would be far better in the long run for Europe if we keep our hands off European affairs. For otherwise, we would again be creating vain illusions and arousing false hopes, only to destroy them as we did in 1919.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Mrs. Vera Micheles-Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association, speaking in the series America Looks Abroad. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. If you are interested in knowing the facts behind the headlines, send for a free copy of the weekly bulletin, which is written by the people you hear on this program and carrying an article by Mrs. Dean. Address your letter or postcard to the Foreign Policy Association at number 8 West 40th Street, New York. The Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. Tune into this station next Sunday at 3:15 Eastern Standard Time to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. America Looks Abroad, presented on Sunday afternoons by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. War is creating new problems for the Americans. The steps being taken to solve these problems will be discussed today by Mr. Howard J. Trueblood, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Trueblood.
Good afternoon. 2 months ago, a naval battle off the coast of Uruguay brought the European war home, in a very literal sense, to the Western Hemisphere. The suicide of the Graf Spee took place at a point farther away from New York than Paris or even Helsinki. Yet it could hardly have aroused more concern in this country had it taken place in Long Island Sound or Chesapeake Bay. There's no paradox in this. The Americas are organized for peace, and any threat to this peace is of equal concern to all 21 republics. Today, while Europe is fighting its wars with arm and propaganda, the Americas are fighting to keep the wars of the old world away from the new. This is more than an effort to avoid military entanglement. 21 nations are working together to minimize the effects of an economic and social catastrophe not of their own making. The Graf Spee incident offered more dramatic proof than any amount of trade statistics that this hemisphere is not shielded from world affairs. At the risk of appearing bloodthirsty, may I point out that Latin America may benefit directly from the invasion of Finland. The so-called Finnish aid bill, passed last week by the Senate, increases the lending power of the Export-Import Bank by $100 million. The purpose of this bill is, of course, to give aid to Finland and perhaps to China. The Scandinavian countries, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, may also ask for loans. Yet, even so, there would be funds left to add to the credits of about $40 million already extended to Latin America. The outbreak of the European War last August found the American republics better organized to handle an emergency than ever before. The word organized deserves an explanation. There is, of course, no American League of Nations, no customs union, no federation of any kind. The 21 nations which are members of the Union of American Republics have no common language, race, or culture. Their economic structures differ widely. What they do have in common is the successful overthrow of European domination, a desire for peace, and a growing sense of economic interdependence. Their organization consists of a self-imposed commitment to work together to preserve peace and a willingness to tackle mutual economic problems in a cooperative way. The war has emphasized the need for Pan-American cooperation in an economic as well as a political sense. To some extent, hostilities have thrown this continent on its own resources. Should efforts to keep out of the war fail, close cooperation between the United States and Latin America would become even more important. Meanwhile, the war is already having a profound effect on inter-American relations. It has tended to eliminate some old problems, such as the German trade and political drive in Latin America, but it has created other problems. While creating new problems, however, it has strengthened the will and machinery to solve them. The most apparent economic effect of the war is the disruption of normal trade. Latin America, we must remember, is a producer of raw materials and foodstuffs. Its international trade depends upon world demand and prices for a relatively few commodities. 5 products, petroleum, coffee, frozen and chilled meats, sugar, and copper, make up over half of total exports. Some of these products, as well as others I did not mention, are just as important to nations at war as to nations at peace. Yet a large German market has been lost owing to the blockade. Part of this loss may be offset by increased sales to Great Britain and France, but this does not apply to all commodities, nor does it apply to all Latin American countries. The greatest hope for Latin American prosperity lies in larger sales to the United States. The war has already caused a heavy increase in trade between the United States and Latin America. From September through November, there was a steady rise in both exports and imports. So far as exports are concerned, it is no coincidence that November sales to Brazil, Chile, and Peru were about double the figure for 1938. These are the countries where German competition had been most severe. The removal of German competition, however, was not solely responsible for increased American exports. Great Britain and France also found difficulty in maintaining export markets while straining their economic structures to produce war materials. Trade between the United States and Latin America undoubtedly will rise further as the war continues. Even if no direct steps are taken to expand this trade, Latin America must turn to this country for many products formerly bought from the belligerents. Our chemicals, machinery, and railway equipment will replace those of German origin. At the same time, the United States will find, as we found during the last war, that Latin America can supply products usually bought elsewhere. Economic recovery in this country, whether or not brought about by the war, would also bring a large increase in the United States demand for Latin American industrial raw materials. Yet it is evident that trade between Latin America and the United States is much smaller than it could be. The full economic potentialities of the Western Hemisphere have by no means been realized. The problem is not simple. The United States has vast manufacturing capacity and a large supply of idle capital. Latin America is a reservoir of natural resources and a market for manufactured goods. The United States is at all times a good market for certain Latin American foodstuffs, such as coffee, cocoa, bananas, and sugar. We provide either no market or only a small one, however, for many of the most important products of Latin America. These products include corn, wheat, cotton, meat, and wool. The question of increasing Latin American trade between the Americas did not arise purely as a result of the war. The Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act, in effect since 1934, has helped to stimulate commerce. Last year, over 50% of our exports to Latin America went to countries with which we had trade agreements. The ratio for imports was even higher, about 63%. There are many other factors involved, but the trade agreements seem to have benefited the United States more than Latin America. Our exports to trade agreement countries have risen more than imports. In general, the United States has been able to negotiate trade agreements with Latin American countries from which it buys non-competitive tropical products. On the other hand, we failed to reach an agreement with Argentina and Uruguay, which export commodities similar to our own. The Trade Agreements Act is only one instrument for inter-American economic cooperation. At present, the Inter-American Financial and Economic Advisory Committee is playing a leading part in this work. This group consists of one expert from each of the 21 American republics. It was formed by the foreign ministers of these nations who met in Panama shortly after the outbreak of war. During the last 3 months, the committee has been writing a new chapter in the history of international cooperation. The immediate task of these experts is to ease the shock of the war on the Pan-American economic structure. The committee, however, has a long-term peacetime goal. This goal is the permanent expansion of inter-American trade on a mutually profitable basis. This implies better use of the natural resources as well as the industrial and financial capacity of all the American nations. Of more fundamental importance, it means raising the standard of living. It implies a greater degree of Western Hemisphere self-sufficiency. The Inter-American Financial and Economic Advisory Committee has already demonstrated that it is an effective machine. It has drawn up plans for an Inter-American Bank which will have a capital of $100 million contributed jointly by the American republics. In a sense, it will be an American bank for international settlements. Such an institution can help to overcome exchange difficulties which now plague the greater part of Latin America. It can serve as a direct stimulant to trade. It can provide much-needed capital to Latin American republics without any suggestion of imperialistic motives. If the plans submitted to the 21 governments are approved, the bank may well become the most effective instrument of economic cooperation yet established. We usually think of millions of dollars when talking of inter-American cooperation. Perhaps that is why little has been heard of an appropriation of $155,000 recently approved by the House of Representatives and now before the Senate. This sum is to carry out the program, or part of the program, of the Interdepartmental Committee on Cooperation with the American Republics. This committee represents 16 federal agencies, and its work is far more important than the size of its appropriation would indicate. One of the items approved by the House will give the Department of Agriculture more money to study the development of new products in Latin America. More specifically, the Department of Agriculture wants to encourage Latin American production of rubber, quinine, hemp, and similar commodities not produced in the United States. The department has already established a tropical forest experimental station in Puerto Rico. If the Senate approves, the Public Health Service will receive funds to increase cooperation with the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. The United States Travel Bureau will receive money to prepare a long-needed guidebook on this country. The State Department will receive financial aid for translating many government publications into Spanish and Portuguese. The Interdepartmental Committee's program is by no means limited to these projects requiring additional money. This is notably true of the loan of civilian experts to Latin American governments in accordance with legislation enacted in 1938. Thus far, 9 countries have taken advantage of this service. Advice and technical help have been given on matters ranging from road building to taxation and monetary problems. Inter-American cooperation in the realm of political matters is no less important. Here, too, there are many problems. One is the lack of a common denominator in internal politics. The war may stop the threat of German penetration, but a large number of dictatorships remains to dilute Western Hemisphere democracy. Yet these dictatorships do not imply a division of sympathies in the present European wars. On the contrary, there is almost a complete united front in a moral sense against the totalitarian states. This is in sharp contrast with the division of sentiment during the Spanish Civil War. Political problems are not confined to those of an ideological nature. The republics of America promptly declared their neutrality in the European War. In the Declaration of Panama, they established a wide safety belt designed to keep war far from the shores of the Western Hemisphere. They declared that it was their right to have American waters free from hostile acts. As defined by the Declaration, American waters extend to an average distance of 300 miles offshore. Great Britain, France, and Germany have refused to recognize such a safety zone. It is the task of the Inter-American Neutrality Committee to devise a formula which will maintain the spirit of the Declaration and at the same time avoid complications with the belligerents. The problems of inter-American relations cannot be dismissed. At the same time, we must remember that the Pan-American movement has overcome many obstacles to reach its present plane. The machinery for inter-American cooperation is more elaborate than ever before. The present strength of Pan-Americanism, however, does not lie in the number of ways in which it is being promoted. It lies rather in the new effectiveness with which instruments for political and economic cooperation are being used. Goodwill between the United States and Latin America is not sufficient in the present stage of world events. This goal has been achieved. The present aim of Pan-Americanism is the attainment of a higher degree of political and economic security for the Western Hemisphere. The war has broadened the scope of action and increased the problems. Fortunately, war has both hastened the building of new machinery for Pan-American cooperation and revitalized the old.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Howard J. Trueblood, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the 16th broadcast of the series, America Looks Abroad. If you are interested in knowing the facts behind the headlines, send for a free copy of the weekly bulletin written by the people you hear on this program. Just address your letter or postcard to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. If you want to write that address down again, it is the Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. Now, because of a special feature next Sunday, America Looks Abroad will not be heard on this station. But tune in the following Sunday, March the 3rd, to hear over most of these stations another timely discussion in this series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. The action on Wednesday of the American Congress to extend credit to Finland. Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, will discuss Scandinavia on the firing line. Mr. Elliott.
Good afternoon. As Soviet troops continue their push through the Mannerheim Line and occupy the outskirts of Viborg, Finland's second city, all Scandinavia sits on edge. Recent Soviet successes in Finland have created new worries for Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. These countries, already subjected to threats and hardships by Germany and the Allies, fear that a Soviet victory in Finland may be only the first step in Russia's historic westward drive for an ice-free port on the Atlantic, a drive that could succeed only at the expense of Sweden and Norway. The present Soviet offensive, 1 month old today, was apparently launched as an extreme effort to bring the Finns to terms before they receive substantial foreign reinforcements. It was also undertaken at this time because soon warm spring weather will make progress difficult along the marshy Karelian Isthmus. The Red Army began its power attack against Finland's Mannerheim Line early in February, after making very little headway during 2 months of war all along the Russo-Finnish border. Paying dearly for every foot of land they won, Soviet troops finally approached Viborg on Friday morning, after exactly 4 weeks of strenuous attack through 30 miles of fortified territory.
The fall of Viborg will not mean a final Russian victory. During the February campaign, Finnish workers have strengthened secondary defenses, and in the past week, the Finns have beat a strategic retreat to defend these points. Finnish strategy throughout the war has been to retreat, spread out, and then attack from the flanks. Behind their new positions, the Finns hope to maneuver the Russians as they did in December and in January. Their prospects for a successful counterattack now depend on the morale and degree of fatigue among their troops after the Russian drive. They realize all too well, however, that they cannot continue indefinitely without foreign assistance in men and equipment. For this assistance, they look primarily to their Scandinavian neighbors. During the past 2 weeks, President Kallio of Finland has repeatedly called for tangible and immediate aid. Foreign Minister Tanner journeyed several times to Stockholm, where he was reported to have asked the Swedish Premier for 2 divisions of the Swedish Army. All of the Scandinavian peoples are exceedingly sympathetic toward the Finns in their struggle, and Sweden alone has sent them almost $100 million in cash and supplies. A leading Swedish military authority has published a pamphlet advocating immediate Swedish intervention on behalf of Finland. He expresses the conviction of many Scandinavians that Russia will not stop with the annexation of Finland, but the Swedish government, while tacitly encouraging volunteers to fight with the Finns, has prudently refrained from sanctioning official aid which would endanger its status as a neutral. It is not yet convinced that the USSR will drive on beyond Finland and prefers to sit tight rather than risk incurring German disfavor by openly sending Swedish troops against the Russians. Since the Nazi-Soviet pact was concluded last August, the German press, formerly very friendly toward Finland, has played down the Finns in their dealings with the Soviet Union. It has taken occasion again and again to berate the Finnish government for refusing a bilateral non-aggression pact with Germany last May. Sweden and Norway refused similar pacts at the same time. The northern countries now fear that Stalin's price for benevolent neutrality toward Hitler's war with the Western powers may have been a free hand for the Soviet Union in Scandinavia. The Reich maintains an active strategic and economic interest in this area, and it may be questioned whether Germany approves of Russian expansion there. But for the present, the Germans are primarily concerned with winning their war in the West. The German press has repeatedly warned the Scandinavian countries against unneutral collaboration with the Allies by accepting the British blockade and by favoring the Allies commercially. Germany has also warned these states not to permit Allied troops to pass through their territory to aid the Finns. The Völkischer Beobachter, official Nazi Party newspaper, suggested that by continuing collaboration with England, the northern neutrals might all too easily be putting their existence at stake. For their part, the northern neutrals hope to avoid entanglement with any great powers. Upholding his government's middle-way policy toward Finland, King Gustav has restated Sweden's official position. Swedish volunteers and troops may continue to aid the Finns in money, but no troops may go, nor may any foreign troops cross Swedish soil. The king explained that intervention by Sweden would mean not only war against Russia, but also involvement in the war between Germany, Britain, and France. His speech temporarily calmed Swedish activists who favor armed intervention against Russia before the Red Army reaches Sweden's own frontiers. A new crisis was barely averted, however, when the town of Pajala in eastern Sweden was bombed by planes which the Swedish government identified as Russian. Many Swedes fear that they are already so heavily committed to Finland that a few legal technicalities will make no difference in either Russian attitude or policy toward them. They also remember Soviet hostility last summer to the joint Finnish-Swedish plan for refortifying the Åland Islands, now a part of Finland. The USSR maintained that its interest in these strategic islands, which control access to Leningrad through the Gulf of Finland, is as great as that of Sweden, and Swedish interest in the islands is intense. They are only 25 miles off Sweden's coast, just north of Stockholm, and but 7 miles from its own coastal waters. They are only a few minutes by air from its capital city, its heavy industries, its leading electric power plants, and its railroad nerve centers. The Swedes recall the powerful Åland Island fortress maintained by Imperial Russia until the mid-19th century, and fear that if Soviet Russia gains control over these territorial outposts, it will use them to dominate Sweden. What is the real nature of Russian interest in Scandinavia? The Soviet Union apparently is unconcerned with acquiring more land or raw materials. It now has over 8 million square miles of territory and abundant stores of natural wealth. It is, however, definitely interested in strengthening its strategic position against the other great states of Europe. The USSR seeks to maintain a threat value in the North that will assure it a voice in European diplomacy, such as Italy enjoys through its strategic position athwart the Mediterranean trade routes. No more, then, would Moscow be excluded from council chambers as at the Paris Conference in 1919 and at Munich in 1938. Whether the acquisition of Finland would adequately serve this end, or whether a victorious Russia would feel obliged to press on through Norway and Sweden to the Atlantic, depends in part on the extent of genuine cooperation between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. A Soviet invasion of the Scandinavian peninsula might bring direct military intervention by Britain and France. If supporting Norway and Sweden in a defensive war, Britain and France would be permitted to occupy these countries, which now bar their territory to all foreign troops. During recent weeks, there has been increasing evidence that the Allies would welcome an opportunity to extend the theater of war to Scandinavia, whence they could strike more decisively at the Germans. Germany, consequently, may be expected to exert whatever restraining influence it may have over Russia to confine the Red Army's activities to Finland. Should war expand into the Scandinavian peninsula, Germany would not only be open to attack from the north, but would also be deprived of essential iron supplies which it now occupies and obtains from the northern countries. Any extension of military activity by the Soviet Union, moreover, reduces Germany's likelihood of obtaining raw materials and foodstuffs from Russia. In the last analysis, the future of Scandinavia may depend upon a single question. Who is dominant in the Nazi-Soviet scheme, Hitler or Stalin? Winston Churchill, perhaps, thought of these things when he delivered his notable radio speech in January, urging the neutrals to make common cause with the Allies against Germany. While all Scandinavia broods under Nazi and Bolshevik threats, he asserted, only Finland shows what free men can do. In their earnest desire for neutrality, the northern countries were quick to criticize this bid for active support by the First Lord of the British Admiralty. 2 weeks ago, however, Great Britain initiated an even more active campaign for influence in Scandinavia. The British destroyer Cossack rammed the German naval auxiliary Altmark against the ice and rocks along Norway's Jessing Fjord and released 299 British prisoners from the ship. The Altmark episode, more than any other single incident since the outbreak of war last September, illustrated the difficult position of Scandinavia between Germany and the Allies. It called attention to Germany's dependence upon Norwegian coastal waters for access to the open sea and for acquisition of iron ore from Sweden. Of greater significance, however, it revealed the British Admiralty's new determination to make the blockade against Germany effective, even though in doing so, British warships must enter neutral waters. This determination was further seen last week as a British naval patrol moved into Arctic waters off the northern coast of Norway. Some observers foresaw Allied aid to Finland in this move, but neutral opinion generally held that the Arctic patrol was intended primarily to intercept German ships returning home or trying to reach the open sea, and to stop the shipment of Swedish iron ore to the Reich. Germany's two leading deficiencies in essential wartime commodities are oil and iron. As the Allied German struggle for control over Romanian oil becomes sharper, the contest for Swedish iron ore also intensifies. Cut off by the British blockade from many of its normal sources of iron, Germany must have the Swedish ore to carry on the war. While the Baltic supply route is frozen over, Germany can obtain the required shipments only through the ice-free Norwegian Atlantic port at Narvik, where the ore is sent by rail from Sweden. An important outcome of the Altmark crisis may be an Allied attempt to intimidate Norwegian authorities into discouraging the transit of ore through their waters. Germany, however, can be expected to use all the persuasion and threat of force at its disposal to block these efforts. Realizing this, the Norwegian government will doubtless seek to continue its present policy of insisting on its neutral rights in the war. The Swedish government has thus far avoided friction with both belligerents over its iron by permitting sales of the ore to all countries, only in the same ratio established for these sales in normal peacetime trade. As the war intensifies, however, the belligerents may seek to control Sweden's valuable exports by withholding shipments of other commodities which the Swedes find it necessary to import. The same economic weapon was applied against all of the Scandinavian countries by both sides during the World War. working serious handicaps and hardships on these small nations. Denmark's foodstuffs, Norway's fisheries, the Swedish and Norwegian wood products, all are coveted by the powers at war. Unlike the United States, these small Scandinavian countries cannot withdraw their ships from the seas and live on their own resources. They require food and manufactured products which they do not themselves possess, and in order to pay for these necessary imports, they must sell their surplus goods abroad. The volume of their foreign trade per person is larger than that of any other European country. They must trade to live, and their very existence is threatened by the restrictions of the Allied blockade and the violence of German naval warfare. Already, since September, 110 of their merchant ships have been reported sunk. The meeting of Scandinavian foreign ministers last Sunday and identical Scandinavian protests to each belligerent government on Thursday were designed to meet these problems. The protests, however, were promptly rejected. Denmark, Norway, and Sweden all remained neutral throughout the World War, while the United States became involved in spite of its great distance from Europe. Scandinavian diplomacy is sorely tested, however, in its attempt to solve the problems facing it today. After only 6 months of the present war, complicated as it is by the Soviet invasion of Finland, the northern neutrals appear closer to involvement than at any time from 1914 to 1918.
Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the 17th broadcast of the series America Looks Abroad. As an added feature of this program, part of next week's period will be devoted to answering your questions concerning the facts behind the headlines. Also, you may have a free copy of the weekly bulletin written by the people you hear on this program. To obtain that bulletin, address your letter or postcard to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. Tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
This is the 18th broadcast in the series America Looks Abroad, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. Once again, attention is focused on Europe, where efforts are being made to end the Finnish war. Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, will discuss these developments in relation to Mr. Wells' mission in Europe. Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon. Decisive events are shaping in Europe this weekend. In the midst of Mr. Sumner Wells' fact-finding mission for President Roosevelt, strenuous efforts are being made to end the Russo-Finnish war in the north, while European statesmen are feverishly engaged in diplomatic soundings at other European capitals. Today, conversations between Russia and Finland are continuing in Moscow. The German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop is in Rome. And this morning, Mr. Wells arrived from Paris to London to confer with Prime Minister Chamberlain and members of the British cabinet. Here in Washington, these events are being followed with intense interest for what they may tell about the future course of Europe's two wars and the present intentions of the powers. Many perplexing questions are being asked, even by well-informed State Department officials. It is already clear that Sweden's effort to mediate between Russia and Finland is marking a turning point in the Northern War. It is also apparent that mediation between Russia and Finland is part of a larger diplomatic tug-of-war. But it is still not clear how mediation may affect the conflict in the West. Will Britain and France suffer a diplomatic defeat if Finland actually accepts Russia's terms? Or will this remove Soviet Russia from the war and loosen the ties between Moscow and Berlin? What is Germany's role in this northern peace effort? Has Great Britain made concessions to Italy by releasing the Italian coal ships detained earlier this week? Or is this part of a clever diplomatic bargain with Mussolini? No one in Washington can answer these questions with any certainty. Up to this point, at least, State Department officials are without complete information. Yesterday, Ambassador Steinhardt sent Secretary Hull a report on his 2-hour conference with Premier Molotov in Moscow. But Mr. Wells has sent in only 1 or 2 very brief, confidential reports, which have been seen by no one except President Roosevelt and Mr. Hull. As a result, Washington is still sifting facts from rumors and reserving its final judgment. Nevertheless, experienced observers here have learned a good deal by reading between the lines of inspired newspaper reports which have been sent out from all the European capitals during the past 10 days. These public reports may or may not tally with what Mr. Wells and our other diplomats are being told in private, but they are significant just the same. For one thing, they demonstrate that the Wells journey is regarded everywhere in Europe as much more than a mere fact-finding mission. This was especially evident in Berlin last week. 3 facts are worth remembering. First, the Germans gave Mr. Wells very little publicity in their own newspapers. Second, they gave foreign correspondents a great deal of background information about the German point of view, which newspaper men were allowed to cable abroad without censorship. Third, the Nazis were very polite to the president's representative and gave him unusual opportunity to see almost everybody who counts in the Nazi regime, from Hitler down. Now the information given to the foreign correspondents to cable abroad was provocative and belligerent. Germany was pictured as strong and united and determined to block the power of British plutocracy. Germany, they said, is poised for a decisive blow, which may come very soon. Germany's war aims, according to this public version, are far from moderate. The foreign correspondents were told that Germany demands security of her living space, that is, a free hand in Central and Eastern Europe. This was cleverly described to American newspaper men as a sort of German Monroe Doctrine. Under this, the Germans say they plan to build a new economic organization of Europe which will allow the smaller, dispossessed nations to trade on equal terms with the rich plutocracies. Germany demands the return of colonies and a type of freedom of the seas which would prevent the British from ever again imposing a blockade on Germany or any other country. What does this mean? On the surface, it would seem to indicate that the leaders of Germany are more intransigent than ever, that the gap between the war aims of the Allies and Germany are growing wider as the war continues, that a basis for peace in the West is very remote, whatever happens in the Baltic. All this may be true, but trained observers know that surface impressions are sometimes misleading, particularly in diplomacy. Sometimes they're deliberately misleading. So after Sumner Wells left Berlin last Sunday, some Washington officials asked why the public statements had been so uncompromising and the private conversations apparently so cordial. Could this mean that perhaps Germans were not so enthusiastic about continuing the war after all? They recalled that the British and French press had been saying Germany was about to launch a peace offensive and would give Mr. Wells a very tempting plan to take to London and Paris. The terms of such a plan were actually published in London, given out by the British Foreign Office the day before Mr. Wells arrived in Berlin. They were said to have come through the German legation in Dublin and to have been shown to Lord Halifax, the British Foreign Minister, by the Marquis of Tavistock, a gentleman who was associated with several groups which are working for peace in England. This was enough to explain the indignation of the German press. But could it not also explain the unusual attention shown to Mr. Wells during his stay in Berlin? Every door was open to Mr. Wells. In addition to seeing Hitler, the American Undersecretary of State was able to meet and talk for hours with Field Marshal Goering, Rudolf Hess, the executive head of the Nazi Party, Hans Dieckhoff, the German ambassador to Washington, who was recalled in November 1938 after Hugh Wilson, our own ambassador, was withdrawn from Berlin. In 3 days, Mr. Wells actually saw more top men in Berlin than any foreign statesman in many months. Obviously, this was the real key to the importance which the Germans attached to the visit. Whatever Mr. Wells was told in private, no one doubts that the gap between Germany and the Allies is still very wide indeed. How wide was made clear enough to Mr. Wells in Paris, where the French press is saying again and again that France will not accept a premature peace or any compromise settlement which leaves the Nazis in power in Germany. Presumably, Mr. Wells will hear the same story in London. Any settlement at this time, according to the Allies, means peace on Hitler's terms. This can only consolidate the gains which the Nazis have won by force and leave Germany in a position to carve out her living space in Central and Eastern Europe. But if both sides say they're determined to fight to the finish, the issue may turn in part on the outcome of the diplomatic struggle which is coming to a head this weekend. One sector of this struggle is the dispute between Great Britain and Italy over the seizure of Italian coal ships. The other is the impending showdown in Finland. The coal dispute involves not only a test of Britain's efforts to embargo all exports from Germany, but also a test of Italy's future intentions. Early in the war, Great Britain sent a purchasing commission to Rome in an effort to reach a new trade agreement with Italy. The British were anxious to buy important war materials from the Italians in return for British coal. The negotiations dragged on for nearly 4 months, but finally, about February 15th, were broken off by the Italians, apparently as a result of a strong German pressure on Mussolini. Shortly afterwards, the British announced that after March 1st, Italy could no longer import German coal by way of Rotterdam. This was a serious blow to Italy, for up until that time, the British had allowed Italian coal ships to pass through its control ports, despite the British order in council of November 27th, which placed an embargo on all German exports. Moreover, Italy is entirely dependent upon coal from abroad, much of which has been brought in by the sea. On March 3rd, then, the Italian government protested vigorously against the new British regulation, and Britain replied by stopping 13 Italian coal ships which had sailed from Rotterdam after March 1st. By the middle of last week, the crisis had become acute. The Italian press took on an angry tone, and the fascist government came out in the open with a challenge which involved its own prestige. Still, the British refused to give ground, and they let it be known that British troops had concentrated in Kenya colony, near the border of Ethiopia. The question was not merely where Italy would buy her coal, but the much broader question of whether Mussolini would bow to Britain or turn towards Germany. If Mussolini were to line up with Germany, he would face the threat of being cut off from both ends of the Mediterranean by the British fleet, but he would also be able to threaten the Allied lines of communication to the Near East. Yesterday, the British released the Italian ships at just about the time that Hitler ordered von Ribbentrop to hurry to Rome. Washington doubts whether Mussolini is really ready to climb down from his neutral fence, and they believe some compromise agreement may already be in the making. If this is true, the British will have increased the difficulties of Hitler's foreign minister in Rome, but the tug of war is not yet over. The relation between the Finnish War and the major conflict in Europe is no less vital. The negotiations begun in Sweden have now extended to Moscow and other capitals, which also have a direct concern in the outcome. To Sweden, continuation of the Northern War spells almost inevitable involvement. If she allows Britain and France to send troops across her territory, she faces attack not only from Russia, but also from Germany. It's not hard to see why the Swedish government is trying to call a halt to the fighting on the Karelian Isthmus. To Finland, the choice is even more desperate. She faces almost certain destruction if she tries to resist Russia alone. And unless Britain and France are actually ready to send large armies, Finland is in danger of being overrun before effective aid arrives. The Allies now say they are ready to intensify their help to the Finns, provided the Scandinavian countries will cooperate by permitting the passage of Allied troops across Norway and Sweden. But London still hesitates to declare war on Russia. A peace settlement between Russia and Finland might deprive the Allies of their last opportunity to create a northern front, cutting Germany off from the important supply of Swedish iron ore and tightening the blockade. But if the threat of an Allied attack on Russia were removed, it might perhaps lead to a loosening of the ties between the Soviet Union and Germany. Naturally, Germany would like to see the end of the Finnish War, not only because it would reduce the danger of a new northern front, but also because she hopes it will permit Russia to furnish larger supplies of foodstuffs and war materials to Germany. This explains the intense diplomatic activity in Berlin this weekend, and the cautious undercover effort of Germany to moderate Russia's peace terms. But Germany may now see an even larger opportunity to link a Finnish truce with negotiations for a settlement in the West. The fact that Ribbentrop is to have an audience with the Pope is most significant. It may mean that Hitler is trying to find a new peace formula on the basis of a united front against communism. This, however, is mere speculation, and Washington sees rather large obstacles in the way of such an agreement at this time. The chief obstacle, of course, is that a deal of this kind would bring peace on Hitler's terms, and this the Allies still seem determined to resist. But all the factors are not known as yet, and it would be a mistake, I think, to rule out the possibility of mediation.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Last week, the association announced that you'd answer questions sent in by the radio audience. A number of questions have been sent in. Perhaps you have time to answer at least one. Here is one asked by several listeners. What was the real reason for sending Sumner Wells to Europe at this time?
Well, there were several reasons. One was the reason publicly given, that President Roosevelt wanted to learn off the record all that he could about the aims of the warring powers before the war spreads or intensifies. But another factor in the decision to send Mr. Wells abroad was the growing feeling among some people in Washington that the last chance for a negotiated settlement in Europe would disappear if the war spreads to other fronts this spring. This view was not shared by all of the president's advisors on foreign policy. In fact, there are two distinct schools of thought in Washington at the present time. But the significant point is that the group in favor of seeking an early peace has gained in strength during the past few months. And President Roosevelt was at least willing to let Mr. Wells explore the possibilities.
Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. Your questions concerning the facts behind the headlines will be answered in forthcoming broadcasts. Also, you may have a free copy of the weekly bulletin written by the people you hear on this program and containing an article by Mr. Stone. Address your question or request for a bulletin to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York. Tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the 20th broadcast in the series America Looks Abroad, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. Germany is striving to form a European bloc capable of bringing the war to an early close. Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, will discuss the question, can Germany dictate peace? Mr. DeWilde.
Good afternoon. Easter ordinarily brings glad tidings. The news from the European front, however, hardly carries the hope of real peace. This past week started off with a dramatic conference between Hitler and Mussolini, with all its uncertain implications for the future. It also witnessed an intensification of air warfare. In France, a growing demand for more active prosecution of the war brought in a new cabinet under the leadership of Paul Reynaud. And in Rome, our own Undersecretary of State, Sumner Wells, finished his European journey in a frame of mind that was probably anything but optimistic. We don't know what went on in that 2.5-hour conference between the Führer and Il Duce in the heart of the lovely Tyrolean Alps, but we can get some inkling if we keep in mind the respective positions of Germany and Italy. The Nazis heaved a sigh of relief when the Russo-Finnish peace was concluded. They dreaded the prospect of Allied armed intervention in the north. They knew that Germany, with her limited economic resources, could hold out only if she were not compelled to fight on the same scale as in the World War. Now that the Finnish war is ended, the German government can breathe more easily. It won't have to send a large army into Sweden to safeguard access to the vital iron ore supplies of that country. Berlin is still disturbed, however, by the possibility of war in the Balkans and the Near East. Germany has watched with suspicion the concentration of French and British troops in Egypt, Palestine, and Syria. She knows that these garrisons, which are still being reinforced, are intended to stiffen the backs of the Balkan countries in resistance to German demands, or to provoke hostilities which would cut her off from Russian and Romanian oil. Very likely, Hitler discussed this situation in considerable detail with Mussolini. It is highly improbable that the Führer asked Mussolini to join him in war now. Italy's participation would immediately bring about that extension of hostilities which Germany is anxious to avoid. Turkey has an alliance with Britain and France which obliges her to help the Allies the moment war breaks out in the eastern Mediterranean. In such an event, the whole of the Balkans would soon become the scene of armed conflict. No, Germany would simply like to see Italy pursue a course that is sufficiently uncertain to keep the Allies from undertaking anything in the Near East. We should remember that Italy occupies a rather strong strategic position in this area. She lies directly across the main Allied supply lines in the Mediterranean. From Albania, she could march her troops across northern Greece in the direction of the Turkish Straits. In Libya, next door to Egypt, she has between 150,000 and 200,000 troops, which could keep the British forces near the Suez Canal completely immobilized. Thus, as long as France and Britain haven't made sure of Italy, they will be reluctant to start any hostile move in the Near East. Hitler's conferences with Il Duce probably had one more objective. Germany would like to see more friendly relations restored between Italy and Russia. There's talk of extending the Rome-Berlin axis to Moscow. Before Italy's alignment with Nazi Germany and before the ill-fated anti-Comintern Pact, Moscow and Rome were on fairly good terms. Recently, however, the Italian government and press have freely expressed their hostility toward Soviet Russia. They've been alarmed about the revival of Russian ambitions in the Balkans, which Italy has always considered as her sphere of interest. The Italians have emphasized their desire to protect Romania and Hungary against any threat of Russian aggression. The German government would like to pour oil on these troubled waters. Its task, however, is difficult. It must not only overcome the influence of the Vatican, but persuade Rome that Moscow really does not intend to advance into the Balkans for the time being. Russia's plans are therefore of crucial importance in this German maneuver. Now that the Soviet Union has acquired the strategic strongholds which secure it against attack in the northwest, it might logically launch a similar campaign in the southeast. It might try to recover Bessarabia at Romania's expense, thus advancing Russia's borders to the Danube, and then demand control of the straits of the Bosporus and Dardanelles from Turkey. In this way, Russia could secure the whole Black Sea area against intrusion by any hostile power. The Nazis, however, may be expected to use whatever influence they have in Moscow to dissuade the Russian government from such a course. They don't want to see Russia embroiled in another war. Last month, they finally reached an agreement with Moscow on a long-term program providing for the exchange of essential goods. They hoped that the Russians would at last furnish them with the oil, the manganese, the phosphates, and the fodder which Germany badly needs if she is to withstand a blockade. Now, the difficulties of carrying out these scheduled Russian deliveries are already immense. Transportation alone is a big problem, but the chances that the obstacles will be overcome are certainly much greater if the USSR remains at peace. As a matter of fact, Stalin and his colleagues may see eye to eye with the Germans in this question. Moscow probably realizes that an advance toward the Straits will be resisted by Turkey, and that the British and French would then immediately join the fray. An Allied air attack on Russia's vital oil fields in the Caucasus would be the first result. If Germany were successful in bringing about an informal or formal coalition with Rome and Moscow, she would undoubtedly try to convert it into a continental economic bloc. The Balkans would then have no alternative but to join such a bloc, perhaps in return for guarantees by the three powers to respect the territories of the Balkan nations for the time being. After the Finnish War, the Balkans are more reluctant than ever before to rely for protection on such distant powers as France and Britain. At present, Romania is feverishly strengthening her own defenses and still striving to maintain her precarious neutrality. Only the other day, her foreign minister declared that Romania would not put her natural wealth at the disposal of any one power, presumably meaning Germany. But if Moscow, Rome, and Berlin line up together, Romania will have to accept the dictates of that bloc, and so will every other country in southeastern Europe. The German aim is clear. It is to avoid fighting. She does not want to waste her slender resources in manpower and material in extensive warfare. This time she would like to keep her peasants on the farms in order to prevent the drastic drop in food production which helped to starve her out during the World War. And Germany also needs her workers in the factories rather than on the battlefield, so that she can produce goods for exchange against essential imports from all of neutral Europe. Given time, the Nazis are confident that they can build up their supply lines to Russia and to the southeast and really create that continental economic bloc under German leadership of which they dream. And granted success in this endeavor, the German government hopes in the end to wear out the Allies and compel the conclusion of peace. As yet, there is no prospect that Germany will succeed. True, the British and French peoples don't like the way the war has gone so far, but their disappointment has not yet taken the form of defeatism. The prevalent mood is not for peace, but for more war. In Britain, a growing body of opinion is demanding that a 71-year-old Chamberlain retire in favor of a younger and more vigorous leader, or that he at least bring new blood into the cabinet. In France, the same demand has already borne fruit. Premier Daladier, who has been accused of lack of initiative and imagination, has given way to Paul Reynaud. The new Prime Minister is known as a man of great vigor, who acquired a reputation by straightening out the disordered public finances of his country. He is an uncompromising opponent of Germany. We don't know yet how long the new cabinet will last. The right has taken Monsieur Reynaud to task for including a number of socialists, and many members of Monsieur Daladier's party dislike to see their chief displaced. But these political differences do not indicate any division of opinion about the need to carry on the war. In determining to continue the war, the Allies are still in a strong position. Despite their recent reverses, they have not yet lost the struggle for control of neutral Europe. They have at their disposal an important economic weapon, control of the raw material supplies on which so many European neutrals depend. This is true of Scandinavia and to some extent of the Balkans. All these neutrals need rubber, cotton, wool, and other materials which the Allies can cut off. Take Italy, for example. The recent Anglo-Italian dispute over German coal shipments demonstrated how dependent Italy is on continued imports of coal by sea. The Allies may therefore discount any threat of Italian intervention, knowing that Italy is much less self-sufficient than Germany. By blockading both entrances to the Mediterranean, the Allies might reduce Italy to impotence. So Italy may not be so valuable to Germany after all, nor is it sure that the Germans can count on Russia. The Soviet Union may want to prolong the war in order to exhaust capitalist Europe, but she can hardly be interested in having a powerful and victorious Germany at her door. The reserves of the Allies are still immense. The German counter-blockade of Britain hasn't been very successful. The Germans have sunk many ships carrying supplies to Britain, but by no means as many as they did in 1917, after they started unrestricted submarine warfare. They have also damaged and sunk quite a few warships, but it must be remembered that the margin of Anglo-French naval superiority over the Germans is considerably greater than at the outset of the World War. Certainly, the French and British peoples are far better supplied than the Germans. The hardships created for Germany by the blockade have been aggravated by the unusually severe winter. Potatoes and vegetables were frozen, and there was a marked coal shortage. The Germans, however, are a patient, long-suffering, and disciplined people. Germany is confident she can hold out for a long, long time, if only she can conserve her strength. The question is, can the Allies compel Germany to fight? The warfare on the Western Front appears rather hopelessly deadlocked, with both sides entrenched behind well-nigh impregnable defenses. They can't get at each other. And also, the likelihood that other theaters of war will develop now seems remote. Under the circumstances, we may see an intensification of air warfare. Up to the present, the Germans have apparently retained their superiority in the air. But the future may tell a different story, particularly as more and more planes are delivered by American factories. What is more important, the French and British probably have much larger supplies of high-octane gasoline, without which an air force is practically useless. So the war will go on. The Germans are still confident of victory, and the Allies are certainly not prepared to acquiesce in a peace on Germany's terms. They want an enduring peace. French and British peoples want security against the recurrence of aggression. They prefer to fight it out, rather than accept anything which might be merely a truce. They might have taken more kindly to the mission of our Mr. Wells if it had been accompanied by assurances that the United States would guarantee and underwrite any peace concluded at this time. But Mr. Wells could give no such assurances, and so he is returning, empty-handed.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the series of programs America Looks Abroad. If you are interested in knowing the facts behind the headlines, send for a copy of the weekly bulletin written by the people you hear on this program and containing an article by Mr. DeWilde. There is no charge. Address your letter or postcard to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8, West 40th Street, New York. And tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association will discuss Britain's home front. Mr. Green.
Good afternoon. About 10 days ago, Premier Deladier's government resigned in France. Many people are wondering whether Mr. Chamberlain's government in Great Britain may not also crack up. The British public, like the French public, is demanding action. That demand for action was fulfilled in several different ways this week. British warships chased German iron ore boats into Norwegian territorial waters, and Britain's envoys in the Balkans were called home for a conference. France asked the Soviet Union to recall its ambassador in Paris, while Britain held 2 Soviet ships out in the Far East. Only yesterday, Winston Churchill declared that an intensification of the struggle is to be expected. So far, the Chamberlain cabinet has survived public criticism. There are several different reasons for this. In the first place, Mr. Chamberlain still holds the confidence of the British people. Mr. Chamberlain still stands as the man who risked everything, his own reputation and even the safety of the British Empire, to reach an agreement with Adolf Hitler. Then, when the appeasement policy of Munich failed, Neville Chamberlain, the peacemaker, turned around and marched in the opposite direction and carried the British people with him. In the second place, Mr. Chamberlain has tremendous power, both as Prime Minister and as head of the Conservative Party. Ever since the days of the World War, the British cabinet, and especially the Prime Minister, has been increasing its power at the expense of Parliament. In the political parties, too, power has tended to become centralized, and the leader of the party holds a whip hand over the party members. It's very difficult these days to overthrow a British Prime Minister, especially a Conservative Prime Minister. But there's another reason why Mr. Chamberlain moves very slowly in making changes in his cabinet. Among Mr. Chamberlain's closest advisors are 4 men who would like very much to succeed him as Prime Minister. 2 of them are extremely popular, and 2 of them are not. But all 4 have tremendous influence in the government and in party politics. Lord Halifax, the Foreign Minister, and Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, are generally well liked and are respected by even the opposition parties. The 2 others, Sir John Simon, Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Sir Samuel Hoare, Lord Privy Seal, were both unsuccessful foreign secretaries. They have little popular appeal and are strongly disliked by the opposition. All 4 of these gentlemen, Halifax, Churchill, Simon, and Hoare, are likely to remain in office as long as Mr. Chamberlain remains. Mr. Chamberlain, therefore, can reshuffle only the ministers outside the Big 4. Several of these ministers have been under fire for some time. Leslie Bergen, the Minister of Supply, has been under constant attack in Parliament and the press. Sir Kingsley Wood, the Air Minister, has been reported lately to be on his way out. But Mr. Chamberlain shows no sign of giving way very far. Ever since he became Prime Minister in 1937, he has shuffled and reshuffled a relatively small group of elder statesmen. The average age of the men who count in this government is perhaps 10 years higher than in the last war. Only 2 young men have been outstanding in the cabinet, Anthony Eden and Leslie Horbe-Elisha, and both of them were forced to resign. Mr. Eden, however, did return in September as Dominion Secretary. Now, this situation raises some very serious problems for Britain's future. Are the younger men lacking in leadership, or are they merely kept in the background? Many people have been saying for years that the best young men of Britain, like the best young men of France and Germany, were killed off in the World War, and that Europe is now paying the price of that tragedy. Whether that is true or not, it's significant that Anthony Eden has stood out for 5 or 6 years as the one younger statesman of any great promise. Now, of course, in Britain as everywhere, the highest offices go to elder statesmen of experience. This is particularly true when one party holds power over a long period of time. And remember that the national government under Baldwin and Chamberlain has ruled for about 9 years, since 1931. You just never hear of the younger men who are not in the limelight. Another important feature of the British political landscape is the weakness of the opposition. The old Liberal Party, once led by David Lloyd George, is hopelessly weak and divided. The Labour Party has never recovered from its downfall in 1931. Since then, the Conservatives have stayed in power and stolen much of the Labour Party's thunder. Many of the Labour leaders are intelligent and capable men, like Major Attlee, Herbert Morrison, Arthur Greenwood, but they just haven't caught the public imagination. We are hearing a good deal these days about a stop-the-war movement in the Labour Party. At a conference of the cooperative movement last week, a large minority voted in favor of an immediate armistice on the ground that this is merely an imperialist war. The same kind of resolution has been adopted by the Independent Labour Party, a small group that has 3 seats in the House of Commons. One trade union has also gone on record against continuing the war. Now, these 3 cases may be merely isolated and unimportant examples. The trade union I mentioned is a small one, consisting of hotel clerks, office workers, small shopkeepers, in other words, the white-collar class that has suffered the worst unemployment since the war began. In addition to these sporadic protests against the war, there have been frequent blasts from H.G. Wells, George Bernard Shaw, and other intellectuals. Mr. Wells said just the other day, "We must end the war or it will end us." There are also reports that German radio propaganda is having its effect in England. At first, the British regarded the German broadcasters as a huge joke. They laughed when Lord Haw-Haw sat down to broadcast in an overdone Oxford accent. But constant repetition, as the German propaganda ministry knows so well, eventually has its effect. Day after day, the German broadcasters tell the British public that the Allies are fighting a sordid, imperialist war for the benefit of the ruling classes. Perhaps some Britishers are beginning to wonder. But so far, this Stop the War movement has received no official recognition. Both the Labor Party and the Trades Union Congress have continued to proclaim their desire to overthrow Hitlerism. After all, it was the Labor Party which advocated resistance to aggression long before Mr. Chamberlain changed his mind about Germany. While the Labor Party did favor collective security through the League of Nations rather than an old-fashioned European war, it is hard to believe that the Labor Party and Trades Union Congress will back down at this stage of the game. No, what the Labor Party is doing now is to criticize Mr. Chamberlain's methods of conducting the war. Rather than wanting him to stop the war, they want him to start it. The Labor Party, and liberals and conservatives as well, are deeply concerned about the efficiency of the Chamberlain government. Many Britishers, quite different points of view, are genuinely alarmed about the home front. They feel that the government has not thought out a long-range program, and it has not even carried out its immediate tasks. They argue that Mr. Chamberlain's war cabinet of 9 members is too large, that it should be reduced to 5 members as in the World War. These 5 members would merely plan and direct, leaving details to other ministers. Mr. Chamberlain's critics give several other examples of weakness in the home front. There is the enormous problem of industrial production, which many British newspapers claim is still unsatisfactory. Now, it's hard, of course, for us to judge the speed and efficiency of British production because so many of the figures are military secrets. But we can see that all of the unemployed have not yet been absorbed into the airplane and munition factories. Then there's the problem of finance and taxation. The government's main task is to avoid the inflation that took place in the World War, to avoid piling up too much public indebtedness, and to spread the burden of taxation as fairly as possible. Sir John Simon, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, has not yet put forth any broad plan for financing Britain's war effort, although he is trying to keep food prices down by direct subsidies to the producers. The public is now discussing a very elaborate program worked out by Britain's most famous economist, John Maynard Keynes. Perhaps you know the remark that Stanley Baldwin is supposed to have made about Mr. Keynes. Whenever I ask 6 economists for their opinions, said Mr. Baldwin, I always get 7 opinions, 2 from John Maynard Keynes. Well, this time Mr. Keynes has run true to form and offered 2 plans, but the second one is merely an improvement over the first. He proposes that all Britishers, except the very poor, shall be forced to lend a certain part of their earnings to the government during the war. That will tend to keep prices down and to allow the government to spend the country's income on guns instead of butter. After the war, people in the lowest income brackets will get their savings back immediately to spend during the inevitable post-war depression. Now, many people in England are suspicious as well as critical of Mr. Chamberlain's economic policy. The trade unions, especially, are attempting to protect their rights and to secure guarantees before giving wholehearted cooperation to the government. They fear that the burden of taxation will fall too heavily on the lower classes, since Mr. Chamberlain's government is composed entirely of businessmen and landowners. They fear, in the second place, that they will lose many of their hard-won privileges of collective bargaining if they give in too quickly to employers in the armament production. And thirdly, they want to repeal the Trade Disputes Act, which the conservatives put through after the general strike of 1926. That legislation placed restrictions on the right of labor unions to call a general strike and to use their funds for political purposes. One of the chief proponents of that legislation was Sir John Simon, the present Chancellor of the Exchequer. Mr. Chamberlain has declared that Parliament in wartime cannot take up anything so complicated as the Trade Disputes Act. But Mr. Chamberlain's declaration was immediately challenged by one of Britain's outstanding labor leaders, Ernest Bevin. Mr. Bevin replied that as long as the Trade Disputes Act remains on the statute book, it will color the attitude of the trade unions toward the government. He insisted that revision of the act would prove Mr. Chamberlain's desire for national unity. Well, the Chamberlain government, on the other hand, feels that labor has not yet shown its willingness to shoulder real sacrifices for the war. The conservatives argue But while the working classes want a fight to the finish, they don't want any further decline in their standard of living. The trade unions, moreover, oppose letting new, untrained workers, especially women, to enter the factory, because this process of dilution, as they call it, will weaken the union's position when the war is over. There is still another part of Britain's national economy which worries politicians and publicists. That is the export trade, which is vital to the home front. British realize they will have to expand their exports in southeastern Europe to head off the Germans, and that they will have to expand their exports in Latin America to compete with us. There are many signs that the British government is preparing a great export drive, but again, it appears to be very slow and inefficient in doing this. This war, like the World War, is being fought with economic and political weapons, as well as with ships, airplanes, guns, and men. Money and words are valuable weapons on both sides. For the British especially, money and words are vital, both to maintain morale at home and to win support abroad, in the Empire and among neutrals. The longer the military stalemate on the Western Front persists, the more important these economic and political weapons will become. The next few months will see the British working harder than ever before to strengthen their home front for whatever emergency may lie ahead.
Mr. James Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. Now, if you are interested in knowing the facts behind the headlines, send for a free copy of the weekly bulletin, which is written by the people you hear on this program. Because of a special feature, by the way, next Sunday, America Looks Abroad will not be heard. But we invite you to tune in on the following Sunday, April the 14th, to hear another timely discussion in this series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Is the 22nd broadcast in the series America Looks Abroad, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. Germany's campaign in Scandinavia appears to be a sharp departure from its previous policy. What is the significance of this new move? Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, speaking to you from WFIL Philadelphia, will discuss Germany's war aims in Scandinavia. Mr. DeWilde.
Good afternoon. The invasion of Scandinavia marks a dramatic turning point in the war. Up to a week ago, it seemed as if the belligerents were settling down to a passive war of attrition. It had become fashionable to call it a sit-down war. The Allies had found no way to get at Germany except through the blockade. They had hoped to create new theaters of war in Scandinavia and the Near East, but the conclusion of the Finnish War appeared to put an end to such a prospect in the north, and the chances of opening up a new front in the Balkans were none too bright. True, the Nazis had repeatedly threatened the Allies with a smashing offensive, but most observers discounted such threats. By refusing to fight on a large scale, the Germans seemed to be playing a clever game. They had already conquered what they wanted in the east of Europe, and it was up to the Allies to dislodge them. If Germany could simply hold France and Britain at bay, she could conserve her limited strength. By devoting her energy to building up supply lines to Russia and the Balkans, Germany seemed to have a fairly good chance of outstaying the Allies. Now, why did Germany change her tactics? It is hardly likely that she embarked on this Scandinavian adventure lightheartedly. Not, of course, that the Nazis had any scruples about violating the neutrality of the northern countries. German planes and U-boats had already sunk and machine-gunned a large number of neutral ships, many of them without warning and in flagrant violation of international law. No, the Nazis hesitated only because they knew that an invasion of Denmark and Norway was a hazardous undertaking. Presumably, they had weighty reasons for doing so. Some observers still believe that a German invasion took place only after the Allies mined Norwegian territorial waters in order to interrupt shipments of Swedish iron ore. That interpretation, however, doesn't seem correct. While we don't know exactly when the mines were laid, the announcement of this action came early on April 8th, and only 1 day later, German troops had landed at the Norwegian iron ore port Narvik, which is well over 1,000 miles from German territory. But the Germans did have reason to fear the ultimate effect of Allied pressure on Scandinavia. Presumably, they drew up detailed plans for the invasion of the northern countries during the Finnish War, when the British and French were on the point of armed intervention. The Russo-Finnish War put an end to this threat for a time, but it soon appeared that the Allies were determined to deal more sternly with the neutrals. Winston Churchill and other British statesmen called on the neutrals to join in the war against German aggression. They issued sharp warnings that the Allies couldn't be expected to respect neutral rights if Germany did not. Preparations were made to tighten the blockade. The Altmark incident last February and subsequent Allied breaches of Norway's neutrality indicated that the French and British would no longer tolerate the use of Norwegian territorial waters for the purpose of evading the blockade. And the Allies were determined to compel the Scandinavian countries to reduce their shipments to Germany, particularly of Swedish iron ore. France and Britain were in the position to withhold vital overseas supplies from Norway, Sweden, and Denmark unless they complied with Allied demands. With their customary decisiveness, the Germans undertook to anticipate these developments. Should their desperate gamble succeed, the Nazis would harvest important gains. First of all, they would acquire in southern Norway air and submarine bases which are much closer to northern England and Scotland. These would enable Germany to take more effective action against the British blockade in the North Sea and to harass British shipping more constantly. Scapa Flow, the most important British naval base, could be reached in only a little more than an hour's flying. Secondly, the conquest of Scandinavia would be an object lesson to the Balkans, a warning of the fate they could expect if they resisted German claims to monopolize their foodstuffs and minerals. Thirdly, and this is most important, the Nazis would acquire complete control of Scandinavia's mineral resources. Sweden and Norway have some copper and molybdenum, and a bit of nickel and tungsten, all ores which Germany needs for the prosecution of the war. But above all, the rich iron ore deposits way up in the north of Sweden and Norway would fall into German hands. For Germany, access to this high-grade ore is a matter of life or death. In the World War, she could supply 70% of her own needs in iron. She had the iron of Lorraine and soon conquered the Brie Basin in France, another important source of supply. But today, her own iron mines supply only about a third of her requirements. She has quite a bit of ore, but it is not easy to mine and difficult to smelt because of its high acid and low lime content. So if Germany succeeds in conquering Norway, she will cut Sweden off completely from the Allies. Sweden will then have no alternative but to deliver her entire surplus to Germany. Of course, the Germans might still have difficulties getting the ore to their country. The bulk of the Swedish iron has always moved, even in summertime, through the ice-free Norwegian port of Narvik. Narvik has the best facilities for handling the ore and is nearest to the mines. Even if Germany controls Norway, iron ore shipments through the North Sea will still run the danger of constant interception by the British Navy. But once they're in control of Scandinavia, the Germans will presumably be able to commandeer all transportation facilities, including the railways, in order to get the ore moving. So far, I have emphasized the possible gains for the Germans. Their course, however, would also entail serious disadvantages. For the first time, they are being compelled to fight. The Nazis have to hurl their whole navy into the fray. Already they have suffered severe losses. And don't forget that the Allies can stand much larger naval losses than the Germans. For every Nazi warship sunk, the Allies can probably afford to lose 2, or even more. The Germans have a good navy, but it is much smaller than in the World War. When the present war began, the British Navy had a 4-to-1 margin of superiority over the German. If the German fleet is severely crippled, the Nazi hold on Norway will be exceedingly precarious, and even the German coastline may become vulnerable to attack. But even if the Germans succeed in their plans of conquest, it will be only at the expense of a great drain on their resources, both of manpower and material. That wouldn't be so important if Germany had reserves as large as those of the Allies. But she doesn't. Extension of the military front would compel Germany to keep many more men under arms just at a time when there is already a severe shortage of labor at home. Large garrisons would have to be stationed in Scandinavia, not only to crush passive resistance by the inhabitants, but to ward off the ever-present threat of invasion by the Allies. Moreover, the Germans may have touched off the spark that will lead to a widespread conflagration throughout Europe. It may envelop the Balkans and the Low Countries. And if the Germans have to fight on many fronts, and on a scale comparable to the World War, they may become exhausted more quickly than we had believed. The military might of Nazi Germany is indeed great, but in a long war, the real sinews, the real sources of strength are economic and financial, and in these respects, Germany is weaker than the Allies. Besides, the Scandinavian adventure may in the end prove a drain on German food supplies. That may seem surprising. We ordinarily think of Denmark, and even to some extent of Norway and Sweden, as agricultural countries. Yes, they do produce large quantities of meat and dairy products for export. Danish butter, eggs, and bacon are known the world over. Yet the Scandinavian countries as a whole are net importers of food. From such overseas countries as Argentina and Canada, they get grain for bread and livestock feed. They import fodder and a vast amount of vegetable oil seeds, which are crushed into oil cake for cattle feed. Denmark, for example, might be considered as a sort of dairy factory, which turns out meat, bacon, and butter, but only with the help of foreign raw materials. Without imports from overseas, Scandinavia cannot produce a surplus for export, whether to Germany or Britain, and it may even develop a deficit. This is not a happy prospect for Germany, which can't even feed its own people adequately. The lot of the German housewife and consumer is already a hard one. Bread and potatoes are still plentiful, but rations of other foodstuffs are exceedingly short. The average German eats 40% less meat than in 1938, and only on rare occasions can he get fish. His consumption of fat, including butter, margarine, and lard, has been cut almost in half. And he will be lucky if he gets 1 egg a week, 52 per year as compared with 124 in 1938. For Germany, the invasion of Scandinavia is therefore a long shot. She is gambling on the hope that it will prove decisive. But there is little chance that it will be. The French and British now have their backs up. They are rather relieved to come to grips with the Germans at last. In fact, this may be just the opening they've been waiting for. Of course, it won't be easy to dislodge the Germans in Norway. They have stolen a march on Britain, and the Allies will find it difficult to land troops on the rocky and mountainous shores of Norway. Their task now is to cut German sea communications and prevent additional reinforcements from reaching Norway. Meanwhile, they are mustering a large expeditionary force with which they hope to establish full control in the far north. If the Allies succeed, they will have Germany by the throat, for without Scandinavian ore, Germany's arms factories may soon run out of supplies. But even if the Allies are not successful, the war is not lost for them. The farther the German front is extended, the more vulnerable Germany may become. Meanwhile, however, the neutrals have to suffer. The Danes have not felt the iron heel of the conqueror since 1864, and the Norwegians have been spared for centuries. They had become devoted to the ideal of peaceful progress. Their armament was weak. For the Danes, resistance to invasion was futile. And the Norwegians are putting up a fight only because they have the rugged coastline and the mountains on their side. The Swedes are stronger, but for the moment they are still neutral, even though they realize that control of their resources is the major Nazi objective. Their country may soon be invaded, particularly if the Allied Navy cuts Nazi sea communications with Norway. Thus the whole of Scandinavia will be engulfed in a war not of its own making. Who can tell now where the war will now spread? The peoples in the Low Countries and the Balkans are already beset by grave fears for the future. The development of a full-blown war between Germany and the Allies will enhance the importance of Holland as a basis of operations for both sides. If Holland becomes involved, Belgium can hardly remain neutral, and the Balkans have for some time become the scene of a sharp struggle for control of vital supplies, similar to that which precipitated war in Scandinavia. One would be foolhardy to make any prophecies under these circumstances. The invasion of Scandinavia has opened up countless possibilities. Ultimately, the chances of the Allies may be improved, especially if they can withstand the initial shocks of large-scale war.
Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This program has come to you from the studios of WFIL in Philadelphia. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the 23rd broadcast in the series America Looks Abroad, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. The struggle now raging in Norway may prove decisive for the future course of the European war, especially in its effect on the fate of the Low Countries and of the Balkans. Mrs. Vera Michelis Dean, Director of Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association, will discuss war spreads in Europe. Mrs. Dean.
Good afternoon. At this moment, a struggle which may prove decisive for the future course of the European war is raging in Norway, where the Allies are at grips with the Germans on land, at sea, and in the air. The outcome of this struggle is bound to have far-reaching effects. If the Germans succeed in establishing air bases on the Norwegian coast, their bombing planes will be only 300 miles by air from the British naval base at Scapa Flow, and the Norwegian fjords would provide many submarine bases from which German U-boats could attack British shipping in the North Sea. The fate of Belgium and Holland also hangs on the outcome of the Norwegian conflict. If the Germans can use Norway as a base for attack on Britain, they may postpone their plans to invade the Low Countries. But if the Germans are repulsed in Scandinavia, they may try to break the deadlock on the Western Front by striking at their allies through Holland. On Friday, a state of siege was proclaimed in Holland. The Dutch thus hope to avoid the danger that pro-Nazi elements, which are said to have some support in the Dutch army, might help the Germans by acts of treachery, as was the case in Norway. If Holland is invaded by Germany, it will have the assistance of Belgium's well-trained army. And of course, a German invasion of the Low Countries would bring France and Britain to the aid of Belgium and Holland. For all these reasons, it would seem that Germany will invade the Low Countries only as a last resort. The outcome of the Norwegian conflict will also have a decisive effect on developments in the Balkans. A German victory in Scandinavia might frighten the Balkan countries into submitting to Germany, before they, too, are brought under what the Nazis call protection. It might also cause the so-called non-belligerents, Italy and Russia, to enter the conflict, not so much for the purpose of aiding Germany against their allies as of achieving their own ambitions and forestalling German encroachments on their respective spheres of influence. On the contrary, an Allied victory might rally the Balkan countries to the side of Britain and France and persuade Italy and Russia to remain on the fence. In the Balkans, as in Scandinavia, Germany and their allies have been engaged in a tug-of-war to win control of neutral countries by propaganda, economic pressure, and threats of retaliation. On the eve of Germany's invasion of Norway, it looked as if the struggle for the Balkans would result in an economic stalemate for Germany, especially now that Britain is buying up foodstuffs in the Balkans for Allied troops in the Near East. The countries of southeastern Europe have been increasingly reluctant to meet the Reich's demand for additional exports, partly because they do not want to alienate France and Britain, and partly because they themselves are afraid of shortages in case war spreads to the Balkans. Yesterday, for example, Germany signed a new trade agreement with Romania. By this agreement, Germany promises to send armaments and airplanes to Romania in return for shipments of Romanian wheat. But the Romanian government has refused to increase exports of oil to Germany, as demanded by the Nazis, just as their allies and Germany finally clashed in Scandinavia over control of Swedish iron ore. So the belligerents may now clash in Romania over control of another essential war material, this time oil. But if Germany is to strike at Romania, it must first invade Hungary. Unlike Romania, Hungary has no guarantee of assistance from their allies. Hungary, moreover, is isolated in Eastern Europe. It would be impossible for their allies, even if they wanted, to give the Hungarians military assistance. In Hungary, the Germans could seize an important source of foodstuffs. Before 1914, Hungary had been the granary of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and also a source of bauxite, which is needed for the production of aluminum. Once in control of Hungary, the Nazis could demand the return of territory that Romania took from the Hungarians in 1919, and thus begin the dismemberment of Romania. A German attack on Hungary or other countries of southeastern Europe would mean that the Nazis had decided they could not impose their will on the Balkans by methods short of force. That they are trying other methods before resorting to outright violence is shown by reports of feverish Nazi activities in Hungary, Romania, and Yugoslavia. In Romania, King Carol is continuing his efforts to establish a united political front. He has released members of the Iron Guard, previously banned for their pro-Nazi activities. In Yugoslavia, former Premier Stojadinovic, who had been known as a warm supporter of Germany and Italy, was arrested last Thursday on the charge that he had been plotting to overthrow the government with the aid of German Nazis. If pro-Nazi elements could succeed in Norway, where they formed an infinitesimal proportion of the population, and where social and political conflicts had been reduced to a minimum, you can imagine how much more effective they have been in countries like Hungary, Romania, and Yugoslavia, which chronically suffer from serious internal problems. To begin with, there are large German minorities in each of these countries, and these German minorities represent an advance guard of Nazi penetration. Then the economic problems generated by the World Depression have hit the Balkan countries severely, producing the same kind of discontent among the lower middle classes and students which made it possible for Hitler to seize power in Germany. The Balkan countries are also dependent economically on the German market. Add to this the fact that not one of the Balkan countries is really united internally, so that in Romania, for example, there is a constant struggle between Romanians, Hungarians, and Germans, while in Yugoslavia there is still a conflict between Serbs and Croats. When all these problems are taken into consideration, the wonder is not that Nazi propaganda has made headway in southeastern Europe, but that it has not proved more destructive. The course followed by the hard-pressed Balkan countries will depend ultimately not only on the relative pressures applied to them by Germany and their allies, but also on the attitude of Italy and Russia. Mussolini is now approaching the point where he may have to make the choice between the two belligerents, which he has so far carefully avoided. He prides himself on his independence. He insists that whatever his decision, it will be made without consideration for the wishes of either Germany or their allies. Germany, of course, hopes that Italy will enter the war at this juncture and divert the attention of their allies from the north to the Mediterranean and the Balkans. To encourage Italian action, Germany has hinted that at the end of this war, Britain's domination of the seas will be ended, that Britain will be ousted from Gibraltar and Suez, and that Italy will thus obtain unchallenged control of the Mediterranean, while Germany rules Central and Eastern Europe. The majority of Italians, however, have little sympathy for Germany. They still passionately hope to avoid war, even though many of them will welcome the breakup of the British Empire. Many Italians and even fascists also fear that a German victory in Europe would reduce Italy to the position of a vassal state, which would be forced to follow Germany's dictation. As a matter of fact, while Mussolini's policy has served the purposes of Hitler, it is neither pro-German nor pro-Ally. It is first and foremost pro-Italian. Mussolini apparently still hopes to achieve his ambitions without sacrificing either men or material by participation in the war. These ambitions include, first, special rights for Italians in Tunisia, in North Africa, over which France has a protectorate. Second, a free port in the French port of Djibouti on the Red Sea, which used to serve as the principal outlet for the trade of Ethiopia before that country was conquered by Italy. And third, a share in the control of the Suez Canal, which is operated by a private company, now controlled by French and British stockholders. The threats and warnings that have been coming from Rome since Germany's invasion of Norway may be intended to force concessions on these points from France and Britain. Should Italy, however, decide to strike at their allies, it could probably cut communications through the Mediterranean and effect a quick landing of considerable forces, either in Greece or Yugoslavia. Such a naval attack could be supported by a land attack from Albania, which Italy conquered in 1939. If this move succeeds, the Allied forces now massed in the Near East would find it difficult to obtain supplies of men and material from the West, but they would still remain in communication with the French and British empires further east. I doubt that Italy would take the risk of concentrating its fleet in the eastern Mediterranean. Such a move would leave its west coast exposed to Allied attack. France might then deliver blows by land and air on Italy's vital industries, which are concentrated in the north. Meanwhile, France and Britain could close the exits and entrances to the Mediterranean at Gibraltar and Suez and prevent overseas supplies from reaching Italy. The Allies could also cut off Italy from its colonies in East Africa, including the newly conquered Ethiopia. Reports last week indicated that Allied troops in the Near East might be used not for operations against Germany in the Balkans or Russia in the Caucasus, as has sometimes been expected, but against Italian possessions in Africa. Of course, Allied operations in this region will depend on the action of Russia. Any attempt by Germany and Italy to alter the Balkan situation will probably bring Russia into the fray. Russia is not primarily interested in helping either Germany or Italy, but it would certainly act to protect its own interests in the Balkans. Moscow still hopes to recover Bessarabia, a Russian province seized by Romania in 1918. It is also concerned with the fate of the Slav countries in the Balkans, Yugoslavia and Bulgaria. It is significant that Yugoslavia, which has had no diplomatic relations with Russia since the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, is now on the point of concluding a trade agreement with Moscow. This is particularly interesting in view of the fact that Yugoslavia now seems to be opposed to Germany and Italy. By this new treaty, Yugoslavia would apparently obtain machinery and armaments manufactured in former Czechoslovak factories with Soviet raw materials. Meanwhile, it looks as if Russia would also like to end the rift that has existed in its relations with their allies since the conclusion of the Soviet-German Pact last summer by signing a trade treaty with Britain. This may seem paradoxical, but a determined effort by their allies to defeat Germany might remove Moscow's fear that their allies were merely encouraging Hitler to destroy the Soviet Union. As war spreads in Europe, it brings in its wake economic privation and political restrictions, which threaten to transform the continent into a vast armed camp of impoverished and enslaved peoples. And as war spreads, the hope of neutral countries that they might escape the horrors of the conflict become increasingly dim. Much as the neutrals hate war, they now realize that on the outcome of this conflict depends not only the fate of their allies and Germany, but their own fate as well. It can only be hoped, in the dark hours through which we are passing, that out of this new realization of the need for solidarity in the tasks of war may emerge the determination to achieve solidarity in the tasks of peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Vera Michelis Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York. We shall repeat that address. Send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York City. We invite you to tune in again next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
This is the 24th broadcast in the America Looks Ahead series, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world affairs. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. The 21 republics of the Western Hemisphere are engaged today in a cooperative attempt to keep the European war from our shores. Mr. John I.B. McCulloch, Latin American Associate of the Foreign Policy Association and editor of its Pan American News Service, will discuss the American republics face the war. Mr. McCulloch.
Good afternoon. Events in the inter-American field have moved with extraordinary rapidity since last autumn. And if these events have been less spectacular than some which have occurred in Europe, their long-term significance cannot be disregarded. Moreover, important decisions are now impending. In Rio de Janeiro, 7 international lawyers from 7 American republics have been considering ways and means to make effective the famous neutrality zone proclaimed last October at Panama. Word has just arrived from Rio that at long last a tangible proposal has been prepared by this committee of legal experts. Meanwhile, the spread of military aggression in Europe has focused attention on the question of territorial transfers within the Western Hemisphere. And in Washington, a permanent inter-American committee is awaiting reaction to a project of unusual scope and significance, the Inter-American Bank. The declaration of a neutrality zone emerged, as you perhaps remember, from a meeting of the American foreign ministers in the city of Panama shortly after hostilities broke out in Europe. The American republics marked out a zone extending from their shores for an average width of 300 miles. This was to be a zone of peace, and belligerents were requested to commit no acts of war within these waters. The idea behind this unique document was brought to Panama by the United States delegation. Ever since it was committed to paper, International lawyers have been wrangling over its validity. Critics of the doctrine admit that there is nothing sacrosanct about the traditional 3-mile limit, which merely happens to represent the maximum range of cannon fire at the time that the classical texts on international law were written. But they assert that no such profound change in the rules can be accomplished by a unilateral declaration. They contend, moreover, that this bold innovation is more likely to lead the American nations into war than to protect them from its ravages. Champions of the doctrine deny that this danger exists. They declare, furthermore, that the proclamation of the zone is to be welcomed precisely because it goes beyond outworn legalistic formulae. They maintain that warring nations have had their innings long enough, and that it is high time that neutral nations should assert and perhaps enforce their own terms. At the time that the declaration was drawn up, it was hoped that the European belligerents would consider it a reasonable request, and that they would recognize the desirability of abiding by its provisions. Actually, as you know, the answers received from the belligerents have been so hedged about with conditions as to amount to politely worded refusals. And it cannot be denied that patent violations of the neutrality zone have occurred. Through the President of Panama, whose office acts as a sort of clearinghouse for the American republics, the 21 American nations have twice protested the violation of the zone. Once in the case of the dramatic Graf Spee incident, a second time when the German freighter Wakama was scuttled off the Brazilian coast after being detained by a British warship. A third protest is now in preparation. It is based on the case of the German vessel Hannover, which sailed from Wilhelmstadt with a load of lumber and ore and was overtaken by a British cruiser in Mona Channel between Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. The Inter-American Neutrality Committee is now meeting in Rio to determine precisely what shall be done to make this neutrality declaration effective. When this 7-man committee first convened in the month of January, no one was certain just how far its powers extended. Were its members to deal only in generalities, or could they attack problems raised by the declaration of the neutrality zone? A more conservative point of view prevailed at that time, and 3 rather innocuous resolutions resulted, none of which came to grips with fundamental issues. Subsequently, however, the Pan American Union circularized the various governments, inquiring whether the Rio Committee should not be authorized to take cognizance of the new principle proclaimed at Panama. With an affirmative answer behind them, the Rio jurists are now in a position to discuss the problem of implementing the declaration. It must be emphasized that the use of force is not contemplated. No one wants to see the declaration converted into a boomerang, bringing war to the hemisphere instead of preserving peace. But methods short of force have been proposed in the course of discussions. For example, Charles G. Fenwick of Bryn Mawr, the United States delegate on the Rio Committee, has pointed out that certain facilities are ordinarily extended to visiting ships in port, not as a matter of law which they might invoke, but as a matter of courtesy. Were a specific vessel, therefore, found guilty of infringing the Panama Declaration, could not the American republics refuse to that vessel the customary courtesies of the port, such as refueling and reprovisioning? This would not be a violation of international law. It would simply mean withholding one favor because a favor which we ourselves had requested had not been granted. In today's cryptic announcement from Rio, the specific nature of the recommendation made by the legal experts was not described. My own personal guess would be that any proposal emerging from the Rio discussions would be along some such lines as I have just indicated. Another problem which confronts the American republics in the present world crisis is the adoption of a common policy to govern possible territorial transfers in the Western Hemisphere. This problem changes in aspect from day to day, almost from hour to hour, according to the kaleidoscopic shifts in European politics. When German troops invaded Denmark and Norway, They not only robbed Latin America of her profitable Scandinavian market, the loss is particularly serious in the case of the coffee exporting nations, but they tossed the issue of Greenland into the lap of diplomacy. President Roosevelt has expressed his belief that this enormous territory lies well within the Western Hemisphere. He has indicated, however, that he views as both hypothetical and premature any question as to the application of the Monroe Doctrine in this case. Meanwhile, there are rumors that Canada might step in and take over the affairs of Greenland. Geographically, Canada belongs to the American continent, and yet although she enjoys an autonomous status, she forms part politically of the British Commonwealth. What situation would result should Canada attempt to assume responsibility for Greenland? Would this run counter to the Monroe Doctrine? In the light of the administration's present policy, it seems probable that the other American republics will in any event be consulted with a view to ascertaining their attitude should a transfer of sovereignty in Greenland appear imminent. Greenland is cold and remote and sparsely populated. It has no great appeal for the average citizen of the United States, and presumably even less for the Latin American. But supposing that a German army were to march into the Netherlands tonight or tomorrow, what disposition would be made of the Dutch possessions in the West Indies, of the important oil refineries on the islands of Curacao and Aruba off the Venezuelan coast? Or what, to pursue the hypothesis a little further, would occur if Great Britain and France, through the changing fortunes of war, were no longer in a position to defend their holdings in the Western Hemisphere? At Panama, the foreign ministers of the American republics resolved, quote, that in case any geographic region of America subject to the jurisdiction of any non-American state should be obliged to change its sovereignty, and there should result therefrom a danger to the security of the American continent, a consultative meeting such as the one now being held will be convoked with the urgency that the case may require. Unquote. It is quite possible that such consultation would result in a decision to place the territory affected under the protection, temporary or permanent, of the American republics. But what specific arrangements would be made for the administration of any such territory? So far as I know, there has been no formal discussion on the part of the American nations looking toward a tangible plan of action in this contingency. Quite possibly, 2 or 3 of the republics would be delegated by the others to act as administrative agents. The implications of such close political teamwork are fascinating to pursue. In these remarks, I have largely confined myself, as you will observe, to the political problems raised by current Pan-American collaboration. The economic aspects of the matter have been discussed on many occasions. I should like, however, briefly to call your attention to a body which is now functioning in Washington, with objectives which are chiefly economic, but with a widening range of action which cannot fail to affect the entire fabric of Pan-American relationships. During the 5 months in which it has been in session, the Inter-American Financial and Economic Advisory Committee has brought forward at least 2 projects of unusual significance. One of these is a plan for fostering, through joint participation of the United States and Latin American capital, certain Latin American economic activities which will not compete with our own. The second is a project for an Inter-American bank. The bylaws of this bank have been altered several times to meet criticisms formulated by various governments. About 10 days ago, a newly revised project was forwarded to the 21 capitals, and it is hoped that the convention can be signed by May 10th. The United States has already signified its support of the bank. Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil, all 3 of which are important Latin American republics, have indicated that they have no objections to signing, and a sufficient number of other governments are expected to fall in line to make the experiment worth the attempt. Meanwhile, the Advisory Committee in Washington has amply demonstrated its utility in initiating projects of common interest. This committee was formed to sit for the duration of the war, and so far as I know, its continued existence after the war has not been contemplated. I should not be at all surprised, however, if the desirability of having some such permanent body available as an integral part of the Pan-American framework were to suggest itself to statesmen. The difficulties that stand in the way of a practical Pan-Americanism must not be overlooked. The 21 American republics differ materially in size, degree of economic development, racial composition, historical background, and culture. All of these factors militate and will militate for some time against an identity of interest and point of view. Among the Latin American countries themselves, rivalries and jealousies exist in abundance. Even greater is the gap to be bridged between Latin America on the one hand and Anglo-Saxon America on the other, with its size, enormous energies, and shifting record of cooperation and coercion. Despite the positive achievements of the good neighbor policy, problems of plenty remain for our diplomats. The issue of the Mexican oil expropriation has not yet been solved, and an even more delicate problem would be posed for the State Department in Washington, were the current presidential campaign in Mexico to terminate, as many observers predict, in violence and civil war. In connection with the oil expropriations, there has been talk of a possibility that Mexico might attempt to rally Latin American sentiment against the United States. Personally, I have no fear of such a development. For bargaining purposes, this implied threat is obviously a convenient weapon in Mexican hands. But the other Latin American republics, many of which are dickering for United States loans, are not likely to join in such a game. Nor do I believe that responsible Mexicans themselves would care to participate at this time in causing a serious rift in the inter-American front. The world crisis is too real and too immediate, and our growing interdependence economically and strategically becomes increasingly apparent. To draw together the bonds that unite the American republics while there is still time would seem to be the dictate of common sense.
Mr. John I.B. McCulloch, Latin American Associate of the Foreign Policy Association and editor of its Pan American News Service, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. Today's broadcast came from Washington. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the 25th broadcast in the series America Looks Abroad, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current international events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. Both Europe and America are striving to assess the full consequences of the German victory in Norway. Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, will discuss the Norwegian campaign, its lessons and effects. Mr. Popper.
Good afternoon. The first phase in the Norwegian campaign, and possibly the last, has ended in a serious defeat for the Allies. The eyes of the world are now turning toward London, where on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week the British Parliament will debate the responsibility of the Chamberlain government for the Allied reverses. Ugly rumors are circulating of dissension within the British government and between British and French leaders. British critics of the Chamberlain government recall with some bitterness Prime Minister Chamberlain's recent proclamation that the Nazis had missed the bus, and the statement of Sir Edmund Ironside, British Army Chief, that the Allies had now turned the corner. The critics are denouncing what they call faulty, feeble, and foolish leadership, and are asking for a government shake-up to produce speed and direction and decision and drive. Unfavorable comparisons are being drawn between the relatively youthful government which steered Britain to victory in 1918 and the older men who rule Britain today, men whom their opponents accuse of a tendency to keep on muddling through in traditional British style when muddling through will no longer suffice. A real national coalition government may possibly replace the Chamberlain cabinet if it falls next week, but that is considered unlikely. The grip of the Conservative Party machine is still extremely strong, and its chiefs have been in office so long that no alternative group of leaders of proved experience and ability seems visible. Another cabinet reshuffle, therefore, seems more probable, perhaps by formation of a small cabinet, free of departmental routine, free to devote all its energies to broad questions of war policy. Whether such an arrangement would galvanize British forces, producing the drive and imagination necessary for victory, remains to be seen. The experience of the Allied Expeditionary Force in southern Norway will go down in history as an unfortunate chapter in British military annals. Just as in the case of the Gallipoli campaign of 1915, Britain has not struck forcefully enough or rapidly enough to win and hold its objective. In one sense, the Norwegian expedition is not nearly so disastrous as Britain's attempt to force the Dardanelles in the last war. The number of men and ships involved is by no means as large, and once success seemed impossible, the whole venture was rapidly liquidated, while the operations at Gallipoli dragged themselves out for many months. But although the attack on the Straits failed in 1915, it did disorganize the German plan of attack in Western Europe and gave the Allies a further opportunity to consolidate their positions in France. Today, on the other hand, the German plan of campaign can continue unimpeded. The Nazi base in Norway may conceivably prove to be a dagger pointed at the heart of England. Mr. Chamberlain tells us that British and French troops landed in the Trondheim region between April 14th and 19th. Some of them advanced 130 miles inland, as far as Lillehammer, and they moved to join with the Norwegians and check the German advance. But without suitable artillery, tanks, or air support, the Allied forces simply could not meet the onrushing Germans on equal terms. By last Friday, all Allied troops had been forced back to their landing points on the coast and had been evacuated. Little remained of the confident predictions of Winston Churchill, First Lord of the British Admiralty, on April 11th, when he proclaimed that British sea power would cut communications between Germany and Norway and permit the Allies to drain Hitler's strength in a long Norwegian campaign. The accounts of how the end came differ greatly. According to the Germans, the British broke into headlong flight, and reporters who witnessed the British troops sailing away from Namsos tell of terrific German air attacks, taking a heavy toll of life. But according to Mr. Chamberlain, the retreat was an orderly withdrawal, carried out without loss of a single man. The entire area is now in the hands of the Germans. Allied troops are still stationed at Narvik, several hundred miles to the north, where they may be reinforced by the remnants of the expedition to southern Norway. It appears that the town of Narvik itself is still in German hands, although the position of the Nazis there, cut off as they are from German support, except to a limited extent by air, is anything but encouraging. It seems quite likely that the Allied command may now seek to annihilate the defenders of Narvik, so that the British government can face its critics in Parliament on Tuesday with at least one victory to its credit. For the present, however, the situation at Narvik is not of great strategic significance. It is important to cast up the balance sheet of the southern Norwegian adventure. In the first place, the Germans, by their victory, have gained a strategic success which it is difficult to overestimate. Now that the disheartened Norwegian troops left in central Norway have concluded an armistice with the Germans, it will not even be necessary to mop up the richest section of the country as far north as Namsos. We may expect that the Nazis are already bringing in equipment to set up a formidable air and submarine base on the western Norwegian coast. Scapa Flow, Britain's great home fleet station, is within easy bombing range, only some 300 miles away, and all the north of Scotland is open to German air attack. Starting from Norwegian bases, German submarines and light surface vessels will find it much easier than ever before to elude the British blockade in the North Atlantic. Second, German military operations have again been marked by that superb timing and coordination which brought them rapid victory in the Polish campaign. More than anyone else, the Germans recognize the value of speed in modern war. It is quite apparent that throughout the Norwegian episode, they have kept the initiative in their own hands. Third, Germany's confidence in the value of its aviation as a check to British sea power has proved well-founded. In spite of all that the British Navy, and the British Air Force, for that matter, were able to do, the Nazis succeeded in taking over and using Norwegian air bases. What port facilities there were in Namsos and Aldalsnes were blasted into ruin, while the Allies never succeeded in applying concentrated air power against their opponent. We should note that the British chose not to risk the capital ship strength of their navy in a great assault on Trondheim Ford from the sea. This may indicate that they have serious doubts about the ability of sea power to make itself felt against opposing land and air power in close quarters. The Nazis, boasting that they have sunk a British battleship and over 50,000 tons of British naval vessels in a single day, are exulting in what they term a crushing demonstration of the supremacy of their own type of air war. The German report of the sinking of British ships must be accepted with caution. The British call it fantastic, and it may be designed for its effect on Mussolini. But If air power becomes predominant in the North Sea, is it not equally decisive in the narrow waters of the Mediterranean? Mussolini may well be encouraged to believe that if destructive infighting should break out in the Mediterranean between Italy and the Allies, his bombing squadrons could deal as decisive a blow there as the Nazis have done in the north. Only an extreme enthusiast would maintain that naval strength has been definitely and finally eliminated as a vital factor in European war. But certainly, its effectiveness in operations close to shore is now strikingly limited. Finally, the indirect effects of the Nazi triumph may be even more important than their military aspect. German prestige has reached a new high among the neutrals of Europe. Hitler's reputation for invincibility is growing with tremendous speed. The Swedes, outflanked by German military forces in Norway, have no choice but to gear their economy closely to that of Germany. They will be forced to tax their production and transport facilities to the utmost to meet the German demand for iron ore and possibly for armaments as well. In southeastern Europe, too, the fear of Germany is growing. The small states of that area may be more inclined than ever to furnish all the supplies the Nazis demand to avoid the tragedy of a German invasion. So much for the assets gained by Germany in the Norwegian campaign. What of the Allies? Prime Minister Chamberlain, in his explanation to Parliament, minimized the extent of the Allied defeat. He said he was satisfied that the balance of advantage up to the present lay with the British and French forces. The conquest of southern Norway had been delayed. The iron ore route from Narvik had been cut off. German losses had been very heavy. German naval strength had been smashed. And if Britain had not achieved its objective, neither had the Germans achieved theirs. But British as well as neutral observers are not entirely satisfied with these explanations. Mr. Chamberlain admitted that troops had been prepared for a Scandinavian expeditionary force for Finland some 3 months ago. He said the British had known for many months that German troops were practicing embarkation and landing operations in the Baltic. Observers asked then why the British government dispersed the Finnish expeditionary force so that only a hasty, ill-prepared operation could be undertaken when the Germans struck. They are asking whether the destruction of German naval power is really very important, since Germany means to win this war on land and in the air, and not on the sea. They wonder when the gap between the Allied and German air strength is going to be closed, so that the two sides can meet on an even basis. Most important of all, they note that the British have again done too little and done it too late. What is most discouraging about the Norwegian affair is the impression of irresolution, timidity, inertia, and divided counsels among the Allied leadership. Nothing could be more destructive to Allied morale. This will be the keynote of the attack on the Chamberlain government in Parliament Tuesday. No one can find encouragement in Mr. Chamberlain's statement last Thursday that British forces could not be diverted to Norway or elsewhere because the Germans might then attack in any one of a number of other theaters of war. Significantly enough, Mr. Chamberlain even referred to the possibility of a lightning swoop on England itself by the Germans. We have only to remember that there has been no foreign invasion of England since the year 1066 to appreciate how quickly Britain's sense of security is dwindling under the rapid succession of Nazi hammer blows. Not that a direct attack on England is an immediate possibility, but Mr. Chamberlain's attitude seems to indicate that the Allies are merely waiting for the Nazis to strike the next blow. As a rule, victory cannot be won in this way. Most military men are agreed that the Allies must take the initiative, whatever its risks, to bring the war to a successful conclusion. Men will differ, of course, on the question of the proper moment and the proper place to attack. But as each Nazi advance opens up a new Allied flank, the difficulties of Allied attack become greater, and the Nazis improve their position for striking a really decisive blow at the Allies. No one realizes this more keenly than Mussolini, whose renewed defiance of the Allies seems a direct consequence of events in Norway. At this distance, we cannot tell whether Italy believes the time is approaching to enter the war on Germany's side, or whether it is simply trying to win concessions by means of threats. In any case, it is obvious that Washington regards the situation in the Mediterranean as extremely serious. Our administration, just as it did before the war, is applying pressure on Mussolini to prevent hostilities from spreading. Ambassador Phillips in Rome and President Roosevelt in Washington are probably telling the Italians that war would involve great risks for Italy, since American shipping would be barred from the Mediterranean and the United States could not be left out of account as a potential belligerent. Possibly American diplomacy is reinforcing British diplomacy in this connection. What our officials have to say will scarcely come as news to the Italian Foreign Office, but it may exercise a certain restraining influence upon them. They are not likely to enter the struggle unless they are convinced that Germany can win a quick and complete victory. Italy's entrance into the war would confront the Allies with new military problems of great magnitude. Together with the Norwegian situation, the Mediterranean and Balkan tangles would represent a constant threat to far-flung Allied forces, from the Orkney Islands north of Scotland all the way to Palestine and to Syria. The outlook for the Allies is much darker than it was a month ago, but it is by no means hopeless. Operations in distant regions are effective, but a preponderance of military opinion would probably still agree that the war will, in the end, have to be won or lost on the Western Front. Here the bulk of the Allied forces have been concentrated. Here, in particular, is the splendidly trained and prepared French army, backed by a nation which so far seems much more determined about the prosecution of this war than the British. No one can say whether Hitler means to strike at France or the Low Countries before winter comes, or whether the Allies are considering countermeasures in other areas, such as the Balkans. But there is reason to believe that on the vital Western Front, the Allies will not be caught napping, nor will their movements there be timid or indecisive.
Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8, West 40th Street, New York City. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the 26th broadcast in the series America Looks Abroad, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. Mrs. Vera Michelis Dean, authority on European affairs, will speak today in place of Mr. James F. Green, originally scheduled for this time. The fate not only of Europe, but of the whole world hinges on the outcome of Germany's invasion of Holland and Belgium. Mrs. Dean will discuss the question, can Hitler win the war this year? Mrs. Dean.
Good afternoon. With the invasion of Luxembourg, Holland, and Belgium, Germany, after 8 months of war, has come to grips with France and Britain. The bloody conflict now raging on the Western Front may not, as Hitler declared to his troops, decide the fate of Germany for the next 1,000 years, but on its outcome hangs the immediate fate both of Europe and of the world. In his lightning attack on the Low Countries, Hitler has gambled Germany's entire resources of manpower and raw materials on a chance of winning the war this year, before the Allied blockade has undermined German economy. It had always been assumed by the Allies that Germany would attack Holland and Belgium only as a measure of last resort. First, because such an invasion was bound to shock public opinion in the United States. Second, because it involves large-scale expenditure of lives and essential raw materials, notably oil. And third, because such an invasion breaks the deadlock on the Western Front and enables the Allies to engage German forces in a familiar theater of war close to their own bases. The fact that Hitler struck at the Low Countries now, without waiting to consolidate the bases he had just acquired in Norway, would indicate that he feels under economic pressure to end the war as quickly as possible, regardless of cost. Germany is seeking to accomplish 2 principal objectives. It wants to obtain bases close to Britain, from which it could launch air raids and landing expeditions, and it wants to turn France's Maginot Line. During the last war, Germany occupied all of Belgium and established submarine bases along the Belgian coast. Today, it hopes to establish bases not only in Belgium, but also in Holland, some of whose ports, notably Rotterdam, are less than 200 miles by air from Britain. In their surprise invasion of the Low Countries, the Germans have once more displayed striking ingenuity, excellent coordination, and amazing attention to detail. The use of unorthodox methods like the landing of parachute troops behind the enemy's lines, disguised in Dutch and Allied uniforms, attempts to utilize so-called fifth columns of German residents to guide the movements of Nazi troops, mysterious references to the use of a new weapon reported to render the occupants of fortifications entirely helpless. These and other methods are intended to disrupt the morale of the Low Countries, confuse their general staffs and populations, circumvent their defenses, and break their resistance. This invasion, unlike that of Norway, did not catch Belgium and Holland unprepared. The two Low Countries were determined to preserve their neutrality, but they had taken many precautions against the danger of a sudden German thrust. Belgium has a stronger system of fortifications than in 1914, and a well-trained army which could muster 800,000 men. Holland, which has not been invaded since 1810, has a less well-trained army of 400,000 and a complicated system of water defenses. By landing parachute troops behind the Dutch and Belgian lines, the Germans hope to avoid the necessity of having to break through the fortifications and flooded areas of the Low Countries and to outflank their allies. So far as we can determine from censored news, both Belgium and Holland succeeded in withstanding the initial shock of German invasion, although the Germans have captured important positions, notably one of the Liège forts. Their determined resistance gave France and Britain sufficient time to bring men and material into positions determined in advance by the Allied general staffs. To break the resistance of their allies, the Nazis may have to subject their own forces to large-scale slaughter. This they are apparently ready to do in the hope of achieving a decisive victory. Such a victory is by no means outside the realm of possibility. But if the Nazis fail to win a quick decision now and are forced to fight a long war of positions, this would represent a Nazi defeat, because Germany does not command sufficient economic resources for a long war. If Hitler had hoped that his plans would be furthered by political confusion in France and Britain, this hope was defeated by the swift reorganization of the British and French cabinets. Mr. Chamberlain, bowing to criticisms of the Norwegian campaign in the House of Commons, resigned on Friday. Winston Churchill immediately formed a war cabinet of national union, which includes leaders of the Labour and Liberal opposition. In a less drastic reshuffle, the French Premier, Paul Reynaud, broadened his cabinet, which already included radical socialists and socialists, by adding two leaders of the right. These cabinet changes should strengthen political unity in France and Britain and permit more energetic prosecution of the war. It is thus with greatly increased morale and with grim realization of the issues at stake that their allies are meeting Germany's direct onslaught on the West. Their chief weakness lies not in morale, nor in their preparations for land warfare, where the French army is expected to display its traditional courage and striking power, nor in their vast economic resources, now strengthened by the resources of Holland and Belgium. The chief weakness of their allies lies in the fact, acknowledged last week by Winston Churchill, that they have not yet achieved equality with Germany, either in the number of airplanes now at their disposal, nor in the rate of airplane production. Their allies may therefore be forced to remain on the defensive. True, the question whether air power alone can prove decisive has not yet been answered in the affirmative. The German campaigns in Poland and Norway give no real clue to the situation in the Western countries, which command far better anti-aircraft defenses. But meanwhile, the fact remains that the Nazis enjoy superiority in the air, and whatever the outcome of the struggle, are in a position to wreak incalculable havoc on the Low Countries and on their allies. The crucial necessity for their allies of promptly increasing the number of their airplanes confronts the United States with an immediate decision of far-reaching importance. The United States is the only great industrial power outside the area of conflict which can furnish airplanes to their allies. But even the United States has not caught up with the reported rate of German production. In 1939, the total output of our aircraft plants was 2,400 planes of all types, military and commercial. It is expected that by September of this year, the United States will produce at the rate of 800 planes a month, as compared with 1,500 planes a month in Germany. On May 1, before the invasion of the Low Countries, France and Britain had on order here approximately 3,000 military airplanes, and it is now reported that they may order 2,000 additional planes at once, bringing their total orders to 5,000. Can our aircraft factories fill these orders promptly? Estimates of the potential capacity of our aircraft industry vary widely. The most realistic estimate is that our total production will be at the rate of 10,000 planes a year by September 1940. At present, deliveries of planes already contracted for are being made at from 6 to 8 months after the contract date. It would thus appear that actual deliveries during the next 6 months, which may prove crucial for their allies, will not run much over 3,000 planes. The allies, however, could obtain additional planes if the War and Navy departments agree to release planes they now have on order in our factories for the Army and Navy. This is entirely possible under a new policy which went into effect on March 25. This policy permits release of airplanes at the discretion of the War and Navy departments on recommendation of the Joint Aeronautical Board. Such action, unlike 2 other measures now under discussion in Washington, would not require authorization by Congress. The 2 other measures discussed in Washington are the grant of credits to their allies, who must now pay cash for all their purchases here, and permission for American ships to carry airplanes and other war material to Allied ports. Both of these, as you know, are at present prohibited by the Neutrality Act. It is not expected that any action on these 2 measures could be taken until the next session of Congress. Meanwhile, the United States is confronted with grave decisions in other areas. The moment Holland was invaded, the governments of the Dutch East and West Indies declared war on Germany, interned German citizens, and seized German ships in their ports. The Dutch East Indies are strategic islands in the Far East, rich in tin and rubber, 2 essential war materials which the United States is now seeking to stock up. In April, in answer to a Japanese trial balloon regarding the future of these islands should Holland be invaded, Secretary Hull issued a strong warning that the United States favors maintenance of the status quo in the Dutch East Indies. Apparently, to reinforce this warning, Washington announced last week that our fleet will remain in the Pacific, probably based on Hawaii. The showdown in Europe now raises the question whether the small naval forces we maintain in the Atlantic will have to be strengthened in the near future. This would tend to reduce our strength in the Pacific and make more hazardous the use of our fleet in Far Eastern waters, should Japan choose this moment to make a thrust at the Dutch East Indies. Mr. Hull has also indicated that this country is consulting other American republics regarding possible repercussions of Holland's invasion on the status of its possessions in this hemisphere, the most important of which are Curacao and Dutch Guiana. The issue here is that if Germany succeeds in conquering Holland, it may lay claim to Dutch possessions in this hemisphere. Allied troops have already landed in the Dutch West Indies islands of Curacao and Aruba, which are rich in oil and lie 750 miles from the Panama Canal, and the United States has declared it does not regard this action as infringement of the Monroe Doctrine. The various problems already raised for the United States by Germany's onslaught in the West reveal the fallacy of thinking that this country, merely by proclaiming its neutrality, can insulate itself against the effects of war in Europe. There is room for legitimate difference of opinion as to the course this country should pursue under the circumstances, but it would be a dangerous self-deception to believe that it makes no difference to the United States who wins the war in Europe. It does make a fundamental difference to us whether their allies, whatever their past mistakes, remain in control of Europe's Atlantic seaboard, or succumb to the rule of Nazi Germany, which plans domination not only of Europe, but of the world. Here, As in all contingencies of life, there is a choice to be made, a decision to be reached, and it must be hoped that discussion of our future course will be unmarred by considerations of party politics. Our indignation against Germany's invasion of the Low Countries should not blind us to the fact that after the First World War, Germany had certain legitimate grievances, which, if satisfied before Hitler's rise to power, might not have assumed the monstrous form they are taking today. But neither should our attempt at objectivity blind us to the fact that the issues at stake in Europe concern us as much as they concerned those neutrals of yesterday, Norway, Belgium, and Holland. Their fate demonstrates that neither neutrality nor pacifism is a safeguard against the kind of ruthless war to which the Nazis, for the misfortune of both Germany and the world, have devoted the great talents of the German people. The future of Europe, and with it of the world, is so dark today that it requires the utmost fortitude, the utmost faith in a Western way of life to face the decisions which lie ahead of us. This fortitude we must summon, this faith we must maintain, if we in turn are not to be undermined from within by the kind of disintegrating defeatism which in so many European countries has proved Hitler's most effective ally.
Mrs. Vera Michelis-Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. Mrs. Dean was the speaker today in place of Mr. James F. Green, who had originally been scheduled for this time but who was unable to appear. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association at number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. Number 8 West 40th Street, New York City, the Foreign Policy Association. And we invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the 27th broadcast in the America Looks Abroad series presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. President Roosevelt, in his message to Congress on Thursday, said, "Let us examine without self-deception the dangers which confront us." Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, will speak to you from the nation's capital. He will discuss America and the European crisis. Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon. The great battle for supremacy now joined in Europe has brought the United States to the threshold of momentous decisions. To measure the change which has swept over Washington since Germany launched her attack in the West, it is only necessary to ask a single question and to compare the answers with those given 6 months ago, a month ago, or even 2 weeks ago. The question may be put in several ways, but in essence it is this: how would the vital interests of the United States be affected by a decisive German victory? 6 months ago, both Congress and the executive were whispering the question, but evading the real issue which it raised. At that time, almost no one in Washington believed that a decisive victory by either side would be possible for a long time to come. The policymakers at the White House and the State Department had already made up their minds about where our vital interests lay. President Roosevelt had warned that this nation could not hope to find security for itself or its institutions if the rest of the world should be dominated by force. And his foreign policy advisors at the State Department were proceeding on the premise that our own interests would be very gravely jeopardized in both Europe and Asia by an Allied defeat. But Congress was still reluctant to accept the premise and questioned whether our real interests were directly involved. It approved the President's program of measures short of war, but only on condition that our aid to the Allies was kept within the limits of technical neutrality. A month ago, the question began to be asked openly when the invasion of Norway and Denmark brought home the gravity of the Allies' position. Congressional opinion began to shift, and many who had denied that this country had any vital concern in the outcome in Europe began to revise their earlier estimates. But even then, the shift was not decisive. Today, the trend is unmistakable. The direct effects of the events of the past few days are seen on every hand in the huge emergency defense program moving swiftly through Congress, in the hurried consultations between the diplomats of the American Republic, in the landing of Allied troops in the Dutch West Indies, in the sending of American consular officers to Greenland and Iceland, in the retention of the United States fleet in Hawaiian waters, in the overshadowing of all domestic issues in Congress, and in the growing atmosphere of strain and tension here in Washington. The issue which is now shaping is not whether this country is concerned with what is happening abroad. That is now conceded. The issue posed by President Roosevelt in his message to Congress last Thursday is how to organize our own first line of defense in the face of new dangers. The external dangers are only too clear, but there are internal dangers too. One immediate danger is that we will give way to hysteria, and that decisions will be taken in panic rather than by considered judgment and a cool appraisal of the situation which confronts us. Now, in appraising our position in relation to the present crisis, it's important to keep several key factors in mind. The first key factor is time. Another is our insular position between two oceans. And still another is the productive capacity of American industry. Time is an important factor in all calculations affecting both national defense and foreign policy. During the past few days, the Nazi war machine has obliterated Holland, overrun most of Belgium, and broken through the little Maginot Line to penetrate deep into France. Many qualified military experts in Washington believe that the great battle now raging on the Western Front may be the decisive turning point in the war, and that the issue in this battle may be decided within the next 2 weeks, possibly even within the next few days. But if the issue in Europe should be determined in the next 2 weeks or even in the next 6 months, there is very little that this country can do to affect the outcome. The new national defense program cannot be put into operation overnight, and the production of 50,000 airplanes is likely to require anywhere from 18 months to perhaps 2 years. On the other hand, if the German offensive can be checked, if it fails to produce an overwhelming victory before the end of this year, the time factor may alter the situation in several ways. One possibility is a military stalemate in which neither Germany nor the Allies are able to achieve a decisive military result. Another possibility is that other nations will come into the conflict, altering the military balance of power and extending the war to new fronts. Still another possibility is the break in civilian morale within the warring countries following a military setback. Now, in writing his message to Congress this week, President Roosevelt obviously took these time factors into account. He underlined 2 primary objectives. First, the long-term objective of providing the essential equipment for a vast expansion of the land, naval, and air forces. Second, the short-term objective of increasing the productive capacity of American industry, particularly the aircraft industry, as rapidly as possible. He said very little about how the expansion of airplane production would be used in the short run, but he clearly implied that this country has a vital interest in the successful resistance of the Allies, because it will take us a long time to organize our own defense effectively. If the Allies cannot make a successful stand, we face the task of defending our interests single-handed in the Western Hemisphere. Therefore, one of the most significant statements in the President's message was his warning to Congress not to take any action which would in any way hamper or delay the delivery of American-made planes to the Allies. This means that the first step in the program will be to sell the Allies all the planes and all the equipment and all the war materials that we can produce in order to gain time to expand our plant capacity and to build up our defense in case of their defeat. If this extension of the policy of measures short of war is to prevent an Allied defeat, however, the rate of production will have to be stepped up enormously. At the present time, the maximum output of our aircraft industry is only about 350 planes a month, including commercial as well as military types, for the United States, for the Army and Navy, and for foreign countries. During the first 6 months of the war, our actual deliveries to the Allies totaled only about 700 planes, due partly to bottlenecks in the machine tool industry and partly to a serious delay in the placing of large Allied orders. The rate of production is likely to increase rapidly in the next few months, but the most optimistic estimates in Washington don't place the rate at more than about 800 planes a month by September. Apparently, the only way to speed up shipments to the Allies would be to release military planes now in the units of the Army and Navy. The other key factor, our insular position between two oceans, was also brought home by the events of the past few days. Here again, we're faced with short-term and long-term decisions of the utmost importance. It is generally agreed that our Navy is more than adequate to defend the United States against invasion by any single foreign power. But it is not adequate to undertake major operations in both oceans at the same time. And there's a serious question whether it is strong enough for single-handed operations against Japan in far eastern waters, distant from our own naval bases. Last week, the occupation of Holland created an immediate problem, both in the West Indies and in the Far East. On the morning of May 11th, small contingents of Allied troops were landed on the islands of Curacao and Aruba, situated off the Dutch coast of Venezuela, in order to prevent possible German attempts at sabotage in the important oil refineries of those islands. State Department officials who had been advised of the Allied move took the position that the occupation did not affect the Monroe Doctrine, as no change in sovereignty was involved, and because the troops had been sent with the consent of the Netherlands authorities. On the same day, however, the State Department received sharp intimations from Tokyo that a similar landing of Allied troops in the Netherlands East Indies would be viewed with deep concern by Japan. The Japanese Foreign Minister, Mr. Arita, summoned the diplomatic representatives of the belligerent powers and the United States and Italy, and renewed an earlier statement of April 15th, expressing concern over the possibility of extension of hostilities to the Dutch East Indies. He did not say flatly that the landing of Allied troops in the East Indies would constitute a violation of the status quo, but Mr. Joseph C. Grew, our ambassador in Tokyo, wasted no time in communicating with Mr. Hull in Washington. As a result, Secretary Hull at his press conference on the same day reaffirmed the desire of the United States that the position of the Dutch East Indies should not be altered. Tension was reduced when Great Britain and Holland gave assurances that Allied military aid was not intended and not desired. But the issue in the Far East remains critical, more critical perhaps than most Americans realize. The United States is concerned about the status of the Dutch East Indies because it is our chief source of supply for two basic raw materials, rubber and tin, and our Navy is being kept in Hawaiian waters. Japan is concerned with the Dutch East Indies because she depends upon them for oil, and her Navy is concentrated in the Western Pacific. Now, as long as British sea power remains unbroken in the Atlantic, the United States is in no immediate danger of attack on the continental United States
on the Panama Canal or the east coast of South America, and we're free to keep our fleet in the Pacific Ocean. If British sea power should be broken, however, either by decisive German victory or by attack from the air, we would face new and very formidable problems. Then this country would be called upon to undertake the single-handed defense of the Western Hemisphere. This is the long-term prospect which confronts the United States in the event of a decisive and overwhelming German victory. As a military problem alone, it is not insoluble. Hemispheric defense is possible, and a two-ocean navy can be built, if necessary, to provide an impregnable defense for the United States and for America. A continental defense program was urged last week in the report of the Senate Naval Affairs Committee, headed by Senator Walsh, which argued that a policy of armed isolation would be infinitely less costly in the long run than allowing ourselves to become engaged in the war in Europe. But in either case, we face a series of difficult adjustments with regimentation and concentration of economic and political power at home. There is room for a difference of opinion on the course which this country should follow in the weeks which lie directly ahead. But there is no longer any question that we are concerned, very vitally affected, by the outcome of the present battle in Europe.
Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Supply depots and cutting off communications. Low-flying attack planes suddenly roar over marching enemy troops, dropping bombs and raking the soldiers with machine guns. Such tactics are highly demoralizing and difficult to combat. German strategy, too, has been characterized by an unusual boldness of conception and execution. The German generals, if left to their own devices, would probably not have carried out such a plan of attack. The military mind is generally conservative, reluctant to resort to new and untried methods. Very likely Hitler has been the driving genius. The army is the Führer's pet child, his own creation. The former corporal has become the generalissimo. He rushes in where others fear to tread. Ever since he drove the hesitant German generals to occupy the Rhineland in 1936, he has called the moves and supplied the motive power. Hitler does not shrink from risking everything. With him it's a question of do or die. He has poured all of Germany's manpower and material into this gigantic effort to win a blitzkrieg, and so far his recklessness and boldness appear to have borne fruit. But this formidable military machine could never have been created if Germany's economy had not been effectively geared to the war. For many years before the outbreak of hostilities, the Nazis were hard at work to establish what they called a Wehrwirtschaft, a military economy. The sole objective was to create an invincible armament. Labor, industry, agricultural, and foreign trade were mobilized in this endeavor. The standard of living was sacrificed. Considerations of private enterprise and individual freedom were overridden. Thus, from the very beginning, Germany was able to throw into this struggle its maximum economic and military strength. Finally, the Nazi campaign has been powered by a fanatic zeal and fighting spirit. Make no mistake, Nazism is a revolutionary faith. It represents a new concept of society. It revolutionizes the relationship of the individual to the community. Just as the French soldiers under Napoleon carried the French Revolution through Europe, so the Nazis are bearing the torch of revolution in one hand and the sword in the other. These thousands of young German soldiers would not display such daring and initiative unless they were inspired by a revolutionary idea and blind devotion to the German Führer. The bulk of the German people on the home front have also been rallied about the swastika. For many of them, Hitler appears at last to be realizing the true German destiny. The Nazis have cleverly exploited the feeling of the German people that they, 80 million strong, are better equipped to organize and control Europe than 47 million British or 42 million Frenchmen. For all this, the Allies were poorly prepared. The French, and particularly the British, always underestimated Hitler and the power of the Nazi movement. They indulged in too much wishful thinking about the possibility of a political or economic collapse in Germany. The flippant characterization of Hitler as a house painter or paper hanger fooled many people. Even after war broke out, the Allies relied too much on a static conception of warfare. They believed that their superiority of economic and financial resources would tell in the end, and that the Germans could be starved out. The comparative inactivity of Germany after the Polish campaign encouraged the Allies in the conviction that they would have ample time to mobilize the military and economic strength needed to deliver the final blow. They moved far too slowly in stepping up production of armament. In Britain particularly, the government and people were too reluctant to interfere with normal business and shoulder the heavy sacrifices required for the grim task of war. We as Americans, however, would do well not to be too severe in our strictures of the Allies. Few of us can rightfully claim that we foresaw all this, or that we fully realized the scope of Nazi ambitions and the extent of German power. Otherwise, we too might have taken measures. Nor could anyone have predicted the ease with which the Dutch, Belgian, and French defense works crumbled before the German onslaught. Hitherto, there had been little reason to question the adage that the power of defense usually keeps pace with the development of offensive weapons. The Allied military situation is not, of course, wholly beyond repair. There are still opportunities for effective counterattack before the Germans have consolidated their positions. In a daring plan of campaign, such as the German, crucial mistakes may yet be made. The Germans are drawing heavily on their reserves of manpower and material, without being able to replace them as rapidly. Their supplies are not inexhaustible. Meanwhile, the grave emergency has at last galvanized the Allies into energetic action. In Britain, the Churchill government has awakened the people to the gravity of the situation. A law giving the cabinet sweeping authority to conscript labor and national wealth has been rushed through Parliament. New and energetic men are directing the various ministries dealing with the production of aircraft, munitions, and the mobilization of labor. Measures have also been taken to combat an invasion. Everyone is putting his shoulder to the wheel. In France, too, reorganization has been the order of the day. A shake-up in the army has placed General Weygand, an old disciple of Foch, in command. The Premier has appealed to every soldier to stand his ground. The Frenchman will fight bitterly to defend his beloved native soil. But all these efforts may come too late. Unquestionably, the Allies are now battling against almost overwhelming odds. The enemy has seized a large part of supplies stored in northern France and in the Channel ports, and Allied pilots are approaching exhaustion in their gallant attempts to combat German superiority in the air. We in this country must resolutely face the prospects and consequences of a Nazi victory in Europe. If Hitler wins, we must be prepared for the disappearance of democratic institutions in Europe. We must even expect that the British and French will keenly resent our unwillingness to give them more effective aid. We may see a fascist United States of Europe. The French and British empires may be disrupted. In Africa, Germany may acquire colonies in close proximity to South America. In Europe, the Nazis expect to organize a vast continental market and a production machine which undoubtedly would have tremendous economic bargaining power in Latin America and other countries overseas. The British Navy, which has stood between us and Europe, would be wiped out. And in the Far East, the disposition of French, British, and Dutch colonies would confront us with burning questions. While we must face the fact, there is no cause for panic and hysteria. There is no danger of invasion in the immediate future. German parachute troops will not be landed, nor will New York be bombarded overnight. The fear of fifth columns does not justify indiscriminate measures against German Americans, German refugees, or other elements on the mere suspicion that they may all be guilty of treason or spying. What then must we do? First of all, there is need for a sober and intelligent reappraisal of our position in the world. We must carefully examine what we want to defend and how we shall defend it. We must not become too alarmed by the many charges that the billions hitherto spent for national defense have simply been poured down the sink. In reality, we have a first-class Navy. We also possess a larger peacetime army than ever before. Of course, this country must now revamp its defense program to meet this new situation which has arisen. We can no longer count on the British Navy as the first bulwark of our defense. The possibility of establishing an adequate defense system for the entire Western Hemisphere will have to be examined. We may be compelled to take over the possession of European powers on the American continent in order to keep them out of German hands. And we must also tackle energetically those bottlenecks in our production program which may hamper us in carrying out our armament program. This will involve the training of more skilled labor and the building of additional plants here and there. Adequate supplies of certain raw materials like rubber and tin will have to be secured. To this end, we shall need to study the possibility and desirability of striving for hemispheric economic self-sufficiency. We cannot neglect one other task, perhaps the most vital one, and that is the reinforcement of our spiritual defenses. The democratic world has had one fault in common. We have permitted our institutions to lose a certain amount of vitality. We have taken our freedom too much for granted. We are no longer so eager and enthusiastic to defend it against the challenge of newer and more dynamic philosophies of government. In other words, the fighting spirit has largely gone out of democracy. There has also been too much strife and dissension, too little solidarity and unity. Very often freedom has been treated not as a great privilege, but as a means to acquire selfish advantage. Perhaps this war in Europe will not have been entirely in vain if it brings about a revival of the national spirit in our own country. We may yet attain a greater appreciation of our liberties and a renewed determination to defend them. But at the same time, there must be less political sniping and a greater willingness to pull in harness. Without these, democracy cannot work. This country need not fall victim to defeatism. To use a German phrase, we have ample living space on this hemisphere. In a common effort with the other American countries, we can create a great commonwealth, resting upon cooperation rather than coercion. Opportunities are not lacking. Our resources are immense, and we have the technical ingenuity to use them. There is no reason why we should not be able to expand our production for defense and still maintain and advance our living standards. Nor need we sacrifice social progress. Our farms produce a surplus of food. We have millions of idle men and plenty of idle industrial capacity. We can and must put them to work. The essential condition is that government, industry, and labor pull together in a true cooperative spirit. Let us all put our shoulders to the wheel.
Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8, West 40th Street, New York City. And we invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
This is the 30th broadcast in the America Looks Abroad series, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current international events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affair. This week, the world has been hourly awaiting news of Italy's decision about the war. Mrs. Vera Michaelis Dean, director of the research department of the Foreign Policy Association, will discuss Italy girds itself for war. Mrs. Dean.
Good afternoon. As the Battle of France rages on the Western Front, with the Germans throwing in fresh men and fresh mechanized forces, world attention is focused on the role Italy may play in the conflict. From the moment Germany invaded Belgium and Holland, the fascist press began to prepare the Italian people for entrance into the war on the side of Germany. Practically every day, some new measure of war preparation has been announced in Rome. Sailings of Italian ships have been suspended. Ships on the high seas have been ordered to put into neutral ports. Cities close to the Franco-Italian border have been evacuated. Troops have been mobilized. Art treasures have been removed from museums. Yesterday, it was reported that Italy would enter the war next Thursday or Friday. A leading fascist weekly declared the Italian people are on the eve of a war of supreme independence. To understand the reasons for Italy's slow-motion approach to war, we must look back at its recent history. Italy, like Germany, was late in achieving national unity. For centuries, it was a collection of small and often warring states. Metternich once said disdainfully that Italy was not a country, but a geographical expression. It was only in 1861 that these many small states were united into a single national state under the leadership of Piedmont, ruled by the House of Savoy, one of whose descendants is now King of Italy. But the Italians had lived for so long under the arbitrary rule of many different princes that they had practically no experience in self-government. They were more concerned with the local politics of the small communities in which they lived than with the problems of the new national state. As so often happens in such cases, some of the leaders of the new state developed a spirit of fierce nationalism and began to dream of recapturing the glory of the Roman Empire. They bemoaned the fact that the Mediterranean, which the Romans called our sea, Mare Nostrum, should have become subject to the domination not only of France, which is itself a Mediterranean power, but also of Britain. What they resented most was that the British had acquired control of the exits and entrances of the Mediterranean at Gibraltar and Suez. The British, they pointed out, could bottle up Italy in the Mediterranean and cut off its communications with overseas countries. This would be very dangerous for Italy. Italy lacks most of the raw materials necessary for modern industry, and nearly 80% of its imports come from overseas. If these supplies were suddenly cut off in time of war, Italy might soon find itself unable to keep up industrial production. The Italian nationalists also felt that Italy should have territories outside Europe for its surplus population, which could find no work in the mother country. Before 1914, thousands of Italians had emigrated, many of them to France, but many more to the countries of the New World, the United States, Argentina, Brazil, which could use manual labor. But at the end of the World War, most of the countries which had previously welcomed emigrants from Europe began to impose drastic restrictions on immigration. The United States, too, adopted this policy. So the young Italians who might otherwise have found an outlet for their energies in emigration were forced to remain at home. Like our young people, they began to put pressure on the government to find them jobs and some means of earning a living. But unlike many of our young people who hope to keep the United States out of war, some of these young Italians are among those particularly anxious to have Italy enter the conflict. Long before Mussolini, Italian nationalists had claimed that emigration was in any case an economic loss to Italy, which would have preferred to use the labor and skill of its citizens in the development of territories under its own political control. The Italian nationalists tried to find such territories in Africa, but France, Britain, Belgium, and Portugal had already brought the best regions of Africa under their rule, and there was not much left for Italy to conquer. The Italians were particularly disappointed when the French, in 1881, established a protectorate over Tunisia, where many Italians from Sicily had settled over a period of years, and which Italy hoped eventually to obtain. Friction regarding the position of Italians in Tunisia has been one of Italy's outstanding grievances against France. The Italians had also tried to acquire Ethiopia in 1896, but met with a disastrous defeat. They did conquer a strip of land on the east coast of Africa, but the colonies they established there did not add much to Italy's economic resources. The Italians also fought a war with Turkey in 1911 and 12, as a result of which they occupied Libya and Tripoli in North Africa. But a good part of Libya and Tripoli consists of desert, which is not adapted for colonization. The Italian government had hoped to improve the country's position by fighting in a world war on the side of their allies against Germany and Austria-Hungary. Italy had not been prepared for this war and suffered great losses in men and economic resources. At the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, it obtained practically all the territory it had demanded in Europe, but gained little in Africa and received no share of Turkey's former possessions in the Near East, at a time when Britain was awarded a mandate over Palestine and France a mandate over Syria. Italy therefore felt that its sacrifices during the war had been in vain, and that it had been double-crossed by their allies. This feeling of dissatisfaction and disillusion created an atmosphere of unrest in Italy, similar to that which existed in post-war Germany, although technically Italy was in the ranks of the victors, not of the vanquished. This unrest, in turn, facilitated the rise to power of Italian fascists, headed by Mussolini, who in 1922 was summoned by the king to become premier. Mussolini had been a socialist, and he might have been expected to oppose imperialism, but instead he took over many of the ideas of the Italian nationalists, and like them, dreamt of restoring the Roman Empire. Unlike the early nationalists, he realized that Italy would be unable to play an important role in world affairs until it had become strong and united at home and was in a position to bargain on equal terms with the great powers. What irked him most, as it irked many other Italians, was the attitude of France and Britain, who during and after the World War ridiculed Italy's military strength, pointed out its economic weaknesses, and treated Italy as a third-rate country. We must not underestimate the effect of such feelings on international relations. The British were not even conscious that they were offending the Italians when they praised Italy for its gondoliers and archaeological remains, but pooh-poohed its capacities as a colonial power. It was that very unconsciousness and complacency on the part of the British which so profoundly irritated the Italians. This feeling of irritation reached an acute stage in 1935, when Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, determined to succeed where Italy had failed. As you remember, Britain at that time took the lead in persuading the League of Nations to impose economic sanctions on Italy. I have already pointed out that fear of being cut off from access to raw materials had haunted Italian nationalists ever since the formation of the Italian national state. Economic sanctions thus provided Mussolini with a cause around which he could rally the Italian people, who had not been particularly enthusiastic until then about the invasion of Ethiopia. At the same time, economic sanctions did not affect vital raw materials like oil, with the result that they did not prevent Italy from conquering Ethiopia. And the very fact that France and Britain failed to prevent this conquest convinced Mussolini that the Western democracies had become impotent and would no longer constitute a real threat to Italian aspirations in the Mediterranean. It was Britain, not France, who was most anxious in 1935 to prevent the conquest of Ethiopia. Up to then, France had advocated the use of League sanctions, but always in the expectation that they would be applied against Germany. France had no desire to use sanctions against Italy. The French have been far more realistic about European affairs than the British. They hoped to use Italy as a counterweight against Germany in the Balkans, and especially hoped that Italy would help them to prevent the union of Austria and Germany. Monsieur Laval, who was then French Premier, went to Rome in January 1935. Although we have no documentary proof of this, it is believed that he then gave Mussolini a free hand in Ethiopia in return for a promise by Il Duce to collaborate with France regarding Austria. Many people at that time criticized Monsieur Laval and called him a horse trader. But in the perspective of the past 5 years, it would seem that he may have been right in trying to keep Italy in the camp of France and Britain. You may have noticed that last week Monsieur Laval was received by the President of France, and it was reported that he had gone to Rome for a last-minute attempt at Franco-Italian reconciliation. Premier Reynaud has made a public bid for settlement of Franco-Italian disputes and has dropped his foreign minister, Monsieur Daladier, who had once said France would not yield 1 inch of territory to Italy. But much water has flowed under the bridge since 1935. Italy, embittered by League sanctions, turned to the only great power in Europe which had remained its friend, and that was Nazi Germany. This friendship was first tested by Italo-German intervention in Spain. It was cemented in May 1939 by an alliance known as the Pact of Steel. But Count Ciano, Italy's foreign minister and Mussolini's son-in-law, warned the Nazis at that time that Italy needed 3 years to complete its war preparations, and that it would not participate in a war against Poland, where it claimed no interest. It was probably with these considerations in mind that Mussolini, at the outbreak of war last September, proclaimed Italy a non-belligerent. In the role of non-belligerency, Italy has been of real aid to Germany. It has immobilized Allied forces on the Franco-Italian frontier, in the eastern Mediterranean, and in Africa. It has served as a channel for supplies to Germany from overseas countries, including the United States. Yet even so, it would be more desirable from the point of view of the Allies if Italy could remain a non-belligerent for the duration of the conflict. For Italy, with an air force of between 4,000 and 6,000 planes and a large fleet of submarines, could cause considerable damage to their allies in the Mediterranean. But Mussolini, too, has some troublesome questions to solve before he casts the die for war. Italy has accumulated reserves of certain key raw materials, like oil, cotton, rubber, and scrap iron, and Germany has promised to keep it supplied with coal. But these supplies are adequate only if the war is very short. Mussolini would therefore prefer to wait until the last minute before entering the conflict. The Germans themselves pointed out last week that Italy would not enter the war until it was sure France was no longer capable of retaliating, and would wait either for the siege of Paris or for the destruction of the French Air Force. If Italy can cause damage to the Allies, it is also vulnerable to Allied attack on its industrial centers in North Italy and on its colonies in East Africa. And while Mussolini might be ready to risk a short war in Europe, he would certainly not want to engage Italy in a prolonged conflict of world dimensions, such as might develop if Italy's entrance into the war serves as a signal for increased American assistance to the Allies. A real conflict, moreover, appears to be still going on beneath the surface in Italy. The Italian people are not militaristic by temper. They love peace. They hope to avoid war. They are at one and the same time anti-German and anti-British, but they are not anti-French, and would find it distasteful to attack France. The king, who enjoys great popular respect, the Vatican, which has wide influence in predominantly Catholic Italy, and even some of the more moderate fascists, are apparently urging Mussolini to preserve the status of non-belligerency. But Mussolini is subjected to pressure from two quarters, from the militant elements of the fascist party, and from Hitler, who is more likely to call for Italian aid if Germany runs into a stalemate on the Western Front than if it is on the point of winning an outright victory. Mussolini is a proud man. He would resent being put in the position of having to obey Hitler's bidding. Yet the decision may no longer be in his hands, and Mussolini may discover, if he enters the war, that he is merely exchanging Franco-British domination of the Mediterranean for German domination of the European continent.
This is Vera Michelis Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. Our topic was Italy Girds Itself for War. If you would like a free copy of this talk, Send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York. We invite you to tune in next Sunday on most of these same stations to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. This is the 31st broadcast in the America Looks Abroad series, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current international events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. The Battle of France and Italy's entry into the war have swung the military balance strongly against the Allies. Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, will discuss the Battle of France and the United States. Mr. Popper.
Good afternoon. This has been a black week for the democracy, the blackest perhaps in all their history. In the 12 days of the Battle of France, they have suffered the consequences of more than 20 years of mistaken policy. The Germans have beaten down the game French army. They have hammered and rushed their way into Paris. With relentless force, they have outflanked the citadels of the Maginot Line. At the decisive hour, Hitler has been aided by Italy's entrance into the struggle. While the British are hastily refurbishing their battered expeditionary force and trying to land fresh units in France, the French government has fled from Paris to Tours, from Tours to Bordeaux. Premier Reynaud has twice addressed desperate appeals for assistance to President Roosevelt. French political and military leaders are closeted in long sessions to canvass possibilities for the future. Rumors of an imminent French surrender are flying thick and fast. We are watching the crumbling of a country, an empire, a way of life. And, especially for those of us who know France and the French, it is a heart-rending spectacle. How have the Nazis succeeded in doing what we should have thought practically impossible 2 months ago? They have done it by refusing to fight this war on the Allies' terms. The British and French, you remember, made preparations for a long war, lasting at least 3 years. They were content to assume the defensive on the battlefield behind their fortified lines, relying on the blockade to weaken Germany, so that its fighting power would wither away as its reserve materials were gradually consumed. Meanwhile, the Allies could slowly mobilize their own fighting strength. Hitler understood that he could not win this type of war. From the German point of view, the situation demanded that the armies in the fortresses that blocked German domination of Europe and German access to the seas must be smashed before the blockade could be made effective. To smash them, it was necessary to concentrate at the crucial point a massed striking force, the like of which the world has never seen. It was necessary to win the initial advantage, and, once having won it, never to give the enemy time to catch his breath or to reform his forces. Time was of the essence. Time, efficiency, and energy, single-minded concentration on the purpose to be achieved. The Allies had prepared for the kind of fighting they learned 25 years ago, but the new fashions in this field are made in Berlin. Hitler, it is said, has become a deep student of German history. He remembers first that the German victories of the last century have been won in short wars. The triumph over Denmark in 1864, the 7-week campaign against Austria in 1866, the Franco-Prussian War, really won at Sedan in 1870. Second, the Führer must see that Germany's fatal error in 1914 was to engage in simultaneous warfare on 2 fronts, against the Allies and Russia. Hence the rules of German success are clear. Mobilize everything for one quick and supreme gamble, and in politics and in war, isolate your opponent before striking at him. To this the Germans have added another maxim born of the bitter stalemate on the Western Front in World War I. Avoid stability at all costs. Find the enemy's weak spot. Pour your forces through the gap. Circle his rear and cut his communications. The perfect coordination of air and mechanized forces has made this strategy work, and the Allies do not seem to have been able to develop methods to stop it. Note the superb technical success of the Nazi operations in the West. The Norwegian campaign, started just over 2 months ago, secured Germany's northern flank and gave the Reich a vantage point from which to break the blockade and harass the British coast. The second step, from May 10th to 14th, was the carefully planned conquest of the Netherlands, completed before any Allied countermeasures could be fully organized. The third phase, following immediately thereafter, was the mysterious penetration of the supposedly impassable Ardennes forest in southeast Belgium by German mechanized forces, and their equally mysterious breakthrough against the inadequate French troops at Sedan on the Meuse. Someday we shall learn just how this happened, for it is the key to all that has followed. The onrushing Germans cut the Allied forces in two, crushed the Belgians, forced the British to abandon their materiel and retreat across the Channel, and then turned against the remainder of the French armies, largely bereft of British aid, and strove to shatter their resistance. If this last blow can be carried through, Britain, the arch-enemy, will confront the Reich weakened and alone. What will follow this cataclysmic tragedy rests in the realm of conjecture. One thing is certain. With the vital centers of the great British and French empires in jeopardy, the outlying territories are no longer sources of strength, but, because they require dispersed forces to defend, sources of weakness. That is crystal clear to Mussolini. The Duce wants to wrest control of Gibraltar and Suez, those strong points of empire, from Allied hands in order to give Italy unrestricted access to the open sea, and thus make possible the expansion of an Italian African empire. Like Germany on the continent, Italy enjoys the great advantage of a central position, of interior line, in the new struggle for the Mediterranean. The fascists can strike outward from the center. The Allies have had to spread their forces at numerous points along the 3,000-mile route from Gibraltar to Aden at the southern end of the Red Sea. Normally, British and French naval and air forces would be able to converge with crushing effect on Italian cities and bases. But today, a high proportion of Anglo-French strength must have been called home, and what remains in the Mediterranean is cut off from reinforcements and new supplies. The world knows that Mussolini has the resources for only a short war. He hopes to win a short and easy war now, under conditions that may never recur, so that Italy will never again be shut off from the materials of the outside world. And at least one other nation, Turkey, believes that the chances for success in this endeavor are so good that it has decided not to enter the war on the Allied side just now, despite its mutual assistance pacts with Britain and France. In diplomacy and in war, nothing succeeds like success. Nothing less than the future of the British and French empires, therefore, is at stake in the Battle of France. These empires are not just aggregates of territory under central domination. Each embodies, in its own way, principles of government and principles of individual life which seem foredoomed to vanish in Europe if the fascist drive is successful. And if democratic ideals and democratic freedom are driven from Europe, they are endangered here. Not that we need fear an immediate invasion from across the Atlantic. Assuming that could be done at all, it would take long preparation and superhuman effort. But several straws in the wind show just where the danger lies. Note the Uruguayan discovery of the activities of its German minority. Note also the President of Brazil's speech last Tuesday with its frankly fascist tone, and the haste of our Congress to pass a resolution putting this country on record against transfer of European colonies in this hemisphere to other non-American states. And finally, the concern over so-called fifth column activity in this country. The plain fact is that millions of Americans feel that a Nazi victory in Europe would destroy the stability of American life. That is why, in answer to Premier Reynaud's appeal, President Roosevelt has assured the French that the United States will redouble its efforts to send airplanes, artillery, and munitions to the Allies, as long as they continue to resist. But the clouds of airplanes for which Monsieur Reynaud asked cannot be forthcoming. There should be no illusion about our ability to turn the tide in Europe this summer. That cannot be done because the United States, as surprised as the Allies by what has happened in recent weeks, is caught at this crucial moment without armaments on the scale necessary for use on European battlefields. We are sending something like 340 of our Army and Navy planes, in addition to those our manufacturers have built for the Allies, to Britain and to France. But these are not sufficient. We are preparing to dig deeply into our old World War stocks of Army reserves. According to unofficial reports, we are sending an estimated 600,000 Enfield rifles, between 500 and 800 field guns, apparently 75mm field artillery, and a considerable number of old model trench mortars, machine guns, and similar equipment, together with ammunition. But these, too, are not sufficient, and we have too few of the newer weapons of warfare to make large enough contributions. Under its latest procurement program, adopted last spring, the United States Army had on hand, on the 1st of May, 1940, 448 3-inch anti-aircraft guns, and none of the newer 90mm model. It had 15 37mm rapid-fire anti-aircraft weapons, 38,000 semi-automatic rifles, 10 light and 18 medium tanks, and no heavy tanks. This is not an all-inclusive list. The United States has hundreds of tanks of earlier models and much other equipment. But plans were not made to acquire large stocks of the most modern and most necessary items until the spring of 1939, when our current expansion program was adopted. That program is not scheduled for completion until the middle of 1941. Perhaps American military production can be speeded up, but everyone familiar with the complicated processes of arms manufacture knows that it takes many months to get results under the very best of circumstances. So we are almost powerless to meet the immediate needs of the Allies. American military commitments or a declaration of war, which, as President Roosevelt said, can only be made by Congress, might have a moral effect on the situation, but scarcely a material effect. This crisis is measured in hours, our assistance in months. In 1917-1918, with many more factors in our favor, one whole year elapsed after our declaration of war, before troops were being sent to France in appreciable numbers, over 100,000 per month. And, politically speaking, this country does not seem prepared today to send men overseas. The only hope for Allied survival, therefore, is for them to gain time, somehow, until their material resources, and ours, can be brought to bear in the field or on the sea. With only slight help from the United States, they must establish and hold a line somewhere until this fall or winter, when military operations will slow down and American supplies will begin to pour out in greater volume. Then, if it were still a non-belligerent, the United States might repeal the Johnson Act and the cash and carry provisions of the Neutrality Act, lending or giving money to the Allies and using its own ships to transport war supplies to them. It might send some reconditioned World War destroyers to bolster the Allied fleet. Volunteers might cross the ocean to aid the Allied air and land forces. Most important of all, newly manufactured special steels, machine tools, scientific instruments, aircraft, tanks, and other munitions would stream across the seas. Thus, the crucial question is whether Britain and France can organize a center of resistance which will hold out for the next 6 months against all attacks. Given the speed and ferocity of the German advance of the last 3 days, it seems unlikely that such a base can be held in France, although the Allies, abandoning the Maginot Line, may attempt to stand along the River Loire from the ocean to the Swiss border. This would mean that they were attempting to struggle along under tremendous odds, having abandoned to the invaders 75% of France's coal resources, the whole iron and steel industry of Lorraine, the tank and plane factories around Paris, the vast oil depots of the Northwest, and all ports offering easy transportation facilities to Britain. So the outlook for resistance in France is dark. A base might possibly be held in England, although the prospect for feeding and supplying that country when Germany controls the whole continental coast and the shipbuilding or submarine building facilities of Denmark, Holland, Belgium, and France are none too bright. He would be a rash prophet who would predict the outcome of current events with any confidence. We may be sure of only one thing, that out of the chaos of this battle, a new world is emerging in which this generation will have to live. It will profoundly affect the lives and fortunes of us all.
Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York City. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
This is the 29th broadcast in the America Looks Abroad series, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current world events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. Today, with the German army only 22 miles from the coast of England, a new phase in the war is about to begin. Mr. James Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, will therefore discuss Great Britain prepares for invasion. Mr. Green.
Good afternoon. During this past week, we have been watching one of the greatest battles, and therefore one of the most horrible battles in all human history. Military experts agree that never have so many men and so much material been hurled so recklessly across the battlefield. None of us, except perhaps veterans of the World War, can really picture what is meant by the phrases that appear day after day in our newspapers. Phrases like curtain of fire, rain of bombs, and men mowed down like grass. This is the real war that we have been talking about and reading about for the past 20 years. The war of dive bombers and monster tanks, of flamethrowers and incendiary bombs, of everything except poison gas. We shouldn't be surprised that this real war has come. We should only be surprised that it didn't come sooner. Those first few months of quiet stalemate, from early September to early April, were really merely months of preparation, merely the first phase of the war. That first phase came to an end on April 9th, when Germany pushed northward into Scandinavia. The second phase of the war has been in progress during April and May, and is now coming to a close. During that second phase, the German forces invaded Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, and northern France in order to get a foothold for the real struggle. Germany has thus eliminated, with the exception of Switzerland, all of the buffer states, the border neutrals, which stood between Germany and the Allies. And now the third phase of the war is beginning, for Germany is preparing to strike directly at London and Paris. No one can safely predict what course this third phase will take. Germany must first consolidate its position along the Channel and reinforce its troops and supply lines. It looks now as if Germany may strike first at France, perhaps with the aid of Italy. The Germans would hardly dare launch their attack against Britain while the French forces remained intact along their southern flank. General Weygand appears to be digging in along the Somme and Aisne rivers and begetting fresh troops from Britain to augment the Allied army. Yesterday, Germany attacked fiercely all along this line, especially between Amiens and Abbeville, while German planes bombed towns along the Rhone Valley, clear to Marseille. And today the Italians appeared almost ready to enter the war and to strike at France from the south. But Germany's real objective is London. The Nazis have made it perfectly clear that they intend to destroy British sea power once and for all, and to smash the British Empire. The Nazis now say that they can invade England and capture London within a few weeks. They will probably try to weaken Britain first, by airplane and submarine attacks, while they are dealing with France. Then will come, perhaps in the next month or so, Germany's grand assault against the British Isles. Well, how do the Nazis propose to cross the Channel and defeat the British, assuming for the moment that they can hold their present position and checkmate or conquer France? According to all reports, the Germans are preparing to use against the British Isles all the many different but carefully coordinated weapons which they have tried out so successfully in Poland, Norway, the Low Countries. Speed, surprise, and terrorism are the basic elements of the German attack, and they are carried out by overwhelming air power, mechanized troops, submarines, and small boats. Germany is already in control of the Channel ports, and therefore can mount heavy artillery to use against both shipping in the Channel and the English coast itself. two English ports, Dover and Folkestone, are less than 25 miles away, or within the range of German artillery. Germany, furthermore, now has naval and air bases in Norway, Denmark, Holland, and Belgium, facing the entire east coast of Scotland and England. Germany's submarines, which have been ominously quiet during the past few weeks, have already started a new campaign against both merchant and naval vessels. Germany is also expected to use small but powerful motorboats, carrying about 200 men apiece, to transport fully equipped troops to Britain's coasts, many points of which are sparsely populated and undefended. At the same time, presumably, the Nazis will send bombers and parachute troops over the entire British Isles, which after all are smaller than either Poland or Norway. Well, 10 years ago, such an attack upon the British Isles would have seemed utterly fantastic. Since 1066, no foreign power has invaded and conquered Britain. But today it is possible, though very difficult, for a foreign power to defeat the British on their own soil. If the Nazis should succeed in defeating both Britain and France this summer, they would certainly demand immediate surrender of the British Navy and of many British colonies. Miss Dorothy Thompson, in her syndicated column last Friday, suggested that the Nazis would use the medieval system of hostages, a system which has served them so well in dealing with the Jews. The Nazis would simply say to the entire British Empire, either surrender and give us the Navy, or else. And the or else, in this case, would be the starving and bombing of the British people. Now, obviously, the British aren't going to submit to invasion without very strong resistance, perhaps successful resistance. Their government, under Winston Churchill, is rushing defense preparations along several fronts. On the military front, the government has placed over 1 million men under arms in Great Britain, and it has already organized civilian groups to combat German parachute troops. It has rounded up guns and ammunition from sports shops and hunted for spies among the docks, railway yards, and warehouses. The British government, of course, has taken special precautions along the East Coast and evacuated children from the East Coast towns. On the economic front, too, Great Britain is preparing for real warfare. About 10 days ago, the British Parliament, in less than 3 hours, gave complete dictatorial powers to the Churchill government. Mr. Churchill and his coalition cabinet now have power to control all persons and property in the United Kingdom, to conscript labor and regulate conditions of employment, to control banks and finance, and to impose an excess profits tax of 100%. And the government has already begun to use these tremendous powers. The tragedy is not so much that Britain had to adopt a totalitarian economy to fight the Nazis on their own terms, but that it did so 9 months after the war began. Under Neville Chamberlain, the government never recognized the urgency of the situation, and it never demanded these gigantic but necessary sacrifices. The propertied interests in Britain, on the one hand, opposed any mobilization of industry and curtailment of profits, and labor, on the other, resisted any efforts to weaken its position. Not until the enemy was at the door did Britain achieve real national unity. The Churchill government went to work on the political front also. The British have profited from the experience of Scandinavia and the Low Countries. Parliament imposed the death penalty for serious cases of espionage and sabotage. The London police raided Britain's leading fascist organization called the British Union and arrested its leader, Sir Oswald Mosley. The police also arrested a Conservative member of Parliament, Captain Ramsay, another fascist noted for anti-Semitism. And incidentally, Canada has followed suit and closed in on its fascist party, headed by Adrian Arcand. These fascist groups had made little headway in either Britain or Canada in peacetime, but they were obviously a menace in wartime. Their suppression was long overdue. But for Britain, the greatest danger of fifth column activity arises across the Irish Sea. Britain expects Germany to attack from the west as well as from the east, and it is therefore greatly alarmed over conditions in Erra. The Irish Republican Army is continuing to foment trouble in Erra, and is generally believed to receive Nazi funds for its terrorism. The Erra government, under Premier de Valera, has placed its army on a wartime footing and called up all available reserves. But since Era is neutral, there is still a German legation in Dublin, and many German tourists and journalists are said to be entering the city. Britain is especially afraid that Era may become a German naval and air base, because 2 years ago, Britain transferred its 3 naval bases in southern Ireland to the De Valera government and withdrew all remaining British troops from Era. In the next few months, then, or even in the next few weeks, we may see this frightful holocaust spread across the Channel into the British Isles. For the first time in 300 years, since the Cromwell Revolution in the 17th century, there may be fighting in the heart of England itself. No one dares to predict the outcome of such a combat, if and when it comes. No matter who wins, the destruction of London would create confusion and havoc beyond description. London is the center of a vast empire and of a world economic network. To smash London would be like smashing the mainspring of a delicate watch. Even if Britain wins, Europe will never look the same again, for this war is already washing away what was left of 19th century civilization after the World War. If Britain loses, it can expect to become an island without an empire, or perhaps a province of Nazi Germany, just as it was once a province of the Roman Empire. This is indeed a turning point in history. We use that phrase so frequently that it is almost hackneyed, but certainly the present battle in Flanders and the coming struggle in France and Britain do constitute a real turning point in history. This struggle may settle the fate of Europe for years to come. It obviously affects the lives of all of us in North America, in Canada, and in the United States. First, a word about the Dominion of Canada. The Canadians, quite naturally, view the present retreat of the Allies with the greatest anxiety. Canada went to war on its own responsibility on September 10th and began large-scale military and economic preparations. But Canada, like Britain and France, was expecting a long, slow war, not the blitzkrieg that has descended upon Europe. Canada and the other British dominions as well cannot now exert sufficient force to have any effect upon the battle in progress. They can only hope for some miracle which will slow down the German drive on Paris and London, and that will give the British Commonwealth time to organize its full effort. The Canadians realize full well the consequences of a Nazi victory over Britain and the Empire. They realize, too, that the surrender of the British Navy would leave Canada completely dependent upon the United States for defense, and that Nazi control of the British economy would likewise leave Canada dependent upon America. For the United States, too, the war in general, and Canada's position in particular, raised some vital issues. Already, in our effort to defend the Monroe Doctrine and unite the Western Hemisphere, we are sending a cruiser to South America, where Nazi penetration is having its effect. Already the President has raised his request for defense funds to almost $5 billion. In reformulating our foreign policy and our defense program, we at least have the examples of Britain and France before us, and we can profit from their mistakes. In the first place, we have learned not to underestimate the strength of the Nazi regime. We realize that a revolution is sweeping across Europe, armed with the mightiest weapons known in history. Whatever the outcome, the political structure and economic system of Europe will be altered beyond recognition. In the second place, we have learned from the British that you cannot quickly produce modern armaments by old-fashioned methods, and that you cannot compete with the Nazi economy without sacrificing some of your own democratic freedom. A modern defense program requires sacrifices from every part of the population and the curtailment of many of the luxuries and some of the necessities of civilian life. And finally, we have learned from the tragic events of the past few weeks that democracy, if it is to win, must take the initiative, use the imagination, create the efficiency, and find the courage which have characterized the dictatorships. Here in the Western Hemisphere, we have to revive the heroic qualities which went into the building of the new world. We have to reforge those great qualities into new weapons, spiritual as well as material, new weapons for achieving national unity in America and for achieving international solidarity among the American republics.
Mr. James Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association and author of The British Empire Under Fire, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the 32nd broadcast in the America Looks Abroad series, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current international events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. Germany's conquest of France this week presents Britain with unprecedented dangers that immediately threaten its existence. Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, will discuss the plight of Britain. Mr. Elliott.
Good afternoon. When Adolf Hitler handed the French envoys his terms of armistice on Friday, the Nazis achieved their greatest success in wiping out Germany's humiliation for its World War defeat. Their next big objective is to crush the British Empire. German troops are rapidly completing their occupation of France, and for the first time in history, Britain must face the entire continent of Europe alone. As Winston Churchill said last Tuesday after French Premier Marshal Pétain had sued for peace, the battle of France is over. The battle of Britain is about to begin. The entire Western world has a stake in this battle. As long as Britain holds out, the conquered nations of Europe, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, France, can all hope that their independence will be restored. Britain remains as their last plausible rallying point for resistance to German domination. The Reich, for its part, sees Britain as the last obstacle to a complete German victory and as a constant threat to enjoyment of its recent gains. Throughout the war, Germany's chief invectives have been leveled against Britain, and nothing short of actual invasion of the islands will satisfy the Nazis. The possibilities of such invasion are numerous. Germany now controls the entire European coast facing the British Isles. From the Norwegian port of Bergen opposite the Shetland Islands to France's extreme western port of Brest, just south of England itself, the world's greatest military machine is ready to strike at Britain. From bases along this extended shore, Nazi planes harass British naval units and coastal defenses. Under cover of their powerful air force, German troops may use small, fast motorboats to cross the Channel to Britain. Presumably, they would land somewhere in Scotland, where many parts of the coast are desolate and almost without defenses. German troops may also be carried to Britain in airplanes. A few weeks ago, Allied sources estimated that Germany has as many as 20,000 parachutists in reserve for a direct attack on England, and up to 2,000 transport planes ready to ferry Nazi soldiers to the islands. The bulk of an invading army, however, along with supporting heavy artillery and armored equipment, would have to enter Britain on surface vessels, and could succeed in landing only if the initial Nazi forces gain control of some British ports and harbor facilities. Toward this end, the Nazis may be expected to use every resource at their command, coupled with the suddenness and surprise that characterized their decisive attacks on Norway, Holland, and Belgium. Once they get a foothold on the islands, their chances for success against British troops would be very good. Britain's army is overwhelmingly outnumbered by the Nazi forces and suffers from a greater inferiority of military equipment than at any other time during the war. Nazi spokesmen, as we know, have frequently claimed possession of a secret weapon, unequaled in its power of destruction. If indeed they do have a weapon of this kind, they apparently have saved it to use against Britain. It may be anything from a new kind of troop-carrying submarine to the intensive use of poison gas. Gas has not yet been employed in this war. The rapidity of movement would have made its use almost equally dangerous for both sides. It might be used very effectively, however, against British troops entrenched in their own island fortress. Germany has imported almost 60,000 tons of arsenic ores per year for the past 3 years, or 12 times the normal world consumption. Although there is no proof that these imports have been used for the production of gas,
Arsenic has very few commercial uses, and the intensity of German military preparations during recent years strongly suggests that the increased flow of this super poison to the Reich may be associated with Nazi war methods. Britain fully realizes that its very existence is at stake. To repel attack, it has strengthened its coastal defenses, concentrated most of its fleet in home waters, and evacuated its armies from France along with a large supply of guns, munitions, and even motorized equipment. Almost every resident has been assigned some duty for home defense. Alfred Duff Cooper, British Minister of Information, stated this week that nearly all of Britain's strength is concentrated inside the island fortress, and claimed that the fortress, well defended and well supplied, will hold out until the enemy's efforts are exhausted. As always, Britain still relies on its superior fleet to keep hostile surface transports from approaching its coasts. But as the successful German bombing of British ships in the Norwegian campaign demonstrated 2 months ago, a fleet is not able to operate effectively in narrow waters, while under constant attack from airplanes based on nearby shores. During the coming struggle, Britain at least will not be hampered by one costly democratic weakness which the dictatorships have exploited very effectively in the past. Until the last few months, the Western democracies have suffered in diplomacy and in war because they were genuinely unwilling to fight. Germany and Italy, on the other hand, have been spurred on by the conviction that they had nothing to lose, and have recklessly thrown their whole strength into each successive move. During the present war, British and French troops have hesitated to risk the main body of their air, naval, and manpower for anything less than actual defense of the homeland. For France, this policy resulted in the piecemeal destruction of its armed forces and eventual surrender of the country. Some British troops have similarly been destroyed and their equipment lost, but most of Britain's forces are now prepared to make their last stand at home. There is no longer any single reason for Britain to conserve its strength, and we can confidently expect that every ounce of its armed might will be directed toward preventing invasion of the British Isles themselves. Britain's one chance for success lies in the possibility, however slim, of withstanding the inevitable downpour of destruction from Germany's vastly superior air force until the British fleet can be augmented from abroad. While the bulk of Britain's strength must be used to preserve itself against the immediate shock of attack, its problem is not alone one of home defense. Britain's only hope for eventual victory lies in the possibility of its maintaining an effective blockade against Germany and Italy. This problem is somewhat simplified now that the Axis powers dominate the entire continent, because Britain no longer risks the danger that supplies may be transshipped to the enemy through bordering neutral countries such as Belgium, Holland, and Scandinavian states. The British fleet now blockades these former neutrals just as ruthlessly as it blockades Germany proper, and if the war continues through another winter, the whole of Europe will be threatened with a major famine. Germany and Italy, of course, can get additional supplies from the Balkans, where British influence is rapidly declining. But the continent of Europe is by no means self-sufficient, and if Britain repels the impending invasion, the Axis powers will have to overcome the British blockade or face defeat. The longer Britain resists, moreover, the stronger its offensive capacity will become. The British have learned that they cannot win this war by remaining on the defense. During the last few days, the Royal Air Force has initiated the most vicious air raids on Germany. For the first time, bombing planes released their fire over Berlin. In order to hamper the enemy's advance, as well as to promote dissatisfaction behind his lines, attacks of this kind will probably be intensified in the future. In this way, the British hope to reinforce their present command of the sea. The British fleet must retain command of the seas not only to blockade Germany and Italy, but also to obtain supplies from abroad and to draw on the needed reserves of manpower from the Empire. At present, most of the German Navy is still confined to its North Sea and Baltic bases, while the Italian fleet is effectively bottled up in the Mediterranean. But if these naval units should gain access to the Atlantic, Britain itself would be threatened by a tremendous German-Italian blockade, particularly if the Axis powers were reinforced with a portion of the French Navy. Already, the British Isles are vulnerable to a partial blockade, owing to the proximity of new German air and submarine bases across the English Channel,
harbors of southern and eastern England, through which almost 65% of British imports normally enter, are under constant menace of Nazi air attack. And as the Germans begin to utilize their newly conquered ports for submarine warfare, shipping will be able to approach Britain only under the most acute danger of being torpedoed. At one time during the World War, when Germany had submarine bases at Ostend and Zeebrugge in Belgium, but none in France, Holland, and Norway as they have today, Germany's unrestricted submarine campaign cut Britain's food stores to the bare necessities for only 3 weeks. The same degree of effectiveness at this time would reduce the islands to starvation. One of the foremost dangers confronting Britain is that the Germans will occupy Ireland to establish air and naval bases there, as they did in Norway. The government of Éire, controlling Southern Ireland, is neutral in the present war and has frequently been cited as ideal soil for Nazi fifth column activity. The Irish have always resented English domination, and despite Éire's present place as a self-governing dominion in the British Empire, many of the Irish are extremely bitter toward the London government. A German invasion of Éire might be effected directly or in connection with the intermediate occupation of outlying points such as the Faroe Islands and Iceland, which British troops occupied when Germany invaded Denmark in April. If the Reich succeeds in taking these northern islands, and especially Ireland on the west coast of England, Britain's lifeline to Canadian, American, and other overseas supplies will be in dire peril. In such a contingency, moreover, the Nazis might even abandon their plans for a costly invasion of Britain in favor of siege warfare. Nazi planes have easy bombing targets in the English industrial areas, which are among the greatest in the world and are concentrated in small, compact districts. If Great Britain's traffic with the outside world could also be reduced, resistance in the islands would inevitably crumble. This plan would be especially practicable if the Italian Navy were free to join in the blockade of Britain. Britain could not long survive a siege of the islands, and must therefore permit no enemy warships to escape from the Mediterranean. A substantial portion of the British fleet is still retained in these waters to discourage Italian ships from leaving their own bases, although the British Admiralty may now consider withdrawing some of the Mediterranean fleet for more active and more needed service in home waters. Britain would then have to rely solely on its control over the Suez Canal and Gibraltar to keep Italian ships out of the Atlantic. The eastern gate to the Mediterranean at Suez is secure, but Britain's effective use of the Rock of Gibraltar depends on the goodwill of nationalist Spain. A successful attack on Gibraltar could be initiated from Spain. The Spanish government, moreover, is very cordial toward both Mussolini and Hitler, who aided General Franco during the Spanish Civil War. As long as Spain remains neutral, Britain has little to fear from the Italian Navy, but a huge question mark hangs over the future course of Spanish policy. Until this month, General Franco repeatedly stressed his government's neutrality in the European war, but when Italy entered the conflict, Spain became a non-belligerent favorable to its partners in the Axis. Nationalist spokesmen have made no secret of their territorial designs on Gibraltar, and frequent demonstrations of students clamoring for Gibraltar have been intensified in Madrid during recent weeks. Spanish imperialists also claim French Morocco and the small mountain republic of Andorra, now under the joint guardianship of France and Spain. Last week, Spanish troops occupied the international zone of Tangier across the strait from Gibraltar, and it is not improbable that Spain might be induced to join Italy and Germany in the present war by the promise of coveted territorial gains at the Allies' expense. For the immediate future, this means at the expense of Britain. The British Empire has weathered many crises in its long history, and has generally emerged from them the stronger for its struggles. Threatened on every side, however, the Empire now faces its greatest test of all time. There is an old saying that Britain loses battles, but wins wars. If this maxim is still to be valid, the coming Battle of Britain is certainly one battle which must not be lost.
Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. The subject of Mr. Elliott's discussion was the plight of Britain. If you would like a free copy of this talk, Send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York City. That's Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York City. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. This is the 33rd broadcast in the America Looks Abroad series, presented by the officers and staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. This nonpartisan organization, open to all who are interested in American foreign policy, offers accurate information on current international events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affair. War threatens in the Balkans, just as Hitler is setting the stage for an invasion of Britain. Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, will discuss what next in Europe. Mr. DeWilde.
Good afternoon. The Russian invasion of Romania has thrown the European picture into confusion. Before this latest development, Hitler could concentrate all his attention on the preparation of a death blow against Britain. Now Germany seems to be menaced by a war in her rear. The Balkan powder keg, which the Axis powers had kept dry, appears to be on the verge of explosion. The occupation of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina by Soviet Russia may touch off the fuse. Is Stalin preparing to stab Hitler in the back? And will this new menace prevent Germany from carrying out her plans to invade the British Isles? These are the questions that people are asking today. Romania surrendered part of her territory to Russia in response to another one of those ultimatums which have become so fashionable in Europe today. Moscow claimed Bessarabia and Bukovina ostensibly on the ground of old historic and national ties. Romania had seized Bessarabia in 1918, when Russia was torn by revolution and civil war, and the Soviet government had never reconciled itself to this loss. But it is not true that this province has always been inhabited chiefly by Ukrainians, whom the Russians regard as blood brothers. Today, the Russians and Ukrainians combined constitute only a quarter of Bessarabia's population of over 3 million people. Now, as before the World War, a bare majority of the population is Romanian by race. In Bukovina, which has a population of 853,000, the Russian claim has greater justification. In 2 districts of this province, the Ukrainians, together with a few Russians, make up at least half or a majority of the people. The real motivation of Russia is strategic. Undoubtedly, the Soviet government has been deeply disturbed by the defeats sustained by France and Britain. Like many of us, the people in the Kremlin had not expected such a resounding German victory. Stalin had hoped for a long war, followed by revolution. Although he tied himself to Hitler by a non-aggression pact last August, the Russian dictator never had any desire to see an all-powerful Germany arise as Russia's neighbor. Despite expressions of Russian-German friendship, relations between Berlin and Moscow were not characterized by any great degree of confidence. The Russian government probably remembered that Hitler had advocated in Mein Kampf a policy of eastward expansion at the expense of the Soviet Union. And in the fall of 1939, it took the precaution to establish military protectorates over the 3 small Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which might conceivably be used as bases for a German attack on Russia. When Germany conquered Poland, Russia acted quickly to prevent the Ukrainian part of it from falling into Hitler's hands. In the economic field, Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia cooperated loyally on paper, but in practice, cooperation was far from wholehearted. The Russians, for example, did little to facilitate the transportation of vital Romanian oil supplies to Germany through their section of Poland. And now that the sweeping German victory appears imminent, the Soviet Union is doubly anxious about its defenses against the German war machine. She is trying to step up the production of arms by lengthening the working week. Henceforth, the Russian worker will have 1 rest day in 7 instead of 1 in 6 as before. and he will labor 8 hours per day instead of 7. And there is another straw in the wind. To strengthen discipline in the army, the Soviet authorities have reintroduced the military salute, which had formerly been abandoned as a sign of servility, incompatible with the dignity of a Soviet citizen. But above all, Russia is seeking to ensure her safety by extending her military frontier. A little less than 2 weeks ago, Soviet troops marched into Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Moscow was no longer content with the military protectorates it had previously established in these countries. It decided to occupy them and dictate the formation of new governments completely subservient to the Kremlin. The occupation of the Baltic was scarcely completed when rumors came that Russia was also massing troops in the southeastern corner of Europe, on the Romanian frontier. King Carol of Romania sought feverishly to stave off an attack on his country. He hurriedly set up a new totalitarian political party, including the pro-Nazi Iron Guard, which he had so vigorously repressed in the past. Obviously, he wanted to enlist the aid of Hitler in preventing the disintegration of his dominions. But Moscow was quick with its ultimatum, and Romania could not afford to fight. There were too many other hungry wolves about, ready to gobble up Romanian territory. King Carol decided to reserve his country's strength for them. Now, how does the seizure of Romanian territory strengthen Russia against Germany? If we look on the map, we see that Bessarabia borders on the Black Sea. To Soviet Russia, the Black Sea is of vital strategic importance. It gives access to the great Russian oil fields at Baku and the Caucasus. Many of the new industrial centers of Soviet Russia are also within striking distance from this sea. For Russia, mastery of the Black Sea is therefore a matter of life and death. She cannot permit any major power to establish itself on this sea. Such a possibility threatens, however, if Russia wins in Western Europe and then turns her attention to the Balkans. Russia has now partially forestalled a renewed German drive to the east. By occupying Bessarabia, the Soviet Union has pushed its frontier to the mouth of the Danube. The question now is, will Russia go still farther southward in the direction of the Turkish Straits, which control the entrance to the Black Sea? Immediately to the south of Romania lies Bulgaria. The Bulgarians have always had a strong affection for Russia, which played the role of a godfather at Bulgaria's birth. Since the World War, the Bulgarian people have cherished the hope that Russia would someday help them recover the southern Dobruja, which their country lost to Romania in 1913. The Dobruja is not particularly valuable in itself, but it is now the only piece of territory which separates Russia from Bulgaria. Should the Soviet Union one day help Bulgaria to seize the Dobruja, then these two countries would together control the entire coast of the Black Sea down to the Turkish frontier. Finally, if Turkey should be induced to enter into an alliance with Russia, a bulwark would be erected against further German advances into the east. At the moment, Turkey suspects that Russia and Bulgaria may try to move south at her expense, and she has put her army and navy on a war footing to anticipate such a drive. But if Moscow plays the game cleverly, it may allay Turkey's fears and enlist that country's cooperation against Germany. Like Russia, Turkey considers herself endangered by the Rome-Berlin axis. Fear of Italy and Germany drove Turkey into an alliance with France and Britain last October. Now that France has been defeated and Britain greatly weakened, Turkey must either jump on the German bandwagon or fall back on an alliance with the Soviet Union. She may choose the latter course, particularly since she was for a long time on very good terms with Moscow. Germany obviously does not relish this prospect. She doesn't like the motives which inspired this latest Russian move in the Balkans. The occupation of Bessarabia puts Russian troops within easy striking distance of the Romanian oil wells from which the German war machine draws part of its supplies. Besides, the Rome-Berlin axis fears that the Russian action might cause a general war in the Balkans. There's plenty of tinder lying about in that part of the world, so that a small fire may easily start a big one. I have already mentioned Bulgaria's desire to take a slice of Romania. But King Carol's country is also threatened by Hungary on the west. Hungary passionately wants to recover the province of Transylvania, which juts like a big wedge into the heart of Romania. It is no wonder that King Carol has ordered general mobilization in his country. To some extent, Germany and Italy may help him. The Axis powers don't mind seeing the Balkans divided against themselves, but they don't want to see a full-blown war break out in an area on which they depend for vital foodstuffs and raw materials. Thus, German and Italian diplomats have probably been working feverishly these last few days to prevent the Balkan powder keg from blowing up. It would be exaggerating, however, to say that the Nazis are greatly alarmed about Russia's action in the Baltic and the Balkans. They have not opposed Russia's recent steps, in part, of course, because they had their hands full elsewhere, but above all because they have always been exceedingly confident about their ability to deal with the Russians. In private, the Nazis have boasted that they can easily push the Russians back the moment the war in the West is liquidated. Nor do they fear that Russia will launch a direct attack on Germany. They are convinced that the Soviet Union has neither the inclination nor the power for such an offensive. In this opinion, the Nazis are probably correct. Less than a week ago, TASS, the official Russian news agency, categorically denied reports that 100 to 150 Soviet divisions had been massed on the German border, or that relations with Germany had been aggravated by Germany's successes in the West. Unquestionably, the Soviet Union faces a dilemma. By joining the war against Germany now, Russia would expose herself to the full fury of a German attack if and when Britain is defeated. On the other hand, if she stays neutral, she may one day have to face Germany entirely alone. At the moment, it appears that Russia is still determined to stay out. She is relying on her new strategic frontiers and the vastness of her territory to keep Germany at bay. During the last few days, there have been rumors that Hitler might make peace with Britain and then turn on the Soviet Union. Such a development is, of course, possible. But there is little reason why Hitler should now stop short of the conquest of Britain. The Führer might entertain a peace proposal from the British side, provided it came from a government willing to take a pro-German orientation. But he probably feels that any peace overtures by Germany would only be interpreted as a sign of weakness. Besides, the Germans have never had such a marvelous opportunity for a final reckoning with the British. The French army, exhausted and defeated, has finally laid down its arms, and Hitler has succeeded in his long-cherished objective of driving a wedge between France and Britain. Resistance in the French colonial empire also appears to have collapsed. In Belgium, Luxembourg, and France, the Germans have acquired enough iron ore to keep their war production going full blast. The resources of virtually all of Europe are being mobilized against Britain, and Germany, in full control of the European coast, can now impose a counter-blockade on the British Isles. For Germany, the hour of destiny has struck. The German people have long struggled against what they consider Britain's domination of the world. They have felt that by virtue of their numbers, their cultural achievements, and their progress in industry and commerce, they were entitled to a position at least equal, if not superior, to the British. Rightly or wrongly, the German people have been convinced that the British always tried to thwart them whenever Germany attained a position where she could threaten Britain's supremacy or carve out an empire of her own. Today, Nazi Germany is in the position to strike a death blow at the British Empire and establish its own hegemony for good. The decks have been cleared, and the guns are trained on Britain.
Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York City. That's Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York City. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This was a program of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 34th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is the fate of the British dominions. The speaker is Mr. James Frederick Green, a research associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Green.
Good afternoon. This past week has been one of preparation. Germany and Italy are preparing to invade and conquer Great Britain. Britain is preparing to defend itself against assaults by sea and air. It is preparing for combat in the British Isles themselves. The British Navy attacked and sank French warships at Oran on Wednesday and finished off the battleship Dunkirk yesterday. During this week of preparation, we have seen unmistakable signs of the tremendous struggle that lies just ahead. Night after night, day after day, German airplanes have been bombing military objectives in the heart of England. All week, too, British planes have roamed across Nazi Germany and over German bases along the whole west coast of Europe. These aerial bombardments are merely the preliminary phase of the Battle of Britain. We cannot yet estimate their effect upon either side, nor can we predict the outcome of the new battle that is beginning. Germany, for the first time in history, is in a position to strike a death blow at the British Empire and to destroy British sea power. Whether Chancellor Hitler, who was welcomed yesterday in Berlin as a conquering hero, can accomplish his greatest objective and end Britain's world power and prestige may be revealed in the next few weeks or months. There is one aspect of this impending attack on Britain that especially concerns the United States. This question is, what will be the fate of the British dominions? In case Germany should defeat Britain in the near future, what happens to Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa? Canada comes within the Monroe Doctrine, and we have specifically guaranteed its territory against attack. Both Australia and New Zealand seem rather remote to most of us, but they are an integral part of the whole Southeast Pacific area, comprising the Philippines, Singapore, and the Dutch East Indies, where we have political, economic, and naval interests. The Union of South Africa guards one gateway into the South Atlantic, where the routes to South America are of great concern to us. Of these four British dominions, Canada, from our point of view, is the most important. Canada stretches for 3,000 miles across our undefended northern boundary. Its coasts extend northward from our own and border the shortest sea and air routes to both Europe and Asia. Any European or Asiatic power in control of Canada could wage war against the United States and invade our own territory. For that reason, we have always included Canada within the Monroe Doctrine, at least by implication. We have never had to invoke the doctrine because there has never been any question of transferring Canadian territory to a foreign power. But just in order to make our position perfectly clear, President Roosevelt in August 1938 reaffirmed the Monroe Doctrine as regards Canada and declared that we would not stand idly by if Canada were attacked. There certainly can be no doubt in our mind, or in the mind of any foreign government, that the United States would defend Canadian territory in order to safeguard its own territory. So much for the strategic issue. We also have a very large economic stake in Canada. Our investments there total $4 billion, and over 1/4 of this total is in government securities. American-controlled companies or American-affiliated companies account for 1/4 of Canadian factory production. Canada is our second best customer and buys almost $500 million worth of American goods every year. Canada is also the largest single supplier of our market. It sells us over $330 million worth of goods every year. Our national economy and the Canadian national economy are bound together by a whole network of investment, industrial, and commercial relations, banking, insurance, communications, and tourist trade. If the bombs of some European or Asiatic power fell upon Canadian soil, they would damage or destroy American as well as Canadian property. That's another very strong and rather obvious reason why we apply the Monroe Doctrine to our northern neighbors. But the problem is not merely one of invoking the Monroe Doctrine or waiting until invasion actually takes place. Canada happens to be the only independent nation in the Western Hemisphere now at war with Germany. It has sent 2 divisions of troops to Europe and is training 2 more. It is training pilots and sending them abroad. Canada's ships are patrolling home waters and fighting in the English Channel. The whole Canadian economy is being mobilized for war purposes. But while Canada is striking at Germany, Germany cannot strike back at Canada, not while the Monroe Doctrine stands in the way. So there arises the problem for the United States. Of course, if the British win this war, our relations with Canada will not be greatly altered. But there would be a change if Great Britain were defeated, or if a prolonged stalemate were to persist. Under such circumstances, Canada would introduce many new issues into our foreign policy. It's important, therefore, that we look ahead and size up the situation. Let's suppose for the moment that Germany successfully invades Britain this summer. 2 things might happen as a result. If the British government surrendered, Canada would have to decide whether it would or could continue the war from the periphery, so to speak, whether it could carry on the fight from this side of the Atlantic, or the British government might leave the British Isles and go on fighting for the New World, as Prime Minister Churchill says it will go on fighting. If that should happen, Canada as an independent country would be free to decide its own future, to decide whether it wanted to invite the King and the British government to Ottawa. Canada might decide to do that, or it might decide not to risk its security and national unity by assuming responsibility for the whole empire. It might prefer to throw in its lot with that of the United States. Some Canadians might welcome such a status. Others would strongly oppose it. While we usually think of Canada as an Anglo-Saxon country, slightly less than half its population is actually of Anglo-Saxon stock. 30% of Canada's inhabitants are French Canadians who have opposed any military commitments in Europe and have opposed conscription. The Canadian government maintained voluntary training until only a few weeks ago. Then it introduced compulsory training, but only for home defense. For the past 20 years, Canada has developed what might be called a North American outlook, and at London and Geneva it has expressed a North American point of view. Canada has led the movement for Dominion independence within the British Commonwealth, and it has acted in most respects as a completely free and sovereign nation. In case Great Britain should be defeated, Canada's decision would immediately involve us. Our government and the Canadian government would have to confer and to work out something like a common policy. For example, the 2 countries would have to decide whether to accept a complete Nazi triumph over all of Europe and whether to reach an understanding with the Hitler government. It would be very dangerous for Canada to go on fighting alone and provoking German retaliation. If Canada and the United States should decide to continue the war, they would then have to coordinate their economic mobilization and defense program. The American government is now engaged in an exchange of notes with Germany regarding the Monroe Doctrine and is trying to explain and to underline our demand that no territory in the Western Hemisphere be transferred to a country outside the hemisphere. Perhaps we might solve the problem of French and Dutch possessions in the Western Hemisphere by inviting or allowing Canada to occupy and hold them for the duration of the war. Canada is already undertaking the defense of Newfoundland, a British Crown colony, and the 2 French islands, Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. Canadian troops are reported to be holding Greenland and Iceland. One interesting suggestion along these lines has been made by the Chicago Tribune, the 2nd largest newspaper in the United States, and an ardent advocate of isolationism. The Chicago Tribune suggests a military alliance between Canada and the United States, purely for common defense of our shores. Under such an alliance, we would not assume any obligation for fighting in Europe, nor would Canada assume any obligation for supporting our interests anywhere but in North America. There is one step which we might well take immediately, no matter what happens in the British Isles this summer, and no matter what decisions are taken at Ottawa. We ought formally to renounce any desire for annexation. All through the 19th century, our relations with Canada were jeopardized by careless talk about annexation. For a generation now, that issue has been dead, and it should remain dead. While there is no possibility whatever of annexation, there is a possibility of even closer relations between Canada and the United States, in case Britain should be defeated or seriously weakened. In that event, Canada would probably, in self-defense, draw closer to the United States and to the Western Hemisphere system. Canada heretofore has remained completely aloof from the Pan-American Union and from most Western Hemisphere activities. It would be a welcome member of the Western Hemisphere community. On the economic side, we ought also to face the future realistically, no matter how unpleasant it may seem. The United States government is already working on an elaborate plan for an inter-American marketing board. This board would control the foreign trade of the entire Western Hemisphere and deal directly with Nazi Germany on behalf of the United States and the Latin American republics. It would have to buy up large export surpluses throughout the Western Hemisphere and either dispose of them in the United States or sell them abroad. If Canada were to come into such an inter-American marketing scheme, its export surpluses would also create immediate difficulties. Canada is one of the most important trading countries in the world, and its farmers, miners, and businessmen depend upon selling their goods abroad. In addition to their exports to the United States, the Canadians sell over $580 million worth of goods to other countries, chiefly to Great Britain. Its vast surpluses of wheat and flour, bacon and ham, cheese, wood pulp, newsprint, lead, aluminum, zinc, and nickel would have to be taken over by this proposed Inter-American Marketing Board if the Western Hemisphere were to present a really united front against a completely Nazi Europe. So much for Canada. Two other British dominions deserve a brief word. Both Australia and New Zealand would be in grave danger if Great Britain were defeated this summer. Unlike Canada, they do not have the United States next door. They have Japan to the north, proclaiming its own Monroe Doctrine. Over Southeast Asia, some people are proposing that the United States assume responsibility for defending not only Canada, but Australia and New Zealand as well. Obviously, such a proposal depends entirely upon our Far Eastern policy as a whole. We have only one Navy, and we cannot operate in both the Pacific and Atlantic at the same time. If the British Navy were destroyed, scuttled, or surrendered, we should have to bring our Navy back to the Atlantic and retreat as gracefully as possible from the Far East. No one can predict what the next few weeks will bring, or whether the Battle of Britain will, like the Battle of France, end quickly in a Nazi triumph. If British sea power should collapse as speedily as the Maginot Line, and if Britain should capitulate as hastily as France, then we would face a strange new world. The disappearance of the British Empire would leave quite a vacuum for someone to fill. It would leave a good many problems on our doorstep. Foremost among those problems would be the fate of the British dominions, especially Canada. Whether we like it or not, we may have to concern ourselves with safeguarding these dominions in order to safeguard our own vital interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Mr. James Frederick Green, a member of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association, speaking on the subject, The Fate of the British Dominions. This program today was the 34th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. If you would like a free copy of Mr. Green's talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association at number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. I'll repeat that address carefully for you. Number 8 West 40th Street, New York City, the Foreign Policy Association. It is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. America Looks Abroad. This is the 35th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is the new order in France. The speaker is Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Popper.
Good afternoon. This is Bastille Day, national holiday of the French Republic, which used to be celebrated with parades, oratory, dancing in the street. Today, externally at least, it is not very much more than just another Sunday for most Frenchmen. Although the war still rages undiminished around its Atlantic and Mediterranean borders, France has already begun to reorganize itself for a part in post-war Europe. On July 9th, the French Chamber of Deputies and Senate voted themselves out of existence by passing a resolution giving Marshal Pétain and his government power to create a new charter for the French state. On the following day, both houses of the French Parliament met together in a joint session as a National Assembly under the terms of the old French Constitution of 1875. This assembly has full power to amend the Constitution. There at Vichy, it formally assented to adoption of a constitution abandoning liberty, equality, fraternity as a slogan, and substituting a new trilogy, the rights of labor, family, and fatherland. What these so-called rights are, we do not yet know. Thus a few Frenchmen were given authority to shape the destiny of the new France, subject only to the approval of the French people, in a plebiscite to be held at some unspecified date. The new constitution was duly put into force by Marshal Pétain as chief of the French state on July 12. Just as in the case of Adolf Hitler's rise to power, all the necessary changes have been made by ostensibly legal means. Since the leaders of the French government profess to be setting up a new order in France, the laws they have framed and the theories they have adopted deserve examination. Under the Constitution, Philippe Pétain, using the royal we like any absolute monarch, assumed the function of chief of the French state, ruling with almost unlimited authority. He appoints the cabinet, which is responsible only to him. He exercises full legislative power, pending the formation of a new parliament, and whenever he thinks foreign tension or serious internal crisis makes it necessary. About the only thing he cannot do without the assent of the legislature is to declare war, but he does have full disposal of the armed forces. While nothing definite is said about the composition of the future parliament, official statements make it clear that it will be corporative. In other words, it will be representative of economic groups, of industries and professions, rather than of territorial units, as in America. Its functions will be advisory, perhaps as shadowy as those of the German Reichstag, although it is still too early to tell definitely. From the statements of those who now rule France, we know something about the kind of nation they would like to set up. In the first place, they would like to change pretty thoroughly the old order, which they regard as responsible for the defeat of the country. This means that the political conflict of the many little parties in the old French Republic, the corruption and the intrigue, the violent disagreement between various classes and groups, the instability of the French cabinet system, that all these things must be wiped out. The first task, then, as the government sees it, is reconstruction, and for reconstruction there must be order. Hence, there will have to be great concentration of authority, for which the new Constitution fully provides. The government will dominate all economic life, making free enterprise no more than a memory. In the new, controlled economy, everyone will have to work, and to work hard for subsistence. The trend will turn away from the growth of large industry and labor unions. The country will be encouraged to return to the agricultural and peasant character of old France, a development which would make of France one vast farm territory, dependent on a dominant Nazi Germany for most of its industrial products. This government is to some extent representative, of old right-wing forces in France, who have always been insistent on authority. An attempt is being made to build up new loyalties to a type of state very closely akin to those of General Franco in Spain and Premier Mussolini in Italy, quickly, before the stunning effect of defeat has worn off and the French feel tempted to embark on a desperate revolution. At the same time, Marshal Pétain is obviously a great believer in the unifying force of history. By abolishing the départements, or administrative districts into which the French Republic was divided, and by setting up in their place the old provinces under which France was ruled by royalty before 1789, the Marshal seems to be trying to resurrect the ancient glory of France. The historic note is also sounded by the use of Versailles as the French capital, although this is probably due to a desire to be free of the possible fury of the Paris crowd as well. In 1871, too, a new French government, formed after a disastrous defeat, made Versailles its first capital, while Paris rose in the brief but bitter revolution of the Paris Commune. The new government has been called fascist, although its own spokesmen deny the allegation. Any regime in France today would have to rule by a sort of modified martial law until order was brought out of chaos. But this much is certain. The new regime has copied most of its basic principles from the authoritarian governments now existing in Europe. Certainly, its composition indicates anything but a democratic orientation. Marshal Pétain, at 84, is too old to direct the state in person. Active leadership has apparently fallen into the hands of a triumvirate, consisting of Pierre Laval, General Maxime Weygand, and Adrien Marquet. Laval is vice premier and the designated successor to Pétain. He is well known in America as an apostle of appeasement, as the man who cultivated close relations with Mussolini, and, let it not be forgotten, once signed an alliance with Soviet Russia in order to strengthen France against the Reich. He is known as one of the country's wiliest politicians. While France was still in the war, rumors were often heard that he favored peace negotiations with Germany. General Weygand, now defense minister and lieutenant of Foch in the last war, is said to have extreme right-wing views and to be strongly anti-communist. Marquet, mayor of Bordeaux and minister of the Interior, is a representative of the French Neo-Socialist Party. This group, now strong at Vichy, broke off from the French Socialist Party in 1933 because the socialist outlook was too international. The neo-socialists were greatly impressed by Hitler's success. They adopted the words order, authority, nation as their slogan and bitterly assailed the ineffectiveness of the French Parliament. By their former socialist colleagues, they were regarded as little short of fascist. Marquet himself was singled out by some as a future leader because of his abrupt manner and fierce look and Hitler moustache. Marcel Déat, another dissident socialist, now prominent at Vichy, carved a niche for himself in French history by asking the French last summer whether they were ready to die for Danzig. Indeed, the men of Munich are all of them in the forefront today, save only Daladier, who has been refused transportation by the Germans from the Moroccan port in which he took refuge. So the government, except for the generals, is a government of men who opposed the war and were not too reluctant to see the fighting halted. This is a government which assented to defeat and submission, headed by men, some of whom regard France as an old and decadent nation, not able to stand up to the revitalized totalitarian powers on equal terms. Those holding such fatalistic views feel that the country must accept a temporary eclipse as a great power and go through a long period of adjustment and sacrifice before it can emerge once more. They have been defeatist as far as the conduct of hostilities was concerned. Now they desire to avoid the extermination of France as a nation, and, to them, the best way to do that seems to be to come to terms with the victors at any cost. For this very reason, the Pétain regime may not be able to retain power. It is not led by an outstanding, magnetic personality who can grip the imagination of the masses as Hitler and to some extent Mussolini have done. It is led by men carried over from the old order, men who formed some of the cliques which juggled power back and forth in the innumerable cabinets of pre-war days. These are leaders who must themselves bear heavy responsibility for the plight of France today. After the last war and the crises which followed it, Hitler, Mussolini, Kemal in Turkey surged into power at the head of great protest movements against existing conditions. At this moment, the French people, those of them not under the control of German troops, are dazed by the suddenness of events. As their hardships increase, however, despair and fierce determination may produce a new man and a new French political organization. What form it will finally assume, no one can yet foresee. But evidently, the government means to control the rebirth of French national energy. It is significant that dispatches from Vichy speak of a new political party, which would presumably receive official protection through the Minister of Youth and Family, Jean Ebarnegaray. Ebarnegaray was a leader in the fascist Croix de Feu in the pre-war days, and he and Marcel Déat might well form a new fascist political organization. If this should occur, if all other political activity should be forbidden, if French youth, labor, agriculture, and cultural life should all be geared into this new national movement, then indeed, France would have gone totalitarian. Just now, however, the problem of relations with the victors is predominant. Monsieur Pétain and Laval lean toward the formation of a Mediterranean bloc comprising Italy, Spain, and France, which may eventually become a counterweight to Germany. For the present, however, it is Germany which must be courted, since it occupies over half the country. The government's proposal to move back into the occupied territory indicates that cooperation will be attempted. The sharp anti-British tone of the new regime may be motivated by the same purpose, although it unquestionably reflects a deep-rooted feeling that the Anglo-French alliance has not been worthwhile for the French. Dispatches filtering through the censorship hint at anti-Semitic developments and a campaign against the French socialists, both measures calculated to secure better ultimate peace terms from the fascist dictators. If this purpose is really uppermost in the minds of the new rulers of France, however, the attitude of the German press in the last few days will come to them as a rude shock, for the Nazis have reacted sharply to the news that 80 members of the French National Assembly voted against the resolution giving Pétain full powers to alter the Constitution. Already the Germans have begun to strip the occupied sections of France of foodstuffs, livestock, and all foreign exchange and valuables. Berlin probably senses that the future prospects of the new French government are not good and sees no point in dealing gently with it. And the Nazis intend to impress on the French the fact that Germany alone will be master in the new Europe. The unfolding tragedy of France, then, will be profound. It will be watched with anxiety by all those who have known and loved the country. There will be many post-mortems on the Third Republic, and much will be revealed, which may be of assistance to us. Already the principal lessons are clear. No individual was responsible for the debacle, and no single movement. The collapse was a national collapse, affecting the whole people. France was paralyzed by social strife and its faulty system of unstable cabinet government. It was not wholehearted in its war effort. Communists on the left conducted anti-war propaganda at Moscow's behest, while extremists on the right flirted with fascism as a means of preserving their own position against the effects of social reforms. The socialists cut down production by raising labor standards too far above those in neighboring countries, and capitalist interests weakened the state by letting industrial plants grow obsolete, while they sent their funds to foreign countries for safekeeping. In the government, politicians and bureaucrats were sometimes corrupt and more often failed to supply the drive and imagination needed to meet the fascist powers on equal terms. Despite these failings, France did make a worthy war effort, which should not be underrated. Its collapse was due to internal disunity, a lack of economic preparedness for war, a faulty military doctrine, and a diplomacy which had disastrous consequences. Its fate today raises questions fundamental for the future of the United States.
You have been listening to Mr. David H. Popper, a staff member of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8, West 40th Street, New York City. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world events. And in the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
America Looks Abroad. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the Foreign Policy Association presents the 36th in its series of programs presented by staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. And in connection with the opening today of the Inter-American Conference in Cuba, we take you now to Havana.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 36th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Howard J. Trueblood and Mr. John I.B. McCullough, Latin American experts of the association, are attending the meeting of the foreign ministers and will speak to you from Havana. Mr. Trueblood's subject is economic defense of the Americas. At the conclusion of his talk, Mr. McCullough will address a few words in Spanish to our Spanish-speaking audience. Mr. Trueblood.
Good afternoon. In 3/4 of an hour, the curtain will rise on what may be the most important event of the year in inter-American relations. For the second time within 10 months, the foreign ministers of the American republics are meeting to consider the problems arising from the European war. They are meeting to take specific action to mend the economic and diplomatic defense of the Western Hemisphere. At no time in the whole history of Pan-Americanism has the atmosphere been more foreboding. The 21 nations which are represented here at Havana realize fully that speech-making and demonstrations of mutual goodwill are not enough to protect the Americas. This conference promises to be far different from the leisurely Pan-American gatherings of a more peaceful era. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, Havana time, the opening session will be held. When this meeting is over, the real work of the delegates will begin, for the most part behind locked doors. This does not mean abandoning democratic procedure. On the contrary, it means speeding up democratic methods to deal more efficiently with the crisis at hand. Doubtless there will be smoke-filled rooms in the traditional manner of political conventions in the United States. But such action behind the scenes will be in the hands of economists and diplomats seeking means to bolster the defense of the Americas. There is no room for political self-interest at Havana today. The United States delegation to the conference is composed largely of economic experts. This suggests that a large part of the emphasis will be on devising means to bring into operation the program of economic defense announced by President Roosevelt about a month ago. An essential feature of this plan is the creation of, and I'm using the President's own words, an appropriate inter-American organization for dealing with certain basic problems of their trade relations, including an effective system of joint marketing of the important staple exports of the American Republic. The United States recognizes the fact that preservation of the united front of the Americas will depend upon economic as well as political factors. The Washington administration has committed itself to protect Latin America from political penetration through economic means. Essentially, this involves assuming responsibility for Latin America's economic welfare. At present, the chief dangers of the solidarity of the Western Hemisphere lies in the possibility that Germany, having secured control over Europe, will launch an intensive trade drive in Latin America. This drive is not feared because of its economic implications. The United States is not particularly concerned over selling more goods to Latin America. We are, however, deeply concerned over the development of a Nazi foothold in any section of the Western Hemisphere. And a Nazi foothold, or even complete political domination, has become a byproduct of Nazi economic penetration. A German-dominated Europe would require vast quantities of the goods which Latin America produces. Cereals, cotton, coffee, meat, oil, and metals, to mention a few commodities. It would have great manufacturing capacity for supplying finished products in exchange for Latin American raw materials. Since the United States, under normal conditions, takes no more than a third of Latin America's exports, while Europe buys more than half, Germany's bargaining position would be much stronger than our own. Therefore, even if they detested the political philosophy and trading methods of Germany, individual Latin American countries with heavy surpluses of raw materials and foodstuffs could hardly refuse to sell on moral grounds. Acting alone, they could only deal with Germany on the latter's terms, despite the fact that such terms might ultimately involve political domination by Germany. Germany has already solicited orders from various South American countries and has promised fall deliveries of manufactured goods at prices far below those quoted by American exporters. On the eve of the conference here at Havana, Latin America has been subjected to a new barrage of nasty propaganda. This propaganda is designed to woo or frighten these countries away from taking any steps which might be detrimental to trade relations with Germany after the war. One of the principal tasks of the United States delegation here at Havana may be that of proving to Latin America that this country can outmatch Germany when it comes to extending economic support. I cannot overstress the point that the keynote of the conference about to begin is defense, and not merely neutrality and the peacetime economic cooperation of the American Republic. Defense, moreover, isn't simply a matter of building airplanes and battleships, although this is, of course, highly important. Defense of the 21 American republics also involves their political and economic coordination on a scale which would have been considered fantastic only a few weeks ago. This coordination is necessary both because the United States needs Latin America raw materials and Latin America needs the military power of this country. The whole question of economic defense is very much in the forefront of Havana today, yet it would be too much to expect this conference to draw up a complete plan of action. The most that we can expect is agreement in principle on broad policy. The actual details will possibly be referred to the Inter-American Financial and Economic Advisory Committee. This group was established by the first meeting of foreign ministers of the American Republic held at Panama last September. The attitude of most Latin American nations towards development abroad suggests these countries are ready to join in a plan for economic defense. Yet, to keep the bonds tight, the United States must be able to offer more than a victorious Germany could offer to Latin America. It is not so much a question of what Latin America would choose, but of what it might be forced to do under pressure. Germany is organized to resist that pressure, as well as to offer economic aid. No haphazard, lusty idea of Pan-Americanism will be sufficient to hold the American nations together after the war. The United States cannot expect financial and economic sacrifices for a political ideal. The goal of Western Hemispheric economic defense is not narrow imperialism. Although democratic forms and many of the rights of individual nations may be threatened in the struggle to meet the totalitarian challenge, the question of protecting American markets is incidental to the immediate issue of defense. It is also incidental to the ultimate objective of raising the standard of living in the new world. The latter will be an empty phrase, however, unless it is implemented by a program of Pan-American economic coordination. And this economic coordination must be on a scale far exceeding that which democratic methods have been able to produce in the past. And now Mr. McCulloch will address a few words to our Spanish-speaking audience. Mr. McCulloch.
Buenas tardes. El señor Trueblood acaba de tratar lo que es sin duda el problema capital para resolverse en esta conferencia de los cancilleres americanos, a saber, la defensa económica del hemisferio occidental. Juntos con este problema van otros tópicos de índole política. Además, toda decisión tomada en esta conferencia sobre asuntos económicos implicará forzosamente cierto grado de colaboración política más estrecha. Los acontecimientos de las últimas semanas han concentrado nuestra atención sobre un sinnúmero de nuevos problemas en el terreno político. El derrocamiento del ejército francés y la posibilidad de que Francia surja como un estado satélite del Reich alemán pone de relieve la importancia de la discusión acerca de las posesiones europeas en el Nuevo Mundo. En La Habana, este asunto será sometido a un estudio minucioso. Distintas soluciones han sido propuestas. Hace pocas semanas, en una conferencia del Caribe celebrada en la República Dominicana, el ministro de Relaciones cubano abogó por un protectorado común sobre esos territorios del hemisferio occidental, los cuales, de otra manera, caerían bajo el dominio de poderíos hostiles a los ideales e intereses americanos. La reciente investigación de las actividades nazistas en el Uruguay, realizada por el gobierno uruguayo, ha despertado un interés enorme en las actividades de la quinta columna en todas las repúblicas americanas. Se ha propuesto que las naciones americanas mantengan un cambio de informaciones regular como un medio de combatir a los miembros de la quinta columna. Por último, se ha también discutido posiblemente el fortalecimiento de la maquinaria consultativa en las Américas. ¿Hasta qué grado la cuestión de la propia defensa física del hemisferio figurará en las discusiones no se sabe todavía? Los Estados Unidos no han enviado ningún asesor militar ni naval. Algunas repúblicas han manifestado formalmente que sus aliados no están autorizados para asumir obligaciones militares. Sin embargo, se ha expresado en ciertos círculos el deseo de que este tópico no sea del todo ignorado. Por ejemplo, el señor Carlos Ella, expresidente de la República Cubana y graduado de la Academia Naval Norteamericana de Anápolis, ha propuesto que la conferencia de La Habana cree una patrulla naval bajo un mando unido. En cualesquiera decisiones que se hagan en cuanto a asuntos militares, en la conferencia o en negociaciones separadas, se dará especial importancia a la acción común. No se contempla hegemonía estadounidense alguna. Aquí, por ejemplo, todo arreglo hecho con relación al uso de bases aéreas será recíproco y de mutuo acuerdo. Muchas personas se han quejado de que varias importantes repúblicas latinoamericanas no han enviado ministros de relaciones a la conferencia. Esto no indica necesariamente una falta de interés o un afán de sabotaje de la reunión. En el caso de las repúblicas más al sur, el viaje hasta La Habana es muy largo y asuntos urgentes hacen casi indispensables la presencia de los cancilleres en sus respectivos países. No debe olvidarse que el secretario de Estado norteamericano, el señor Hall, no encabezó la delegación estadounidense a la conferencia de Panamá en el otoño pasado. En resumen, las cuestiones de La Habana reunirán a un grupo de hombres distinguidos y competentes. A ellos les corresponderá tomar decisiones en un momento que es tal vez el más grave de toda la historia de las Américas.
You have been listening to Mr. Howard J. Trueblood and Mr. John I.B. McCullough of the Foreign Policy Association, who spoke to you direct from Havana. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 8 West 40th Street, New York. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world events. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. We return you now to the National Broadcasting Company, New York.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 37th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. John I.B. McCullough, Latin American expert of the association, will speak to you from Havana, where he is attending the Inter-American Conference. We take you now to Havana.
Good afternoon. For exactly 1 week, representatives of the 21 American republics have been in conference in the city of Havana. During that time, some 45 individual projects have been brought forward and discussed. Today, in committee meetings, a final agreement is being worked out on many important points. Tomorrow, a private session of all the delegates will be held, and on Tuesday, the conference will conclude its work with a public session. Not until then will a definitive judgment on the results of this historic meeting be possible. Already, however, the major trends of the conference are apparent. The one problem which has created more discussion than any other at Havana has had to do with European colonies in the Western Hemisphere. Here, two dangers confront the American republics. The first is that the possessions of France, Holland, and Great Britain should come under the control of Germany as a result of military conquest. A second possibility is more difficult to combat, and therefore more to be feared. This is that the colonies should remain in the hands of their present owners, but that the French, Dutch, and British governments themselves should come so completely under German domination that German control would be indirectly extended to this hemisphere. These possibilities are perfectly clear to the statesmen who are now assembled in Havana. In working out a practical solution, however, certain difficulties arose. If the American republics were to attempt to eliminate all European control over these colonies, what would they set up in its place? Should the colonies be given an independent status? Or should they be annexed by various of the American republics, presumably in each case by the nation nearest at hand? Or finally, should a joint trusteeship of all the American republics be established? Here at Havana, there has been considerable sentiment in favor of this latter course. One practical way of making this possible has been suggested. A joint protectorate would be established, but the actual work of administration would be left to a group of, let us say, 3 of the republics chosen by the others to represent them. It is understood that the United States delegation has favored some arrangement along these general lines. Unfortunately, other difficulties are involved. A further question arises. Should some definite arrangement be made at the present time so that action can be taken immediately in case of emergency? Or should a new consultation be called for when and if a crisis actually appears? Apparently, the Argentine delegation has been backing the latter point of view. The Argentines reason in this manner. No one can tell what is going to happen, and there is no point in devising tentative solutions to hypothetical issues. Moreover, the Argentines have maintained that the inhabitants of these colonies should be consulted before their fate is decided. During the last few days, prominent members of the conference have been working overtime, trying to find some way of reconciling this Argentine point of view with other proposals dealing with the same subject. The United States, Brazil, and Cuba all put forward specific plans for dealing with the colony question. These 3 proposals, it seems, did not differ very widely. Thus, the chief difficulty has been in fitting the Argentine suggestion into the general picture. Late last night, it appears, a mutually satisfactory agreement on the colony question was finally reached, and the general lines of the convention were approved. This will be given definite form today and will be accompanied by a resolution and a declaration on the same subject. Now, if this result is actually achieved, it will go far toward disproving those critics who have consistently been predicting that the conference would eventually be wrecked as a result of Argentina's refusal to cooperate. So far, despite these gloomy predictions and mournful commentaries, there is no conclusive evidence that Argentina has been attempting to sabotage proceedings. Very naturally, she has her own point of view. The United States delegation is the first to recognize that Argentina's close economic ties with Europe and her remoteness geographically from North America give her a peculiar position and peculiar problems. At all recent Pan-American conferences, the United States has made a special effort to win Argentine support, even if necessary, at the cost of modifying the North American point of view on certain particulars. To Mr. Hull, the important thing is a unified Pan-American front. Thus far, economic matters have not created as much of a stir at Havana as have political topics. The chief economic story of the past week, so far as inter-American affairs are concerned, originated not in the Cuban capital, but in Washington. This was to the effect that the United States government planned to ask for new facilities for the Export-Import Bank. The bank could extend credit up to $500 million, and certain former restrictions on loans would be removed. Thus, the United States government would be in a position to help the Latin American republics more effectively in passing through a period which has brought economic worries to every one of them. Meanwhile, at Havana, the subcommittee which deals with economic matters has been hard at work behind closed doors. In a public address delivered by Secretary Hull last Monday, the Secretary of State outlined a program for immediate action on the economic front. He urged that greater power be given to the Inter-American Financial and Economic Advisory Committee, which conducts its meetings in Washington. He advocated the development of commodity agreements. Very significantly, he suggested that facilities be created for the temporary handling and the orderly marketing of the surplus products of the American republics. Here, in essence, is the idea behind the so-called cartel plan, which received so much attention when it was broached a few weeks ago. According to this scheme, the surplus products of the Americas would be pooled and disposed of on the best possible terms. The idea being, of course, to prevent complete economic dictation from a Europe dominated by Germany. Finally, Mr. Hull referred to the desirability of raising the standard of living throughout the Americas, and to the possibility that some of these surplus products might be distributed for relief purposes. That was on Monday. Subsequently, Mr. Burley, Assistant Secretary of State, made a formal proposal to the Economic Subcommittee of the conference. The text of this proposal has not been made public, but presumably it will follow along the lines indicated by Mr. Hull. Several other republics have made economic proposals or, as in the case of Cuba, suggested modifications in the Burley plan. Today, the Economic Committee is completing its labors. Doubtless, the project finally adopted will contain elements taken from several different proposals. It is probable that any agreement reached at Havana will be of a general nature, and that the Inter-American Financial Committee will be asked to work out the details later on. Furthermore, it is probable that the temporary nature of these arrangements will be stressed. They are designed to meet certain immediate problems on an emergency basis. Another problem which has received special attention at Havana is that of fifth column activity. Several countries put forward proposals on this matter. The United States, for example, went on record as opposing activities from a non-American source tending to endanger American institutions or to establish a form of government which the American nations do not accept or recognize. Specifically, the United States proposed a close control over foreign missions and agencies in this hemisphere. The Republic of Uruguay, which, as you will recall, conducted an investigation of Nazi activities not so long ago, proposed a regulation whereby members of diplomatic or consular missions could not belong to a political organization or party. According to latest report, the Neutrality Subcommittee of the conference has approved a resolution urging several points: exchange of information, concerted action should the sovereignty of an American republic be threatened, and the restriction of diplomatic privileges and immunities. The range of subject matter which has been treated at Havana is enormous. For example, the Bolivian delegate introduced a proposal for financing a 4,000-kilometer railway from Santos in Brazil to Arica in Chile, presumably on the theory that such a railway, which incidentally passes through Bolivia, would be useful for defense purposes. The head of the Chilean delegation, who is also a socialist member of the Chilean cabinet, has urged the American government to nationalize certain concerns, especially in the public utility field, which belong to non-American powers that operate in the Western Hemisphere. Such a principle, one supposes, could be invoked to speed the nationalization of airlines owned or controlled by Europeans. Mexico has proposed an inter-American committee to take care of political refugees, and a number of similar proposals on a variety of topics have been introduced in the course of the negotiations. At earlier conferences of the American republics, a major topic of discussion was the creation of machinery for avoiding disputes among the American powers themselves. So completely has the situation altered since the war began that in the last two conferences, at Panama and at Havana, this topic has been more or less of secondary importance. Nevertheless, at least one project has been presented in the course of the present meeting designed to forestall inter-American squabbles. This proposal was put forward by the Haitian delegation. Meanwhile, the representatives of Ecuador and Peru in the present conference have both intimated in public statements that they are willing to have another go at settling their boundary problem. This is possibly the most important boundary dispute which now exists between any two American republics. You will all of you recall that at the Panama Conference last autumn, the most sensational topic of discussion was the 300-mile neutrality zone. One of the committees here at Havana has been considering the further implementation of this zone, and a project has been actually advanced for extending the limit of American territorial waters from 3 miles to 25 miles. Presumably, this project will now be handed on to a committee for the codification of international law. To date, however, the problem of the neutrality zone, once so celebrated, has not been headline news at Havana. The reason is perfectly obvious. The international situation has changed almost completely since last October. Apparently, the original sponsors of the zone idea hope to use this new and challenging declaration as a protection against German submarines. Now, actually, the greatest offenders against the neutrality belt have been the British, and the majority of the protests made by the American government have been addressed not to Berlin, but to London. Since sentiment in the American republics is and has been largely pro-Ally, the statesmen of the American republics have been forced into something of an embarrassing position. For the most part, they are content to soft-pedal the whole conception of the neutrality zone. In a sense, this example illustrates the fundamental difficulty which the present conference faces. Due to the enormous uncertainty of the European situation, any decision which is adopted now has a certain character of hit or miss. This fact in itself helps to explain the somewhat cautious attitude assumed by certain delegations. Probably the most that can be expected at Havana, in a great number of cases at least, is an agreement on general principles and a decision to leave further details to smaller Pan-American entities which have more time at their disposal and which are in a position to function without the constant flash of photographers' bulbs. Fortunately, the Panama Conference created two such groups: the Neutrality Committee, which meets in Rio, and the Financial and Economic Advisory Committee, which holds its sessions in Washington, and which, as you will recall, started the procedure which has culminated in the creation of the Inter-American Bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Mr. John I.B. McCullough, who spoke to you direct from Havana. And if you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8, West 40th Street, New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company. America Looks Abroad. This is the 38th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is Germany Strikes at Britain. The speaker is Mrs. Vera Michelis Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association. Mrs. Dean.
Good afternoon. During the past week, Germany has been massing boats, troops, and guns at French ports for what may prove its supreme effort to invade the British Isles. At the same time, German and Italian spokesmen warned their people that war against Britain could not take the form of a lightning conquest like that of France, and that the Germans must be prepared for a hard and possibly a long struggle. These warnings may be intended to dispel illusions of a quick victory among the German and Italian people, but they may also be intended, as Mr. Churchill pointed out yesterday, to take the British off their guard and thus weaken their expected resistance to another blitzkrieg. The Germans apparently hope that by steady bombing of British ports, ships, and industrial centers, they may yet disrupt the country's economic life, cut off Britain's imports from overseas, and bring Britain to its knees without the risk of actual invasion. The Germans are trying to use against Britain the weapon Britain found so effective against Germany in the First World War, the weapon of blockade. Britain is already cut off from imports of foodstuffs and raw materials it used to obtain from the European continent. If its ports are destroyed or seriously damaged, the Germans believe that the British will eventually also find it impossible to import food and raw materials from overseas countries, including the United States. But Britain, too, is still using the weapon of blockade, this time not only against Germany, but against the entire European continent, now under German rule. Before the collapse of France, Germany had no direct access to the Atlantic Ocean. But the moment France capitulated, Germany obtained not only control of French ports on the Atlantic Ocean, but also access to Spain and Portugal, which are still officially neutral. As long as Spain and Portugal remain neutral, they can purchase goods from overseas countries, including the United States, and if they wish, ship these goods to Germany. This is exactly what Britain thought Spain and Portugal were doing. To prevent overseas goods, especially oil, from reaching Germany through Spain and Portugal, Britain has now extended its blockade to cover these two countries, as well as France, which for the time being is regarded by the British as enemy-occupied territory. So while Britain is now unable to obtain any products from the continent in turn can obtain nothing from the Western Hemisphere or Asia without the permission of the British. Britain's blockade of the continent has been reinforced by the action of the American government. On July 25, the United States prohibited the export of oil and scrap metal without a specific license and prevented cargoes of these materials from clearing for Spain and Japan. On July 31, it went further and ordered an embargo on exports of aviation gasoline to all countries outside the Western Hemisphere, except such quantities as may be needed for the operation of American-owned airplanes operating in foreign services. These restrictions can of course be explained by considerations of our own national defense. The United States government regards the international situation with the utmost seriousness. Last Thursday, Secretary of War Stimson, in a statement to the House Military Affairs Committee, said we must take into consideration the possibility that in another 30 days Great Britain herself may be conquered and her shipyards pass under German control. The government is therefore taking what may appear entirely natural precautions to preserve our stocks of essential war materials and to prevent them from passing into the hands of countries which might become our enemies. At the same time, there is no doubt that the embargo on oil will prove a blow to Spain, where there is a serious shortage of gasoline. It will also prove a blow to Japan, which has been drawing the bulk of its war materials from the United States. An embargo on American war materials may well be regarded by Japan, Germany, and Italy as a hostile measure, even if it technically falls short of war, especially when you consider that the United States is ready to supply Britain with all the airplanes and other war equipment our factories are capable of producing. From the point of view of the United States, however, it would be illogical to rally the country behind a program of defense while permitting the export of war materials that may be subsequently used against us. One argument advanced in the past against an embargo on exports of American oil and scrap metal, notably in the case of Japan, has been that an embargo on oil would merely encourage Japanese invasion of the Dutch East Indies, which are rich, as you know, in oil, rubber, and tin. But the Japanese press has recently indicated that Tokyo was in any case considering the possibility of seizing the Dutch East Indies, while France is prostrate and Britain is engaged in a life and death struggle with Germany. And it isn't by any means certain that compliance with Japanese demands would necessarily improve this country's relations with Tokyo. Britain had just yielded to Japan's demand for closing of the Burma Road, only to discover that the Japanese apparently thought this was a sign of weakness and proceeded to arrest British citizens in Japan on charges of spying. With the adoption of these various measures and countermeasures of economic warfare, the conflicts in Europe and Asia are assuming more than ever the form of an endurance test. Germany and Italy, now excluded from the markets of the Western Hemisphere and Asia, are concentrating their efforts on the development of war materials available in Europe. Germany already has access to the iron ore of Sweden, Spain, and France. In the Balkans, where France and Britain have lost all influence for the time being, Germany is rapidly obtaining control of industrial enterprises formerly owned by French, British, Dutch, and Czech capital. Among these are iron mines in Romania and copper mines in Yugoslavia. But the most important of these enterprises are the Romanian oil wells. The Romanian government has confiscated the British-controlled oil firm Astra Romana. It has expelled French and British oil technicians on the ground they had been plotting to damage the wells. It has seized British oil barges on the Danube. Until now, Anglo-French concerns in Romania had refused to let any of their oil go to the Nazis. Now, if transportation difficulties can be solved, Germany will probably be able to obtain the bulk of Romania's oil exports, which last year amounted to 4 million tons. You can see under these circumstances how important it is for Germany that Romania should remain at peace. That is why the Nazis have done everything in their power to prevent the spread of war to the Balkans. Last winter it had seemed that the French and British might attempt to use the Balkans as a base for operations against Germany. With the collapse of France, this possibility was eliminated. But then Romania's neighbors, Russia, Bulgaria, and Hungary, began to demand part of its territory, and their demands threatened to create a conflict. As you know, Russia did occupy Bessarabia, a province that had formed a part of the Russian Empire until 1918, when it was taken over by the Romanians. Germany did not openly interfere with Russian occupation of Romanian territory, which incidentally brings the Russians within a short distance of the Romanian oil wells. But Hitler did take action when Hungary and Bulgaria, in turn, demanded their share of the Romanian spoils. Now you'll remember that Hungary and Bulgaria had been associated with Germany in the First World War. They had long been friendly with Germany and Italy, in contrast to Romania, which had been friendly with France and Britain. The Hungarians and Bulgarians had hoped that with the aid of Hitler and especially of Mussolini, they would recover the territories they had lost to Romania. But actually, when the Hungarian and Bulgarian representatives visited Hitler in Salzburg, they were apparently advised to go slow about pressing their claims against Romania and to wait for the final peace settlement, which Hitler expects to make after he has conquered Britain. Hitler told Romania to begin negotiations with Hungary and Bulgaria, and it is possible that some minor concessions may be worked out. But Romania appears unwilling to do more than cede a small strip of territory to Hungary and arrange for exchanges of populations with both Hungary and Bulgaria. Meanwhile, Hungary and Bulgaria appear to be disappointed by the meager results they obtained from Germany. In Bulgaria, the king is pro-Italian. Many of the officials are pro-German. But the population is sympathetic to Russia. The same thing is true of Yugoslavia, which so far has not figured in the negotiations for Balkan reconstruction on the German pattern. It is quite possible that Russia may take advantage of pro-Russian sentiment in Yugoslavia and Bulgaria to try and check German influence in these countries. Russia has been quietly but rapidly consolidating its position, both in the Balkans and in the Baltic region. In elections held under Soviet military control, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania voted to join the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The ceremony celebrating this union took place last week in Moscow. It is also reported that Moscow is making additional demands on Finland, and it would not be at all surprising if Russia should occupy the rest of Finland. The Soviet government continues to remain non-committal with regard to the conflict in the West, but there seems little doubt that its main objective is to strengthen its own defenses in such a way that should a victorious Germany eventually turn against Russia, it would find increased resistance there. The Russians, however, believe that Germany will have its hands full reorganizing Europe and will then turn its attention not against Russia, but against the United States. Therefore, Russia has no desire to antagonize Germany. On the contrary, Mr. Molotov, Soviet Premier and Foreign Minister, indicated in his speech last Thursday that the Soviet government feels more hostile toward Britain and the United States than toward Germany. The reason for this is fairly clear. Britain and the United States have criticized Soviet invasion of Finland, and recently Mr. Sumner Welles, our Under-Secretary of State, denounced Soviet occupation of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania in very strong terms. Mr. Molotov made light of these criticisms and replied that the United States itself has imperialistic designs on the Western Hemisphere. He also predicted that the wars in Europe and Asia would spread into a world conflict in which the United States would be aiding Britain against Germany. While the entire world waits in suspense for the outcome of the Battle of Britain, the United States appears to have returned to the state of apathy out of which it had been briefly shaken by the collapse of France. The election campaign occupies the center of the stage, and the attitude of the American people toward foreign affairs remains confused in the extreme. If it were possible to define our foreign policy at this moment, it might be summed up as a series of contradictions. We are building up our own defenses, but we are not certain whether we should wait until our territory has been invaded before using our armaments, or use them to bar German and Japanese influence from the Western Hemisphere. We do not want to become involved in wars outside this hemisphere, but at the same time, we keep on denouncing Germany, Italy, Russia, and Japan in a way which might ultimately involve us in a conflict with one or all of these countries. We do not like the new order in Europe and Asia, but at the same time, we do not want either to come to terms with this new order or to destroy it. We seem to be sorry for the British and recognize that defeat of Britain would greatly increase our own problems. But at the same time, we don't want to help the British beyond permitting them to buy here such war equipment as they can obtain for cash. What we really want is to have our cake and eat it too. That is not possible in a period of revolutionary crisis like the one in which we are living today. Unpleasant as it may seem, we shall have to make up our minds as to what we want to do in world affairs and then do it, if we are to escape the danger that our destiny will be settled for us by outside powers.
You have been listening to Mrs. Vera Michelis-Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association at number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy.
It offers accurate information on current world events. And in the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. If you would like that address again, it's the Foreign Policy Association, number 8, West 40th Street, New York City. This is the National Broadcasting Company. America Looks Abroad. This is the 39th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is Italy's invasion of Africa. And the speaker is Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Elliott.
Good afternoon. As the long-awaited German attempt to invade England remained in its preparatory stages this week, Germany's three Axis partners, Italy, Spain, and Japan, continued their parallel policy to extend their territories at Great Britain's expense. While Britain must keep its greatest strength concentrated at home to stave off the anticipated German invasion, the extensive empire from which the British have long derived their power is threatened on three continents. In contrast with experience during the World War, when British imperial forces were able to sustain themselves and conquer German and Turkish colonies as well, today Britain's far-flung colonies face overwhelming enemy forces and can expect little or no help from the mother country. The most critical danger to the British Empire during the past week has been the Italian invasion of British colonies in Africa. Immediately after Italy's entry into the war 2 months ago, troops from Italian Somaliland and southern Ethiopia occupied the northeast corner of Britain's Kenya colony, while on July 5th, other Italian forces from Eritrea and northern Ethiopia attacked and took Kassala, eastern gateway for the rich cotton plantations of the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. Outside of these two minor offensives, however, Italy's war on Britain until last Sunday was limited to border skirmishes and guerrilla warfare. There was little indication of the extent to which Italy would assume responsibility for carrying out Axis war plans. These plans were determined in Berlin last month when Italian Foreign Minister Ciano visited Chancellor Hitler. According to Virginio Gaida, semi-official spokesman of the fascist government, the two Axis leaders decided to enforce a rigid blockade of the British Isles, cut off all trade lines of the British Empire, and defeat Britain at home in its colonies and on the sea. Germany had already achieved marked success against British and French forces, and it was clear that if Italy was to profit from its tie-up with the Reich, the Italian army must also bear its share of the battle. The Italian navy could be of great military value to the Axis, provided it could gain access to the open sea. But so long as Britain retains control over the two entrances to the Mediterranean, at Gibraltar and Suez, Italy's fleet must remain bottled up in home waters. The immediate task before Italy, therefore, as Signor Gaida explained, was to weaken Britain by striking first at Egypt from the Italian colony of Libya, and then at the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, Kenya, and British Somaliland from Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Italian Somaliland in Italian East Africa. When Italy declared war on Britain on June 10th, Premier Mussolini named Egypt as one of the 5 small countries which he would not drag into war as long as it maintained strict neutrality. Egypt was a virtual British protectorate from 1881 until after the World War, and in 1922, when the country became independent, Britain retained responsibility for Egyptian defense. The enforcement of rigid neutrality by the Egyptian government would have been detrimental to Britain, for the British can control the eastern Mediterranean only through continued use of the Suez Canal and their strong naval base at Alexandria, both of which are on Egyptian territory. Although the Egyptian government has actually remained neutral, it has favored its British ally by breaking off diplomatic relations with the Italian government and warning that it would declare war on Italy if the Italians invaded Egypt. To date, Italy's warfare in North Africa has been confined to aerial dogfights with British planes and to border skirmishes on the Libyan side of the Egyptian frontier. But the concentration of approximately 250,000 Italian troops along this front indicates that the major Italian offensive will be aimed at Alexandria and the Suez Canal by land through Egypt. One reason for the intensification of Italy's war effort in Africa, in fact, may be to relieve the pinch of the British blockade by gaining access to world trade routes through Suez and the Red Sea. Over 70% of Italy's normal imports are from overseas countries, and it is uncertain how much longer the Italians can do without these supplies. The Italians import 99% of their cotton, which is Egypt's staple crop. Their intense interest in Egypt is reflected in the large Italian colony there, and the Egyptian government has already taken precautionary measures to guard against fifth column activities by this group. In order to use the Suez Canal, if it should be conquered, Italy must also gain control over the southern gateway to the Red Sea. To achieve this objective, the second major field of Italian operations was destined to be British Somaliland. And last Sunday, Italian forces began their present African campaigns with an assault in this sector. The surrender early last week of French Somaliland, which had continued to resist Italian domination even after France itself had capitulated, made feasible a successful offensive into British Somaliland along the East African coast. The alternative route from Italian Somaliland crosses a rugged mountain range approximately 3,500 feet high, which the Italians would have had to penetrate slowly in the face of armed opposition. Along the coast, however, their greater numbers were rapidly decisive. On Monday, one day after the big offensive began, they entered Zaila, which is 15 miles inside British territory and guards entrance to the Red Sea. Today, 3 Italian columns are closing in on the capital city of Berbera, a leading British port of entry for troops and supplies from India. Italy's third big offensive in Africa is directed northward from Eritrea and Ethiopia against the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan in an effort to unite Italian forces in East Africa with those in Libya. Unless this drive succeeds, the East African forces, no matter how effective they may be against the British in Somaliland, will remain isolated and subject to counterattack when they use up their present supplies of munitions. Although it would be to Britain's obvious advantage to retain a foothold in Somaliland to serve as an entering wedge into East Africa for an eventual counterattack on the Italians, the British apparently intend to avoid the costly struggle this plan would entail. They seem determined to beat a strategic retreat in the barren border regions and fight to keep the Italians there, cut off from all communication with their home bases except by air. Meanwhile, the British harass their Italian foes in sporadic engagements and have recognized as an ally ex-Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, who is expected to rouse the Abyssinian Bushmen for an intensive guerrilla warfare against their Italian conquerors. South African troops with their own mechanized infantry, artillery, air force, medical corps, and engineer have also advanced into Kenya and engaged the Italians from the south. For all these areas of hostilities, Italy has massed an army totaling about 500,000 well-equipped white and native soldiers. Despite their extensive preparations, however, the Italians face serious obstacles to final success. The great distances to be overcome in Africa sorely tax both men and machines, and while much of the country is unknown or impassable, in the arid deserts of Libya and Egypt, and in the northern Sudan, temperatures also rise to 120 degrees Fahrenheit, and rifle barrels cannot be touched in midday, while water is exceedingly scarce. The Italian army in this sector, like the British, has ample water supplies near its own bases, but will have to overcome precarious shortages as it moves out into the open. Britain, moreover, has strongly fortified the oases it holds, and these points can be defended by relatively few men against invading forces who must advance across vast open stretches of desert where they can be seen for many miles. In contrast with this kind of country, seasonal rains along the upper Nile have converted the Ethiopian-Sudan border into marshland, which in many places is a total barrier to military operations. And finally, in addition to natural obstacles, the Italians must face British troops which have been very well trained for desert and jungle warfare. It remains to be seen whether the British in Africa, like the Finns early this year, will be defeated by sheer force of numbers. While the Italian drive toward Suez gets underway, another Axis partner, Spain, threatens the important British base at Gibraltar, which commands entrance to the Mediterranean from the west. Although the British have held Gibraltar ever since 1704, Spanish nationalists still regard the strategic rock as part of Spain. Generalissimo Franco has publicly announced that Spain intends to retake Gibraltar and extend Spanish territory in Africa. For over 3 months, Spanish students have put on periodical demonstrations demanding that Gibraltar be returned to Spain. Only 2 days ago, a leading Spanish newspaper printed a detailed map of Gibraltar with its fortifications and pointedly indicated the Spanish heavy gun emplacements at Algeciras and Ceuta, only 5 and 12 miles from the Rock. A caption for the map typically referred to Gibraltar as Spain's ancient possession. When Italy entered the war, Spain gave up its neutrality for non-belligerency favorable to its Axis friends. And on Wednesday of this week, the government-controlled Spanish press announced that Spain has now adopted a position of moral belligerency, thus reinterpreting its legal status as one of positive support for Germany and Italy. The Reich now holds a common border with Spain, and if Spain enters the war, German troops could send immediate assistance to the Spanish. Although the impregnable fortress at Gibraltar could repel direct attack, it could not get needed supplies or reinforcement from the outside if enemies held the coasts of Spain, and eventually it would have to submit to siege. The Spanish, still exhausted from their recent civil war, have hoped to avoid involvement in the present conflict, but they seem to be drawn ever closer to war by their desire for colonial spoils. The promise of colonial rewards by Germany and Italy, which they already regard as victorious powers, might readily attract them into hostilities. Rome and Berlin, in turn, would doubtless be willing to pay a high price for control over Gibraltar, which would enable the Italian fleet to enter the Atlantic and provide Germany with some of the sea power needed to invade the British Isles. Hard-pressed in Africa and Europe, the British Empire is also challenged in the Far East. When France surrendered in June and Britain was left to face the Axis alone, the Japanese War Minister announced that the international situation was developing favorably for Japan's national policy. "We should not miss the present opportunity," he told the Army General Staff, "or we will be blamed by posterity." During the past half-century of its imperial expansion, Japan has shown an almost psychic ability to select the exact moment when its power politics could best succeed. And this is the moment it has chosen to press Britain. Last month, Japan demanded that Britain prevent military supplies from being sent to China both by way of Hong Kong and over the Burma Road, and the British government submitted. On Thursday of this week, the ominous trend of Japanese foreign policy was further seen when 126 members of the Japanese House of Representatives presented the government with a resolution advocating strong measures to entirely wipe out British influence in East Asia. And on Friday, Britain announced the withdrawal of its troops from Shanghai and North China. These forces, like the United States Marines at Shanghai, Tientsin, and Peiping, have defended foreign interests in China ever since the Boxer Rebellion ended in 1901. Their withdrawal at this time will presumably place a heavier burden on American troops. Britain's strength in the Far East is now concentrated at the island of Hong Kong, in the mouth of the Canton River, and at Singapore, where the British will take their last stand against Japan. It is uncertain, however, how long and how determined this stand will be. On Friday, the right-wing East Asia Association in Tokyo formally urged the Japanese government to immediately declare war on Great Britain. Britain's appeasement of Japan, as of Germany and Italy during the past few years, seems only to have whetted the appetite of its antagonist. But the British government has little choice in what policy it will follow today. Britain is already involved in 2 wars when one was bad enough, and hopes to avoid all risk of military involvement in the Orient. Meanwhile, on 3 vital fronts, fascist powers are collaborating to undermine the British Empire.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association at number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. That address again, the Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City, for a free copy of Mr. Elliott's talk. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world events. And in the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series, America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. America Looks Abroad. This is the 40th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is America's Choice in Europe. The speaker is Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President and Washington Representative of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon. This week, as the Battle of Britain rises to new heights of fury, the United States faces two major issues affecting our relations with Great Britain and our own national defense. These are, first, the proposal to sell or transfer some 50 or 60 overage destroyers to Britain, and second, the opening of direct negotiations with the British government for acquisition of naval and air bases in British possessions in the Western Hemisphere, coupled with simultaneous negotiations with Canada on problems of hemisphere defense. President Roosevelt announced the negotiations with Britain at his press conference on Friday, and then, last night, hurried to the Canadian border for a talk with Prime Minister Mackenzie King. Mr. Roosevelt insists that there is no connection between the proposed destroyer sale and these important diplomatic conversations. Nevertheless, it is inevitable that the two issues should be linked in the public mind, as both involve the paramount question of our relations with the British Empire at a moment when Britain is fighting for her life. As to the destroyers, it is now revealed officially that the possible transfer of these ships was first raised nearly 2 months ago, sometime in June, when the French armies were retreating before the Nazi war machine. The British purchasing mission in the United States brought the matter to the attention of Mr. Morgenthau, the Secretary of the Treasury, explaining that the British shortage of destroyers was far more serious than is generally realized in this country. Many destroyers were needed in the Mediterranean, a number had been lost, and new vessels under construction would not be ready for several months. These small ships, moreover, would play an important role in the defense of Britain, as they are less vulnerable to air attack than battleships and heavy craft. This early feeler was followed up last week by formal requests through diplomatic channels for the sale or transfer of at least 50 destroyers, or more if possible. The ships are all overage vessels built during the World War and recently reconditioned by the Navy. While President Roosevelt and Navy officials declined to make any public comment, a number of prominent citizens came forward to support the sale, including General Pershing, Admiral Stanley, the former Chief of Naval Operations, and the William Allen White Committee to Defend America by Aiding the Allies. In Congress, the issue was warmly debated last week, with conflicting statements by proponents and critics of the plan. The argument in favor of the move is that in the present state of the world, our own vital interests and our own national defense can best be served by preventing the destruction of the British fleet. Supporters claim that the transfer would not violate international law, that it can be made without action by Congress, and that the destroyers can be spared by the Navy. Opponents contend that the proposed sale would be an act of war, that it would violate domestic and international law and weaken our own Navy. Now, in analyzing these conflicting claims, it is necessary to separate the legal question, whether the sale runs counter to domestic and international law, from the larger issue of national interest. On the question of law, there is a difference of opinion among legal authorities, but the following facts are generally accepted. First, about 2 months ago, there was a proposal to release some 20 motor torpedo boats to Britain, boats that were being built in this country for the United States Navy. On June 24th, Attorney General Jackson advised the President that the transfer of these vessels would seem to be prohibited by domestic legislation. The Attorney General cited the Espionage Act of June 15, 1917, Section 3 of which covers this point. It provides, I quote, "During a war in which the United States is a neutral nation, it shall be unlawful to send out of the jurisdiction of the United States any vessel built, armed, or equipped as a vessel of war, with any intent or under any agreement or contract that such vessel shall be delivered to a belligerent nation." End quote. This act was in accord with our traditional neutrality policy under international law, which imposes a duty on neutrals to prevent the fitting out or arming of vessels intended to be used by belligerents as men of war. There are reports today that the Attorney General may give another opinion on the matter of destroyers, but this has not yet been confirmed. Secondly, in the National Defense Act passed by Congress and signed by the President on July 2nd of this year, the sale or transfer of any vessels, weapons, or munitions to any foreign government is forbidden, unless, and the proviso is important, unless the Chief of Naval Operations or the Chief of Staff of the Army certifies that they are not essential to the national defense. Now, it would take much too long to examine all the conflicting legal interpretations of these acts. The essential difference, however, may be stated in simple terms somewhat as follows. Those who believe that the sale is contrary to law insist that the opinion given by the Attorney General in connection with the 20 torpedo boats applies equally to the destroyers, on the ground that the vessels would clearly be sent out of the jurisdiction of the United States for use as warships by a belligerent nation. Those who contend that the transaction is legal make a distinction between the torpedo boats, which were under construction in American shipyards, and the old destroyers, which were not originally built or fitted out for a belligerent. The latter, it is said, can be sold to Great Britain, provided that the sale and delivery take place outside the jurisdiction of the United States. Furthermore, they assert that the approval of Congress is not required if the Navy Department certifies that the ships are not essential to the United States. Like most legal arguments, there is plenty of room for difference of opinion. In view of this difference of opinion and the importance of the issue, it would appear to be the wisest course for the administration to seek the approval of Congress. This, however, would admittedly take time, and time is pressing. The real issue, of course, is whether the move would aid our own national defense and safeguard our national interests. At the present time, the United States has probably the largest destroyer fleet in the world, with a total of some 236 vessels in this category. Of this number, about 76 are new, underage ships, while the remainder, 169, are more than 16 years old. Those which Britain wants today come from a group of more than 100 destroyers built during the World War and recently reconditioned. Some are in the Neutrality Patrol, some have been converted into fast mine layers and other types of ship. They are all assigned for duty in the Navy. Whether or not they can be spared is in large part a technical question, which should be answered by the Chief of Naval Operations. So far, however, the Navy has made no statement on this point. Whether or not the ships will be essential to the United States will depend almost entirely upon what happens in Europe during the next 90 days. If Britain is able to withstand the Nazi invasion, we will have no immediate need to use them. But if the British Navy is destroyed or falls into the hands of the enemy, we will face a victorious Germany with a fleet superior to ours and shipbuilding facilities far above our present capacity. If the 50 destroyers would turn the balance and prevent a British defeat, our defense would seem to be strengthened far more than it would by holding the ships ourselves. The heart of the question, however, is whether the 50 destroyers will be sufficient to turn the balance. If they're not, the logic which compelled us to take this step forces us to take the next step, in the form of any and all measures which may be necessary to prevent the defeat of Great Britain. It should be perfectly clear, then, that if we are to do anything effective, we must be prepared to go much further than the transfer of a few old ships. It must also be clear that we are making a decision from which there may be no turning back. Most Americans agree that our vital interests would be gravely jeopardized by a Nazi victory in Europe, and a majority of our citizens favor extending all possible aid to Great Britain short of war. But if we accept the conclusion that a Nazi victory would threaten American interests, it does not necessarily follow that our entry into the war would solve all of our problems, or even assuming that we could prevent the invasion of England and eventually defeat Hitler in Europe, we would still face the challenge of revolutionary forces which already extend far beyond the borders of Germany. The negotiations with Great Britain may prove to be of even greater importance in relation to American foreign policy and national defense. Even though they are not directly linked with the sale of destroyers, they may have the effect of increasing British naval strength in her home waters. For if the talks result in an agreement by which the United States takes over British bases on this side of the Atlantic and assumes full responsibility for meeting any act of aggression in this hemisphere, British and Canadian warships on duty in these waters may be recalled for the defense of the British Isles. From the point of view of our own defense, there can be no question that the strategic value of additional naval and air bases, particularly in the vital area of the Panama Canal. Our principal bases today, outside of the continental United States, are located at Guantanamo, Cuba, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. These form an adequate protective screen to cover the passages into the Caribbean from the North Atlantic. But from the South Atlantic, the approaches to the Panama Canal are exposed all the way down the line of the Lesser Antilles, the Leeward and the Windward Islands, which extend to the coast of South America. A Nazi victory in Europe would place Germany within striking distance of Brazil from bases on the west coast of Africa. In fact, our present base at Puerto Rico is actually some 700 miles further from Natal, Brazil, than Freetown in West Africa or the Cape Verde Islands. As yet, there has been no clear indication as to just what territories may be under discussion, or the terms on which the United States might take over British bases. The only naval bases maintained by Britain today in this area are at Bermuda and Jamaica, and both are secondary stations. These are undoubtedly being considered, but the United States is more interested in Trinidad, off the coast of Venezuela, which could be developed as a first-class base to protect the exposed line of the Antilles. Other potential bases are found in the Windward and Leeward Islands and in Newfoundland, which is vital to the security of Canada. The talks with Canada may prove to be just as far-reaching as those with Great Britain. The implications are enormous. They suggest the possibility of a mutual defense pact with our neighbor to the north, to be implemented by Army and Navy staff conversations. If such a pact should be concluded, it would be our first alliance since the treaty with France during the Revolutionary War. Staff conversations are likely in any case. These would deal with mutual problems, not only for the defense of Canada, but for all British possessions in the Western Hemisphere. These steps, while unprecedented, are logical extension of American policy. Canada has always been included within the Monroe Doctrine, by implication at least, as it was obvious that our own security would be threatened by any attack on the Dominion. 2 years ago, at Kingston, Ontario, President Roosevelt declared that the people of the United States will not stand idly by if the domination of Canadian soil is threatened. And on April 14th last year, he repeated his pledge that this country would join in defending Canada if she were ever attacked from overseas. These pledges are now being carried out. What is happening today reflects the change that would take place in our position should Germany win a complete victory in Europe. If we are taking unprecedented action, we are doing so because we are faced with unprecedented conditions.
You have been listening to Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President and Washington Representative of the Foreign Policy Association. America's Choice in Europe was the subject of his talk today. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. The Foreign Policy Association, number 8 West 40th Street, New York City. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy.
It offers accurate information on current world events. And in the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 42nd in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is America Weighs Her Course. The speaker is Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President and Washington Representative of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon. It must be apparent by now that the hour of crisis is at hand. In Europe, the great test of strength has begun as the Battle of Britain enters its decisive stage. Nazi Germany is massing troops and ships and barges and tanks along the coast from Norway to southern France, while across the Channel an army of 2 million men stands ready to defend Britain's shores. In the Mediterranean, Italy is launching a campaign against Egypt and the Suez Canal, the most vital spots in Britain's African empire and the key to control of the Near East. In the Far East, the struggle is also entering a critical period. Japan is pressing her demands upon the harassed government of French Indochina, with the double aim of launching a new spearhead of attack on China to the north and finding a foothold from which to press south towards the Dutch East Indies, the rich prize of southeastern Asia. Today, most Americans know only too well that they cannot be indifferent to the outcome of this gigantic conflict. We are no longer passive or unconcerned as we were only a few months ago. On Saturday, Congress sent to the White House the first peacetime conscription bill in the history of this nation. During the last 90 days since the fall of France, Congress has authorized or appropriated over $10 billion for our own national defense. And this is more than we spent during the entire first year of American participation in the World War. Since repeal of the arms embargo last November, we have shipped hundreds of airplanes and tons of war materials, first to the Allies and then to Britain alone. 2 weeks ago, without asking the consent of Congress, President Roosevelt announced his sensational bargain with Great Britain, under which we secured the right to lease naval and air bases from Newfoundland to the coast of South America in exchange for 50 American destroyers. Military conversations with Canada are proceeding in Washington and Ottawa, and diplomatic conversations with Australia are taking place at the State Department. As the hour of decision strikes, many grave questions are being asked here in Washington as well as across the country. What does this new phase of the wars in Europe and Asia portend for America? What will be the effect of the far-reaching decisions we have already made? Is the naval-based bargain with Great Britain really an unwritten alliance, as some people say, or will it keep war further from our shores? These questions cannot be answered glibly or easily. No one is wise enough to foresee the future course of events or to prophesy the final outcome. But the first year of totalitarian war has taught us certain lessons which may have a bearing on its future course and on our own policy. In the first place, we have learned the meaning of total war, war which harnesses the entire resources of the nation, human as well as physical, for one end, victory. Half measures or limited intervention or passive resistance have proved ineffective against such totalitarian effort. In the second place, it is apparent that this conflict is more than a war between nations. In many respects, it is a revolutionary conflict or a civil war. The fall of France was due in large part to Germany's tremendous superiority in air power, mechanized equipment, and organization. But it was also the result of internal weaknesses and political and social divisions in France itself. We know now that ideas and ideologies are also weapons. We know that the French system of passive defense was totally inadequate against the offensive strategy and aggressive psychology employed by the Nazis. On the military side, air power has not yet demonstrated its superiority over sea power or shown that it is capable of striking a knockout blow. But it has proved its terrible effectiveness when used with ground forces and mechanized units. And it has shown its ability to hamper or disrupt naval operations in narrow waters. Those responsible for American foreign policy are compelled to weigh these and many other basic factors in the present hour of crisis. They are compelled to make short-term decisions, which are forced by the immediate emergency. But they are also required to measure the long-term consequences of these emergency steps. This means that we as a nation must formulate policies looking beyond the immediate crisis, towards the situation we may have to face when the present stage has passed. In the long run, and in the short run too, our action may be based on a clear conception of our own vital interests, on the preservation of our freedom of action, our democratic institutions, and our future. Today, the overwhelming majority of the American people believe that a victory of the totalitarian powers would constitute a dangerous challenge to our interests and to our future. We are arming against just such a challenge, and we are laying economic as well as military plans for defense of the Western Hemisphere. But the critical question is where and how we can best defend our interests. Can we defend them best on our own borders, or by trying to make the entire Western Hemisphere impregnable, or by carrying the fight far from our shores in an effort to defeat Germany in Europe? Up until now, it has been possible to aid Britain by measures short of war, without committing the United States to direct military intervention. The amendment of the Neutrality Act last November has already made this country a great overseas arsenal for the Allies. The 50 destroyers are on their way to Britain, and they may be a factor in the outcome of the present struggle. But they are not likely to be decisive in themselves. And many Americans are now saying that it would be better for the United States to go to war at once, rather than to face the kind of a world which would follow a Nazi victory. Groups of our citizens are urging us to stop Hitler now by an immediate declaration of war. Impressive arguments are advanced for and against this course. It is said that only by throwing our whole weight into the struggle can we be sure of avoiding the dangers of a German victory. Advocates of this course insist that our entry would have a tremendous moral effect on the British people and would prove a serious threat to the morale of Germany. On the other hand, it is pointed out by many military experts that the United States is not yet in a position to intervene decisively in the present military situation. We might use our fleet to support the British blockade of Europe, but our regular army and our National Guard are not yet adequate even for continental defense, much less to engage in military operations in Europe. Even if Britain is able to hold out, however, the fact remains that she has no base anywhere on the continent from which to defeat the great land forces of Germany in Europe. Should Hitler fail in his attack on the British Isles, and should Britain withstand the prolonged bombardment from the air, the war may enter a period of stalemate. It would then become a war of attrition, with British sea power pitted against German land and air supremacy. Such a stalemate might last until one side or the other had collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Many observers believe that it would be accompanied by famine and economic and financial chaos. Should this come to pass, it is possible that Soviet Russia might assume a more active role and again enter the Western Europe at the moment of collapse. Such a stalemate, if it should develop, might again raise the question of a negotiated peace as the only way to avoid complete destruction of Europe. If the United States were already in the war, we might be committed to a long military campaign in Europe. If we were not, we might have a choice between continuing the struggle from the Western Hemisphere or assuming the role of mediator in Europe. There is little talk of mediation in Washington today, and the opportunity may never present itself. But it might arise if and when the German people should become convinced that they had no chance of victory and that nothing but ruin lay ahead. From the viewpoint of this country, however, it should be pointed out that any settlement would have to be negotiated with someone other than Hitler and the present Nazi regime, perhaps with the German army. In any case, however, we would still face the problem of how to build a united Europe under a political and economic organization capable of preserving lasting peace. These speculations may seem very remote today, and they have in fact little to do with recent steps in American foreign policy. The destroyer naval base deal was designed to accomplish two immediate objects: to give direct aid to Britain in her hour of greatest need, and to strengthen the defenses of the Western Hemisphere. No one who has grasped the full meaning of this history-making bargain, however, will believe that it can be limited to these two immediate goals. Already there are indications that it may extend to the Far East. Perhaps it is too soon to announce a return to a stronger American policy in the Pacific, for Washington may be compelled to move cautiously in the Far East, as long as the outcome in Britain remains in doubt. Nevertheless, the warning to Japan issued by Secretary Hull a few days ago, on September 4th, sounds a new note of firmness. This warning, you remember, followed a series of unconfirmed reports that Japan had delivered an ultimatum to the government of French Indochina, demanding the right to transport Japanese troops over the French-owned railway which runs from Haiphong to the Chinese border. If Japan should succeed in this effort, either by force or through an agreement with the local French authorities, she would be in a position to strike a dangerous blow at the armies of General Chiang Kai-shek in the province of Yunnan in China. She would also be in a better position to carry out her dreams of conquest in southeastern Asia. Now, Mr. Hull's statement of September 4th was not his first warning to Japan. It was similar to earlier statements of April 17th and May 11th, expressing the concern of the United States regarding the maintenance of the status quo in the entire Pacific, particularly in the region of Indochina and the Dutch East Indies. But this latest reminder, coming less than 48 hours after the naval base deal with Britain, carried far greater emphasis. It carried greater emphasis because of Prime Minister Churchill's pledge never to surrender the British fleet and the resulting decision in Washington to keep the American Navy in the Pacific. Other developments have served to underscore the possibility of parallel action by the two English-speaking nations. On September 5th, the day after Mr. Hull's statement, Lord Halifax, the British Foreign Secretary, also declared that Britain had an interest in preserving the status quo in Asia. And on the same day, a conference was held at the State Department between Secretary Hull, Lord Lothian, the British ambassador, and Richard G. Casey, the Australian minister to Washington, suggesting the possibility of cooperative measures by these three powers in the Far East. Now it remains to be seen whether these diplomatic maneuvers actually foreshadow an extension of military conversations to the Far East. At the moment, there is no tangible evidence of any such staff consultations, similar to those being carried on by the Canadian-American Board for Defense of the northern half of the Western Hemisphere. But in terms of the Pacific, the important thing to keep in mind is that concerted action is always possible without any formal agreement, as long as the American fleet is free to remain in the Pacific Ocean. This is the real key to the strategy which is now made possible by the Naval Base Accord and parallel action by the two greatest sea powers. The construction of the new base does not imply the adoption of a passive defense or a hemisphere defense resulting on some mid-ocean Maginot Line. On the contrary, it opens the door to an aggressive foreign policy founded on Mahan's doctrine of the offensive as the best possible defense. It may foreshadow, as some insist it does, an unofficial alliance with the British Empire, committing the United States to any and all measures necessary for the common defense. Or it may lead to a bid for dominance by the United States, with Pax Britannica giving way to Pax Americana. The ultimate outcome depends on the Battle of Britain and the fate of the British fleet. But whatever the outcome, and despite the methods now employed by President Roosevelt to accomplish his ends, we have probably seen the abandonment of American neutrality and isolation.
You have been listening to Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President and Washington Representative of the Foreign Policy Association. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world affairs. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. You are invited to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. Don Fisher speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 43rd in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is Europe under Nazi rule, and the speaker is Mrs. Vera Michelis Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association. Mrs. Dean.
Good afternoon. For the past 2 weeks, Britain has been engaged in a life and death struggle with the Axis powers. As Germany unleashed its total air war on Britain, Italy began its long-awaited drive into Egypt, and it is now reported that the Axis powers are urging Spain to enter the war on their side. The principal object of the Italian drive into Egypt is the Suez Canal. This canal, as you know, links the Mediterranean with the Far East and is regarded as the lifeline of the British Empire. The Suez Canal is under the political rule of Egypt, an ally of Britain, but it is managed by a private company controlled by French and British shareholders. In this company, there are no Italian representatives. The Italians have long aspired to control of this canal, through which their ships must pass to reach Italian colonies in East Africa, notably Ethiopia. While the Italians are striving to seize the Suez Canal at one end, at the other end of the Mediterranean, they are demanding that Spain should either attack Gibraltar or permit German and Italian troops to undertake this task. Should this double attack on the exits and entrances of the Mediterranean succeed, the British fleet might conceivably be bottled up in this sea, which Italian nationalists describe as Mare Nostrum, RC. An Italian victory would also have serious repercussions in the Near East, where British prestige might be shaken. It would also enable the Germans and Italians to seize the oil fields of the Near East. But the British Navy still controls the eastern Mediterranean, and it is harassing the Italian troops as they advance along the coast. And you must remember that the Italians must cross a vast desert before they reach the fertile Nile Valley. Much, of course, will depend on the attitude of Egypt. This country is an ally of Britain, but it still maintains a policy of non-belligerency and is not officially at war with Italy. The Italians apparently hope that Egypt will oppose this war and will force the British to withdraw from Egyptian territory, thus opening the way for Italian seizure of the Suez Canal. Meanwhile, the first 2 weeks of Germany's total air war against Britain ended yesterday, with no clear demonstration that the Nazis had secured daylight mastery of the air, which, according to Mr. Churchill, is the crux of the whole war. But neither is it clear that the German attack has yet reached its peak. Last Tuesday, Mr. Churchill told the House of Commons that air raids during the month of September had taken a toll of 2,000 dead and 8,000 wounded, most of them civilians. This figure is, of course, shocking in terms of individual lives, but it is regarded by military experts as far below that to be expected in a large and thickly populated city. The material destruction is more difficult to estimate, partly because British censorship does not permit American correspondents to disclose the damage done to military objectives, such as oil tanks, arsenals, aircraft and armament factories. As far as we can determine, many buildings in London have been razed or damaged. Communications have been temporarily interrupted at various points. Stores of food have been spoiled, and portions of London's docks, where 37% of the vessels engaged in overseas trade are loaded and unloaded, have been destroyed or disorganized. But information from official and private sources indicates that London civilians, with few exceptions, are adjusting themselves as best they can to the most destructive air raids of the war. Essential services are being carried on. Only 2% of the oil stores have been destroyed. London still functions as a port, although on a sharply reduced scale, and the American Military Commission, which has just returned from Britain, has indicated that the Germans would have to bomb London and England for a year before they could actually destroy the country. But the British authorities have no illusions regarding the critical dangers to which the country may be exposed in the immediate future. On September 11, Mr. Churchill warned his people that Nazi preparations for invasion on a great scale are steadily going forward, along the entire German-occupied coast of Europe, from Norway to Spain. A Nazi invasion, said Mr. Churchill, might be launched at any time on England, Scotland, or Ireland, or on all three. Since then, however, the British Air Force has taken the offensive, and it is blasting at Nazi bases on the coast of France, Belgium, and Holland. The outcome of this terrific struggle for mastery of the air remains in the balance. Most military experts believe that the Germans will have to gain a clear superiority in the air before they take the risk of following up their air raids with an invasion. So far, this war has provided no clear answer to the question whether the airplane alone can decide the issue of a conflict. As you know, in Poland, Holland, Belgium, France, the Germans not only had a vast superiority in airplanes, but they encountered little or no anti-aircraft resistance. And, what is most important, they were in a position to follow up their air raids immediately with a large-scale land invasion, where they again enjoyed a vast superiority in number of men and tanks. This situation may not be duplicated in Britain. What the Germans themselves hope to do is first to disrupt British shipping, destroy or disorganize war industries, and undermine the morale of civilians to the point where the British would either sue for peace or be so weakened as to prove an easy prey for invasion. The outcome of this air blitzkrieg, therefore, depends not only on the relative quality and number of British and German airplanes and pilots, but also on the morale of the two peoples. The air war over Britain is testing the endurance not merely of the trained fighter, but of the average human being, in a way in which it has not been tested in modern times, except during the Spanish Civil War and the war in China. In both these cases, the endurance of determined human beings proved equal to the strain imposed by brutal and vastly superior force, not because the Spanish loyalists and the Chinese necessarily hoped for victory, but because they had reached the conclusion that death was preferable to subjection. It is all the easier for the British to reach this conclusion when they look at Europe under Nazi rule. It is obviously too early to form definite conclusions regarding the system Germany may establish on the continent in case of decisive victory over Britain. But the shape of that system is already becoming visible. As you know, the Nazis believe that the era of small national states is over, that from now on the world will be divided up into large continental units, each ruled by a dominant race. Under such a system, Europe would be ruled by Germany, the Far East by Japan, Africa by Germany and Italy, the Western Hemisphere perhaps by purified United States, which however would have to permit free access to the resources of Latin America by German-controlled Europe. Although the Nazis are deeply preoccupied with their campaign against Britain, they are already engaged in reorganizing Europe to fit this pattern, except in Poland, whose population is regarded as permanently inferior to the German master race, and which has been directly incorporated into the Reich. The Nazis appear willing, even eager, to set up native administrations in occupied countries. German commissioners have been put in charge of Denmark, Norway, Belgium, Holland, occupied France. But the Germans seek to place responsibility for administration of the conquered territories on native administrators, who are not necessarily former Nazis. In Norway, for example, the Germans showed a certain reluctance to entrust a puppet government to the Nazi leader, Major Quisling, and urged the Norwegians to form their own administrative council. The same situation has been found in Belgium and other countries. This tendency on the part of the Nazis to favor the establishment of native regimes may be due to the hope of winning the sympathy of conquered people. But it is more probably due to Germany's desire to avoid criticism for the hardships and misfortunes imposed by German conquest on occupied countries. In working out these political arrangements, the Nazis were obviously planning for a war of short duration. As the war drags on, it may seem increasingly necessary, from their point of view, to impose ever stricter controls on native administrators, for fear that the population of occupied territories encouraged by Britain's resistance, may resort to some form of passive disobedience. Whatever may be Hitler's ultimate plans for the political reorganization of Europe, it is already clear that many of the practices familiar in Germany have been introduced in occupied territories, at least for the duration of the war, either directly by the Nazis or by native administrators under Nazi pressure. Among such measures are secret police, concentration camps for persons regarded as hostile to the new order, censorship of the press and mails, restrictions on the use of radio and telephone, the spread of anti-Semitism, and abolition of secret societies, notably Freemasonry. In the economic sphere, the Nazis have taken far-reaching measures to achieve both short-term and long-term objectives. Their short-term objective is to supplement Germany's reserves of foodstuffs, raw materials, and consumers' goods by requisition or purchase of all available products in occupied territories and their export into the Reich. The goods requisitioned or purchased are paid for either in native currency, whose value in terms of German marks is arbitrarily fixed by the Nazi authorities at a low rate, or through various drafts, which must be honored by the central banks of the occupied countries. In either case, the German government and German citizens purchase food and other goods in occupied territories at very low prices, which in effect are actually paid by the conquered countries themselves. The long-range objective of the Nazis is to de-industrialize all conquered countries and force them to expand their agriculture, thus reducing them to a colonial status. Under this scheme, Germany, perhaps Italy, would act as the industrial centers of Europe, drawing foodstuffs and raw materials from the occupied territories, which would then be forced to purchase German and Italian manufactured goods at prices set by the Axis powers. Measures looking toward this fundamental economic reorganization of Europe have already been taken, notably in Eastern Europe and the Balkans, which the Germans even before 1914 regarded as the natural sphere of influence of the Reich. In this region, the Germans are systematically reducing industrial production. So far as the more industrialized countries of Western Europe are concerned, it is already evident that the Germans intend either to close or curtail industries which in the past have relied on imported raw materials, and to transfer their workers to the Reich, and also to encourage or force them to develop their agriculture. The significant point about this development is that by closing down or curtailing the industries of occupied countries, the Nazis are reducing the capacity of these countries for eventual rearmament and armed revolt against Nazi rule. The growing realization of what Nazi rule may mean for non-German peoples in case of German victory has profoundly altered the attitude of many Europeans toward the war. When Germany was rapidly conquering one country after another last spring, it seemed to many people that a total German victory over Britain was inevitable, and that it was imperative to come to terms with the new Nazi order. But when Britain began to offer vigorous resistance and German plans for a quick victory had to be revised, sentiment in the occupied territories underwent a fundamental change. The hope then revived that Britain might, after all, if not actually win the war, at least cause a stalemate, which would restrict German domination of the continent. And with this hope came the belief that only a British victory or a stalemate could save non-German Europe from total eclipse. Everywhere on the continent, people today are groping for new ideas, new leaders, new hopes. We must remember, we and the British, that the present conflict was precipitated not merely by the intransigence and greed of the Germans. It has far deeper causes, for which we too are responsible and which we too, in case of a German defeat, must undertake to correct.
You have been listening to Mrs. Vera Michelis Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 22 East 38th Street, New York City. 22 East 38th Street, New York City. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings, and in the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 44th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is Japan's aims in Indochina. The speaker is Mr. T.A. Bisson, Foreign Policy Association expert who follows events in the Far East. Mr. Bisson.
Good afternoon. A week ago, at 3 o'clock last Sunday afternoon, French and Japanese military commanders signed a pact at Hanoi in Indochina. 2 days ago, on Friday, Germany, Japan, and Italy signed another pact at Berlin. The first pact entrenched Japanese military power in Indochina. The second tied Japan to the Berlin-Rome axis. In the Berlin Pact, Germany and Italy recognized Japan's leadership in establishing a new order in Greater East Asia. Japan, in turn, recognizes the leadership of Germany and Italy in the creation of a new order in Europe. The important fact about these reciprocal pledges is that Germany is giving Japan a free hand in Southeast Asia. Greater East Asia is a term recently coined by Tokyo. It includes both French Indochina and the Dutch East Indies, whose mother countries have been conquered by Hitler. The Nazi title to these rich colonial possessions is now transferred to Japan by the terms of the Berlin Pact. The principal article of the new pact proclaims a military alliance between Germany, Japan, and Italy. The three powers agree to support each other by all economic, political, and military means, should they be attacked by any power not involved in the European or Sino-Japanese war. The Berlin Agreement also includes an escape clause with regard to the Soviet Union. It declares that the terms of the pact do not affect the political status which now exists between any of the three signatories and the Soviet Union. The effect of this clause is to suggest that the pact is mainly directed against the United States. On the other hand, there are no signs of enthusiasm at Moscow over the new pact. Its text was printed in the Moscow papers without comment. The official Soviet attitude toward the pact has not been disclosed. It is not known even whether Moscow was consulted before the pact was concluded and announced. The Soviet Union's geographical position makes its attitude crucial. The next objective of German diplomacy, it is already clear, is to arrange an understanding between Japan and the Soviet Union. Official reactions from Washington have displayed considerable reserve and caution since the Berlin Pact was announced. On Friday, Secretary Hull declared that the agreement signed at Berlin was not unexpected, and that the American government had previously taken it fully into account in determining this country's policy. President Roosevelt made no direct reference to the new alliance in a brief speech delivered yesterday in Washington. Sumner Welles, the Undersecretary of State, dealt with the issue in general terms during an address at Cleveland yesterday. A pacific solution of Far Eastern problems, he said, was still possible through sincere negotiations by all powers. But the United States was now preparing for all eventualities. Semi-official sources indicated that Washington was canvassing various methods of countering the Berlin Pact: increased aid to Britain and China, an extension of the embargo on shipments of American war materials to Japan, and an effort to improve relations with the Soviet Union were all suggested as possible lines of action that were under consideration. Lawrence A. Steinhardt, American ambassador at Moscow, has just returned to the Soviet capital after an absence of 4 months. From London come reports that the Burma Road may soon be reopened to permit supplies to be sent into China. Yielding to Japanese pressure, Britain closed the Burma Road last July 18th for a period of 3 months. This agreement expires on the 18th of next month, but it is now said that the road may be reopened before then. The same reports from London indicate that an Anglo-American-Australian defense agreement permitting use by the American Navy of Singapore and other British bases in the Pacific is expected to be reached shortly. Conclusion of the Berlin Pact is closely connected with recent developments in Indochina. Early this month, Tokyo was vigorously pressing its demands at Hanoi, with reports that Japanese officers had presented an ultimatum to the French officials there. On September 3rd, announcement of the British-American deal on destroyers and bases was made. This strong evidence of Anglo-American cooperation was immediately extended to the Far East. On the following day, Secretary Hull
declared that if reports of a Japanese ultimatum to the Hanoi authorities proved well-founded, the effect upon public opinion in the United States would be unfortunate. Lord Halifax, British Foreign Secretary, made a statement on Indochina in the House of Lords, while the British and American ambassadors delivered formal representations at Tokyo. There were also emphatic indications from Washington that the United States intended to keep the American fleet in the Pacific. Finally, on September 5th, Secretary Hull conferred at Washington with the British ambassador and the Australian minister, suggesting that concerted measures in the Pacific were under consideration. These carefully timed and closely coordinated moves apparently had their effect in Tokyo, and the Japanese pressure at Hanoi temporarily relaxed. During the next 2 weeks, Secretary Hull had several further conversations with the British ambassador and the Australian minister. By mid-September, it had become known that these talks involved consideration of possible use by the United States of British naval and air bases in the Pacific, including Singapore. From Tokyo came warnings against this growing measure of British-American collaboration in the Far East. On September 19th, an imperial conference met at Tokyo. These conferences, in which the emperor meets personally with his highest officials, have occurred rarely in Japanese history. They always meet to consider matters of the highest importance. The Imperial Conference of September 19th, it is now known, met to ratify the new alliance. 3 days later, or last Sunday, the Indochina Pact between France and Japan was announced at Hanoi. The situation which existed in Indochina undoubtedly helped Germany win Japan to the alliance. Germany could signify its good intentions toward Japan by offering to surrender its claim to Indochina, and then to make this offer concrete by bringing pressure on the French government at Vichy to yield to Japan's demands. Here was tangible evidence to Tokyo that Germany recognized Greater East Asia as a Japanese sphere of influence. The Hanoi Pact gave the Japanese the right to establish 3 air bases, garrisoned by 6,000 of their troops in the northern part of the French colony. It was apparently provided that these troops should enter Indochina by way of Haiphong, the main seaport. The agreement was hardly signed when a Japanese force moved across Indochina's northeastern border. French colonial troops on the spot resisted this advance. Hostilities thus begun seem to have continued, with the French forces being gradually driven back on Hanoi. For a time, it was thought that these hostilities had led to cancellation of the pact. On Thursday, however, 2,000 Japanese troops landed without opposition near Haiphong and were led to quarters provided by the French under the terms of the pact. It remains to be seen whether this peculiar Japanese occupation of Indochina, both by invasion and by agreement, is to continue. When the Hanoi Pact was proclaimed, the Indochina authorities declared that the military facilities granted Japan were in exchange for Japanese guarantees to respect the territorial integrity of the colony. The Japanese invasion across Indochina's northern border has already belied this pledge. The expressed belief of the Hanoi authorities that the colony's integrity can be maintained is thus open to serious question. Even the concessions made in the pact, apart from the invasion, represent a formidable entering wedge. First, 6,000 Japanese troops are admitted. Then 3 air bases are established. After that, the French may find it impossible to resist additional encroachments. Tokyo will be spurred, moreover, by powerful incentives to convert its partial occupation into full control. Japan's aims in Indochina are threefold: to dispose of the colony's economic resources, to secure a base for operations against China, and to obtain a base for further expansion into Southeast Asia. The air bases in northern Indochina will provide somewhat better possibilities of carrying the Japanese air attack into China's southwest, but air offensives alone are not likely to prove decisive. The difficulties of a Japanese drive into China, in fact, are extremely formidable. The terrain is highly mountainous. The Chinese can easily destroy the many tunnels and bridges along the railway leading into Yunnan province. These difficulties are so great that many qualified observers do not believe that Japan would primarily utilize the colony as a base for attack on China. China, indeed, may strike first and place the Japanese on the defensive. Japan's third aim in Indochina, perhaps its paramount aim, is to convert the colony into a base for expansion into Southeast Asia, toward Siam, British Malaya,
and the Dutch East Indies. Japanese control of Indochina would lead to pressure on Siam and might conceivably open up the railway leading down the Malayan Peninsula. At the end of that peninsula lies Singapore. Naval bases in Indochina would also be of great assistance to Japan's moves in Southeast Asia. Announcement of the Hanoi Pact last Sunday led to a further series of steps in Washington. On Monday, Secretary Hull expressed disapproval of Japan's action. He noted that in Indochina, the status quo is being upset and that this is being achieved under duress, and declared that the United States had repeatedly stated its position in disapproval and deprecation of such procedures. On Wednesday, the Export-Import Bank announced that a new loan of $25 million was being advanced to China, and that the United States would obtain $30 million worth of tungsten from China. This was the third of such loans to China, although there was one important difference between this and the earlier loans. This one was an outright loan for Chinese currency stabilization purposes. The earlier loans in December 38 and March 1940 had stipulated that China must use the credits to purchase American products. On Thursday of this week, a third step was taken at Washington. The President issued orders prohibiting the export of iron and steel scrap, effective October 16th, with but two exceptions, the countries of the Western Hemisphere and Great Britain. This was the second embargo ruling which affected Japan, the first involving aviation gasoline, having been applied on July 31st. By exempting Britain, it clearly singled out Japan. On the other hand, the delay until October 16th was seen as holding out to Japan the possibility of a retreat on the Indochina issue. Any likelihood of such an outcome, however, disappeared on Friday with announcement of the Rome-Berlin-Tokyo Pact. Under the new conditions thus created, a reappraisal of American policy in the Pacific is required. Less than ever does it seem possible that any kind of a compromise can be reached with Japan. Appeasement has failed in the Far East, as it has failed in Europe. The cards which the United States still holds in the Far East are strong if they can be skillfully played. China stands out even more clearly as the first line of American defense in the Pacific. The bulk of Japan's military and economic resources is already engaged in the effort to subjugate China. Here lies the Achilles heel of Japan's present position. The United States can reinforce China further with money, with materials, and by additional limitations on Japan's purchases in the American market. The major division of American opinion will probably arise over the question of the United States fleet. Should it be kept at Hawaii, sent to Singapore, or recalled to the Atlantic? The new allies, Germany, Italy, and Japan, cannot affect actual military-naval contact at present. To this extent, their cooperation is limited and even involves an element of bluff. Only the Soviet Union offers the possibility of an immediate contact between Germany and Japan. Both Germany and Japan will undoubtedly make a determined effort to win Soviet support. Yet the Soviet Union's interest in maintaining China's resistance to Japanese encroachment should give American diplomacy in this sphere a distinct advantage over Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Mr. T.A. Bisson, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. If you would like a free copy of this talk, send your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York City. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series as presented by the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 45th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association. Today's subject is British Empire Under Fire. The speaker is Mr. James Frederick Green, Foreign Policy Association expert who follows international events in Great Britain. And now, here is Mr. Green.
Good afternoon. On Friday, Hitler and Mussolini met and conferred again at the Brenner Pass. They had only one subject to discuss: how to defeat the British Empire. So far, Germany has failed to win a quick victory by air attack or invasion. Keep your shirts on, Hitler said 4 weeks ago. I am coming. The British kept their shirts on, but they are still waiting for Herr Hitler. At the moment, it looks as though Germany and Italy were planning to shift their attack from the English Channel to the Mediterranean, which is better suited to a winter campaign. If the Axis powers cannot carry out their invasion of Britain, the next best plan would be to capture either Gibraltar or Suez, or both. By gaining control of the Mediterranean, the Axis powers could end Britain's blockade of Europe. They could win over some of the countries that are still sitting on the fence, like Spain, Egypt, and Turkey, and they could cut one of Britain's lifelines to the Iraq oil fields, India and Orient. From the Axis point of view, such a shift to the Mediterranean would bring German airplanes against British bases, and perhaps German troops and supplies into North Africa. From the British point of view, such a campaign would not be a total liability. The British might be able to send even more warships into the Mediterranean to harass and destroy the Axis lines of communication and to weaken and discourage Italy even further. Whatever the theater of war, Great Britain's home front remains a vital factor. Every American reporter and broadcaster in London pays tribute to British morale. There seems to be no indication that the British will not continue to fight at home and abroad. The cabinet shuffle in Britain last week suggests also no let-up in that country's war effort. Mr. Neville Chamberlain resigned for genuine reasons of health, but his resignation was welcome to a considerable portion of the public who felt uneasy because the symbol of appeasement still remained in the inner war cabinet. Another member of the Chamberlain regime, Sir Thomas Inskip, now Lord Caldecote, was kicked upstairs from the Dominion's office to a purely non-political post, Lord Chief Justice. The other changes in Mr. Churchill's shuffle were really of less importance than our newspaper headlines made out. The War Cabinet was enlarged from 5 to 8. Since Neville Chamberlain was constantly criticized because his War Cabinet of 9 members was too large, especially in comparison to Lloyd George's 4 or 5 member cabinet in the World War, this increase is hard to understand. It probably can be explained, like the other shifts, by party politics. Winston Churchill is running a 3-ring circus with conservatives, liberals, and laborites all working together to defend Britain. Such a coalition is necessary, but it naturally increases the friction of personalities in the government. We must not forget that the Conservative Party is still the largest and most powerful in Parliament, and that it will remain so until a general election takes place. Neville Chamberlain, until his resignation last week, was leader of the Conservative Party, and therefore a powerful figure, even though he was less in the limelight than formerly. One of his closest associates, Sir Kingsley Wood, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was brought into the War Cabinet last week, and another, Lord Halifax, remains there as Foreign Secretary. It is certainly true that the Labour Party and its leaders, Ernest Bevin, Herbert Morrison, Clement Attlee, and H.V. Alexander, are gaining power and prestige, and that social reforms and wartime taxation are changing the face of England, but not quite so rapidly as some reporters have suggested. The Conservative Party, which has held power since 1922, with the exception of 2 brief intervals, is still strong and is still giving way very slowly. The latest shuffle doesn't alter the balance of power in the cabinet, but it partly meets the public's demand for change, though much dissatisfaction remains. The chances of a British victory, now that the war is in its 2nd year, depend not only upon Britain's home front, but upon the rest of the British Empire. Ever since Germany invaded Poland 13 months ago, this has been a world war, even though hostilities have been limited in area. The stakes in this world war are the rich possessions of the British Empire, occupying 1/4 the land surface on the earth, containing 1/4 the population, and controlling most of the 7 seas. To hold this empire and to maintain its sea power, Great Britain requires men and materials from the independent British dominions, from Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, and from the parts of the empire that do not govern themselves, including India and the colonies, protectorates, and mandates. Next to Great Britain itself, The largest arsenal of the empire is Canada, which supplies foodstuffs, minerals, and manufactured articles. Canada was slow in getting underway because it was told by the British government to expect a long war of blockade and attrition. But after the Blitzkrieg started last spring, Canada began to speed up, and it is now getting into high gear. A party of American newspaper men was recently taken for a tour of Canada's defenses, covering 2,700 miles. They returned enthusiastic about the progress that Canada has made this summer, but they warned that Canada cannot make its full contribution until late in 1941. The most spectacular part of Canada's preparations, the training of pilots and the building of planes, has been speeded up as rapidly as possible. The Commonwealth Air Training Plan already has 4,500 men in training for active service, in addition to 7,500 student mechanics and maintenance men. Canadian industry is producing about 130 airframes a month, chiefly training planes, but has to depend upon American engines. Canadian manpower is also playing a part in defending the empire. Canada has more than 167,000 men under arms, of whom some 53,000 are overseas, in England, Iceland, Newfoundland, and the West Indies. The Canadians postponed conscription as long as they could, but this month the first group of conscripts go to camp for 30 days preliminary training. Canada is also using 6 of the 50 destroyers which we traded to Britain, and it is cooperating with us through the Joint Defense Board, which was set up last August, in working out a North American defense system. The 2 British dominions in the southwestern Pacific, Australia and New Zealand, are likewise speeding up their preparations both to help Britain and to defend themselves. Their hopes for a long war of blockade that would not require expeditionary forces have been shattered, and the 2 dominions now have many thousands of men stationed in Egypt and the Near East. Australia alone has 184,000 men under arms. Both Australia and New Zealand are training thousands of pilots and mechanics and are sending them as rapidly as possible to England. In this conflict, unlike the World War, Australia is manufacturing all its own light arms and ammunition and is turning out training planes at the rate of 3 a day. During the first year of war, there has been relatively little political change in either Australia or New Zealand. Australia had a general election last month, which did not greatly alter the division of power. As no one party has a majority in the Australian Parliament, the government is composed of representatives of the 2 largest parties, the United Australia and the Country Party, with the Labour Party in the opposition. The Prime Minister, Mr. Robert Menzies, hopes to persuade the Labour opposition to join his cabinet in order to form a really national government. The situation in the Union of South Africa is much more obscure than in the other dominions. A large part of the white population are Boers, descendants of the Dutch settlers who quarreled and fought with the English all through the 19th century. South Africa was seriously divided when war broke out last year. The cabinet split in 2, and the Prime Minister, General Hertzog, who favored neutrality, was forced to resign. He was replaced by General Smuts, who favored declaring war on Germany. The vote in Parliament was only 80 to 67, and that division of votes has not changed substantially in the past year. There are indications, however, that enthusiasm in the Union for war has grown in the past few months, when hostilities shifted to Africa. The Union of South Africa has moved troops northward into Kenya and Tanganyika in order to defend the British Empire from Italy. Economic and military mobilization has been stepped up since the defeat of France and the entrance of Italy into the war. One of the weak spots of the British Empire is India, where the demand of the Indian Nationalist Congress for independence overshadows everything else. The Congress Party demands immediate and complete independence for India and the right of a constituent assembly to draft India's constitution. The British government, through the Viceroy, Lord Linlithgow, has refused to discuss these topics during the war, but has agreed to work out dominion status for India after the war. The Viceroy has invited representatives of different groups in India to join his executive council, but the Congress Party, the largest single group, has refused so far to accept. Mahatma Gandhi, the great Congress leader, has tried to find some compromise in line with his ethical principles. Gandhi has refused to stab Britain in the back, as he says, or to embarrass or injure the British in any way. He He has called off his original plan for a civil disobedience campaign against the Indian government. Gandhi refuses, nevertheless, to give any active support to the British war effort or to renounce his demand for Indian independence. The situation has become much more difficult in the past year or two because the Muslim League, headed by Ali Jinnah and representing part of the Muslim population, is fighting with the Congress Party, which is largely Hindu, and seeking to increase the League's political power. Meanwhile, India is furnishing some men and material to the British war machine, especially in the Near East. Like the Dominions, India is much more of an industrial power in this war, and it can supply part of its own iron and steel requirements, as well as export raw materials. On every front, then, the British Empire is under fire. The main struggle is taking place in the British Isles, and it's in the British Isles that the war will probably be won or lost. But the Axis partners apparently cannot win without striking at parts of the empire elsewhere, and the British cannot win without increasing help from the empire. The Dominions, India, and the various colonial territories are all sending men and materials to the key positions and aiding the British Navy in patrol and convoy work. The real test of the empire's strength will come when Britain attempts to take the offensive. If Britain can resist aerial bombing and prevent invasion this fall, it will have won its first victory of the war, but a purely negative victory. It will then have to undertake to win the second and more positive victory of gaining back territory and of taking the offensive against Germany. Such a campaign would require far greater contributions of men and machines than any of the Dominions are sending now, or even planning to send. If Britain should be defeated in the immediate future, the largest empire in the history of the world would become the spoils of war, plus the empires of France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and possibly Portugal, all of which depend on British sea power. Germany, Italy, and Japan would be ready to fill the vacuum left by these empires. They are now proclaiming that they have a new order ready for Europe and Asia. And we in the United States are taking out a little fire insurance for ourselves by rushing our defense preparations, leasing naval bases in British possessions in the Western Hemisphere, and collaborating with Canada and Latin America for defense. We should not assume, however, that our troubles are over just because Britain holds out against invasion this autumn, or because the war becomes a long stalemate or ends in the defeat of the Axis. The Pax Britannica, the British peace under which the world lived from 1815 to 1914, and to some extent even down until 1939, cannot be restored in its old form. Whatever the immediate outcome of the struggle, Great Britain will be seriously weakened and impoverished, and even less able than after the World War to re-establish peace and to promote economic recovery. Whatever happens to the British Empire, but especially if it should be defeated, the problems confronting the world in general, and the United States in particular, will be infinitely greater than those which confronted us at the end of the World War 22 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the American Looks Abroad series. Mr. Green spoke today on the subject of Britain, the British Empire, under fire. If you would like a free copy of the talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association at 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you're listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. And now, beginning next Sunday, this program will be presented at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's 2:30 Eastern Standard Time over most of these stations. We invite you to tune in at that time to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This program has come to you from the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 47th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is Washington Answers the Axis Powers. Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, will speak to you from the nation's capital. Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon. Events which marked decisive turning points in history sometimes pass unnoticed at the time they occur. With our attention divided between an election campaign at home and war headlines from abroad, many Americans have failed to note the sequence of diplomatic events which has followed the alliance between Germany, Italy, and Japan. Yet these events may ultimately fall in the category of decisive turning points. During the past 2 weeks, diplomatic activity has centered on the Far East. 10 days ago, our State Department instructed United States consuls in China, Japan, and other parts of Asia to advise American citizens in these areas to return to the United States as soon as possible. 3 American ships have been ordered to Far Eastern ports to evacuate American nationals. On Thursday of this week, the United States applied a sweeping embargo on iron and steel scrap, which applies to all countries outside the Western Hemisphere, except Great Britain. On Friday, Great Britain reopened the Burma Road, which runs from Lashio on the northern border of Burma to Kunming in Yunnan province, and thousands of American-made trucks began to carry new war materials to the armies of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek in China. None of these steps was publicly announced as a reply to the Axis alliance. The only public reply from the United States was President Roosevelt's speech at Dayton a week ago. That speech, you recall, was addressed to the nations of the Western Hemisphere and called for a program of total defense for the New World. But it also carried a blunt warning to the Axis powers. 2 passages in particular were directed overseas. In one, the President flatly rejected the doctrine of appeasement and declared that no combination of dictator countries in Europe or Asia will stop the help that we are giving to almost the last free people, now holding them at bay. In the second passage, President Roosevelt declared that when we speak of defending the Western Hemisphere, we include the right to the peaceful use of the Atlantic Ocean and of the Pacific Ocean. Now, in reading this final passage, many diplomats in Washington and perhaps elsewhere asked a significant question. Did the President mean that the United States was determined to keep war away from the New World by building a defense so strong as to guarantee access to both the Atlantic and the Pacific in any possible contingency? Or did he mean something more than a system of hemisphere defense, backed by a 2-ocean navy and an air force second to none? Was he proposing another doctrine based on the old principle of military strategy that the offense is the best possible defense? Did he mean, in other words, that the United States was preparing to take the offensive itself? Plausible arguments may be advanced to support either of these interpretations. For example, if Hitler was the real leader in bringing Japan into the Axis alliance, his deliberate purpose may have been to involve the United States in war with Japan, to immobilize our fleet in the Pacific, and to leave the European Axis partners free to deal with Great Britain. Those who believe that this was Hitler's real purpose assert that it would be fatal for the United States to fall into the trap. While we could undoubtedly defeat Japan in a final showdown, we might find ourselves involved in a long and costly war in the Western Pacific, thousands of miles from our own home bases, and at a time when the major threat to our interests lay across the Atlantic. Aid to Great Britain in Europe, they say, is vital to the defense of the Western Hemisphere, as a German victory there would expose us to grave dangers in Latin America. On the other hand, many believe that the Triple Alliance was actually a gigantic bluff to frighten the United States by the threat, the empty threat, of action in both oceans. Those who accept this interpretation argue that the United States must not only be prepared to take a firm stand in the Pacific, but that the most effective answer to the Axis would be to adopt an offensive strategy ourselves. The adoption of an offensive strategy, they admit, involves risks, but so, they insist, does a policy of inaction. Naval experts and students of foreign policy have long recognized that the key to all offensive action in the Far East, whether diplomatic or economic or strategic, is found in the relations between the United States and Great Britain, with the Soviet Union as perhaps an uncertain third factor. Acting alone or at cross purposes, neither Great Britain nor America is in a position to enforce any positive policy, as the history of recent years demonstrates only too well. In analyzing the present situation in the Far East, therefore, it is important to examine particularly the relations between these three powers. The reopening of the Burma Road was described in Washington this week as a British move, taken independently of the United States. 3 months ago, however, when Britain agreed to close the Burma route under heavy pressure from Japan, the United States was admittedly a factor in British calculations. At that time, not perhaps entirely without reason, London seemed doubtful of American support in case of a showdown with Japan. Then, as now, the American fleet was based in the Pacific, but immediately after the collapse of France in June, fears of a possible German victory in Europe held Washington's eyes on the Atlantic, and Great Britain, without what she regarded as full assurance of American support, fell back on her oldest principle of empire defense, which is never to become involved simultaneously in her three vital areas: the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Far East. The decision last week to reopen the Burma Road, which has become a symbol of aid to China, is accepted as tacit evidence, at any rate, of a new willingness in Washington to take the lead. There have been other indications of parallel action between the United States and the British Empire. On the same day that the State Department advised American citizens to return from the Far East, for example, the Canadian government imposed an embargo on the export of copper to Japan. On the same day, the Department of Agriculture in Washington announced that export bounties or subsidies would be discontinued at once on all shipments of wheat and flour consigned to China and Hong Kong, presumably because such shipments had been reaching Japanese armies in China. 2 days later, President Roosevelt signed an important act granting him authority to requisition war materials, including airplanes and machine tools needed for our own national defense. This authority was promptly used by American officials in the Philippines to recapture a shipment of military airplanes on their way to Siam. At the same time, in London, the British Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Richard Butler, in answer to questions in the House of Commons, told the House that matters of considerable importance had been canvassed in certain talks touching cooperation in the Pacific. Presumably, these talks referred to the recent conversations between Lord Lothian, the British ambassador in Washington, Mr. Richard Casey, the Australian minister, and our own State Department officials. While no decisions have been announced, speculation has centered on the possibility of a naval base agreement in the Pacific, under which the United States would have access to the great Singapore naval base and other harbors in the East Indies and Australia. In other words, if Britain and the United States are really determined to take the initiative in the Far East, they must be prepared to back up their economic and diplomatic moves by concerted fleet action. It is well recognized that owing to its lack of impregnable bases in the Far East, the United States could not carry on single-handed operations in the Western Pacific. In this connection, it's interesting to recall the testimony of Admiral J.K. Taussig before the Senate Naval Affairs Committee last spring. Admiral Taussig declared at that time that if the Navy did have access to the harbors and inland waters of Great Britain and the Dutch East Indies, it would be in a position, in his opinion, to undertake successful naval operations against Japan in that area. This view was never officially supported by the Navy Department, but it seems to be shared by perhaps a majority of the naval experts in Washington. For the moment, the parallel steps taken by Washington and London have had a sobering effect in Tokyo. The restrained comments of Japanese officials have been in marked contrast to the belligerent threats which were uttered immediately after the announcement of the Axis alignment. But despite softer words, Japan's allegiance to the Axis was affirmed by Foreign Minister Matsuoka the day after President Roosevelt's Dayton speech, and there is no sign of a Japanese backdown. In Washington, one section of opinion is still counseling a go-slow policy, but the response in Japan has apparently strengthened the policy of firmness. This does not necessarily mean that a final showdown is at hand. Japan has not yet resorted to direct reprisals and may well hesitate to risk an act of war. At the same time, neither Britain nor the United States has yet imposed a general embargo on all war materials to Japan, or even oil and gasoline. The United States has barred export of high-test aviation gasoline, and reports from London today hint that Britain is planning to buy up the entire production of aviation gas from the Dutch East Indies. At the same time, it is denied that the private oil companies in the Netherlands Indies, the Royal Dutch Shell and a subsidiary of Standard Vacuum Company in New York, have agreed to supply 40% of Japan's needs for the next 6 months, as reported earlier this week. Nevertheless, Japan is still continuing her negotiations. Another puzzling news item came from Hong Kong only yesterday, in the form of a report that Great Britain had agreed not to resume shipments from Hong Kong to nationalist China. If true, this would seem to indicate that there may still be definite limits to British resistance in the Far East. The third factor, the Soviet Union, again entered the picture last week with the continuation of talks between Undersecretary of State Sumner Welles and Konstantin Umansky, the Soviet ambassador to Washington. Here the approach was somewhat cautious and the results apparently meager. Two minor results were allowed to become known. First, it was revealed that the United States Maritime Commission had permitted Russia to charter a number of American tankers, while such charters had not been granted to the Japanese. Second, it was revealed that export licenses had been granted for the shipment to Russia of about $7 million worth of machine tools ordered by the Soviet Union months ago, but held on the docks of American ports since last August. But so far, these concessions have failed to bring about an understanding which assures that Russia will not make a deal with the Axis powers. Stalin may not like the advance of Nazi troops into Romania and Hitler's threat to seize control of the Dardanelles, which Russia has always regarded as vital to her own security. But like many smaller countries, Russia may have to yield to her powerful neighbors in Europe or come to terms with Japan in the Far East. The United States cannot afford to ignore these possibilities in weighing its policy of parallel action with Great Britain in the Far East.
Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, or in care of the station to which you are now listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 48th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is America's economic defense. The speaker is Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. DeWilde.
Good afternoon. Last Wednesday's papers carried an inconspicuous dispatch from Washington. In the paper I read, it was tucked away on an inside page. Yet the news it brought may ultimately affect all of us very intimately. President decrees defense priority. That was the rather prosaic, undramatic heading of the dispatch. It went on to report that the President had granted the Priorities Board of the Advisory Defense Commission the power to make industry give Army and Navy contracts precedence over all other work. In other words, production for defense may be the first order of the day from now on. The satisfaction of your wants and my wants may have to come second wherever it interferes with the business of arming our country. That does not mean, of course, that we shall have to sacrifice overnight the comforts and living standards we have hitherto enjoyed. No, not for the present. But as our defense program really gets underway, and our mines and factories concentrate more and more on the grim task of preparing for war, we as civilian consumers must be prepared to pay the price for greater security against aggression. Today, national defense and war require economic as well as military mobilization. War has become a clash of machines, of aircraft, ships, tanks, and complicated heavy artillery. The key to military success is the capacity to produce, and the mechanic and machine in the factory are as vital to war as the aviator, the soldier, and the sailor. We in the United States have decided not to postpone our preparations until the day when bombs might explode under our feet. We have adopted military conscription, and our Congress has appropriated over $12 billion for national defense in the current year. We mean to have an army of 1,400,000 men by July 1941 and a two-ocean navy by 1946 or 1947. To equip such an army with all the instruments of modern war and to build up the navy is no easy task. We should visualize it primarily as an economic problem in terms of the raw materials, factories, labor, power and transportation facilities that will be needed for this great effort. We must see to it that all the resources required for our national defense program are made available for this purpose. We shall even have to make sure that we'll have enough of everything in the event that we are actually involved in war. One may wonder why we, as a highly industrialized and wealthy nation, should have to make any special, organized effort to turn out war material. We have tremendous natural resources. Only the Soviet Union can rival us in the extraordinary diversity and quantity of available raw materials. Chemistry has made us even more self-sufficient, giving us new fibers like nylon and vignon, plastics and resins, synthetic rubber and magnesium. And this country has no equal as an industrial power. We were the first nation to master the technique of mass production. Since the last war, we have made great strides in diversifying and extending our industrial development. Moreover, much of our labor and industrial capacity remains unused. It would seem a relatively easy matter to put our idle men and idle capital to work, producing whatever we need in the way of munitions. In reality, the job is not so easy. It requires concerted effort and planning by our government. We may be wealthy in raw materials, but there are still serious deficiencies like rubber, tin, manganese, chromium, tungsten, and the like. We may have ever so much iron and coal, but without manganese, we could produce no steel. Most of us roll to work on rubber tires, and without a humble tin can, we can hardly conceive of feeding our civilian population, let alone the army. We may have a general excess production capacity in this country, but at the same time it is entirely possible for serious bottlenecks to develop at vital points. The manufacture of war material puts a heavier burden on certain segments of our economy than on others. For example, a serious shortage of skilled labor may develop in the face of general unemployment. Moreover, we must take into account that we have suffered from a prolonged period of economic depression. During this period, replacements of industrial plant and equipment have lagged. Much of our machinery has become obsolescent, and even if it isn't ready for the junk pile, it has become less efficient. In the same way, labor skills have deteriorated through long disuse. Today, we cannot put many of our unemployed back to work without retraining. But I have not yet mentioned the two principal reasons why we need to mobilize in the economic field for national defense. The first is that production for war is vastly different from production for peace. The second and corollary reason is that it takes a long time to gear our economy for the job of turning out munitions. In this country, we are particularly handicapped by the lack of a large armament industry. In the past, we heartily detested the munitions makers, the merchants of death, as we called them. No manufacturers would risk the unpopularity of manufacturing and selling arms on a large scale. All this did credit to our humanitarian instincts, but it also means that we must now create an arms industry almost overnight. We can, of course, to some extent convert existing industrial plants to the manufacture of armament. But the production of planes, guns, tanks, and explosives is a highly specialized job. Our automobile factories, for example, can't simply start turning out planes instead of cars. True, General Motors is already making an airplane engine, and Ford, Packard, and Studebaker are also planning to manufacture aircraft engines. And Chrysler has a government contract for tanks. But in these cases, new factories have to be built, and new and special types of machinery installed. In the First World War, we learned how long it takes to produce munitions. As a result of trial and error, we finally set up an efficient organization for war. This country did a marvelous job in equipping our armies and supplying our allies. Yet on many critical items, production did not really get into full swing until just before the armistice. None of the thousands of tanks we ordered could be finished in time for use in training or combat. The first howitzer was not delivered until July 1918, and only 667 American planes reached the front in France. In many cases, our soldiers had to use the arms supplied by our allies. Today, we are going through a similar experience. The War and Navy departments have let defense contracts amounting to over $8.5 billion. But that marks only the first stage in carrying out our defense program. It simply means that the Army and Navy have decided what and how much they need, and that they have found the concerns willing to manufacture these goods. In the next and longest stage, our industries must get ready to produce. They must build and equip the necessary plants or extend the capacity of existing factories. They must find the needed labor and buy the requisite raw materials. Building and installing the necessary machine tools alone may require almost a year. It takes 10 to 12 months to set up a powder plant ready for production, 8 to 11 months for a machine gun factory, and 9 to 14 months for an airplane plant. Chrysler, for example, is now building a plant to manufacture tanks, but operations cannot begin before next summer. This does not mean that we have made no progress. We entered what one might call the phase of preliminary mobilization last May when the President appointed the National Defense Advisory Commission. The job of this commission is to help the Army and Navy get what they need for their defense programs. By assisting in the solution of difficult problems of taxation and amortization, the Commission has enabled private industry to start production of war materials. It is helping the War Department in establishing new government-owned plants for such items as explosives, which private industry has no inclination or capacity to produce. Finally, it's keeping a close watch over industrial developments and the supply of labor and raw materials, in order that steps may be taken to anticipate possible bottlenecks. The Labor Division, for example, has launched a campaign to train labor for our defense industries. The government has also taken important measures to conserve and increase the supply of vital raw materials, of which our own output is insufficient. We are spending millions of dollars to buy up emergency stocks of manganese, rubber, tin, tungsten, chromium, and other materials. Since the middle of last summer, we have been restricting by license exports of all products essential to national defense. Today there's need of haste, and still more haste. Dramatic developments in Europe and the Far East may bring us face to face with war almost overnight. Up to the present, we have tried to superimpose production for defense on the existing volume of business, with little or no disturbance to ordinary civilian requirements. We have adhered to business as usual, just like the British until last spring. We have refrained from imposing price controls or priorities on business, and from interfering with the hours of work and wages of labor. Such measures have not proved necessary so far, but as industry swings into large-scale production for defense, and as reemployment stimulates civilian consumption, we must be prepared for progressively more drastic interference with normal business. If we are really earnest about arming ourselves and want to do it in a hurry, defense must have first claim on our energies and resources. President Roosevelt took a step in this direction when he empowered the Defense Commission to enforce priority for defense orders. But additional measures will undoubtedly have to be taken in the near future. The Defense Commission itself may have to be completely revamped. Hitherto, it has had merely advisory functions. It has no executive authority and no chairman other than the very busy President of the United States. Before long, this commission may have to give way to a body provided with a full-time head, entrusted with clearly defined responsibility and with power to make and enforce decisions. Many people have worried about this trend of affairs. They see us developing a military economy like that of Nazi Germany, in which freedom and private enterprise will be lost and living standards sacrificed. They fear that we shall have to adopt a totalitarian economy and government in order to meet effectively the challenge of the totalitarian countries. And they wonder if the game is worth the candle. In large part, this anxiety is unjustified. Remember that Nazi Germany had to regiment its whole economy to the last detail, primarily because it is relatively poor. There was not enough for guns and butter, so it chose to concentrate on guns. We, on the other hand, live in a much richer country, in a land of potential plenty. Our resources and manpower are still not fully utilized. We can have guns and butter, provided we employ all the resources at hand. This does not mean that we can continue to enjoy a rising standard of living while arming to the hilt. No, sacrifices will be needed. We shall all have to put our shoulders to the wheel. Like Germany, we could resort to compulsion. We could call our industrialists to Washington and command them to build the necessary munitions factories. We could transfer workmen arbitrarily from one section of the country to another, wherever they are needed for national defense. But that is not the way of democracy. Our way is that of voluntary cooperation under the guidance and control, not at the dictation of government. Great Britain is today giving a remarkable demonstration how a country can carry out a great national mobilization without sacrificing the essentials of democracy. We can do the same.
Mr. John C. DeWilder, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This afternoon's broadcast originated in the studios of WNBC in Hartford. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 49th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association.
a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is the struggle in the Eastern Mediterranean. The speaker is Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Popper.
Good afternoon. Today our election campaign is reaching its whirlwind climax, but after next Tuesday, American eyes will be turned once more to the struggle in Europe and Asia. The most recent maneuver of the fascist powers, Italy's attack on Greece, brings to 10 the number of countries penetrated by the Axis armies since the war started in September 1939. Exactly what is happening in Greece is still concealed by a barrier of censorship and a smokescreen of rumors. It is evident, however, that only minor military operations have so far been undertaken. We do not yet know whether this is due to bad weather and the rugged terrain, as the Italians assert, or whether it results from a conflict on procedure between Germany and Italy, which caused Mussolini to order an attack before the fascist armies were fully deployed on the Albanian border, or whether the invasion of Greece may not be simply a ruse to draw the British forces in the Eastern Mediterranean into a great strategic trap. In any case, the military communiques do give some information about the immediate objectives of the special mountain troops engaged on both sides. The Greeks are fighting a delaying action in the difficult passes near the border and have pushed their troops into Albania to threaten Italian communications. The Italian attack shows signs of developing in two directions. First, it is moving southward, parallel to the coast so as to isolate Corfu, Cephalonia, and other strategic islands opposite the foot of the Italian boot, which might serve as jumping-off points for British forays against Italy. If this proves to be the main line of advance, the Italian forces might soon reach the Gulf of Patras in Corinth, which divides Greece almost in two, and then, with support on the sea and in the air, turn eastward toward Athens to split Greece in half. At the same time, a second fascist column has begun to strike eastward from Albania toward the town of Florina. From this point, a railroad winds its way to the great port of Salonika, which the Allies occupied during the 1914 war. Salonika is important both because it serves as a commercial outlet for a good deal of the Balkans' foreign trade, and because it is only 150 miles from the Dardanelles, a key point in the strategy of the Eastern Mediterranean. Italy needs more bases in this area. Once in control of Greece, the Italian Navy and Air Force could put much heavier pressure on the British fleet and the troops in Egypt. The line of supply for the Italian army in Libya and Egypt, which is now subject to damaging attack by British men of war, could be given greater protection. On paper, the odds against a successful Greek resistance are nothing short of overwhelming. The Italians are said to be using 10 or 11 divisions, totaling 180,000 to 200,000 men, and may easily have allocated 500 airplanes to support the advancing army. Munitions and supplies should be fully adequate for a campaign of a few weeks. On the Greek side, it is doubtful if even 125,000 men can be equipped and maintained in the field for any length of time. The Greek armaments are on the whole antiquated. The Air Force, amounting to 100 to 200 planes, is largely obsolescent and is not believed to possess large fuel reserves. Anti-aircraft guns are almost completely lacking, and the Navy is negligible. Even the political situation inside the country may be a drawback to effective resistance. Since August 1936, dictatorial power has rested in the hands of General John Metaxas, who was consistently favorable to the Axis before the outbreak of the war. Notwithstanding Metaxas' policy of repression, the country has remained a hotbed of political intrigue, with the old Venezuelist elements favoring a restoration of parliamentary government, and King George II, British by birth, seeking closer ties with the Western democracies. Now, as Greece mobilizes, the fascist press at home and in the Balkans has started a propaganda campaign, predicting the overthrow of Metaxas and the banishment of King George, both leaders to be replaced by fascist puppets. If Greece must continue to go it alone, the hopelessness of the losing battle may play into the hands of fifth columnists, who would speedily end the war. But against this contingency stands the Greek national spirit, fortified by centuries of tradition and the possibility of outside support. That possibility is meager, for the tactics of the Axis, a cleverly executed creeping conquest of the Balkans, have isolated neighboring states which once were considered almost as Greek allies. Yugoslavia is virtually surrounded by the Axis, and countries which are now fascist vassals, and it is plainly ready to fall under fascist domination like a ripe plum whenever Mussolini and Hitler so desire. The Turkish government watches the steady approach of hostile forces, not only in Greece, but in Romania, where German troops are gathering in increasing numbers near the Bulgarian frontier, ready to dash southward toward the Dardanelles or the Aegean. Turkey does not dare to weaken its own defenses by attempting to strengthen those of the Greeks. Indeed, it may be holding aloof in the expectation of Soviet help if it is subjected to direct German attack. The Turks are bound by treaty to lend Britain all the assistance in their power in a Mediterranean war, but such obligations mean very little today. Thus, one by one, the Balkan states which were unable to unite for resistance are succumbing separately. There remains, in fact, only one active source of resistance to the fascist advance in the eastern Mediterranean, and that, of course, is Britain. The British are pledged to aid Greece by a guarantee given on April 13, 1939, when the Italian occupation of Albania endangered Greek security. On October 28th, when Italian troops crossed the Greek frontier, Winston Churchill promised to give Athens all the help in Britain's power. Since then, the British fleet in the eastern Mediterranean has been active. Certain waters around Greece have been mined. How completely, it is not known. Some dispatches tell of the occupation of strategic islands off the Greek coast to serve as naval bases from which to cut Italian sea communications, and of support by the Royal Air Force. And early this morning, the First Lord of the Admiralty revealed in London that British troops had landed on Greek territory, although he did not disclose how many there were or where they had gone. But the official British communiques, as distinct from other press reports, are almost completely silent on events around Greece. Some of this reticence is no doubt due to a desire to preserve military secrecy until the conclusion of whatever action the British may contemplate. Some of it may also represent a desire not to rouse false hopes, since British help to the Greeks will probably consist mainly of naval aid. For ever since the French yielded to Hitler, the British have been carrying a terrific burden in the eastern Mediterranean. The crack French force in Syria under General Weygand, which was supposed to come into action at just such a moment as this, is disintegrating in idleness. The British Middle Eastern Command, seriously outnumbered, is fighting against the Italians in the desert wastes of western Egypt, and further south in the colonial territories around Ethiopia. In spite of great handicaps, the British have thus far put up a successful defense. Marshal Rodolfo Graziani, who leads the Italian troops invading Egypt, has been hampered by British interference with his sea line of supply from the homeland, and harried by the planes and the motorized desert corps of his enemies. It is quite possible that the Italians began operations in Greece precisely in order to draw the British forces away from Graziani and thus make his task easier. If that is true, the Italian efforts have so far miscarried. From their newly occupied naval bases on Crete and other Greek islands, the British may make the Italian sea lines across the Mediterranean even more precarious than they now are. But in the long run, Britain, being without adequate manpower in this area, is confronted with a dilemma. If it aids Greece on land and in the air, it weakens the defense of Egypt. If it does not, it allows the Axis to strengthen its position in the eastern Mediterranean. By all the signs, the British incline toward the latter course, restricting their aid and attempting to minimize the Italian gains in Greece by occupying Crete and other strategically located islands as protective outposts. There is still one possible ray of light in the situation. In the course of operations, the Italian fleet might be trapped into giving battle to the British, and thus the core of Italian sea power in the Mediterranean might be destroyed. In view of the caution the Italians have hitherto shown, however, such an event seems hardly likely. The tempest in the eastern Mediterranean is only one part of the great disturbance which is hovering over the old world. The domination of the British Empire rests essentially on the control of key positions along the line running from end to end of Europe, which enables the British fleet to blockade its opponents. If we glance from left to right on the map, that is, from west to east, we view a great panorama dotted by the British strong points. They support a line which is gradually crumbling under the assaults of the fascist powers, but which still holds. The attacks are concentrated in 4 focal areas. First, the stronghold itself, the British Isles, is under pressure by sea and by air, but has thus far resisted German preparations for an invasion. Second, the Axis has maneuvered to destroy the value of Gibraltar, and there are signs that a military campaign for this purpose may soon be undertaken. For such a campaign, Hitler must have the assent of General Franco to the passage of German troops through Spain, and he must also have some assurance from the French that his efforts will not be sabotaged along the line of communications running through France. The Führer's conversations with Franco, Pétain, and Laval during the past 2 weeks may not have ironed out all the difficulties inherent in this project, but they have secured a pledge of general collaboration in European affairs from the French government. Meanwhile, a political struggle is going on in France over aid to Germany by such methods as placing French naval bases and ships at Hitler's disposal. To take the fortress of Gibraltar would be a difficult task, but to make it useless as a base for the British fleet would be relatively easy. Air bases and heavy artillery on the Spanish mainland and across the straits in Morocco would make the waters around Gibraltar much too dangerous for British vessels. In the event that Gibraltar is surrounded, the British might still continue their blockade of the Mediterranean from a base in Portugal or Madeira, or even from England itself, but such a blockade could hardly be completely effective. The third position along the British lifeline subject to attack is the eastern Mediterranean area. There, as we have seen, the Italian pincers is attempting to squeeze Greece and Egypt in its grasp, and thus gain control of the Suez Canal. If the Italian drive succeeds, Britain will be cut off from its Asiatic empire, except via the Cape of Good Hope, and the Italians will restore sea communications with their East African possessions. German and Italian sea raiders and merchant vessels will eventually have free access to the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. Fourth, the German drive in the Balkans, which is being intensified on the heels of the Grecian campaign, seems more and more clearly to be directed across the Dardanelles and into the Middle East itself. Here the principal stake is the great oil reserve in territories largely under British control. Beyond Syria and Turkey lies Iraq, the land of the Garden of Eden, with an annual output of over 4 million tons of crude oil. Beyond Iraq lies Iran or Persia, with an annual production of over 11 million tons. If the Axis powers could gain control of these regions and ship the oil back to Europe by water, their fuel problems would be solved. Or, as an alternative, the Soviet Union might be given a free hand in this area in return for its acquiescence in Axis advances elsewhere. But in any case, penetration through Turkey would provide a direct totalitarian threat to India in exactly the same way as the old Berlin to Baghdad railway project before the last Great War. Hence, Britain is threatened at all 4 vital points on its far-flung line of empire. At these points, and at these only, is it possible to perpetuate the vast naval blockade on which the British rely for victory in the long run. That is why the fate of the soldiers and sailors who fight today in the eastern Mediterranean under the Union Jack is so crucial for Britain, and in the last analysis, for all the independent nations of the world.
Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 22 East 38th Street, New York City, or in care of the station to which you are listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company. America Looks Abroad. This is the 50th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association
a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is New Bases for American Defense. The speaker is Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. During the course of this war, all of the great powers, with the sole exception of France, have reached out to acquire and fortify new strategic bases outside their domestic territory. Reports from Washington and South America this week, indicating that the United States has arrived at general understandings with most of the Latin American republics for the use of air and naval bases to the south, show that this country has not ignored the recent military experience of Europe. The increased range and striking power of aerial bombers have forced abandonment of plans for static defense, such as France's reliance on its Maginot Line to protect French soil. In the modern war of movement, the best defense, paradoxically, is the ability to take the offensive when necessary. National security now demands, as never before, strategic outposts from which the enemy can be engaged before he is able to approach and establish himself on home territory. As you may have noticed, Great Britain is now trying to persuade the Irish government to grant Britain naval bases in Era, and for the past 3 months our own government has been actively interested in obtaining new bases on 3 fronts, in the Atlantic, Latin America, and the Pacific. In a somber speech before the House of Commons on Tuesday, Prime Minister Churchill emphasized Britain's need for air and naval bases in the south and west coasts of Ireland, primarily to safeguard British sea lanes. After the World War, the British Admiralty considered that it would be difficult and perhaps impossible to feed and defend Britain in time of war without using the bases at Berehaven, Cove, and Lough Swilly, and the government retained its control over these 3 ports under the Treaty of 1921, through which Britain granted Dominion status to the Irish Free State. In 1938, however, London surrendered its bases in Era as part of a general Anglo-Irish settlement, and 3 days ago, Irish Premier De Valera told a cheering Dáil Éireann, or Irish Chamber of Deputies, that so long as Era remains neutral, there can be no question of handing over these ports. He added significantly that if Britain or any other belligerent tried to bring pressure to bear on his government, the attempt would only lead to bloodshed. In the face of this pointed warning, Britain must defend its vital shipping against the increased toll of a new German submarine campaign without the use of defense positions in Era. Meanwhile, German planes continued to bomb Britain from the new Nazi bases in France, Belgium, and Holland, while air bombers, surface warships, and submarines, operating from the captured Atlantic bases, have begun the most destructive series of attacks suffered by British merchant vessels during this war. In the past few months, Britain's daily shipping losses have been twice as large as those incurred between the outbreak of war in September 1939 and France's surrender last June. They are still only half as great as the drastic losses inflicted in April 1917, when Germany's unrestricted submarine campaign in the World War brought Britain within 3 weeks of starvation. But now, Britain requires considerably more shipping than ever before, since it must obtain all of its requirements of food and other essentials from America, Africa, the Near East, and the Orient, whereas a good share of its needs normally came from the European continent now under Axis domination. This week, Germany extended the radius of its intensive sea warfare along Britain's lengthy supply lines. Last Tuesday, a British-Canadian convoy was successfully attacked in mid-Atlantic by a German raider of the Graf Spee type, possibly one of the pocket battleships Admiral Scheer or Lutzow, and Berlin claimed that in the engagement the convoy of 15 to 20 vessels and 86,000 tons had been sunk. At the same time, German Stuka dive bombers were said to have sunk 8 other ships aggregating over 30,000 tons, and yesterday the German High Command announced the sinking of 8 additional British merchant vessels totaling 43,000 tons. The British Admiralty has denied that the entire convoy was sunk on Tuesday and has not confirmed the extent of other losses announced from Berlin. But no matter how accurate the German claims may be, it is clear that Britain's shipping problem has now become critical. Unless the British can check the German raids promptly, Germany may succeed in blockading Britain and wear down British resistance through siege, rather than undertake a costly invasion of the Isles. The threat to Britain also involves a threat to America. Since the United States does not yet have the 2-ocean navy authorized by Congress a few months ago, we face the dilemma of either leaving the waters near one of our coasts relatively undefended, or seriously weakening our protective strength by dividing our naval forces about equally between the Atlantic and the Pacific. Sound naval strategy in this country dictates that most of the fleet operate as a unit, so that weaker enemies cannot attack isolated portions of it one at a time until the entire fleet is disabled or sunk. In recent years, the United States has been free to concentrate most of its fighting units in the Pacific, chiefly because of two facts. A friendly British Navy dominated the Atlantic, and in case of any emergency, the Panama Canal enabled us to move our own naval forces rapidly into the Atlantic. Since June, however, German successes against the British have challenged British predominance in the Atlantic and thereby exposed our own Panama Canal to attack. To forestall the possibility that potential enemies might gain access to our domestic coasts or attack the canal, the United States government 2 months ago traded the 50 overage destroyers to Britain in return for 8 naval and air bases on British territory in this hemisphere. United States naval authorities at present are surveying sites for the bases, and this morning 27 engineering experts landed at Bermuda to supervise preliminary work on the first of the defense outposts to be constructed. The new United States bases at Newfoundland and Bermuda will be most important for guarding the vital industrial regions of our eastern seaboard. They will strengthen our Atlantic coast defenses by extending the radius of our naval and air action, by serving as repair and fueling stations for our Atlantic patrols, and by eliminating the possibility that enemy forces may occupy these strategic islands and establish offensive bases near our shores. Newfoundland is on the shortest Great Circle air route between New York and London, and it was there that Marshal Balbo, the Italian, first landed on his memorable mass flight from Italy to the Chicago World's Fair. The island now has the world's second largest airport at Hattie's Camp, newly completed, and many of its excellent harbors could shelter the entire American fleet. One of these, Placentia Bay, faces our shoreline to the south and is ice-free the year round. Bermuda, 700 miles from both Boston and New York City, occupies a position comparable with that of Hawaii in the Pacific, and is unexcelled in strategic value by any island off our eastern coast. Bermuda lies on the southern route across the Atlantic and is used by the transatlantic clippers on their regular hops from New York to Lisbon, Portugal. Britain has maintained a naval base and cruiser dockyard at Bermuda for many years, and the United States will presumably be free to use some of these facilities as well as to construct new ones of our own. In the Atlantic, in the Caribbean area, that part of the Atlantic, the country acquired new sites for bases in the Bahamas, Jamaica, Antigua, St. Lucia, Trinidad, and British Guiana. Britain used to maintain a Caribbean naval station at Kingston, Jamaica, but at present there are virtually no defenses in any of these colonies. Consequently, it will require many months to fortify them for naval and air use, and to construct the necessary dry docks, machine shops, barracks, and other military establishments. In time, however, these strategic bases will greatly reinforce our present defense outposts at Guantanamo, Cuba, San Juan and Culebra, Puerto Rico, and St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. For the first time, our defenses will guard all Caribbean approaches to the Panama Canal, from the South Atlantic as well as from the north. Extending like a large bow from Florida to the northeast coast of South America, they form a continuous line of bases which can be readily supplied along interior lines of communication. 3 weeks ago, the United States Navy began its preliminary winter maneuvers in the Caribbean, and is devoting special attention this year to conditioning the Navy and the Marines for tropic and subtropic warfare. Although only sketchy reports of the maneuvers have appeared in this country, the operations apparently extend to the new Caribbean bases obtained from Britain, and incidentally, they afford an excellent opportunity for United States naval authorities to maintain close watch on the French island of Martinique. Ever since France surrendered in June this year, 100 American-made warplanes, originally consigned for France, have been kept at Martinique, along with the 22,000-ton French aircraft carrier Béarn, other French warships, and gold bullion and coins valued at between $200 million and $500 million. The uncertainty surrounding Franco-German relations since the armistice of June 22nd has led to considerable anxiety in America lest the French island be used as a shield for German military or subversive political activity in this hemisphere. Early last month, the Vichy government announced its intentions to begin elaborate improvements on the French naval base at Fort de France, Martinique. But the plan was quickly dropped after United States government spokesmen in Washington expressed their disapproval. 2 weeks ago, President Roosevelt asked the Vichy government for information regarding any change in its attitude toward the war, and Secretary Hull indicated that the United States had threatened to occupy Martinique under provisions of the Havana Agreement with the other 20 American republics in case of close collaboration between Germany and France. This week, Marshal Henri Philippe Pétain replied to President Roosevelt in a communication which has not yet been made public. The note probably contains assurances similar to those given by the French ambassador in Washington, who is said to have told this government that France does not intend to go to war against Great Britain, to turn over its fleet to Germany, or permit any of the belligerents to use French colonial bases, and that consequently there would be no justification for any American intervention in Martinique. On the basis of his talks with Secretary Hull and Sumner Welles, French Ambassador WWII has expressed his full confidence that the United States will not intervene in any of the French colonies. There the matter rests, but the situation at Martinique and nearby Guadeloupe remains tense, as United States warships and planes continue to patrol the surrounding waters daily. After the United States acquired the 8 naval and air bases from Britain, Secretary Hull formally notified the Latin American governments that they were free to cooperate fully with this country in using the new outposts. Army and Navy staff officers from most of the American republics have consulted in Washington during the past month, and now it's reported that they are actually selecting bases throughout Latin America to be developed for strengthening joint defense. Secretary Hull has said, and again expressed the point yesterday, that there is no intention to transfer ownership of the sites chosen, nor will this country lease the bases as in the deal with Great Britain. Rather, the Latin American governments themselves will apparently construct the required bases, and perhaps with technical and financial assistance from the United States. They will then permit, apparently, all of the countries in this hemisphere to use the sites for their common protection. In the Pacific, the United States is also interested in new bases. In mid-September, Secretary of the Navy Knox approved a comprehensive statement of American naval policy, calling for greater mobility in strategic operations, an adequate supply service, and the development of air and other essential bases for the support of naval operations. 2 weeks earlier, Mr. Knox had announced that negotiations were in progress with Ecuador and Costa Rica to obtain rights for the construction and use of bases in the Galapagos and Cocos Islands, which are within 1,000 miles of the Pacific entrance to the Panama Canal and would greatly strengthen canal defenses on that side. Moreover, late in September, a Senate resolution was introduced to authorize the President to enter negotiations with Britain for acquisition or lease of British island bases in the Pacific. 3 days ago, London reported that the United States, Britain, and Australia have agreed in principle on the use of such bases, as well as on general defense cooperation in that ocean. In Washington, the State Department affirmed that cooperations are proceeding among the 3 governments, but said that no decisions have as yet been reached. The most important locations concerned are the powerful British stronghold at Singapore Island, just off the Malay Peninsula, and the base at Port Darwin, on the northern coast of Australia. Any final decision on these and other new bases in the Pacific, as was formerly true in the case of Atlantic and Latin American bases, will have to wait for a clear formulation of United States foreign policy with regard to the region concerned. In the meantime, this country is busily consolidating its recent strategic gains and is prepared to share with Latin America the task of defending this hemisphere against aggression from abroad.
Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, number 22 East 38th Street, New York City, or in care of the station to which you are listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in foreign affairs. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company. America Looks Abroad. This is the 51st in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is the outlook in the Far East, and the speaker is Mr. T.A. Bisson, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. Mr. Bisson.
Good afternoon. Headlines during the past week have kept attention focused on a series of important developments in Europe, while a crisis brewing in the Far East has been almost overlooked. Hitler's conferences at Berlin with Soviet Premier and Foreign Commissar Molotov on Tuesday and Wednesday easily held the center of the stage. As the Berlin meetings were taking place, news of last Monday night's successful British air raid on the Italian naval base at Taranto was released from London. Along with this crippling blow at the Italian fleet has gone continued Greek military successes on the Albanian frontier and the strengthening of British naval and aviation centers in Greek territory. On the whole, it has been a black week for Italy, the blackest of the war thus far. Against this background of European events, the possibility of a new and fateful crisis was emerging in the Far East. Japanese troops and transports were being concentrated on the northern edge of the South China Sea, in apparent preparation for a southward drive. 3 main points of concentration were reported: Haiphong, chief seaport of Indochina; Guangzhou, site of a French leasehold on China's southern coast; and Hainan Island, occupied by Japan nearly 2 years ago. This movement had begun late last month, when Japanese forces withdrew from Nanning, the capital of Guangxi province in South China. Since then, the Japanese command has evacuated the rest of this province and parts of neighboring Guangdong province, and Chinese troops have reoccupied the entire area. Vigorous Chinese counterattacks, in fact, started well before the withdrawal began, and undoubtedly hastened the Japanese decision to carry out this strategic retreat. Nanning, it should be noted, was the first provincial capital to be reoccupied by Chinese forces since the Sino-Japanese War began in 1937. The event has given a solid boost to Chinese morale. When the Guangxi evacuation occurred, reports indicated that the Japanese forces thus made available were to be used for a further move into southeastern Asia. As their numbers seemed too few for a large-scale operation, these reports were generally discounted. Now, however, it appears that additional Japanese troops are being withdrawn from central China to join those evacuated from the southern province of Guangxi. It is reported that Japanese troops are moving south from points throughout the Yangtze Valley, including Nanking and Hankow, thus reducing the garrisons, but not amounting to an evacuation, of these and other cities. The size of this Japanese concentration in China's southern waters is sufficient to indicate that an important move may be in preparation. The objective most commonly suggested is Saigon, the largest city on Indochina's southeastern coast. In this area lies the naval base at Cam Ranh Bay, which would be of great strategic value in Japanese hands as a jumping-off place for a further advance into Southeast Asia, either against the Dutch East Indies or British Malaya. From Saigon, also, there runs the shortest and best motor road into Siam. In addition, there have been reports that Siamese troops concentrated on Indochina's borders may act in conjunction with a Japanese thrust at Saigon. 2 further facts are of interest in this situation. Inspired Japanese dispatches have claimed that anti-Japanese agitation is occurring in the Saigon area. It is also alleged that the local French authorities at Saigon are determined to resist Japan and are opposed to the conciliatory policy of Admiral Decoux, Governor General of Indochina, and a supporter of the Vichy government. If these reports are true, the Japanese might have to take Saigon by military naval assault. If not, they might possibly again induce the French authorities in Indochina to agree to a peaceful occupation of the area. That significant events are again pending in the Far East was further indicated by the holding of another imperial conference at Tokyo last Tuesday. These important conferences of the highest Japanese military and civil officials, held in the presence of the emperor, used to occur hardly once in a decade. They always deal with some grave emergency, but under the present Japanese cabinet they seem to have become almost routine. The last one, you may recall, was held on September 19th, when the terms of Japan's alliance with the Axis powers, announced several days later, were approved. What may have been considered at this second conference? After Tuesday's meeting, the Cabinet Secretary announced that the Imperial Conference had reached a complete agreement of views on problems relating to China. Tokyo dispatches amplify this cryptic statement. They suggest that the conference may have approved a treaty which has been under negotiation for many months with Wang Jingwei, head of the Japanese-sponsored regime at Nanking. The conference might also have approved plans for military naval action in the South China Sea, if such action is being contemplated. Aggressive action by Japan in Southeast Asia under the existing circumstances would be likely to precipitate an immediate crisis in the Pacific. Since the end of September, the United States, supported by Great Britain, has pursued a twofold policy in the Far East. On the one hand, this country and Great Britain have delivered a warning to Japan. This warning has taken the form of an embargo on American scrap iron shipments, official advice to American and British nationals in Eastern Asia to return home, the reopening of the Burma Road, and conversations between American, British, and Australian officials regarding defense matters in the Pacific. On the other hand, an attempt has been made to keep the door open to negotiations for a settlement with Japan. On September 28th, the day after Japan signed the pact with the Axis powers, Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles made a public plea for such an approach to the Far Eastern problem. During the past week, despite Japan's apparent preparations for drastic action, there have been continued efforts at conciliation. Last Sunday, Joseph C. Grew, American ambassador at Tokyo, held a lengthy conference with the Japanese foreign minister, Yosuke Matsuoka. This conference is understood to have been marked by an extremely friendly atmosphere, and the possibility of a new effort to improve Japanese-American relations was seen as its result. On Monday, the American ambassador represented the foreign diplomats at an imperial reception in Tokyo, which commemorated the traditional date of the founding of Japan. Speaking for the diplomats, the American ambassador declared, "This anniversary marks and symbolizes the long continuity of history and tradition for which Japan is deservedly distinguished. May your Majesty's people prosper, and may this nation ever increasingly contribute to the general culture and well-being of mankind." Emperor Hirohito was said to have nodded vigorously as if in approval of this speech, and on Tuesday the court circular reported that His Majesty appeared greatly pleased with Mr. Grew's message. A more practical gesture of goodwill toward Japan appeared on Wednesday, when the details of an oil agreement between the Dutch East Indies and Japan were announced at Batavia. Under the terms of this agreement, Japan's supplies of petroleum and gasoline obtained from the East Indies would rise from 494,000 tons a year to 1,800,000 tons. British, Dutch, and American interests control the oil fields and plants in the islands. Anglo-American approval of the arrangement was seen in the fact that United States and British companies would act as agents in supplying the oil to the Japanese interests. Replying to criticism of this deal in the House of Commons, the British Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Richard Austin Butler, declared that the agreement had not been finally signed. The detailed nature of the report seemed to indicate, however, that the terms have been settled, and the expected signature remains a mere formality. At Washington, Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles declared to newspaper men on Friday that the agreement did not frustrate any American policy, the reference apparently being to the embargo on shipment of aviation gasoline outside this hemisphere. During the past week, news correspondents and editorial writers have manifested an intense interest in another important aspect of the Far Eastern situation, that of Soviet-Japanese relations. The conferences between the Soviet Premier and Chancellor Hitler at Berlin, as well as the recent arrival of a new Japanese ambassador at Moscow, have given rise to reports that a Soviet-Japanese agreement, possibly taking the form of a non-aggression pact, is in the offing. Speculation has been rife as to what the terms of such an agreement might be. The crucial question has been whether the Soviet Union would agree to abandon the aid which it has been rendering China. During recent years, this aid has taken on sizable proportions. The USSR has advanced large credits to China, several times greater than those given by any other country. and the Chinese government has utilized these credits for the purchase of considerable amounts of Soviet heavy munitions, notably airplanes. In addition, the Soviet Union has sharply curtailed its trade relations with Japan. From a total of nearly 53 million yen in 1936, the Soviet-Japanese trade turnover has continuously declined. Until last year, it amounted to only a little over 600,000 yen, or about $150,000. Is it possible that this policy is about to be reversed with the signing of a Soviet-Japanese pact? No indication has yet been given of what may have been said on this subject during the Molotov-Hitler conversations at Berlin. The Berlin communique of last Thursday was as non-committal as most such documents. It merely stated that agreement had been reached on all questions of importance that are of interest to Germany and the Soviet Union. Other information suggests that Premier Molotov is returning to Moscow with Hitler's proposals, but made no commitments at Berlin. On Friday, however, the official Soviet news agency TASS denied reports that Japan had reached an agreement with the Soviet Union, outlining spheres of influence in the Far East and providing for cessation of Soviet aid to the Chinese government at Chongqing. The TASS statement asserted that these reports do not correspond to reality. It is perhaps significant that the TASS statement does not flatly deny the possibility of any form of Soviet-Japanese agreement. It merely excludes an agreement defining spheres of influence in Asia or carrying a Soviet pledge to cease aiding China. A pact might yet be signed which covered specifically Soviet-Japanese issues, such as trade matters or the fisheries question, or by which the Soviet Union might declare its neutrality in case Japan became involved in war in Southeast Asia. It remains to be seen whether such a pact will soon be announced. Meanwhile, the immediate course of developments in the Far East is likely to turn on the use to which Tokyo puts the forces that are being concentrated off China's southern coasts. If the decision is for another forward move, possibly against Saigon in southern Indochina, a severe crisis is almost certain to result. Preparations to meet such a contingency are obviously being made. Last Wednesday, it was announced in London that further reinforcements had reached the Far East, although their numbers or the types of additional equipment that may have accompanied them were not specified. At the same time, a new British post, Commander-in-Chief in the Far East, was created, and Air Chief Marshal Sir Robert Brooke Popham was assigned to this newly established command, with headquarters at Singapore. His territory covers Singapore, Malaya, Burma, and Hong Kong. The appointment has been made, according to the official London statement, quote, in view of the stage which has been reached in defense dispositions in the territories in the Far East, for the protection of which the British government is responsible, and in order to ensure coordinated control. The extent to which recent Anglo-American-Australian conversations have provided for a possible coordinated defense against a Japanese advance in this region is not known. Further developments in this matter are expected when Lord Lothian, the British ambassador, returns to Washington. It is generally understood, however, that Britain has offered to make fleet facilities in the area, including the Singapore base, available to the United States. During the past month, the American fleet, now stationed at Hawaii, has been refitted in successive contingents on the Pacific coast, while the men have been given shore leave. The third and last of these contingents reached San Pedro on Thursday, and according to the announced schedule, will not return to Hawaii for several weeks. This interval must be regarded as pregnant with critical possibilities in the Far East.
Mr. T.A. Bisson, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the series America Looks Abroad. Beginning next Sunday, this program will be heard at 2:15 Eastern Standard Time over most of these stations. We invite you to tune in at that time to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
America Looks Abroad.
This is the 52nd in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association
a non-partisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is Russia's role in the world conflict. The speaker is Mrs. Vera Michaelis Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association. Mrs. Dean.
Thank you. As Germany intensifies its air attacks on British war industries, it is also hastening its efforts to bring the entire European continent under Nazi rule. The past week has been marked not only by fierce air raids on industrial centers in the English Midlands, but also by great diplomatic activity in Eastern Europe and the Balkans. On Wednesday, Hungary joined the pact recently concluded by Germany, Italy, and Japan regarding a new order in Europe and Asia. Yesterday, Romania followed suit by joining the Axis alliance, and similar action is expected to be taken soon by Bulgaria, whose king met Hitler in Germany last Sunday. These diplomatic moves are designed to prevent any action on the part of countries in Eastern Europe and the Balkans which might directly or indirectly prove of aid to Britain. Most important of all, they are intended to isolate Greece and to frighten Turkey into abstaining from intervention in the Mediterranean campaign. To carry out these diplomatic maneuvers, Germany needed the acquiescence of Russia, for Russia is Turkey's next-door neighbor, and while Turkey has agreed to aid Britain, it has specified that it will not become engaged in war with Russia. You can see that if Moscow today should tell Turkey it must cooperate with the Axis, the Turkish government would be placed in a dangerous dilemma. It was apparently to obtain Russia's approval of their plans that the Nazis invited Monsieur Molotov, the Soviet premier, to visit Berlin on November 12. So far as can be determined, Monsieur Molotov listened to Hitler's plans for a new order, but made no definite commitments. On the contrary, when it was reported in the German press that Hungary had joined the Axis powers and Japan with the full approval of Russia, the official Soviet news agency declared this report did not correspond with the facts in any extent, nor is it clear yet that Russia has made any material concessions in the Far East to Germany's partner, Japan, which is pressing negotiations for a non-aggression pact with Moscow. You can see that under these circumstances, Russia's position in the world conflict becomes again of paramount importance. What can or will Moscow do? It is customary in Western countries to describe Russia as a great enigma. Opinion in Britain and the United States regarding Russia has been further confused in the past 20 years by the rise of communism, which is regarded by some as a mortal danger to the Western way of life, more deadly even than Nazism, and is hailed by others as the only hope of modern society. Division of opinion in Western countries regarding the aims and character of communism, and hence regarding Russia's role in world affairs, has contributed more than any other factor to the ideological confusion of our times. This confusion was greatly increased in the summer of 1939, when Moscow came to terms with Germany. Russia, the one great power in Europe which had consistently opposed Hitler, suddenly concluded a non-aggression pact with the Nazis, which gave Germany a free hand to attack Poland and then turn against France and Britain. The Soviet government, whose founder, Lenin, had denounced imperialism, assumed an imperialist role, and within a year occupied the Baltic states, eastern Poland, a part of Finland, a section of Romania, all of which had been lost by the Russian Empire at the end of the last war. Stalin, who had again and again proclaimed that Russia wanted peace and would not take 1 inch of any other country's territory, flung the Red Army into war against Finland. No wonder that both foes and friends of the Soviet Union were bewildered by these apparently contradictory developments. And their bewilderment was further increased when communist parties outside Russia, following the new line of policy dictated from Moscow, suddenly abandoned their previous hostility toward Germany. Instead, communist spokesmen in all countries declared that the war had been provoked by France and Britain for purely imperialist motives, and urged their supporters to oppose war and advocate peace. Now, there are two questions we must ask ourselves in discussing Soviet foreign policy. Did Russia's acceptance of a non-aggression pact with Germany in 1939 represent a change in its policy? If it did, what produced this change? Without going too far back into the history of the last World War, we must understand that when the Soviet government came to power in 1917, It was not friendly either to Germany or to the Allies, at whose side Russia had been fighting since 1914. The Soviet leaders believed that both Germany and the Allies, as well as Russian Tsarism, had been fighting an imperialist war, which, whatever its outcome, could only injure the workers of all countries. In the opinion of Soviet leaders, the only good thing about that First World War was that it offered an opportunity for world revolution. They believed that the disillusionment and bitterness created by 3 long years of struggle would lead soldiers and workers in all belligerent countries to demand peace, as well as improvement of their economic lot after the war. The Bolshevik Revolution in Russia was regarded by the Soviet leaders as a signal for revolt on a world scale. Their own slogan, addressed to Russian soldiers in the trenches, to workers and peasants behind the lines, was bread, peace, and land. This slogan, they thought, would find an echo in all belligerent countries. Russia would then become the standard bearer of the communist revolution. These hopes of the Soviet leaders were shattered by the course of events. Germany did experience a change of government in 1918, but not a social revolution. Short-lived communist uprisings took place in Hungary and Bavaria, and a trend towards socialism became noticeable in a number of European countries. But on the whole, the end of the war marked an attempt to patch up the political, economic, and social institutions of the pre-war period, rather than to effect the fundamental revolution anticipated by the communists. Fear of communism, as practiced in the Soviet Union, became one of the dominant forces in post-war Europe, and it was impossible not to identify fear of communism with fear of Russia. Many attempts, as you know, were made by the Western countries to quarantine Russia, to isolate it from the rest of the world. When this proved unsuccessful, and Russia resumed a part in the affairs of Europe and Asia, attempts were made to curtail its influence and relegate it to the background. This fear of communism and of Russia, so prevalent in Western countries, was skillfully used by Hitler, who himself denounced communism as the enemy of Western civilization. Both at home and abroad, Hitler promised that Nazism would prove a bulwark against communism. By his campaign against communism, he won many adherents, not only in Germany, but also in certain circles in France, Britain, and other countries. Fear of communism thus played into the hands of the Nazis before the outbreak of the war, just as Germany's reconciliation with Russia in 1939 proved helpful to the Nazis once the war began. You can thus see that there was no love lost in the past 20 years between Russia and the Western powers, France, Britain, and the United States, which after the Soviet Revolution had intervened in Russia against Bolshevism. In fact, the first countries in Europe to establish relations with Russia after that war were its former World War enemies, Germany and Turkey. This we must remember when we try to understand Russia's present relations with Germany, because Germany, ever since the days of Bismarck, has been guided by 2 main considerations with respect to Russia. First, the Germans regard Russia as an essential source of food and raw materials, as well as a market for their manufactured goods and a field for their technical experts. Second, the Germans have always feared the possibility of war on 2 fronts and have again and again sought to establish friendly relations with Russia. When Hitler, in 1939, concluded a non-aggression pact with Moscow, he rid Germany at one stroke of the nightmare of war on 2 fronts and made it possible for the Reich, in some measure at least, to draw on Russia's food and raw materials. Now we must understand that Moscow, from the outset, has regarded both Germany and the Western powers as capitalist countries. It has believed that the capitalist countries are bound sooner or later to attack communism. Moscow's only question was which of the 2 present belligerents would prove more dangerous to Russia. In the early post-war years, when Germany was weak and the Allies relatively strong, Moscow feared the Allies. When Germany, after Hitler's rise to power in 1933,
began to grow stronger and their allies became relatively weaker, Moscow began to fear Germany and hoped it might get assistance from France and Britain in case Germany attempted to attack it. But when France and Britain permitted Germany to seize Austria and Czechoslovakia, the Russians decided they would get no aid from their allies and came to terms with Germany. This does not mean that Russia is no longer afraid of Germany. On the contrary, Russia is probably more afraid of Germany right now than it was in 1939, before the outbreak of the war. But Russia is not prepared either from the industrial or the military point of view for a conflict with Germany. Moscow's chief aim is to preserve the neutrality of the Soviet Union and to avoid a war with either Germany or Japan. At the same time, it would like to benefit by the advantages it now enjoys in negotiations with Germany and Britain. The real question is, which of the two belligerents has more to offer Russia? To answer this question, we must again look at the world conflict from Moscow's point of view. Moscow hopes that neither Britain nor Germany will win this war. It hopes that the two great belligerents will so exhaust each other that neither of them can be a threat to Russia for many years to come. A German victory, which would leave the Nazis in complete control of Europe, would be regarded by Russia with grave apprehension. But a British victory, which would leave the British Empire unimpaired and presumably no more friendly toward Moscow than it has been for the past 20 years, would also not be welcome to the Soviet government. What we may expect is that Moscow will continue to hold aloof from the conflict, intervening only to protect its own interests, as it did in Finland, the Baltic region, and Romania. At the same time, it will remain on the alert for developments indicating that the possibilities of world revolution may be revived in the course of the present conflict. The Russians believe that the time may come when the conquered peoples of Europe, resentful of Nazi rule and disheartened by the outlook for the future, will turn to communism. Should that time come, Russia may once more assume the role of standard-bearer of the world revolution envisaged for it by Lenin. And of course, fear that just this may happen is being used today by the Nazis to strengthen their hold on Europe, because millions of Europeans, even today, regard Nazism as preferable to communism. Only slowly and through bitter experience are people in Europe beginning to realize that Nazism is effecting on the continent a revolution as profound and far more efficiently organized than that contemplated by the Russian communists. Only slowly are they learning that Nazism is not an effective safeguard against communism, any more than communism proved an effective safeguard against Nazism. Only slowly are they discovering that a strengthened democracy offers the one alternative they seek, now that they are confronted with a tragic choice between Hitler's new order and Stalin's world revolution.
Mrs. Vera Michelis Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are now listening. Either to 22 East 38th Street or in care of the station to which you are listening. Foreign Policy Association is a non-partisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs, and we invite you to tune in next Sunday at 2:15 Eastern Standard Time to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company from the RCA building in Radio City, New York.
America Looks Abroad, a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs.
Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, will speak to you from the nation's capital. Mr. Stone.
The issue of aid to Britain was raised in a new and more urgent form last week. Up until recently, Great Britain has painted a relatively optimistic picture of its military position and economic condition. Reports from England have minimized the damage from Nazi air raids, and official spokesmen have voiced general satisfaction with the support coming from America. But about a week ago, the rose-colored glasses were suddenly removed. Lord Lothian, the British ambassador, returned to Washington last Monday with the blunt warning that England was nearing the end of its financial resources. Great Britain, he said, would soon need financial help, as well as more planes, munitions, and ships for the tough year ahead. In London, the British Minister of Shipping, Mr. Ronald Cross, told the House of Commons that Britain is losing ships at sea faster than she can replace them in her own yards, and that the government is looking to the United States to supplement the resources of the empire. Another member of Mr. Churchill's cabinet, Arthur Greenwood, admitted in Commons that factories and industrial plants had suffered from Germany's bombs, as well as churches and homes and hospitals. As these and other significant statements were allowed to pass the censorship, they presumably indicated a decision on the part of responsible British officials to admit the worst dangers confronting Great Britain without pulling any punches. To some Americans, this may appear to be deliberate propaganda. To others, it will seem a sensible decision to lay all the cards on the table for the American people to see and ponder. But whatever interpretation is made, the effect in Washington has been to confront both the administration and Congress with a number of difficult and fundamental questions which have been evaded for many months. Two practical questions must be asked at once before we can answer the fundamental issues which lie behind them. First, is Great Britain actually in need of immediate financial help? If she is, what steps should we take? If she is not, should the Johnson Act and the Neutrality Act, which forbid any loans or credits to Britain, be modified or repealed before the situation does become acute? Secondly, can the United States help meet Great Britain's shipping losses without sending American merchant ships into the war zone? And if not, can we take this step without coming close to direct participation in the war? Let's examine the financial question first. The exact resources that the British have for making their war purchases in this country are not known. We do know that at the beginning of the war, in August 1939, Great Britain and Canada had liquid assets of well over $4 billion available in this country. These included bank balances, gold, and American securities. That is, stocks and bonds which could be readily sold for dollars in the American market. In addition, they had other direct investments in factories and business enterprises in the United States amounting to nearly $1.5 billion. Altogether, it is estimated by the Federal Reserve Board that the assets of Britain and Canada were somewhere between $5.5 and $6 billion. How much of this huge sum has been used in making arms purchases in the United States? The answer is not entirely a matter of guesswork, although some of the essential information is not available. During the first 13 months of the war, or up until the end of October of this year, the British were able to pay for the largest part of their war purchases by selling goods to the United States. For example, during this period, our imports from the British Empire amounted to $1,296 million, while the British bought goods in this country valued at $1,878 million. This leaves a deficit for the entire British Empire amounting to about $582 million, which had to be paid for in some other way, by dipping into the cash balances, by selling securities in this country, or by importing gold. Actually, all three of these methods were used. But the important point is that this deficit of just over $500 million is relatively small in relation to total British holdings. In other words, Britain's financial position would not seem to be critical if her adverse trade balance represented the entire amount of British expenditures in the United States. It would be a mistake, however, to assume that these trade figures tell the whole story. They don't. The present rate of British purchasing is running far above last year, and advance orders for war materials alone are said to be more than $2 billion. In addition, the British have also been advancing money to help expand American factories for war production, and perhaps using some of their American funds to help pay for Latin American trade. The actual sale of securities in the United States to pay these bills has been relatively small, not much more than $190 million up until the 1st of August. On the other hand, exceedingly large supplies of gold have been flowing into the United States through Great Britain and Canada, well over $3.5 billion worth during the first 13 months of the war. The Treasury doesn't tell us how much of this gold came directly from the British Empire, and presumably a good deal of it came from France, Holland, and other European countries occupied by Germany. It is hard to believe, however, that the British have actually used most of its own gold imports to pay for current purchases. In any case, it would seem probable that British war orders could be doubled or perhaps even trebled during the coming year without exhausting the financial resources now available to the Empire. If this conclusion is sound, then, Great Britain does not face an acute financial crisis in the immediate future. Nevertheless, the British are preparing for what they know must be a long war. Winston Churchill recently spoke of the war continuing into 1943, and they're compelled to look as far ahead as they can. Our own policy, on the other hand, is hardly consistent. Congress repealed the arms embargo a year ago to permit Allied war purchases in this country, and President Roosevelt has pledged 50% of all American production to Britain. At the same time, we forbid loans to Great Britain under the Johnson Act and the Neutrality Law, and Congress is likely to resist pressure to repeal these laws in the near future. Last week, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee voted to take no action on this matter until the next session. It is doubtful, however, whether repeal would enable the British to float large public loans in the United States. The loans, or gifts if you choose, would have to be made by our government itself. And to some extent, this can be done without action of Congress. There are several practical possibilities. For example, our government could advance all the necessary funds to American factories for their plant expansion, thus making it unnecessary for the British to use their resources in this way. The Treasury could use its huge equalization fund to buy pounds sterling, or the Export-Import Bank might extend credits to Latin American countries to cover their trade with Great Britain. These don't offer a final answer, but they indicate that there are still a number of steps which might be taken short of outright repeal or giving away our war materials. Now, the second major question, British shipping needs, may prove even more critical, both to the British and ourselves. There is no doubt that Nazi submarines and its air warfare is taking a heavy toll. And if shipping losses continue at the present rate, an extremely critical situation may develop this winter. 3 possible steps have been discussed, unofficially at least, in Washington. The first proposal is to sell or transfer to the British Registry all available merchant ships and to begin new construction on a large scale in this country. The second proposal would extend our neutrality patrol further into the Atlantic in order to release British naval vessels for other duties. The third measure discussed would allow American ships to enter the war zone either by amending the Neutrality Act or by presidential order. Neither of the first 2 courses seems likely to meet the situation which may soon develop. We have already sold or transferred over 160 freight vessels to Great Britain and Canada. Most of those which are still available in this country are old and obsolete. The Maritime Commission has about 179 modern ships which are built or building under its construction program. and some of these might perhaps be transferred to the British flag. But this entire fleet would not offset Britain's war losses, and new American shipbuilding plants won't begin to turn out new vessels for some time to come. Moreover, Britain's tonnage shortage would not be relieved very much by extension of the neutrality patrol. The final course, to allow American ships to enter the war zone and carry American materials directly to Britain, is almost the only one which would promise immediate aid. Direct repeal of the shipping restrictions of the Neutrality Act would call for action by Congress, but the President, by executive order, could modify his war zone proclamations to allow American ships to enter the ports of Ireland, for example, which is still neutral. But either of these steps would have far-reaching consequences, for if we allow American merchant vessels to enter the war zone, there is sure to be an immediate demand for American naval convoys. Whether or not this would be a belligerent act, it would be almost certain to lead to reprisals and the loss of American ships and American lives. So the fundamental issues which lie behind these two practical questions go much deeper and involve the whole issue of our relation to the war. The policy of aid to Britain has been supported by an overwhelming majority of the American people. But up to the present time, different groups of Americans have supported the program for different reasons. Many believe that Britain is fighting our war, that it would be better for the United States to go to war itself than to face the kind of a world which would follow a Nazi victory. Many other Americans support aid to Britain because they believe it will gain time for our own defense program and will keep war away from the Western Hemisphere. But they believe that it would be suicidal for the United States to enter the war now. Both of these theories have their advocates in Washington, but many people in both groups have closed their eyes to some of the hard realities which confront us today. Whether we like it or not, the United States has already become a decisive factor in Britain's ability to continue the war. If Britain should be forced to come to terms with Germany, we would probably face a united Europe under Nazi control. It is even possible that Britain would be compelled to join a victorious Axis bloc, thus confronting us with a far more serious problem in Latin America. But the alternatives present equally hard realities. Some of those who privately believe that we should throw our full weight into the balance continue to say that we can turn the balance without direct military intervention. This is a dangerous assumption. It is difficult to believe that the United States can throw its weight into the balance by half measures alone. For in total war, half measures are not likely to be effective.
Mr. William T. Stone, Vice President of the Foreign Policy Association and Director of its Washington Bureau, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 54th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is Axis prospects in the Balkans. Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, is the speaker. Mr. Popper.
Thank you. War has now been raging for 6 weeks in the wild and mountainous territory around the Greek and Albanian border. Today, the astounding Greek triumph is climaxed by news that the fascist forces are abandoning their remaining bases in southern Albania, at Porto Edda and Argyro Castron, and retiring toward the north, while the Italians are shaking up their high command. These Greek successes have had an electrifying effect on all of non-Nazi Europe. We hear that morale in Greece, Turkey, Egypt, and Palestine has risen appreciably. The diplomatic offensive of the Axis in Romania, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia has come to an abrupt halt. Everywhere, Britain's supporters are heartened. And in London, the public is already beginning to demand a knockout blow against Italy. The British government itself has given indirect sanction to this idea. Lord Woolton, the British Minister for Food, while explaining the new rationing regulations, declared the other day that every available British ship would be diverted to the Mediterranean for what he called the coming great offensive against Italy. We might conclude from these facts that Britain was on the threshold of a major success in the Balkans and the eastern Mediterranean. Without knowledge of all the elements in the situation, we can't definitely say that this is the case, but we do know enough to draw up a tentative balance sheet of the prospects in the Mediterranean area. Consider first the factors favorable to Britain. Foremost among these stands the Greek campaign itself, an entirely unforeseen development. 6 weeks ago, any military expert would have told you that the Greek army was not well trained, that it was a second-rate force deficient in equipment, that the country was restive under the iron dictatorship of General Metaxas. The Italians themselves believed these things. They launched their attack with insufficient preparation, quite certain that Greek resistance would collapse or Greek unity break before a show of fascist force. We were all of us wrong. The spirit of Greek patriotism proved stronger than the forces of division and defeatism within the country. Even though the Italians bombed Greek cities and ports and lowered civilian morale, the army was able to complete its mobilization. From that point on, the battle was a problem in strategy and tactics. The Italians had sent the wrong kind of army to the mountainous border. It was highly mechanized and motorized, a road-bound army, which was attacked and outflanked by Greek mountain troops descending from the peaks surrounding the highways. Bad weather and mud hindered the Italian advance and reduced the striking power of Italian aviation. The Greeks, acting with surprising skill, were careful not to press forward too quickly and weaken their lines of communication. As the situation stands today, the Greek army has occupied a long strip of Albanian territory, extending from the Yugoslav frontier to the sea and averaging more than 25 miles in depth. The Italians have been sending fresh troops to Albania, but the passage from Italy has been hampered by Royal Air Force attacks on the only remaining Albanian ports, Durazzo and Valona, which are inadequately equipped at best, and probably by the activity of British submarines in the lower Adriatic. The Italian aim just now appears to be to establish a defensive line along the Shkumbi River, which divides Albania into two almost equal parts. The principal Italian bases would then become the capital, Tirana, as well as Elbasan and Durazzo. Now, this is not to state that the Italians have yet lost half of Albania. Barring unexpected complications, it should take the Greeks a long time to push the Italians out of the coastal mountains in the southern portion of Albania. Under their new leadership, the Italian forces may be expected to unleash a counterstroke at any time. Until that stroke is delivered, it would be wise to withhold judgment on the true scope of the Greek victories. We must remember that Greek manpower and supplies are not inexhaustible, that British support on land and in the air have thus far been severely limited, and that the Italians retain air superiority over all this sector. So much, then, for the first factor in Britain's favor, the Greek advance. Equally important are the British victories on the sea, the torpedo attack by the Fleet Air Arm on the Italian battleships at Taranto, and the naval engagement off Sardinia a few days later. Conflicting claims and counterclaims make it difficult to state precisely just how much damage was done to the Italian fleet in these encounters. But it is clear, nevertheless, that the British Navy holds the advantage in the waters around Italy. That advantage was immeasurably strengthened by the occupation of Suda Bay in Crete, which brings British planes and cruisers 400 miles closer to the Italian bases than they were in Egypt, and the advantage will become still greater if the Italian Dodecanese islands off the Turkish coast should run out of food, fuel, and other supplies, as they are said to be doing, and surrender to the British. The third factor favorable to Britain, and perhaps the most important of all, is the condition of the people in Italy itself. A recent report by a government agricultural economist in Washington has cast new light on Italian living standards and emphasized the hardships which Italians are undergoing to carry on this war. Italy depends on foreign supplies for many of the most vital raw materials and foodstuffs. Out of about 24 million tons of merchandise imported into Italy in 1938, over 20 million, or about 84%, reached Italy by sea, and about 80% of these shipborne imports passed through the Strait of Gibraltar, with another 5% coming through the Suez Canal and a similar proportion through the Dardanelles. You can see, therefore, that the British blockade of Italy is crushing in its long-time effect. Ordinarily, Italy receives through Gibraltar and Suez 80% of its imports of cotton, 90% of its wool imports, all of its rubber and jute, 70% of its cereal grain imports, 2/3 of its fats and oil imports, and all of its foreign purchases of coffee and meats. The experts say that the Italian cotton reserves should be almost gone by the end of this year, and that supplies of wool and jute should not last much longer, and that rubber is extremely scarce. There is an acute shortage of petroleum. In fact, the Italian drive into Egypt may have been undertaken not only for strategic purposes, but also to replenish Italy's stocks of cotton and food. Nothing important has been heard from that front for several weeks, and it seems likely that the fascist advance has been hindered by the pressure on Italian supply lines across the Mediterranean and the desert, exerted by British ships and British planes. Nor is this the whole story of Italian privation. Within 2 weeks of Italy's entry into the war, new food restrictions were applied, and they have been increasing in severity ever since. There are now 4 meatless days a week. Sugar, fats, and oils are very scarce, and coffee is lacking, and even wheat is so short that bread flour is adulterated. Last Monday, the consumption of spaghetti, flour, and rice was restricted. On Thursday, an agreement to increase Italian food shipment to Germany was disclosed. Since August 1939, food prices have increased enormously, 33% before Italy entered the war, and an undisclosed amount since that time. The fourth factor favoring the British in the Mediterranean is the indirect effect of the campaign against Italy. The old adage, "nothing succeeds like success," seems pretty thoroughly demonstrated in modern war. Last week, the British were able to announce the conclusion of a credits agreement for trade between Spain and Britain, a sign that Britain does not expect General Franco to permit a German attack on Gibraltar through his territory, not in the immediate future. The Turks, too, have made a new economic agreement with the British. This will tend to tighten the bonds between the two countries and to reduce somewhat Turkish dependence on the German market. The Bulgarians, backed by Russia, have made it quite plain that they do not intend to join the Axis-Japan Pact and become subsidiary members of Germany's new order, as have Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. Thus, countries which were slowly falling into the Axis orbit have been able to stave off the final steps in the process. So, all in all, the war in the East has been going relatively well for Britain. But it would be wrong to overemphasize what may prove to be purely temporary gains. The basic factors which made the Eastern Mediterranean situation extremely critical for Britain remain largely unaltered. In the first place, it would be a mistake to believe that Italy has been knocked out. The British appear to have sufficient naval strength in the Mediterranean, but they lack men and airplanes, and probably supplies. Their numerical inferiority has made it impossible for them to send a real expeditionary force to Greece, where it might have helped to disorganize the Italian retreat and finish the campaign quickly. The same inferiority has made it impossible to assume the offensive against Marshal Graziani's troops marching on Egypt. And as long as the British Isles stand in deadly peril of invasion or destruction from the air, it is not likely that reinforcements can be supplied on the scale needed. Even if the Italians were driven completely out of Albania and Egypt, Italy would be far from defeated. Like everyone else, the Italians will fight better at home than abroad. They may undergo starvation and punishment from the sea and from the air with great fortitude, if they are convinced that they are defending their native land. More than this, the Germans cannot afford to let Italy or the fascist regime collapse. There is no doubt that the Italians would be loath to see German forces on Italian territory, or even in Albania, for that would constitute an admission that the southern end of the Axis is only a junior partner in the new order. And German policy in southern and eastern Europe has thus far been to avoid direct military measures in order to exploit peacefully the raw material production of the region and to carry on hostilities against the British Isles without any distraction from the rear. But the psychological effect of an Italian collapse would be so great, and the strategic advantage of it to Britain so clear, that neither Italy's scruples nor Germany's convenience would stand in the way of the necessary Nazi military movements. Basically, the ultimate decision on the war in this area depends then on Germany's move in the Balkans. We cannot tear aside the veil and gaze into the future, but we can see that the anarchy created by the Iron Guard revolt in Romania has given the Germans an opportunity to send additional troops into that country and to tighten their grip on its oil and wheat resources. We can see that German pressure may split Yugoslavia at any time, either by encouraging the Croat minority to revolt or by egging on hot-headed Hungarian and Bulgarian nationalists who want slices of territory which Yugoslavia took from them in the last war. Large-scale German military intervention in this area is unlikely before the spring, for the Balkan winter is hard on armies. A German campaign would move southward through Yugoslav or Bulgarian territory toward the Mediterranean Sea. Once the German military machine wins a foothold there, it may be depended upon to make things difficult for the British in the neighborhood of Suez. Greek and British victories, then, deserve our admiration, but their significance should not be exaggerated. Temporarily, the Axis has been stopped in the Balkans and the Mediterranean. The question remains, can Britain press home an offensive against the weaker flank of the Mediterranean? Can Britain do it when its home territory is under devastating attack by Germany? Britain means to fight on, that we know. Britain will fight on for its own safety and its system of social and political organization, hoping that with American aid, it can win a decision in the end.
Mr. David H. Popper, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 55th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is Inside Germany. The speaker is Mr. John C. DeWilde, Foreign Policy Association expert who follows international events in Germany. Mr. DeWilde.
Last Tuesday, on the eve of another winter of warfare and privation, the German Führer gave a pep talk. With his characteristic flair for drama, Hitler chose as a setting the shiny steel guns of a great munitions plant. And he addressed his remarks, above all, to the millions of workers who are laboring long hours in the armament factories throughout Greater Germany. Three things stood out in his speech. The first was the great emphasis laid on the Nazi thesis that the war is essentially a struggle between rich and poor, with Germany espousing the cause of the expropriated against the capitalistic democracies. Hitler depicted himself as the representative of the have-nots, the champion of the laboring masses in a titanic fight to break the power of gold and capitalism. 85 million Germans, he said, have 600,000 square miles at their disposal, while 46 million English have 40 million square kilometers. To the eradication of this alleged uneven distribution of living space, he pledged himself. Secondly, there was the confident reaffirmation of his belief in a final German victory. In strident tones, he cried out, "There will be no defeat in Germany, either military or economic, on the grounds of time. In our lexicon, there's no such word as capitulation." Finally, there were the hopes held out for the future. When this war is over, Hitler promised, the great work of creation is to begin in Germany. My ambition is to make the German people rich and the German land beautiful. We can imagine that at this point, the Führer's voice became less harsh and more persuasive. We want a state, he said, in which birth matters nothing and achievement means everything. Our ideal is that every position in the country shall be filled by a true son of the people. In reviewing this speech, one wonders why Hitler chose this time to make it. Are the German people beginning to lose confidence, despite the victories won by the German Army and Air Force? Is the prospect of a long war terrifying to many Germans who remember the outcome of the last one? Are supplies of foodstuffs and raw materials running dangerously short? Few people can pretend to answer these questions accurately. Dr. Goebbels and Heinrich Himmler, the chief of the all-pervasive German secret police, may take informal polls of public opinion now and then, but if so, they are not publishing the results to the world. Yet, we can perhaps assemble a few facts which may permit some tentative deductions. Let us take the question of supplies. Germany does not appear to be suffering from any critical shortage of raw materials. When she entered the war, the iron ore supply threatened to be a serious bottleneck in the German war economy. Now, French Lorraine, which has been annexed by the Reich, can fully supply the deficiency. In sharp contrast, Britain has now been almost completely cut off from the European supplies of ore on which her iron and steel industry depended to a large extent. At one time, there was also a danger that Germany might not have enough raw material to make the aluminum needed for the thousands of bombers. France again is making up this deficiency, while Britain must rely on far-off Canada for most of her aluminum. There is undoubtedly a relative shortage of many non-ferrous metals like copper, and of such ferroalloys as nickel, chromium, manganese, and tungsten. Yet the Nazis laid in sizable reserves before the war, and have rationed the consumption of all these minerals most carefully. But what about oil, you will ask? Here it is more difficult to give an opinion. Germany herself produces about 1 million tons of natural crude oil, and probably a couple million tons of synthetic gasoline. The Soviet Union may furnish almost 1 million tons yearly, although we have no reliable figures on this point. A few months ago, the Russians and Germans completed the construction of freight yards and pumping facilities on the Russo-German border, which makes possible the rapid and efficient transfer of oil from Russian to German tank cars. In addition, the Axis powers now monopolize the 6 million ton output of Romania. While these sources of supply seem more than ample, lack of adequate transportation facilities probably limits Germany's ability to draw on Russia and Romania. Moreover, we don't know to what extent German refineries and synthetic gasoline plants have been affected by British air attacks. British bombers have repeatedly concentrated on these targets and must have done some damage. But it would probably be safe to conclude that Germany still has enough oil to carry on the air warfare against Britain. Not much is needed for this purpose. The conquered territories have certainly made substantial contributions, some temporary, some more or less permanent, to Germany's industrial resources. A German economic weekly, which has recently come into my hands, frankly admits that Germany's conduct in these countries is guided only by the iron rule that everything is justified which ensures a final victory. This publication takes great pride in the efficiency with which the economic section of the Army staff follows up every conquest. A diligent search is made for stocks of raw materials and finished goods, and wherever they are found, a sign requisitioned by the German High Command immediately goes up. There is also an immediate inventory of all industrial facilities to uncover anything that might be useful in overcoming any bottlenecks in Germany. In some cases, machinery is simply dismounted and transported to the Reich. Thus, in the Paris area, as this German periodical proudly admits, some 2,000 machines were carted away. In other cases, where it is more advisable to utilize labor and supplies on the spot, the factories get subcontracts for the German army, which they have to carry out under German commissars. The conquered territories also constitute a labor reservoir for Germany. More than 1 million prisoners of war are at work in German factories and on farms. Thousands of unemployed Frenchmen, Hollanders, Belgians, and Norwegians have been persuaded, as the Nazis put it, to take jobs in Germany. They afford considerable help to a country which suffers from an acute shortage of manpower. In financing the war, the Nazi government is apparently meeting with no serious difficulties. Most people express amazement that Germany can find the necessary funds. Just this week, one of our listeners has written in, wondering how it is possible for a country which is supposed to be so poor to finance a war. Paradoxically enough, Germany has been able to pay for the war primarily because she is so poor. That is, poor in goods which people can buy. The German people, who are working hard and long hours, are actually earning more money than before the war. But they can only spend a small portion of it, because most of the goods produced are for war, thus leaving a relatively small part for civilian consumption. And what people can't spend, the government absorbs, either in the form of loans or taxes. While all this evidence testifies to Germany's material ability to continue the war, it indicates little or nothing about civilian morale. That is determined much more by the effectiveness of Britain's air warfare, by the adequacy of food and clothing, and by the hope, if any, of a German victory in the not-too-distant future. Up to the present, the air raids on Germany have by no means attained the intensity and scope of those on Britain. In some sections of northern Germany, notably in Hamburg, Bremen, and Kiel, and in the industrial Rhineland, bombing raids have been frequent enough to compel people to spend almost every night huddled in air raid shelters. But for the majority of the German people, such raids are probably still something of a novelty. And there are certainly no towns like Coventry, Southampton, and Birmingham which have been subjected to wholesale destruction. The testimony of neutral observers indicates, however, that civilian morale isn't entirely satisfactory. There's widespread gloom and apathy. No doubt, the Germans have been keenly disappointed that the victory, which seemed within their grasp last June and July, has still not been realized. They do not relish the prospect of another winter of warfare on short rations. True, the clothing allowance this year is slightly better than last, in part because the wardrobe of many Germans undoubtedly needs to be replaced, and in part because some Soviet cotton has become available, and stocks of other textile raw materials have been seized in the conquered countries. The government has repeatedly assured the people that there will be enough coal on hand, so that they will not have to shiver through this winter as they did last year. Even so, the supply will hardly permit German families to keep more than one room heated. So far, the government has avoided cutting the food rations, probably in the conviction that the German diet is already sufficiently restricted and monotonous. While bread, flour, and potatoes are plentiful, vegetables and fruit are very hard to get. This summer there was a very good supply of vegetables, but a shortage of tin prevented much canning. The fruit crop, on the whole, was a failure. The way in which passers-by in Berlin recently pounced on the contents of an upset apple cart shows how apples are coveted by Germans in these days. The present meat ration can probably be maintained, but German housewives are much more concerned about the supply of butter and other fats. The shortage of fodder has decreased milk yields, and the German government will probably have to dip into its reserves of fats. In the current Christmas season, the German housewife is finding shopping more difficult than ever, whether for food or for presents. And this is a cheerless prospect indeed for a nation which has always attached great value to the proper celebration of Christmas. Hitler's speech, to which I alluded at the beginning, was probably designed to encourage the people to bear their sacrifices still longer. It was one of many efforts recently made to bolster morale. Most of these have been made to keep the regime popular with the working classes on whom the war effort so largely depends. Premiums for overtime work, for example, were restored this fall, and the administration of the war income tax was recently adjusted so as to lessen the burden on those with small incomes. Additional food was also assigned to the kitchens of those factories in which employees were working long hours on the manufacture of munitions. Above all, the German government has focused rose-colored glasses on the social and economic conditions that are to prevail after the war. Numerous articles in newspapers and periodicals have set forth plans for the economic reorganization of Europe, which would inaugurate a new era of peace and plenty for all. Dr. Lai, who marshals the Nazi Labor Front, has painted a post-war picture in which any German father would pack his wife and 3 or 4 children into a people's car and travel all over the continent in the search of pleasure and culture. All this, Hitler has proclaimed, is part of the Nazi aim to create a model socialist state and ensure full employment after the war. The available evidence does not permit very definite conclusions. There appears to be no likelihood that Germany will break down internally for material or for moral reasons, at least as long as there's even a small hope of victory. There are perhaps only 2 ways in which Germany can be defeated. On the one hand, by greatly intensified air raids on such a scale as to demoralize the German populace. On the other, a persuasive and astute campaign designed to convince the German people that the post-war settlement will be constructive rather than vindictive.
Mr. John C. DeWilde, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you'd like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are listening. We'll repeat the address: the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This program originated in the studios of WFIL, and this is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 56th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is Inside England. The speaker is Mr. James Frederick Green, Foreign Policy Association expert who follows international events in Great Britain. Mr. Green.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, an official spokesman of the German Foreign Office condemned the foreign policy of the United States as one of pinpricks, injury, challenge, and moral aggression. And he warned that the recent appeal to the British Minister of Shipping, who asked us to seize the many foreign ships lying idle in our harbors, was inciting America to commit a warlike act. Whatever this very strong statement means with regard to German-American relations, it throws light on Great Britain's position in the war. Germany realizes that Britain can survive only if she has ships to bring food and raw materials to the British Isles, and that only America can provide those ships and war materials to help Britain survive. The British realize this somber fact too, and only 3 days ago Winston Churchill warned them that it would be a disaster to suppose that the supreme danger is past. Therefore, the next 3 or 4 months may well be the decisive ones of the war, and may place Britain in a precarious situation unless American aid, about which Germany has protested, is forthcoming. On the credit side of Britain's ledger are the unexpected events in the Mediterranean, where British sea, land, and air forces have scored heavily in North Africa and Albania. For the first time since the war began, somebody has put a large question mark on the claims of the Axis powers to be invincible. Also on the credit side of the ledger, Britain is far better prepared to resist invasion than it was last summer. But the threat of invasion has not disappeared with the coming of the winter weather. In his speech last Thursday, Mr. Churchill said, "The watchword must be unceasing vigilance." So much for the favorable aspects of Britain's position, and there can be no doubt that in many ways Britain has made extraordinary progress since the fall of France last June. But on the debit side of the ledger, certain unfavorable factors loom very large. They have to do with airplanes, ships, and industrial production, and the effect of these 3 items on civilian morale. The airplane problem can be stated very simply. Britain had enough fighter planes, pilots, and anti-aircraft guns last September to stop mass bombing attacks by daylight, and thus to save London from disaster. Britain therefore fulfilled the first task of aerial defense, but it has not yet been able to solve the second problem, the night bomber. Nor have the British been able to launch a really large-scale air offensive against the Axis powers. The RAF has undoubtedly done severe damage to Germany and Italy. But Germany, now that it controls most of Europe, is far less vulnerable to air attack than the compact little British target across the Channel. Not until Britain gains superiority over Germany in planes and plane production, especially bombers, can it hope for victory. According to some estimates, Britain's airplane production reached a record peak last August, probably more than 2,000 planes monthly, but then fell off to an average of about 1,700 planes from September through November. Even with imports of American planes added in, this total is still probably well below German production at the present time. Now, the problem of shipping is equally important for Britain. Over 4 million tons of shipping, British, Allied, and neutral, have been sunk so far, and the rate of losses has been increasing in the past few months. In the last 2 weeks for which we have figures, the 2 weeks ending December 8th, over 180,000 tons of world shipping has been sunk. If Germany could keep up that rate through 1941, it would sink over 4.5 million tons of shipping. Britain can't possibly build ships fast enough to meet its own losses, and many of the other important shipbuilding countries are now under German control. That's why the British welcomed the 50 destroyers we traded them last September, and why they are now buying up every ship they can find in this country, and are planning to build 60 new freighters here. Without imports, Britain cannot feed either its citizens or its machines. Already serious shortages of foodstuffs are developing in Britain, although large surpluses exist in North America and elsewhere, simply because Britain must conserve its shipping for transport of raw materials to its factories, and perhaps of supplies to its troops in the Mediterranean. The third factor, industrial production, is also of vital significance in Britain's military plans, and of course it depends to a large extent upon the airplane and shipping factors I've just mentioned. All the really interesting figures regarding industrial production are among the most carefully guarded secrets of the various belligerent countries. We can only guess at the damage done to the British economy by Germany's airplanes and submarines. Until the end of September, the Germans seemed to concentrate their bombing attacks pretty largely upon London, and they unquestionably damaged the many industries and communications in and around that enormous city. It was only in October and November that the German bombers went systematically after the great heavy industries in the Midlands at Coventry, Birmingham, and Sheffield. About the only official clue we have as to the results appeared in a recent speech by Mr. Arthur Greenwood, a member of the War Cabinet. Mr. Greenwood stated flatly that all of these air raids had not weakened the essential framework of British industry, but he admitted that they had slowed up what he called the expanding progress of recent months. And Mr. Greenwood went on to say something much more significant, that it would take another 2 years before Britain could reach the peak of its armament production, and even then, only with the help of the United States. This brings us to the question of civilian morale. What Mr. WWII said on this program last Sunday about the German people applies just as forcefully to the British people, that a nation can fight on, even for years, so long as it believes in its own cause and has confidence in an ultimate victory. The British people have certainly exhibited both that belief and that confidence in the last 6 months. Only a few weeks ago, the British Parliament voted against any consideration of peace by 341 to 4. But the British people realize that victory depends upon airplanes, ships, and hundreds of other implements of war. And they realize with grave anxiety that they can gain supremacy in these weapons only with American assistance. Lord Lothian stated this fact very frankly in the last speech before his death, and he warned the United States that the final showdown might come within the next few months. But the question of American aid, and whether it will come in time to turn the tide, is not only the only issue influencing British morale. The incessant air raids have obviously done appalling damage to civilian life in many parts of England. In the large cities, especially London, hordes of people have to spend every night underground and to face indescribable discomforts and the growing menace of disease. Thousands of Britishers have lost their homes and all their property and have been uprooted from their families and familiar surroundings. Under the circumstances, it's remarkable that civilian morale has not been broken by the despair and resentment that must follow the nightly devastation. But through Parliament and the press, even in wartime, the British public can criticize and condemn the shortcomings of its officials and demand immediate action. Recently, there have been hints of an increase in public resentment over the inadequate shelter facilities in London and the inadequate housing and feeding preparations for air raid victims. The labor leaders in the cabinet, Ernest Bevin and Herbert Morrison, have been going out of their way to attack the Communist Party. They accuse the Communists of fomenting trouble in the air raid shelters and of promoting strikes in the factories. Apparently, the Communists are taking advantage of unsatisfactory conditions wherever they find them, and apparently they are finding many such conditions to exploit. Several other questions that affect British morale deserve watching this winter. Winston Churchill has won tremendous popularity as a dynamic, imaginative leader, and his coalition has worked miracles since the dark days of Norway last spring. But the cabinet is still a coalition of conservatives, liberals, and laborites, all of whom are patriotically determined to fight the war, but all of whom quite naturally disagree over some of the ways and means of fighting it. They disagree, for example, over taxation and financial policy, over social legislation, and over foreign policy. For example, the business interests in England oppose the excess profits tax of 100% that was enacted last spring. The Labour Party, on the other hand, is not satisfied with the sales tax, which went into effect in October, and some of its members advocate a tax on capital wealth. The government has guaranteed a certain income for the railways, so other industries want similar privileges. The government has not yet solved the familiar problem of inflation, with both prices and wages rising in the so-called vicious circle. Food prices in England, for example, have risen 25% since the outbreak of war, and clothing prices have risen even more. While many consumers have received higher wages, especially in the arms factories, many others have been severely hit by the rise in the cost of living. Moreover, many liberals and labor leaders argue that this war, like the last one, should be used to promote social legislation, and they are seeking to reform England's school system to help the poorer classes. Yesterday, for example, the heads of the three great churches in England, the Church of England, the Roman Catholic, and the Nonconformist faiths, issued a joint statement of war aims, urging that extreme inequality of wealth should be abolished and that every child should have equal opportunity for education and so forth. The liberals maintain that in health, security, and general well-being of the masses is as important as planes and battleships. Just last summer, in fact, Parliament passed legislation to provide 1 pint of free milk to every poor child under 5 in England. But many conservatives, on the other hand, fear that Britain is rapidly getting socialism without any benefit of an election, and that in wartime a nation must curtail every activity except its war effort, which in Britain today is now taking 1/2 of the national income. The larger issues of foreign policy also enter into the picture, while the conservatives and the laborites in the government probably have rather different ideas on such matters as war aims, relations with the Soviet Union and with Franco's Spain, and the question of self-government for India. At least many labor leaders outside the government certainly are quite critical of the foreign policy of Lord Halifax, the new ambassador to the United States, and they demand that Britain go much further in stating its war aims. You will find the best statement of this case in Harold J. Lasky's new book, Where Do We Go From Here? The British Labour Party has officially advocated a federation of Europe, and its most powerful leader in the government, Mr. Ernest Bevin, is strongly in favor of its program for pooling all colonies under an international administration. Now, Prime Minister Churchill, so far, has maintained that he must concentrate on fighting the war, but he is reported to be preparing a statement of war aims to be delivered next week. All of these many factors play a part in Britain's war effort. From this side of the Atlantic, it is hard to estimate their relative importance from week to week. We can only surmise that the most critical days of the war lie just ahead for Britain, and that the balance of forces between the two great contestants is now very close. Since Britain cannot draw fully upon the vast resources of the British Empire and the United States for another year or more, it may face its real test of strength during the next few months.
Dr. James Frederick Green, or rather Mr. Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are listening. That address is 22 East 38th Street, New York. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. Today's speaker was Mr. James Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association. This is the National Broadcasting Company. America Looks Abroad. This is the 57th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is War and Peace Prospects for 1941. The speaker is Mrs. Vera Michaelis Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association. Mrs. Dean.
Thank you. Here in the United States, where we seem far from the battlefields of Europe and Asia, the holiday season is darkened by anxiety about the coming year. How much darker are these days for the peoples of Europe, who in a short span of 1 year have lived through one of the most far-reaching upheavals known to history. Britain, locked in a grim struggle with Germany, is striving to prevent invasion from air and sea. At the same time, Britain is making every effort to maintain communications with overseas countries on which it depends in increasing measure for supplies of airplanes and armaments. Germany controls virtually the entire European continent. But as long as Britain resists, Europe remains isolated, cut off from overseas countries by the British blockade. Germany must therefore seek to deliver a mortal blow at the British Isles within the next few weeks or months, before American aid to Britain has assumed substantial proportions. Italy, after suffering serious reverses in Albania and Africa, finds itself increasingly dependent on Germany. The Nazis may now stage a drive into the Balkans, both to relieve pressure on Italy and to divert British attention from the major theater of war in the West. Such a drive, in turn, may bring Germany into conflict with Russia, which until now has been hostile to both Britain and Germany, but is alarmed by the eastward expansion of the Nazis. Meanwhile, most Americans still hope that the United States can stay out of the wars that are ravaging other continents. Our people, however, are divided as to the best method of avoiding involvement in war. Some believe that our best insurance against war is to give Britain all the aid at our command, so that the British can defeat Germany without military intervention on our part. Others fear that additional aid to Britain will precipitate an open clash between the United States and Germany. They fear that even should Britain win, the British would make a peace like that of Versailles, starting again the vicious circle of wars in Europe. They argue that war would destroy democratic institutions in this country, as well as Britain. Some of them consequently urge a negotiated peace between Britain and Germany before it is too late. In the midst of so much confusion and uncertainty, no one dare be so bold as to predict the outcome of the profound upheavals which are transforming the face of the world. One thing is clear. Whatever may be our views on the international situation, whether we are pacifists or isolationists or what are known as interventionists, we show by the very heat of our discussions that we are not indifferent to Europe's fate. Why is that? Why have we failed to achieve the kind of mental and emotional detachment that would make it possible for us to adopt a policy of isolation? Because we realize that for better or worse, the United States is part of that Western civilization that is being challenged by Nazism. Even if we should feel no concern for Europe's political and economic future, we are concerned with what is happening there in that deeper sense, so well expressed by John Donne when he said many years ago, "Any man's death diminishes me, because I'm involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know, for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee." That is why it is so important for us to understand Europe's experience. Some Americans believe that there is no need to worry about the outcome of the war in Europe because this country is not in danger of military invasion. It is true that the United States is in no danger of immediate military invasion by Germany, even if Britain should be defeated tomorrow. But it would be a perilous illusion to believe that because this country is not threatened with invasion, it is therefore secure against the effects of the European conflict. As France and other continental countries discovered, disintegration from within can be far more dangerous than attack from without. Germany's so-called secret weapon is not a military weapon. It is the weapon of propaganda, which divides a country from within, corrodes public opinion, sets parties and groups against each other, and finally achieves that internal breakdown of authority, which paves the way for actual military occupation. This weapon of propaganda has been rightly described as secret because no country appears to be aware of it until it has been conquered by Germany. For what is the secret of Hitler's striking victories on the European continent? Some people believe his victories were due to Germany's extraordinary military machine, and it is true that Germany has an extraordinary military machine backed by an extraordinary economic machine. Others believe that Hitler's victories were due to the activities of fifth columns, and it is true that fifth columns aided the Nazis from within in every invaded country. But why has Britain succeeded so far, where France and others failed? Of course, the English Channel remains a strong defense against German invasion, even though its value has been diminished by the development of air and submarine warfare. But the secret of British resistance is neither superior armaments nor superior methods of dealing with fifth columns. The secret of British resistance is civilian courage. It is a courage springing from the belief of ordinary men and women, untrained for war and hating war, that their community, their institutions, their way of life are worth defending, and a voluntary determination of these men and women to make whatever sacrifice may prove necessary in terms of lives and material comforts and possessions. I stress the words civilian courage and voluntary determination to sacrifice, because I believe that they provide a clue to the kind of a new order which the democratic peoples can offer as a valid alternative to the new order proposed by the Nazis. For without civilian courage, democratic society tends to disintegrate into anarchy. Out of the bitter experience of the past year, we are learning that democratic rights and freedoms are not automatically perpetuated. They must constantly be defended against encroachments by various groups and special interests. We are learning that democracy need not be synonymous with political agnosticism. On the contrary, democracy can thrive only if it is a living faith, which, while tolerating other political faith, is ready to defend itself by force, if necessary. But while democracy cannot exist without civilian courage, neither can it exist without a spirit of sacrifice on the part of all groups of the population. As long as the peoples of Western countries fear to sacrifice lives and material possessions to defend themselves, the Nazis were bound to succeed, for the Nazis shrank from no sacrifices. Nazi propaganda could also argue that the democracies, while professing high ideals of international morality, were actually not ready either to fight in defense of their ideals or to fulfill them by surrendering some of their economic privileges. Again, out of the bitter experience of the past year, we are beginning to realize that peace, like freedom, cannot be automatically perpetuated. Today, the British are making sacrifices for war that they would never have dreamt of making for peace. Today, they are thinking in terms of international planning and international controls for their wartime needs, where yesterday they, like ourselves, thought largely in terms of their own interests. It can only be hoped that some of the lessons people all over the world are now learning in time of war may be remembered when the time comes to build for peace. You might ask, well, under these circumstances, is there any basis for a negotiated peace? Is it not possible to shorten the war, to spare lives and economic resources, to prevent extension of the conflict, before Britain and Germany have destroyed each other? This is obviously a tempting thought. If the struggle between Britain and Germany is to develop into a long-drawn stalemate, or if Germany is bound to win the final victory, would it not be better to end the war now and salvage what one can in Europe? As you know, a number of leading Americans, among them Senators Tidings and Wheeler, are urging our government to explore the possibilities of a negotiated peace, and Senator Wheeler has stated that in his opinion a basis might be found for a just peace in Europe. Now, what are the obstacles to a negotiated peace? The first and most important is that the British do not trust Hitler. They feel that a peace negotiated with Hitler would be another and far more disastrous Munich, an uneasy truce which would give Germany leisure to prepare for a final blow against what is left of the Western world. You must also remember that in case such a truce were signed today, it would be practically impossible for the British to resume the conflict should Germany attack them again. Another important obstacle to negotiated settlement from the British point of view is that a peace negotiated today between Britain and Germany would be equivalent to a German victory. For at a peace conference held today, Germany, with its army and most of its industry intact, would insist on retaining its hegemony of Europe. It would demand a substantial share of Africa. It would insist on surrender of at least part of the British fleet. It would insist on free access by a German-controlled Europe to the foodstuffs and raw materials of Latin America. It would demand surrender of the French fleet and French colonies. The most the British could expect would be to keep the British Isles and to retain nominal control of those parts of the empire that lie outside Africa. Still another important obstacle to a negotiated peace is that it would leave the conquered peoples of Europe to such fate as may be reserved for them by Germany. The British believe that to abandon these people now would not only be a repudiation of their pledge to liberate the peoples of Europe, but would not provide a basis for the just peace contemplated by men like Senator Wheeler. For these and many other reasons, the British are not ready to consider a negotiated peace, which they would regard as total defeat. Nor must we indulge in the belief that a negotiated peace would affect Britain alone. For if such a peace confirms German hegemony in Europe and a large part of Africa, The position of the United States is bound to be affected by this change in the balance of power. Germany already controls the principal shipbuilding facilities of Europe. It would then have direct access to the Atlantic, where, no longer confronted by the British fleet, it could challenge our sea power, while Japan challenges us in the Pacific. The United States might be in no immediate danger of invasion, but it would be confronted with the most formidable industrial competitor it has ever faced, and would be caught in a pincer-like movement between the combined threats of Germany and Japan. Under such circumstances, the United States would have no choice but to accept Axis-imposed isolation. And you must remember that isolation would not necessarily protect us against German penetration in the Western Hemisphere. What is the alternative to a negotiated peace of this character? The alternative, as the British see it, is complete and total defeat of Hitler, and the substitution in Germany of a regime possibly controlled by the army, which would be in a position to negotiate a peace Britain could trust. But you may ask, can the British achieve a complete and total defeat of Hitler? The answer, so far as can be determined, is that the British cannot achieve a decisive victory over Hitler unless they receive a much larger measure of aid from the United States. Aid that might eventually involve military intervention by this country. Now, in the opinion of some Americans, involvement of this country in war is far more dangerous than the most disastrous negotiated peace. And we must, in all honesty to ourselves and to Europe, realize that it will not be enough for the British, with our aid, to win the war. We would also have to help the British win the peace. Are we prepared to undertake the heavy responsibility not only of giving further aid to Britain, even at the risk of war with Germany, but also, when war is over, of collaborating with Britain in the construction of a new order? In considering this question, we must realize that the United States is a great power, and power cannot be divorced from responsibility. Even if all we do is urge Britain to accept a negotiated peace, would be undertaking a grave responsibility, and to that extent would be intervening again in the European conflict. No course that lies before us is free from risk. This we must remember as we await the President's speech tonight and the decision of Congress in the new year.
Mrs. Vera Michaelis-Dean, Director of the Research Department of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you're listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 16th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which offers accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject, the debate over the President's foreign policy. Mr. James Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, is today's speaker. And now, here's Mr. Green.
Today, on the eve of Mr. Roosevelt's third inauguration, the American people are preparing to decide some of the most momentous issues in their history. The 77th Congress is beginning its sessions with one of the great debates of recent decades. During the controversy over the President's Lend-Lease bill, we shall have a chance to reappraise our national interests and to decide our national policy. To make the most of this opportunity and to reach the right decision, it is very important to distinguish between the objectives which the different spokesmen have in mind and the means by which they hope to accomplish those objectives. Some people who agree with Mr. Roosevelt's general foreign policy disagree with this particular bill. Other people who do not accept the President's objectives do desire centralization of authority to speed up defense production. First, a word about the general objectives of foreign policy which dominate the thinking of the administration on the one hand and the opposition on the other. The administration argues that we are witnessing a gigantic struggle for world power between two philosophies of government and two ways of life. President Roosevelt believes that the democracies cannot compromise with dictatorships which resort to aggression. Now, the opponents of Mr. Roosevelt do not accept this thesis in its entirety. Some of them frankly state that they don't care who wins the war. Many others prefer a British victory, but they believe that it is not worth our risking war. They feel that the old world order, which since 1815 has been largely a British world order, is disintegrating, and that nothing we can do will stop the oncoming wave of the future. They suggest that we come to terms with whoever wins the wars in Europe and Asia, and reach the best bargain possible. The administration expresses its philosophy in terms of sea power. Secretary Hull, Secretary Stimson, and Secretary Knox, in testifying this week before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, all declared emphatically that American security and independence rest upon control of the high seas, either by ourselves or by friendly powers. They asserted very bluntly that if the British Navy were defeated, we should be in immediate danger of invasion. In other words, they look at the British Navy and the British Empire territories as our own outermost ramparts and our first line of defense. The critics of these cabinet members, like Ambassador Kennedy and Representative Fish, dismiss the possibility of actual invasion as fantastic and argue that we should not be directly threatened if British sea power were destroyed. They argue that Hitler would be far too busy in Europe to risk trouble in the Western Hemisphere, and that he couldn't reach us across the Atlantic even if he wanted to. Since President Roosevelt and his advisers believe that British sea power is vital to our own safety, they believe that we should make every possible effort to assist those who are resisting the dictatorships. The administration admits that there is risk of war in its policy of aid to Britain, but it declares that there is less risk of war than in any other policy. The administration apparently hopes that our economic support will be enough to prevent a German victory and to assure a British victory. It also believes that if we fail to support Britain now, we shall have to fight later and under very disadvantageous circumstances. Many of those who oppose the administration take a more pessimistic view, assuming that Britain is on the verge of defeat, and hence they argue that it would be fatal for us to commit ourselves now and to back a lost cause. Many others, like Senator Wheeler, for example, feel that Germany cannot be defeated by mere economic aid, but only by a long conflict involving a large American expeditionary force. Over the whole debate, in fact, hangs the shadow of that fear of sending troops abroad again. And of course no one can guarantee that our present commitment of seeing the British through will not eventually require the use of manpower overseas. But that risk is also involved in the alternative policy of not supporting Britain. Thus we Americans are finally coming to grips with the one question which we have been dodging ever since the war began. Are we so convinced that a British defeat would be disastrous to our own national interests that we are willing to prevent that defeat at all cost, even at the risk of going to war? The middle course, which we have followed so far, of helping the British short of war, becomes more difficult every month, although Mr. Kennedy maintained yesterday that it is still possible. The real showdown may come within the next 2 or 3 months. We may soon be caught between two alternatives, neither of which is very pleasant. Either we commit ourselves to preventing Britain's defeat this spring at whatever cost to ourselves, or we tell the British that we are not willing to see them through. The first alternative involves obvious risk of war, as I've already mentioned. It might provoke an immediate showdown with Japan, which is obliged under its alliance with Germany and Italy of last September to come to their rescue. We should then be placed in the unfortunate position of having to fight in the Atlantic and Pacific at the same time. But the second alternative, of promoting peace negotiations now, involves one or two other risks that are sometimes overlooked. If we decline to increase our support, and thus persuaded Britain to start peace negotiations, we would remove the major stimulus to our own defense program and reduce the present pressure for greater production of armaments. The letdown in this country which would follow such an armistice in Europe might give the Axis powers just the breathing spell they needed for complete victory, and leave us even more dangerously exposed to attack. Moreover, by letting the British Empire down now, we would be losing about the only friend we have left among the great powers. The British would probably regard us with the same bitter hostility with which they are now regarded by France. All of these considerations, and probably many more, affect the debate over House Resolution 1776. The bill itself contains a number of controversial issues. Many congressmen who endorse the President's aims hesitate to give so much power to any one man. They regret that the President did not consult the Republican leaders of Congress before introducing the bill, and that he made the measure so wide in scope and so drastic in tone. Many Washington correspondents say that the administration deliberately asked for more than it expected to get, a customary procedure in such negotiations. It's generally believed that the bill will be passed, but with a number of amendments and compromises. Congress as a whole recognizes the need for decisive action in an emergency, but it is not yet prepared to surrender all authority without any time limitations and without periodical accounting. Probably the proposal which Mr. Wilkie and others have made regarding a definite time limit for these powers, perhaps 2 years, would eliminate many doubts and hesitations. Several things must be said on behalf of the bill. By putting everything into one brief measure, the administration is determined to settle the general policy of aid to Britain once and for all. Piecemeal proposals introduced month after month would only have increased the bitterness of debate and confused and alarmed the public. Secondly, the bill in itself is only an outline of power, only an outline of action, a grant of power. To have any effect, good or bad, it must be implemented by specific actions and regulations, and especially by actual increase in industrial output. Such a grant of authority, its proponents argue, including Mr. Wilkie, is a necessary weapon for the government to have in a great emergency, both for foreign policy and domestic affairs. And finally, it can be argued that the bill itself does not afford the executive much new opportunity to involve the country in war. Every president, as commander-in-chief of our armed forces, has the right to get the country into war, for he has the constitutional authority to move airships, troops, and vessels anywhere he wants. Theoretically, the president could, without this bill, order the fleet to convoy merchant vessels or to participate in hostilities abroad. As we discovered last fall, the president on his own authority can trade destroyers for naval bases or release army weapons to a belligerent power. The opponents of the Lend-Lease bill declare, however, that the measure sweeps aside all restrictions on executive powers and in effect takes away from Congress the power to declare war. Some of them say that it would have been much more honest for the administration to ask Congress for a declaration of war. They point out that while the President has very great powers as Commander-in-Chief, he is given some new and rather startling ones by this measure. One obvious change lies in the clause under which the President can allow belligerent powers to repair their naval vessels in this country, a reversal of our previous neutrality statutes and of international law. It's quite possible that this particular provision might be put into effect immediately, as British shipyards and repair docks are said to have been seriously damaged by air raids. The opponents of the bill also want to know the exact status of the Neutrality Act and the Johnson Act, since the new resolution specifically gives these powers to the President, notwithstanding the provisions of any other law. A number of critics, including such prominent citizens as former President Hoover, Mr. Landon, and Mr. Dewey, warn that the Lend-Lease bill is a prelude to dictatorship. They fear, as many Americans fear, that war, or even this all-out aid to Britain, means the end of democracy in America. On the other hand, some people, like Senator Glass, feel that even the Lend-Lease bill does not go far enough, and that only a declaration of war will suffice to turn the tide in Europe. British spokesmen, both official and unofficial, have been very careful in the past to avoid asking us to enter the war. Prime Minister Churchill Friday night declared he did not need our manpower, but he begged us for an avalanche of weapons. Our declaration of war would, of course, have certain obvious advantages to the British. It would allow American merchant vessels to carry supplies to the British Isles and American warships to convoy them. It would allow American warships and planes to enter the Mediterranean, where the German Air Force is striking fiercely at the British Navy. Furthermore, our entering the war would, of course, greatly speed up our production of arms and munitions, and it might also have an important effect upon the morale of the German and Italian people, who still hope for victory in the near future. Whatever our decision on the Lend-Lease bill and on these vital questions of policy, one or two other issues will deserve our attention in the future. One of them has to do with war aims. Many of the people who hesitate to hand the President a blank check are asking what kind of a world he has in mind at the end of hostilities, should Britain, with American aid, obtain a victory over Germany. Now, it would be difficult for the American government to request a public statement of British war aims at a time when Britain is fighting for survival. But at least we ought to be formulating our own aims, as we did so effectively in the World War. This question of war aims becomes especially difficult when we realize that the British are undergoing severe economic strain and social transformation. No one can predict what kind of society and what form of government will emerge in Britain, even in case of victory. Many American businessmen dislike the idea of underwriting a British government which contains the leading figures of the Labor Party, just as many American liberals and labor spokesmen distrust the conservatives in the British government. Well, out of all this confusion and disagreement, can we possibly evolve any clear and consistent policy? There is certainly no easy way for a democracy to formulate a foreign policy. Perhaps, however, we can learn a few lessons from Britain and France and the other countries which in the past few years have been through just such crises and have had to make just such difficult decisions. One of the lessons of the last year or two is always to expect the worst and to prepare for the worst. The fatal mistake of Britain and France was to underestimate the strength of the dictatorships and to overestimate their own strength. A second lesson is the need for speed, whatever policy is followed, in order to avoid that tragic phrase, too little and too late. Another lesson of Europe is this: it is worthless to build armaments unless the people of the country have faith in their political institutions and confidence in their leaders, and unless they are convinced that the heavy economic burdens of defense are being shared by all citizens and all classes. Thus, with the experience of Britain, France, the smaller countries of Western Europe, and the various British democracies before us, we should be able to learn a great deal about what to do and what not to do in starting our own defense preparations.
Mr. James Frederick Green, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like to have a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are listening. I will repeat the address. That's Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York, or in care of the station to which you are listening. The Foreign Policy Association is a nonpartisan organization open to all who are interested in American foreign policy. It offers accurate information on current world happenings. In the world of today, foreign affairs are your affairs. We invite you to tune in next Sunday to hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America Looks Abroad with your foreign correspondent, Robert Arden. Presented each weeknight over these stations by the 12 Southern California offices of Dr. Cowan, the friendly credit dentist, whose main Los Angeles office is over the Owl Drug, 5th and Broadway. And now, by transcription, here is Robert Arden.
Good evening. The Balkan situation looks very serious tonight. The fall of Thessaloniki, the important harbor on the Aegean, is liable to prove a very critical handicap to the Greek forces in eastern and central Thrace. As a matter of fact, the Nazi thrust to Thessaloniki seems to have cut off entirely the valiant Greek troops which, according to the latest communiques, are still holding out on the mountain ranges along the Bulgarian border against terrific Nazi assaults. Now, if the Nazis can widen the gap and push further to the west, the Greek armies in eastern Thrace will undoubtedly be forced to surrender. And, quite candidly, that would be a hard blow, because it has been announced by Athens that the vital Rhodope defenses had been manned with the heroic soldiers from Albania. Now, another very dangerous move has been made by Nazi columns in central Serbia. After occupying the former Serbian capital of Niš, the Nazi mechanized divisions pushed on southward and joined their advance columns at Skopje. A new drive was started almost immediately from there, and that drive, according to a communiqué released by Berlin, carried the Nazi forces beyond Prilep and Tetovo two small but strategic towns in south-central Serbia. Tetovo is only about 20 miles east of the Albanian border, and last night German authorities stated that a junction has already been established between the Nazi and fascist forces. That, if true, would be perhaps the most serious and damaging blow to the Allied defense lines, inasmuch as it would isolate Yugoslavia. If the connection between Greece and Yugoslavia should be severed, it would mean that an eventual collapse of Yugoslavia is only a question of a short time. The Yugoslavs, heroic though the individual soldier may be, have no modern war equipment that would enable them to make a successful stand against the Nazi juggernaut. All tanks, munitions, bombs, and planes to be used against the Nazi aggression must be sent to Yugoslavia from Greece. If that lifeline is cut, resistance becomes impossible. Of course, it can be anticipated that many of the Serbian contingents would retire into the rugged mountains and in all probability keep up a continued guerrilla warfare against the Nazis. But that, at best, would be annoying and perhaps even costly in human lives to the Nazis. But it would hardly change the ultimate outcome. The report of the junction with the fascist forces, however, emanated from Berlin only. It has not been confirmed by either Rome, Athens, or London. On the contrary, the Yugoslav legation in Athens issued a communique to the effect that Yugoslav forces are steadily advancing in Albania, that they have crossed the Dren River and are well on their way to central Albania. That report sounds far more credible because, contrary to the Nazi assertion, it was confirmed by both Rome and Athens. It is therefore possible that the Yugoslavs may yet reach the Italian main force in Albania before the Nazis can come to its aid. That, naturally, would have a tremendous effect upon the entire situation because it would establish a new defense line running from Zara on the Adriatic coast over Montenegro's Cetinje, along the Albanian-Yugoslav border down into central Greece. And that line would be favored by wild and impassable mountain ranges where the Yugoslavs, Greeks, and British could possibly hold out against all further Nazi advances. Perhaps that is even the strategic plan adopted by the Allied High Command. Now let's have a word from Lou Marcel.
Probably two of the most prominent words in the headlines of today's news are emergency and preparedness. Naturally, they relate to national affairs. But it occurred to me that they can have a far more personal implication if applied to dentistry, and here's what I mean. Dentistry can easily be subdivided into the same classifications: emergency dentistry and preparation dentistry. Preparation dentistry is being preached and stressed by the entire dental profession today, just as it has been for years past. Every good dentist would far rather prepare your teeth for years of health defense and trouble-free usefulness than to make emergency repairs made necessary by your own dental negligence. At least this is the choice of Dr. Cowan, the friendly credit dentist, and this choice is obvious in the amount of advertising that Dr. Cowan sponsors, simply in an effort to urge you to have your teeth cared for regularly. Undoubtedly, the dentist's work would be simpler if his only tasks were to pull your teeth and replace them with artificial dentures. That would be a highly specialized and relatively simple work. But no conscientious dentist would care to take this easy way out. His interest is always to preserve your natural teeth for the greatest possible length of time. It's true enough that today's artificial dentures of transparent material are remarkable in point of comfort, economy, service, and appearance. But just the same, Dr. Cowan prefers his policy of never extracting a natural tooth that can be saved. Better have your teeth checked over now. The main Dr. Cowan Friendly Credit Dental office is over the Owl Drug, 5th and Broadway in downtown Los Angeles. Now back to Robert Orton.
It may not be very long before it will become clear whether this is the plan of the Allied High Command or not. The Nazis, apparently, are now moving on two fronts towards central Greece, the region of Mount Olympus, the home of the Greek gods. There, the British expeditionary forces and the Greek armies are said to have occupied defense positions carefully selected by the Allied High Command. The Nazi communique mentioned that within 24 hours, Nazi advance forces are expected to come to grips with the British troops for the first time since the campaign in the Low Countries. What is going to happen there, nobody knows. General WWII is in command, and he's an able strategist. He may have an ace or two up his sleeve. The most astounding phenomenon of the Balkan Blitz, however, is the almost miraculous speed with which the Nazis follow up their advances. It is said by Athens and Belgrade that all Nazi successes in southern Serbia and Greece were bought at a terrific price in human lives. There seems to be just that chance that the Nazis, whose total strength on the Balkans is reportedly not more than 25 divisions, or about 500,000 men, will begin to feel these losses when they meet with determined and perhaps equally well mechanized resistance. However, if the British fail to halt the Nazi drive, it will perhaps be the greatest disaster of the present war. In that particular region, there is no avenue of escape open to retreating forces. The British High Command must know that. And for that reason, I assume that resistance will be offered there, resistance of a kind that can stop the Nazi steamroller. On the East African front, the sea base of Massawa finally was taken by the British forces. This event, although it means but little because of the Italian weakness there, may still gain great importance, since the British will now be able to transfer part of the forces to North Africa, where the combined Nazi-fascist forces are coming dangerously close again to the Egyptian border. Derna, the Cyrenaican base taken by the British more than 2 months ago, was recaptured by Axis forces today, and that reestablishes almost the status quo of 2 months ago, when the Italians were inside Egypt's borders before General Wavell's historic counteroffensive nearly wrote finis to fascism inside and outside of Italy. Prime Minister Winston Churchill voiced his apprehension and his concern over the African situation before the British House of Commons today when he said, and I quote, "Now that the Germans are using their armored forces in Cyrenaica, we must expect much and hard fighting, not only in defense of Cyrenaica, but in defense of Egypt." This brings back to mind the fact that a two-pronged attack on the Suez Canal had been an accepted Axis strategy long before open warfare actually broke out. The Nazis were scheduled to advance through the Balkans, cross the Dardanelles, and come through Asia Minor, while the fascists were slated to attack from Libya and the Cyrenaica. Last year's Italian advance into Egypt was halted because Hitler at that time was not ready for a Balkan move. Now, because of some strange and very mysterious, well, let's say coincidences, Hitler is advancing on the Balkans while other Nazi forces have taken over North Africa and are threatening to make the old plan now a reality. Now, here is Lou Marcel with another word for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Auden has had many years of service as foreign correspondent in Europe, a fact which enables him to speak of the places and peoples, the causes and effects of the present world struggle with great insight and indisputable authority. For his distinguished public service as news analyst and radio commentator on foreign affairs, he was honored by the American Academy of Public Affairs with its coveted 1940 award. Under the auspices of the American Academy of Public Affairs, Mr. Auden will present a series of 3 lectures on timely subjects with particular consideration of current events. The first lecture of the series will be held Wednesday, April 16th at 8:30 p.m. at the Film Art Theater at 1228 North Vine Street in Hollywood. Mr. Auden is going to discuss the ideology of totalitarianism. 1 week later, on Wednesday, April 23rd, the subject will be democracy in a changing world. And the last subject of the series on Wednesday, April 30th, will be what comes after this war. After each lecture, an open forum will be conducted. For reservations and further information, write or telephone the American Academy, and the phone number is Hollywood 5182, or the Ted Lesser Agency. Phone Crestview 61442. Now, I'll repeat those numbers. The American Academy, Hollywood 5182, the Ted Lesser Agency, Crestview 61442. Seats may be reserved for 1 or all 3 lectures in advance. Once again, we return you to Robert Auden.
How much this present Balkan success means to Hitler and what he is planning to do with it is indicated by 2 incidents which, in all probability, will not make the headlines of our newspapers. According to reliable reports from Budapest, Nazi Germany is now moving numerous torpedo boats into the Black Sea from Danube ports. These boats are destined to counteract the British control of the Aegean Sea. In addition, dismantled submarines are being shipped by rail from Germany to Bulgaria. Now, basing their opinion upon these facts, well-informed diplomatic sources felt that Hitler will probably demand that Turkey pass these vessels through the Dardanelles and use the Nazi forces now massed all around Turkey's borders, in Bulgaria and Thrace, to back up his diplomatic request. Whether Turkey will be able to stand pat and refuse Hitler's demand, that remains to be seen, and it will all depend upon the extent of Hitler's advance into Greece. If he is stopped by the Anglo-Greek forces, Turkey may hold out. If he breaks their resistance, Turkey will have to give in. The second incident is reported from Berlin. The dispatch very laconically states that the Soviet ambassador conferred with Nazi Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop and later met with the Nipponese ambassador. It was believed that these conversations were related to Japanese Foreign Minister Yosuke Matsuoka's prolonged talks in Moscow. There may not be much behind these mysterious talks as yet, but they indicate that something could happen, all depending again upon the outcome of the Balkan War. Mr. Churchill openly warned Russia today by stating that there are many signs of a Nazi attempt to secure a granary in the Ukraine and oil fields in the Russian Caucasus. The meetings in Berlin and Moscow may easily have dealt with these questions, and in view of Hitler's proximity to Turkey's borders, it is conceivable that he would not hesitate too long before sending his troops against Turkey. They are now favored by their own strong momentum, which might easily carry them across the narrow strip of land which is European Turkey. Au revoir.
Each evening, Monday through Friday at 7:45, America Looks Abroad with your foreign correspondent, Robert Arden. A radio feature presented over these stations by Dr. Cowan, the friendly credit dentist, whose offices are located in 12 communities from Ventura to San Diego, including Long Beach, opposite Bufham's Broadway at Pine, East Los Angeles, Whittier, the corner of Kern. The main Los Angeles office in the Metropolitan Building, 5th and Broadway, over the Owl Drug. For approximate prices in advance, phone Mutual 1191. Until tomorrow evening at 7:45, this is Lou Marcel reminding that you can never afford to neglect your teeth when you can always afford to see Dr. Cowan. This transcribed program originated in Warner Brothers Hollywood Studios.
America Looks Abroad. This is the 96th in a series of broadcasts presented by the staff members of the Foreign Policy Association, a nonpartisan organization which seeks to present objective analyses, accurate information on world affairs. Today's subject is what is left of United States neutrality. Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, is the speaker. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. Government leaders in Washington are about to make another momentous decision on American foreign policy. All last month, Congress and the administration discussed the problems of United States neutrality, with the object of bringing our legal position toward the war into conformity with the actual position this country has assumed. The Neutrality Acts of 1935 to 39 were, on the whole, a result of the isolationist sentiment which swept over the nation in the middle 30s. They were originally designed for the sole purpose of keeping the United States out of war. Today, this country still hopes to remain at peace, but it has become unmistakably clear that this goal is no longer the single, or even the chief, determinant of American foreign policy. As Congress prepares to vote on the current $6 billion lease, lend, and defense appropriation bill, critics and supporters of the measure alike realize that this country is now committed to prevent a German victory. The program of aid to Britain and its allies has led to many modifications of the Neutrality Acts since the outbreak of war in September 1939, and some authorities have seriously raised the question whether the neutrality measures might not, in the long run, go far toward bringing us into war rather than keep us at peace. The neutrality legislation, they point out, was at best a negative approach to the protection of American interests, and in practice it has helped the military success of those countries which are most likely to threaten American security. No action on the neutrality issue is expected until the second lease-lend appropriation is out of the way, but the lines are already forming for a major conflict over foreign policy. President Roosevelt has not yet stated whether he will ask Congress to repeal the Neutrality Act or merely request that the statute be amended. Senator McKellar of Tennessee has placed before Congress a bill calling for outright repeal and other prominent government leaders, such as Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox, have repeatedly come out in favor of such a move. The administration's position, however, was probably best indicated last week in the strongly worded plea of Senator Tom Connally, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, who spoke for piecemeal revision of the act. Since the forces who oppose any change in the law constitute a small minority in Congress, it may be expected that our existing neutrality legislation will either be revised or entirely abandoned. In discussing the basic problem of adapting our statutes to present needs, certain questions of fact have been raised regarding traditional American neutrality and the present status of the Neutrality Act of 1939. How much of our neutrality legislation, for example, has been repealed or nullified since the start of the European War? What provisions are still in effect? When the war broke out in September 1939, we had two types of neutrality legislation in force. First, we had the series of statutes adopted between 1794 and 1917, which embodied the traditional ideas of neutral rights and duties. The second type of legislation was contained in the Neutrality Acts passed by Congress since 1935. By the terms of the earlier laws, the United States undertook to treat all belligerents impartially. It restricted the use of its ports to belligerent warships, prohibited the use of its territory by foreign troops, and denied any official assistance to the countries at war. In return for these obligations, the United States demanded respect for its citizens and their property on the high seas, and retained the right to trade with belligerents as well as with neutrals. Thus, under the early statutes and in accordance with accepted international law, American citizens were free to sell arms and ammunition to countries at war. The neutrality legislation of the 1930s, however, followed in the wake of Senator Nye's munitions investigations. And at that time, you'll recall, it was popularly assumed that bank loans and the sale of munitions to the Allies in the last war had led the United States to enter the conflict in 1917. Consequently, at the outbreak of the Second World War, Americans were forbidden to export arms, ammunitions, and implements of war to any of the belligerents, or to any neutral country for transshipment to a belligerent. They were not permitted to lend money or extend credits to any belligerent power or its agent. With a few exceptions to be determined by the President, it became unlawful for American citizens to travel aboard belligerent vessels. American ships were prohibited from carrying war materials to any of the warring powers and were not allowed to be armed. The Neutrality Act of 1939, passed by Congress 2 months after the present conflict started, imposed even further limitations on the exercise of traditional neutrality rights. Although this measure eliminated the ban against shipment of munitions to belligerents, it required the President to establish combat zones into which no American citizen or vessel might enter. Its cash and carry provision necessitated the transfer of ownership to a foreign government or national before any articles, warlike or not, might be exported from the United States. The same provision stipulated that no American vessel might carry passengers or any articles to belligerent. These self-imposed restrictions temporarily waived the full enjoyment of traditional American rights, such as freedom of the seas, for which the United States went to war in 1812 and 1917. The preamble of the 1939 Act, however, specifically reserved all rights and privileges under international law. So when President Roosevelt reasserted the doctrine of freedom of the seas 4 months ago, he served notice on the world that the United States had safeguarded and intends to protect its rights. In his two proclamations of September 5, 1939, the President drew a sharp distinction between the traditional and the modern forms of neutrality. His first pronouncement set forth some 28 regulations to be observed within the jurisdiction of the United States, in conformity with domestic law and practice. Among the rules invoked were the customary prohibitions against enlistment in the armed forces of nations at war, fitting out of or arming belligerent vessels, and furnishing supplies to belligerent warships. Many of these restrictions were swept away with the passage of the Lease-Lend Act, which automatically canceled all existing legislation contrary to its provisions. Subsequent executive orders and presidential proclamations have annulled at least 25 of the 28 regulations. Enforcement of the modern neutrality has also undergone significant changes during the war. Congress has not directly amended any part of the existing law since the repeal of the arms embargo in October 1939. But, in effect, it nullified the prohibition on loans and credits by permitting, under the Lease-Lend Act, the transfer of defense materials and services to countries resisting aggression. Other provisions have since been relaxed by executive rules and regulations. In this category were the removal, last spring, of restrictions on the use of American ports by foreign warships and Secretary Hull's authorization a few weeks ago of travel by American citizens on belligerent vessels. But aside from these and a few additional modifications, which we'll discuss later, the Neutrality Act of 1939 remains unchanged, and its legal restrictions are still in force. Three main prohibitions of the Act are now in open conflict with the purposes of the Lease-Lend Program and the declared policy of the United States government. First, no American ships may carry passengers or cargo to any belligerent. Because of this provision, goods brought across the Pacific from the Far East must be transferred from American vessels to Allied or to other neutral ships before proceeding to Great Britain. Oil from our Gulf ports and from South America must similarly be pumped from American to British, Norwegian, or Dutch tankers. Under the second remaining prohibition, no American vessel is permitted to enter combat areas defined by the President. Because of this restriction, the United States Navy can protect shipping for Britain only as far as Iceland, and American merchantmen cannot unload cargoes in neutral Ireland for transshipment to the United Kingdom. Finally, the third main prohibition prevents the arming of American merchant vessels. These three sections are the ones being mentioned by administration leaders who advocate amendment rather than outright repeal of the neutrality laws. The controversy, they point out, is not purely academic. Elimination of the three conflicting prohibitions would achieve the immediate goals desired by the President and his advisors without destroying other sections of the neutrality statute which are still useful. Repeal of the entire act, on the other hand, would necessitate the reenactment of these useful measures, such as the provision for licensing of shipments of arms and ammunition to foreign countries. In other words, revision can achieve in one step what repeal could do only in two. It may be asked whether the remaining restrictions could be abolished or relaxed by further executive action. The President has some discretion in declaring the existence of a state of war and in defining the combat areas barred to American ships. But the executive has had to ignore realities in order to take advantage of these powers. As far as the official position of the United States is concerned, Japan and China are not at war in the Far East, and consequently we still send supplies and implements of war to the Chinese forces. Nor has the President found that a state of war exists between Germany and the Soviet Union. So last week, a United States delegation in Moscow completed arrangements for sending extensive American aid to Russia. After Italy's decisive defeat in Ethiopia this year, President Roosevelt rescinded his proclamation of a combat zone in the Red Sea, and United States merchant vessels now carry supplies to Allied forces in the Near East. Several weeks ago, the United States Attorney General ruled that American ships would henceforth be permitted to enter any British overseas territories and possessions except those expressly mentioned in the President's neutrality proclamations. With these measures, however, the executive has just about exhausted the practicable use of discretionary powers under the law. Theoretically, the President might still alter the recognized combat areas so as to allow American ships to enter Russia's Arctic ports of Murmansk and Archangel. Similarly, a neutral shipping lane to Ireland might be proclaimed. But the present battle lines in Russia make it increasingly impractical to supply Soviet troops from the north, and a neutral lane to Ireland would be so hopelessly out of conformity with realities that an ensuing series of embarrassing incidents might be taken for granted. It is therefore apparent that the basic contradictions between the Neutrality Act and the declared policy of the United States cannot be removed by executive action alone. As Chief Executive and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the President has extraordinary powers, but certain crucial decisions, including the right to declare war and to ratify peace treaties, are reserved for Congress. President Roosevelt, in his article last week in Collier's, conceded that the loss of American ships, lives, and property in neutral or combat areas would be most likely to cause this country's eventual involvement in war. Before risking any final critical incidents, the President is awaiting legislative participation in his decisions. Several government spokesmen, including the President and Senator Connally last Monday night, have referred to the two undeclared wars which the United States fought with Napoleonic France and the Barbary pirates. In both cases, it should be noted, Presidents Adams and Jefferson found it expedient to obtain congressional sanction before ordering the use of force. The President is constitutionally empowered to make extensive commitments during a period of crisis, but he finds it advisable to obtain the approval of Congress, which, in the last analysis, will be called upon to ratify or reject his policies.
Mr. A. Randall Elliott, Research Associate of the Foreign Policy Association, was today's speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. If you would like a free copy of this talk, address your request to the Foreign Policy Association, 22 East 38th Street, New York City. You will be interested in knowing of an all-day forum of the Foreign Policy Association on American Foreign Policy, Our First Line of Defense, to be held at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on Saturday, October the 25th, when leaders of American foreign policy will discuss this subject. Next Sunday at this time, you will hear another speaker in the America Looks Abroad series. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.